When a teacher sacrifices himself to save a student, he is mysteriously transported to the world of Game of Thrones, where he chooses to become a druid. Let us explore what he can accomplish upon awakening as a civilian child. It was an ordinary morning. I rose early, preparing to head to school. I serve as a foreign language teacher at a high school in my district. Although I have been in this vocation for 15 years, my passion for teaching remains as fervent as on my very first day. I relish witnessing the sparkle and joy in children's eyes as they learn something new. I live merely a few blocks from the school, so my commute is brief. However, as I alighted from my vehicle, I was immediately greeted by that vexatious noise. Bang, 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 beep, 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 boom. Construction sounds. I truly detest this road work. I cannot fathom what type of project would require several weeks, especially located right beside the school. The cacophony renders it nearly impossible for me to hear my own voice, let alone expect the children to listen to me. Today, I'm the supervising teacher on the playground. This duty feels like a torment in autumn. I stood at the school's main entrance, watching students hurriedly rush inside. One student approached me with a worried expression, saying, "Good morning, Mr. Lee." "Good morning, Dylan. May I ask if we could perhaps skip the exam today? This is not a pop quiz. Did I not inform you last week to review? I even provided you with the time and content of the test. So no, we must proceed with the exam today." He began to grumble as he walked into the school. When the bell rang for the first period, I made my way to the staff room. Today happens to be one of my favorite days. My first class is a free period, allowing me to leisurely sip my coffee without haste. After obtaining my coffee, I settled into an armchair, gazing out the window. It was a beautiful autumn morning. The leaves of the sycamore trees outside displayed a splendid array of yellows and reds, creating a picturesque scene. I must have been so absorbed in the scenery and my musings that I lost track of time. It was only when the bell rang, signaling the end of the first period, that I snapped back to reality and walked towards the front yard. Standing at the school's grand entrance allowed me to oversee both the backyard and front yard. As I sipped my coffee and gazed outside the school gate, I spotted Emily. She was a freshman, once again running late. She is an exceptionally bright girl indeed, a genius but also rather careless. It seemed she was lost in her own thoughts, oblivious to the road as she began to cross. Sometimes I ponder what profound thoughts occupy her mind. She was entirely unaware of my presence just across the street, waiting for her. She ambled across the road without any sense of urgency, her gaze fixed on the ground. Witnessing this, I could not help but chuckle. Honk! Upon hearing the blaring of a horn, I was taken aback. I turned to my left and beheld a colossal truck honking as it approached her. How could she possibly be oblivious to such a cacophony? She was still leisurely meandering in the middle of the road, and before I knew it, I found myself running toward her. In the midst of my frantic sprint, I questioned, what on earth am I doing? As I leaped towards Emily, I pushed her aside. Darkness. Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? No, not quite. This is a transitional state, a voice responded. Who are you? Oh, merely a random omnipotent entity, the voice replied, and then everything became radiant. Ah, splendid. I was blinded by darkness, and now I'm overwhelmed by the light. I apologize, I tend to be a bit dramatic. It was a being comprised of light, but once accustomed to its brilliance, it was not blinding. In truth, it was quite soothing to behold. You can read my thoughts. Of course, I am divine, and you possess no corporeal form, hence you cannot articulate your words. You are but a wisp of soul, essentially a mass of light. So I am dead. Yes. Why am I so calm about this? Oh, that is my doing. I have partially stripped you of your free will, so that you would not succumb to panic. Should you wish to return, I can restore it to you, but I would advise against it. You would be engulfed in terror in this soul form for several weeks, or even months until you acclimatized. What of Emily the girl? She lives in fact. That is the primary reason for your arrival here. What do you mean? You see, the girl you refer to as Emily survived and thrived due to your sacrifice. She discovered a cure for a deadly epidemic. Had you not given your life to save her, the remedy would have been delayed by 4 years, resulting in the demise of 2 billion people. Thus, in saving her life, you indirectly salvaged the lives of 2 billion others, for she dedicated her achievement to you. Therefore, you too may partake in the fruits of good karma. You know, I can only discern your thoughts. I cannot foresee the future. I am not omniscient. Then how do you know what Emily will invent? I do not know, but a higher deity does, and they assign us ordinary gods our tasks. Does this imply that there are more gods? Who are these higher deities? Are you not particularly astute? Did I not mention that I am a random omnipotent entity? Indeed, there are more gods, And as for the higher deities or goddesses, they're also referred to as creator gods. You need not delve deeper. Let us return to the matter at hand. You have two choices. First, you may ascend to paradise, or second, you may reincarnate in another realm, and, when the time is ripe, undertake a task for us before eventually proceeding to paradise. What manner of task? To bring balance to a world. Certain forces must be restrained, of course. We shall bestow upon you the gifts of two powers. Essentially, I am assured of my passage to paradise, am I not? If you refrain from becoming a murderous fiend, then yes, you shall. Very well. I choose the quest. I desire the strength of a superhuman, devoid of his vulnerabilities. You cannot possess that. Then I wish for a certified skill. You may acquire a certified skill, but not in the manner you envision. You may obtain a version that is limited to the knowledge you possess. Your understanding shall define its boundaries. Why can I not possess the version I desire? I am a god of order. My kind cannot disrupt the harmony of the world. I can only grant you powers that exist or may exist within this realm. Allow me to bestow upon you an unimaginable strength. The god of order snapped his fingers. What is your second wish? Then I wish to become a druid. I have long desired magical abilities since my childhood. Very well, good luck to you. Wait, I began to plummet rapidly, my consciousness fading, only to succumb to darkness once more. As I gradually opened my eyes, a blinding light compelled me to squint. Once my vision adjusted, I began to survey my surroundings. I found myself in a small, somewhat chilly room, sparsely furnished. There was merely a bed, a small table, a chair, and a wardrobe beside the window. The bed I lay upon creaked with every movement, constructed from coarse fabric stuffed with straw, a sensation both foreign and uncomfortable. A piercing headache assailed me, unlike anything I had ever experienced. As I brushed my hand against my forehead, I discovered it was bandaged with rough cloth. Just then, the door to the room opened, and a woman entered. "Oh, thank the ancient deities. You are awake. We were beginning to worry about your well-being," she said. I was about to respond when a wave of pain, more intense than the headache I had already endured, struck my head. It felt as though nails were being driven into my skull. Unfamiliar memories and emotions surged into my mind. Memories belonging to a 5-year-old child. It was as if 5 years of recollections were desperately trying to find their place within my brain in mere seconds. My parents are both deceased. My father was a knight of Winterfell, serving House Stark, and he perished while protecting his lord. My mother was a servant within the castle, attending to her master's family, but she succumbed to a fever 6 months prior. My name is Aemir Drazzle. Wait, Winterfell, Lord Stark, oh my goodness. I am in a Game of Thrones. Aemir, are you all right? I am well. What was her name again? Bryce. She is a friend of my mother's and another servant within the castle. I need to compose myself. I shall succumb to madness later. I am well. Empress. What is wrong with me? Don't you remember? You were kicked by a horse while attempting to pet it. I seem to recall something. Empress. My head is throbbing intensely, and I feel utterly exhausted. May I lie down for a while? Oh, of course you may. I was merely checking on your condition before I leave. She approached the door and added, "Rest well." Then she closed the door behind her. Now I can truly lose my mind. Goodness, I am in deep trouble. The icy corpse, the Borton family, and all the other impending grotesque matters. What should I do? I need to prepare myself. I cannot afford to go mad. You still possess your extraordinary abilities. Yes, my extraordinary abilities. Let me think. I turned to the chair and uttered certification, feeling a flow within my chest, and the word chair appeared before me. Oh, for heaven's sake, spare me. I know it is a chair. Let's try something else. Hopefully it will work. Status yielded no response. Come on, validate the skill once more. A sensation coursed through my chest, and words materialized before my eyes. Certification, the skill of identifying objects it knows as much as you do. If you have learned something, it will know it forever and connect the dots. That's it. Nothing more, just as the god of order proclaimed. Certification, druid skill, I invoked again, feeling that flow in my chest, and words appeared once more. Druid, the ability to cast spells, perform rituals, shapeshift, see spirits, summon, and control beasts. This aligns perfectly with what I envisioned a druid could accomplish. Percy's fire, once again, I felt that sensation in my chest, and a flame the size of a fingernail ignited in my palm. So, Percy's means fire. What language is this? I do not know. I merely recognize it signifies fire. I cannot even start a campfire. This flame is smaller than that of a lighter. At least I have gleaned some understanding. That flowing sensation seems akin to the magic within me. The flame flickered in my palm, brushing against my skin without inflicting harm. At least I am immune to fire, I mused, willing it to move. It slowly shifted half a meter before vanishing. Useless. Perseus, I called again, and a small flame reappeared in my palm. I wished for it to traverse my hand and then move to my index finger. I chuckled gleefully. Splendid. I shall never need candles again, for I am the mighty Candleman. Ha ha ha. I laughed maniacally in my fury. In this reincarnation, I ought to possess immense power. What in the world is this? I guided the flame on my finger to a candle on the table. Igniting it, then I placed my finger beside the lit candle. Oops, now it's burning. I know I am not immune to fire. Thus, the Targaryen family's cheating rules do not apply to me. As long as I hold it, it will not burn me. Perseus, I said, this time placing one hand half a meter away, casting the flame toward my other hand, and then, ouch, oh, that hurts the moment it leaves my hand, it ignites. Perhaps I should try something else. Suvian, I murmured, and a piece of ice, no larger than a fingernail, manifested in my palm. However, this ice did not make contact with my hand, as the fire did. It floated in midair, hovering just above my palm. It was insufficient even to chill a drink. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming weakness wash over me, and I staggered back onto the bed. My consciousness began to blur, and I abruptly lost consciousness. Then, I sensed an intense pull, akin to a fish snagged on a hook, drawing me swiftly away. When I opened my eyes, I beheld a figure composed of light. Why did I faint? Why are you in my dream? I am not within your dream. To be precise, you have essentially crossed into death. What? I haven't even lived a day. Why would you place me in the body of a bloodied orphan? You wish to become a druid. Hence, I bestowed upon you a vessel with the highest arcane potential. When I said you have essentially died, I did not imply you are truly dead. I have drawn your soul back here. You fainted because you depleted all your magical energy, entering a state known as magical exhaustion. Had you not cast that last spell, nothing would have occurred. However, upon exhausting your magic, you would immediately lose consciousness. You must rest or meditate to restore your magical energy. Then why am I here? When we first met, I needed to grant you 2 additional boons, provided you accepted the terms. I simply wished to witness your expression upon realizing you are in Game of Thrones. It was quite amusing. Can you watch me there? Yes, I can, but I cannot interfere with this realm. But you brought me here. How did you accomplish that? At the core of your soul, you still do not belong to this world. This is why I could pull you here before you fainted. Once you succumb to sleep, I can no longer draw you. I may be able to connect with you in some sacred places, but I cannot even disclose their locations. If you wish to converse with me, you must find them on your own. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. No, not until I receive my answers. Why have you given me flawed powers? The superhuman abilities depicted in novels often come with destructive scales, yet I have been granted imperfect powers. I have consistently informed you that I am a deity of order. When will you comprehend? The majority of the powers I can bestow will only become useful and formidable once you master them. Do you desire further boons? What are the terms? Your memories of the books and the television series. Do you not wish for me to succeed in this task? Why, by my feet, I wish for your success. That is why I bestow upon you my grace. However, to gain something, one must sacrifice something, for the principle of equivalence is paramount. Let me ponder this. A sudden realization struck me. Do you consider yourself astute? What? You left a loophole. I shall grant you my memories of television series and literature. It will linger like a sixth sense. I began to jest. Very well, you clever one. Do you believe you have deceived others? Do you think people heed their inner voice and feelings? No, they almost always disregard them, and I wager you are no exception. I too exploit loopholes. You will not recall this transaction. Your choice will be limited to practical skills. I never claimed you could possess any power you desired. I merely stated that I must grant you 2 more boons. Why do you always make things difficult for me? I truly cannot fathom you. As my words faded, the white light began to dim, and the silhouette of the god of order grew larger and darker. Let me clarify one thing. I'm not your friend, nor are you my adversary. Mortal, let's be clear, I do not truly care for you. Yes, I wish for your success, but if you fail, I shall grieve for a few years and then completely forget you. We deities require neither your faith nor your worship. We have transcended such needs. How must I articulate this for you to comprehend? To us, you are essentially entertainment and pets. Indeed, some gods may dote on their creations, akin to how humans refer to their pets. As children, it is similar. However, most of us regard you as beloved pets rather than offspring, and I belong to the latter category. Do you grasp my meaning? I began to nod fervently. It felt as if a mountain weighed upon me. Yes, my lord. He bore no visage, yet I sensed a laughter within him. Come now, My friend, there is no need to be so rigid. You may call me the god of order. Let us conclude this matter. What is your first boon? If I must master nearly every skill, I desire to possess quintuple experience in all my endeavors. Very well, that is feasible. The most talented individual in history was the Emperor of Dawn, who possessed fivefold aptitude in both governance and magic. Kragan Stark and the Dragon Knight had a fourfold talent, while Arthur Dayne was a threefold swordsman. What is your second boon? If I am to have a familiar, I wish for a secluded space to train them, where I shall not be slain. It should contain adversaries for me to train against. You shall possess a space to train your familiar, but you may only remain there for 6 hours each day. You and your familiar will be healed upon exiting that realm. While within, you shall not be slain, and should any hostile beings approach within 4 meters, you will be expelled from the space. While inside, you will sense the presence of anyone nearing you. Lastly, nothing aside from you and your familiar may enter the space. Will I forget all of this? Not entirely. You will soon forget this transaction. To you, this planet is akin to any random figment of imagination. However, should you heed its counsel, you shall gain a sixth sense. After an enduring sensation of descent, I leapt from my bed, awakening abruptly. I began to survey the room, feeling somewhat disoriented. Moments later, I regained my composure and recollected the new abilities I had acquired. Activate quintuple experience skill. Quintuple experience. In any endeavor you undertake, you shall receive fivefold experience. Should your innate talent in that domain fall below 0, it shall bestow upon you an enhancement of 5 to your aptitude. Activate infinite training skill. Infinite training. A 4x4 meter chamber devoid of any adversaries. Chapter 3. Experimental skills verifying the infinite training skill. The infinite training space manifests as a 4x4 meter chamber devoid of any adversaries. Though the god of order had forewarned of enemies for training purposes, the absence perplexed me, as did the confined dimensions. How does one access this realm? Closing my eyes, I focus my consciousness, envisioning entry into the space. A peculiar sensation of fluid motion enveloped me, followed by subtle vibrations. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself within a stark white room without doors or windows, an empty void. What now? Was this unfamiliarity due to my inexperience? Suddenly, an inexplicable presence neared, though no visible entity materialized. Recalling the deity's words, I realized an intruder must have breached the perimeter. Immediately, I concentrated on exiting. The familiar tremors returned, and I awoke upon my bed just as the door creaked open. Good morning, darling. How are you feeling today? Any lingering headaches? Aunt Bryce inquired. A slight one, though less severe than yesterday, I replied. Hungry? Shall I fetch you something? Nodding, I murmured, please. Rising from bed, we proceeded toward the castle kitchens. The frigid morning air bit at my skin, typical northern weather. Upon arrival, the kitchen buzzed with servants preparing the noble family's breakfast. The tantalizing aromas provoked an audible growl from my stomach, eliciting a gentle chuckle from Bryce. Dear, you know those delicacies aren't for us. They're meant for noble blood, she reminded softly, guiding me to a corner where she lifted me onto a high chair like an infant. The humiliation of requiring assistance for such simple tasks still stung, though adaptation would come with time. She presented me with modest fare, a slice of cheese and quarter loaf of bread. Humble sustenance, but sustenance nonetheless. Post-meal, I ventured outdoors. Emerging through the servants' entrance, my eyes adjusted gradually to the daylight as I began exploring Winterfell's sprawling grounds. The castle's monumental scale dwarfed any earthly fortification I'd encountered. Had it existed in my former world, it would rank among architectural marvels. My knowledge of this realm remained limited to what a 5-year-old might comprehend. We dwelled in Winterfell, ruled by Eddard Stark, and were known as Northmen. These fragments constituted my entire understanding. Labor exempted me due to my father's heroic sacrifice saving the Lord, granting privileges uncommon among small folk, 3 daily meals until my 16th year, after which castle employment would be offered. Yet servitude held no appeal when destiny called. I wouldn't squander time attending nobles. The irony? I hadn't the faintest notion what that destiny might entail. He merely spoke of bringing balance and restraining certain individuals when the time comes. Another privilege I possess is being the playmate of Lord Robb Stark's son. This proves somewhat vexatious, as I'm perpetually instructed to let him prevail during our games. For a child of 5 winters, such contrivances hold little amusement. Now, as a man of 35 summers, I find myself compelled to perform these charades. My comfortable existence I owe to my father's sacrifice. Though our paths never crossed in this life, a melancholy lingers within me, for this child's memories have become my own, and still I mourn his absence. The recollections of my father and mother are fleeting yet precious, imbued with profound sentiment. My father bore the name Bellin Snow. When men whispered bastard behind his back, the child knew not the meaning of this cruel epithet. Upon inquiring, my father would simply say, "It means I know not who my sire was." How lamentable that society brands children with different surnames merely for being born outside wedlock. A curiosity gnaws at me. Did he truly not know his father's identity? Or did he choose silence on the matter? As for my mother, she carried a surname, which I inherited. This suggests she was no common peasant. Yet neither do I believe her nobility. Her lineage hailed from a knightly house. But a knighthood, however honorable, does not transmute one's blood to noble stock. The title granted them a surname, yet remained uninheritable. Ours was but an ordinary family, devoid of influence or means. All they bequeathed me was my father's death compensation, 100 golden dragons, and my mother's sole keepsake, a medal. This talisman belonged to her, yet with dying breath she fastened it about my neck. Concerning the coin, typically only a year's wages are given as death payment, but Lord Stark granted my mother fourfold, for he owed my father a life debt. Enough reminiscing, let us hunt some beasts. Though this colossal castle teems with countless creatures, capturing one proves arduous for a child of 5 winters. Nearly all here are wild things. Even the mangiest hounds and cats resemble direwolves and lions. Nigh 5 hours I spent cornering a terrier-like pup. "Come, gentle hound, approach. Brother has bread for you." When the creature found itself trapped, it bared fangs and growled menacingly. Poised to strike should I advance. Tearing a crust, I cast it before the beast. The growling ceased as it sniffed the offering. Recognizing sustenance, the creature's tension eased. Its gaze alternated between me and the morsel upon the ground. Seeing I made no move, it devoured the bread. Noticing more in my hand, it sought further bounty. All its attention fixed upon my remaining crust. As I shifted the bread, its head followed in canine fascination. Amused, I extended my hand, and with cautious sniffs, it drew near. It devoured the bread from my hand, and I began to stroke its fur. "Good boy, let us see if we can forge a connection." I focused my mind, channeling all my intent into forming this bond. The magic within me stirred, yet it felt as though I were attempting to bridge an unfathomable chasm. I pushed relentlessly with my arcane energy, but exhaustion soon crept in. My reserves were insufficient. After repeated attempts, realization dawned upon me. I formulated my own theories about the nature of this connection and why it eluded me. Is this the effect of the 5-fold skill? The creature was simply too large. I lifted my gaze to the heavens and cried out, "Must every skill you grant me begin from utter ineptitude? Am I to start by taming squirrels or rats as my first companions?" Woof the dog's bark interrupted my brooding. "What? Do you expect more food?" I sighed. "Apologies, but I have nothing left to offer." Strangely, it seemed to comprehend my words. Ceasing its barking, it glanced around before darting into the alleyway. "I must begin with the smallest creature I can find. At least the 5-fold skill functions as intended. I believe I shall cherish this 5-fold skill above all others." With that thought, I resolved to return to the castle. As I made my way back, a figure lunged at me from the shadows. "Got you." We tumbled to the ground, and soon he was atop me, demanding, "Will you yield?" For a moment, I was stunned. Then, as clarity returned, I recognized my assailant, Robb Stark. "That was cheating, Robb." "No, it wasn't he. A knight must be prepared for anything." He rose and extended a hand to help me up. Seizing his wrist, I swept his legs out from under him, sending him sprawling beside me. We grappled on the ground, evenly matched, neither able to pin the other. Minutes later, we lay on our backs, panting heavily. Robb turned his head toward me. "Your surrender was wise. You surrendered first." He sat up. "No, I didn't tea." "You did." "No, you did." The exchange repeated several times before we conceded a draw. Playing the part of an ordinary 5-year-old is utterly exhausting. Catelyn Stark's perspective, from the balcony. My lord husband and I observed the courtyard below. Then I saw them, my son, once again playing with that common-born boy. Turning to my lord, I inquire, my lord, must he associate with that low-born child? It seems unbefitting for a noble to befriend a commoner. In the north, it is fitting. That boy's father saved my life. That you have a husband, that your children know their father. It is because his father died in my stead. Here, the lines between noble and commoner blur. Winter is coming. We've no time for such distinctions. If he possesses even half his father's skill with a blade, he'll serve our son well as a soldier. And if he shows the same courage, he may yet earn knighthood. From the balcony, I gazed upon them and uttered, if this is your desire, then so be it. I knew I had been somewhat harsh with the boy. It wasn't that I lacked compassion. My heart ached for the young lad, orphaned at such a tender age. Most likely, he would grow up without even remembering his parents. Rob and I played together for hours before I retreated to a quiet corner of the backyard, having come to a realization. Though we had wrestled for at least 2 hours, I hadn't felt the 5-fold increase in wrestling experience. Was it because I hadn't truly focused, merely indulging in play? To test my theory, I rose and picked up a long branch. Gripping it like a sword, I swung and slashed for another 2 hours, yet nothing happened. This time, I adjusted my stance, holding the branch properly, and concentrated solely on training, executing precise vertical strikes. I continued swinging for hours until, there it was, that fleeting sense of comprehension. Yes, it was faint, given the brief duration of my practice, but it was undeniably present. Minute as it was, it existed. I was learning. So, it only activated when I focused or consciously engaged in an activity. Mindless actions yielded no progress. Like any other skill, intent was paramount. Without concentration, it simply wouldn't work. Chapter 4. Various training sessions for the past week. I have endeavored to rise as early as possible. Without the convenience of an alarm, waking at dawn proved challenging. There stood a clock tower, yet it bore no face, only a bell, its chimes serving to alert the common folk. Time was measured by the sun's arc in the morning and marked candles in the evening. Had I been an engineer, skilled in the craft of timepieces, it would have been remarkable. I understood the mechanics, springs and gears, yet lacked the knowledge of their precise dimensions and configurations. Regardless, I dedicated 6 hours each day to honing my magical abilities until afternoon. I experimented with various elements, water, fire, and wind, each wondrous in its own way. With water, I conjured droplets. Wind, however, proved the most potent. I could summon gusts far stronger than mere breath could produce. Yet despite relentless practice, my magic remained feeble, a lamentable truth. After the midday meal, I often amused myself with Rob. Our games of hide-and-seek or wrestling, though tiresome, held merit. To be the childhood companion of a future lord was no small advantage. Thereafter, I rested, or as Rob called it, meditated, to replenish my waning magic. By supper, my reserves were restored, only to be expended once more in an attempt to forge a soul bond with a bird I had purchased. Though my powers still fell short, I sensed progress, faint but undeniable. As I pondered which incantation to cast next, a shout and a knock interrupted me. "Emil, are you there?" I opened the door to find a stable boy. His name escaped me, standing before me. "The Lord is asking for you." I hurried to the courtyard, where Lord Stark, Rob, and his other son, John, awaited. I disliked referring to him as a bastard. "My lord, I am here," I said. "Ah, young Emil, come with me. The rest of you, wait here." I followed him to a table near the training grounds. He sat, gesturing for me to do the same. "You know I owe your father a life debt." "Yes?" "Yes, my lord. I have heard as much. That is why I need not labor and may play with Ro, young Master Rob. You are a clever child. You understand not to address him so familiarly in company. Do you know why I summoned you?" "No, my lord, I do not." "Since you grasp the distinction between noble and common, may I assume you comprehend your station?" "Yes." "My lord, you are nobility. I am common-born. Indeed, as a commoner, you ought to toil. Yet, thanks to your father, I grant you the chance to flourish. Whether this is wise, I cannot say. I wish for you to forge a path in life. Is there anything you desire to pursue? This is an exceptional opportunity. I can test his limits, for he has watched me grow since childhood. Even if I ask inappropriate questions, he would not take offense. To my knowledge, It is exceedingly difficult for a commoner to become a knight. My father was the illegitimate son of a nobleman. Yet, it took him many years to rise to the rank of squire. He first served as a soldier in Winterfell, and, at the age of 22, his valor and bravery in battle earned him the title of squire. He had only just been knighted before his untimely demise. Feigning shyness, I ventured, "Could I become a knight?" He seemed taken aback by my question. His gaze lingered upon my eyes, silent for a moment. "Why do you wish to be a knight?" "I want to be like my father." For a commoner, knighthood is no easy feat. Even if you were to achieve it, the knights of noble blood would scorn you. "Do you understand what that entails?" I nodded solemnly. "They would not accept me." "Yes, precisely. You may never become a knight. Do you truly possess the capability?" Rising from my chair, I straightened my posture, struck my chest, and declared I can do it. He laughed heartily. "Good. Very good. A man ought to have courage." "Very well. I shall permit you to train with the sword. The rest is up to you." "Roderick." "Yes, my lord. From this day forth, you shall oversee the training of Robb, Jon, and Emir in swordsmanship and combat." "Yes, my lord." Bowing deeply, I said, "Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint you." "Let's hope not," he replied before departing. Turning to Roderick Castle, I bowed once more. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Castle." He was a man of about 40, with a slight paunch yet tall and powerfully built. Winterfell's master-at-arms. "Huh. We shall see whether you thank me or beg for mercy. The three of you will report here every afternoon. We begin tomorrow." With that, he followed Lord Stark out. "Excellent. We're going to learn swordsmanship," Robb exclaimed, snatching up a branch from the ground and swinging it about. I glanced at Jon. Though pleased, he concealed it well. He was reserved by nature, seldom speaking much, and often reluctant to join Robb in play. For whenever Lady Catelyn saw them together, she would assign Jon some grueling chore. As time passed, young Jon came to realize that his association with us inevitably led to such tasks, and so he began to distance himself. Occasionally, he still played with us, but the moment Lady Catelyn appeared, he would freeze and flee. Leaving Robb and Jon behind, I retreated to my chambers to continue my magical training. With each passing day, my sensitivity to magic grew sharper. I could feel my power expanding, though its extent remained unknown. It's difficult to ascertain whether I possess sufficient mana to cast another spell, so I always conserve a portion. Should I fall short, I might faint or face graver consequences. There's no justification for taking such risks. Estimating my remaining mana is akin to guessing the water level in a cup. I can only rely on intuition. Yet surely, there must be a superior method. If only it were like a computer game, where I had a numerical mana value and spells had defined costs, it would be far simpler. Regardless, I must focus. Just as I began casting, an idea struck me. What a fool I've been. The answer lies in verification. The God of Order declared that if I possess knowledge, it can identify anything, and indeed I do. This is merely a matter of elementary arithmetic. Suppose I assign the value of 1 to my least costly spell. Then, by casting it repeatedly until my mana is exhausted, I can assign a numerical value to each spell I'm capable of casting. It took 21 verifications to deplete my mana, meaning I possess 21 units of mana. These past 3 months have been both fascinating and tedious. Fascinating, because my magical training and fundamental spells grow stronger with each passing day. After 3 months of diligent effort, my mana now stands at 24 units, and the diameter of my elemental orb has expanded to 6 centimeters. Tedious, however, because of swordsmanship training. More often than not, my mind wanders while swinging the blade, and the fivefold experience skill ceases to function. If Roderick catches me distracted, I earn a sharp slap. Still, I've begun to grasp the basics. The most arduous aspect is what Roderick calls the foreplay, a 2-hour regimen of physical conditioning, running, leaping, and assorted drills. Afterward, he declares, "Let us proceed to the main event." A rather crude jest to make before a 6-year-old, though neither Robb nor Jon comprehends it. Roderick's perspective, the little lordling truly applies himself. Among the Lord's sons, he is the most gifted. Jon, too, strives diligently, though his talent pales in comparison. 3 months have passed since the Lord commanded me to train them. Yet what astonishes me most is Emir. I knew his father, a beast in battle, though I speak not of strength. Literally, he fought like a hound or a wolf rending its prey, consumed by feral fury. That was his way, relentless, unyielding assault. The boy shares that quality, yet possesses something his father never did, a calm, calculating mind. And, of course, a prodigious talent I've never before witnessed. It's as though he began studying the blade 2 years prior. 3 months ago, he knew nothing of swordsmanship. Now, his stance and movements are passable. I didn't even notice my lord's approach until he made his presence known. I must have been lost in thought. How fare the boys, Roderick? Hearing his voice, I turned swiftly and saluted. They fare well, my lord. The little lordling is truly gifted, like his father. Upon hearing this, the lord began to smile. Then he turned to Jon, but instead of inquiring about his progress, he simply observed in silence. Thus, I proceeded to inform him. It remains uncertain. Jon possesses talent with the blade, though not as prodigious as the young lordling. And what of Emil? My lord, had you not come here, I would have sought you out to speak of him. Why so? Does he lack aptitude for swordsmanship? Nay, my lord, quite the contrary. He is far too gifted. What do you mean? My lord, should he continue training with such fervor in 10 years' time, the North shall have its own Arthur Dane. A smile graced my lips. Is he truly that exceptional? Indeed, my lord. He has trained for but 3 months, and though his motivation wavers, he fights with the skill of a seasoned warrior. The lord rose, retrieving a wooden practice sword from the rack, and approached Emil. Protagonist perspective, I despise solitary training. It merely builds muscle memory. In moments like these, I am profoundly grateful for the 5-fold experience skill. The thought of enduring 5 times the effort to reach this level is unimaginable. Footsteps drew near, and assuming it was Roderick coming to cuff my head, I swiftly turned and swung my blade. I am concentrating. Clang! The swords met, and I found myself face to face with Lord Stark. Immediately, I bowed in apology. Forgive me, my lord. I mistook you for Sir Roderick coming to chastise me. Rather than apologies, I would see if you've upheld your promise to me. Raise your sword and strike. He was serious. I settled into stance, preparing for combat. I lunged forward, our blades locking in a cinematic clash, but we did not linger. Seizing the moment, I leveraged my smaller frame. Angling my sword toward my right shoulder while attempting to slip beneath his guard and cut at his arm. Yet with practiced ease, he deflected the maneuver, redirecting my blade aside. Overpowering an adult in strength or reach was impossible, nor did I believe myself faster. Victory demanded another approach. Chapter 5. Special treatment. Whenever I attempted to approach him, he would brandish his sword, swinging it left and right. If he couldn't wield it, he simply pushed me away. He was toying with me, and it was infuriating. Weakness is truly a sin. I needed to grow stronger. It felt like standing before a towering giant. Such was the gap between an adult and a 6-year-old child. In a real battle, I wouldn't stand a chance, yet he treated it as mere play, underestimating me. I tried attacking again, and once more, he deflected me with his blade. This time, I leapt back and rolled across the ground, feigning loss of balance, as though I had stumbled from the force of his push. As I sprang up, I hurled my sword toward him. In that fleeting moment of surprise as he parried it, I slipped past his guard and struck his leg with the wooden dagger I had crafted. Just as I aimed for his abdomen, I felt the cold edge of his sword against my neck. His recovery was unervingly swift. All I had gained from that ambush was a shallow wound on his leg. While I had nearly lost my head, he placed his sword on the rack and regarded me with an approving gaze. You didn't disappoint me. Well done. Turning to Roderick, he signaled for him to follow. Eddard Stark's perspective. That final move was astonishing. It wasn't an advanced technique, but for a child to conceive and execute it, remarkable. He immediately discerned that I was merely playing with him, that he stood no chance in strength, endurance, or speed. Most children would have succumbed to frustration, charging recklessly in anger. Yet he remained composed throughout the fight, calculating and cunning. Nothing like his father. He truly is a prodigy. But we must also teach him honor. He is far too shrewd for a child. Without proper guidance, he may stray onto a darker path. Roderick, starting today, ensure he trains rigorously. Provide him with better meals, meat included. If we are to forge a master swordsman, we must nourish and instruct him accordingly. And at least twice daily, have him spar with the older boys. In time, you'll know when he is ready to face the youngest squires. The finest steel must be hammered and tempered in the fiercest flames. Yes, my lord, it will be done, if we shape this boy well. He may yet become the Sword of the North. Protagonist's perspective, it was a grueling fight, but I felt as though I had brushed against something profound. The sensation I derived from the battle was extraordinary. I could sense the fivefold experience skill at work, as if I had fought the Lord 5 times consecutively. If we clashed again, perhaps I could fare slightly better. Emil, come here. I ran to Ser Roderick. From now on, you will not train alongside Rob and John. Instead, I will oversee your sessions at separate hours. You may rest today. Starting tomorrow, we will train for 4 hours each after breakfast and supper. This meant I would have to rise earlier to practice my magic. Why don't you answer, boy? He patted the back of my head. Yes, Sir Roderick. I retreated to my chamber and began honing my elemental magic. My grasp of the fundamental elements steadily improved with each passing month. I discovered I could wield 6 distinct elements, ranked in order of potency: Gelmio, wind; Idar, water; Gelmzi, lightning; Perses, fire; Suvian, ice; and Tegan, earth. The spherical manifestations of these elements varied in effectiveness. The wind orb was little more than a feeble nudge, too weak to accomplish anything substantial. The water orb, a sphere 6 centimeters in diameter, could at least distract or unsettle an opponent. Lightning proved dangerously unpredictable, veering off course beyond half a meter. Fire, however, became useful, though not lethal. A well-placed strike to the head could induce fear, disorientation, or even temporary blindness. The ice orb possessed considerable blunt force. It was far more fragile than its earthen counterpart. The earth orb stood as my most formidable spell. Imagine a 6-centimeter stone hurled with lethal velocity at any part of the body. I sought to refine its lethality by shaping it into a more pointed form or inducing rotation, though thus far, I had only managed an elliptical shape. If I could sharpen it into a spike or even a bullet-like projectile with rapid spin, it would become one of my most devastating single-target spells. As for the other facets of druidic craft, herbalism, rituals, and incantations, I remained untrained. My knowledge of herbs was rudimentary at best, gleaned from 4 years of menial labor under an apothecary during my university days. I recognized hundreds of herbs and their properties, yet I had no certainty whether they existed in this world or what they might be called here. Regarding ritual magic, I entertained 2 hypotheses. Either I must devise the rites myself as I deepen my understanding of this arcane language, or, much like language itself, the knowledge would manifest within me once my power reached a sufficient threshold. Concerning the bond with a spirit beast, I sensed only that greater magical reserves were required. The connection with Blue, the name I had bestowed upon the small bird I acquired, grew ever more palpable. Yes, the name lacked creativity. So be it. I liked it. After hours of magical practice, I attempted to decipher the infinite training skill, yet it eluded my comprehension. Perhaps it would activate only once I bonded with a spirit beast, as the enigmatic presence had suggested, that both my companion and I could train within its confines. The skill remained inscrutable, though I contemplated 2 further applications for my appraisal ability, quantifying strength and speed. By setting my own attributes as a baseline, I could measure others' capabilities relative to mine. If I witnessed their swiftness or felt their might, the skill would automatically calculate their numerical values. Certainly, it is not entirely reliable. What I perceive or sense is merely the speed and strength my opponent permits me to witness. For instance, if an adversary possesses a 5-fold my power, yet employs only twice my strength, I would only discern that they wield double my might, remaining oblivious to their full capacity until they unleash it. This realization has illuminated something profound about the authentication skill. It is far more formidable than I initially conceived. Though I studied all these mathematical and physical calculations and methodologies in high school and university, my recollection of them is now hazy. The knowledge lingers within me, yet half has slipped into oblivion. This implies that had I truly learned and comprehended them at the time, I would not need to retain such knowledge. The skill itself would suffice. Upon entering the kitchen, I observed the staff preparing dinner, a dish of venison. Hunting in the Lord's forest without permission is forbidden, and people generally avoid poaching, lest they lose a hand for it. I climbed onto my stool and seated myself, now capable of doing so unaided. Briss noticed me and promptly brought my meal. "Hello, dear." I truly don't understand why you're so intent on becoming a knight. Couldn't you choose a less perilous profession? I wish to grow strong so I can protect everyone. At these words, she smiled, handed me the food, and remarked, "The heavens must favor you, ensuring you'll have meat with every meal henceforth." It was a stew of venison, carrots, and a vegetable resembling yam. Delicious, the finest fare I've tasted here. I devoured it immediately, though I longed for potatoes. Alas, neither potatoes nor rice exist in this place. The past month of training has been nothing short of a nightmare. Yet I've begun to acclimate. 2 hours of strength training, followed by 2 hours of sword drills, then a 2-hour respite, time to rest and take lunch. Then comes the intriguing segment, sparring. In the afternoon sessions, I train alongside the older children, typically 2 or 3 years my senior. I've won some, lost others, but I am improving. Now, I've even bested one who once defeated me. Yet I feel I can no longer continue like this, not because it is arduous, but because it yields diminishing returns. I require time to hone my magic, and I yearn to study smithing. I've always admired forging shows on television, longing to try, but never finding the time. Archery, too, calls to me. Ser Roderick has instructed me in it, though only sporadically. As I grow, I need greater liberty with my time. Thus, after today's afternoon training, I sought him out. "Ser Roderick, might I ask you something?" "Speak, lad. Might I reduce my training hours?" "Why? Is it too difficult?" "No, but there are other things I wish to learn, many things to understand. I need time for them." "And what is it you wish to learn?" "Ah, archery, blacksmithing, hunting, reading, writing, and so many other pursuits." "Ha! You desire a multitude of things. But would it not be wiser to master one craft rather than dabble in many? For ordinary folk, perhaps. But you know I am no ordinary soul. Having observed all the children older than myself, I recognize that I am different. You speak reason, yet the elders have commanded me to train you diligently. We must seek his permission, but I do not wish to spend my days solely practicing swordsmanship." He grew stern and said, "Young man, do not forget who you are and to whom you speak. We may grant you some leeway, but do not presume arrogance." The following day, I saw the Lord inspecting the grounds and hurried to bow before him. "Ah, young Emil, how fare you, my child? How goes your training?" "Very well, my lord. I have been practicing swordsmanship with great diligence. Ser Roderick can attest to that." Ser Roderick nodded approvingly. "My lord, if it pleases you, I would request more freedom to manage my own time." At this, he appeared disappointed, even sorrowful. "Did you not once plead for me to grant you the chance to become a knight? Do you now seek to idle your way into knighthood?" "No, my lord. I do not ask for time to laze about. I ask for time to learn and train in other pursuits." "What other pursuits?" "Such as archery, blacksmithing, hunting, reading, and writing, my lord." He looked astonished, gazing intently into my eyes before saying, "I consent, but on one condition. You must not neglect your swordsmanship. Roderick will watch your progress closely. Should your skill with the blade falter, I shall forbid all else." "Yes, thank you, my lord." Having received the answer I sought, I bowed deeply, expressed my gratitude once more, and took my leave. Roderick turned to the Lord and asked, "By indulging him thus, are we not spoiling the boy?" "My lord, he may be a child, yet most often he does not behave as one. More importantly, he meets my gaze without fear." Roderick, perplexed, inquired, "My lord, you know my own sons dare not look me in the eye, yet he does so unflinchingly. He harbors no fear of grown men. Have you ever heard him whine or complain of childish grievances?" "Now that you mention it, no, my lord. He has never done such things." "Precisely. Were we to restrain him, he would not hesitate to slip away and pursue his own desires. Such is his boldness. You cannot clutch a bird too tightly, lest you smother it. One must hold it just so, comforted and secure, so that when the time comes to open your hand, it does not fly away." Chapter 6. Saving the Raven, I obtained what I desired, a sliver of freedom to pursue my own endeavors. First and foremost, I needed to master reading and writing in the common tongue, whose letters and linguistic structure bore no resemblance to English. Thus, I sought out Maester Lewin of Winterfell. I had to venture to the Maester's tower to request his tutelage, though an inexplicable unease gnawed at me. Nevertheless, I resolved to try. If he refused, I would find another way. Leaving my chambers, I made my way to his domain, the Maester's tower, nestled between the kitchens, the bell tower, and the Hunter S gate in the eastern quarter of Winterfell. Ascending the steps at a measured pace, I arrived at his door. Upon knocking, a weary yet dignified voice beckoned me inside. There sat a man in his 60s, gaunt and frail, his body betraying the toll of time. Yet his eyes retained an undimmed sharpness, a testament to a mind still as keen as ever. "What brings you here, boy?" "Maester Lewin, might you teach me to read and write?" "No, child. My duties are already overwhelming. I scarcely have time to scratch my head." "Then could you at least transcribe the alphabet for me? Demonstrate the pronunciation of the letters? And, if possible, lend me a primer you use for teaching?" "Please, Maester." "Spare but a few minutes for this?" "Very well. 1 hour. After that, trouble me no further with such requests." Within that hour, he instructed me in deciphering letters and forming sentences. Though only 60 minutes had passed, it felt like 5. I had not yet mastered literacy, but I now grasped the sounds of the alphabet. I resolved to attain fluency in reading within weeks. Already fluent in speech, armed with knowledge of the letters, I discerned its essence, not so different from English after all. Roderick and I had devised a training regimen. I needed to structure my days wisely. 3 hours of swordsmanship, 1 of physical conditioning, and 2 of sparring left me with 8 hours of leisure. Until I achieved literacy, I intended to dedicate at least 2 hours daily to study. Factoring in necessary rest, that left roughly 5 unclaimed hours. How should I employ this time? I required 8 to 10 hours of sleep, still growing as I was. Should I take up smithing? No, too young and weak to handle metal. Archery and magical practice, then. I nearly forgot. I ought to spend time with Rob, fostering friendship. It would prove useful later. Thus, I decided to devote an hour or 2 to companionship with him. I might never be his closest confidant, but I would strive to be a trusted one. Next, I headed to the archery range beside the broken tower, once the tallest structure in the castle. It had been struck by lightning long ago. Upon arrival, I selected a training bow and arrows, crude weapons, hardly of fine make. They were somewhat aged and weathered, yet they served their purpose well. Roderick had taught me the fundamentals of archery, though he dismissed it as a true martial art, merely a weapon for common soldiers in war or hunting. He believed knights should be acquainted with its use, but deemed mastery a frivolous pursuit. My perspective diverged entirely. In the hands of a knight, or any trained individual, a fine longbow or composite bow could be lethally effective. I favored the latter, though none were available here. Instead, they possessed simple short bows and longbows. The short bow, the army's primary ranged weapon, was favored for its ease of crafting and affordability. With a range of roughly 45 to 140 meters, the longbow and composite bow shared comparable ranges, though the latter edged slightly farther. The key distinction lay in mobility. A longbow could not be wielded on horseback, nor while moving. Yet its construction was far simpler than that of a composite bow, its sole advantage. Longbows were fashioned from lengthy timber, while composite bows required sinew, horn, and glue. The composite bow could strike true at 180 to 190 meters, with an arched range extending to 370. Longbows typically spanned 2 meters, whereas composite bows measured a mere 90 centimeters. Observing others craft them did not equate to mastery. I would need considerable time to hone the art of bow-making before attempting a composite bow. Thus, I began training at the archery range for 2 hours daily, dedicating the remainder to solitary magical practice in my chambers. This regimen persisted for 2 months. Within a month, I learned to read, a skill I relished, amplified by the 5-fold experience boost. Thereafter, I devoted time to reading and writing, predominantly the former. Once literate, I spent 2 hours each day in Winterfell's library. When I first petitioned Lord Stark for access, skepticism colored his gaze. He tested me, and upon my fluent recitation of the text he provided, he granted permission. The library was a trove of knowledge, history, herbology, medicine, existing technologies, and more: dragons, giants, forest spirits, and the tangible reality of magic. I immersed myself in the world's religions, previously unaware of the great weirwood with its crimson visage within Winterfell. I now yearned to behold it. Since learning of the Godswood, I had longed to visit. It lay on the castle's far side, enclosed within Winterfell's sprawling 10-acre walls. A vast fortress, Yet I gleaned from tomes and tales that even grander citadels dotted the continent. I found the grove without difficulty, nestled within the castle's inner walls, a small, walled forest within a fortress. Upon entering, I sensed the faint but unmistakable hum of magic. Training here would yield greater rewards than my chambers ever could. Thus, whenever time permitted, I returned to the godswood, settling near the heart tree to weave the elements, gently, ever so gently. I shall confine my elemental training to wind and earth, practicing manipulation from a distance, so that if witnessed, these phenomena might be attributed to the old gods. Though incapable of forming earthen spheres at such range, I can induce subtle tremors in the ground. My current effective radius extends to 10 meters. While not yet a practical spell, even the mightiest boulder begins as a pebble. Now I can fashion spheres of 10 centimeters. Upon returning to my chambers, I took the blue crystal in hand, sensing its proximity as I sought to establish connection. My current attributes stand thus: magical potency, 28 units, swiftness, 1, 2 units, physical strength, 1 units through trials with servants, having 10 individuals attempt to drag me via rope while I resisted. Their strength averaged 5 units. Roderick proved exceptional at 9 units, nearly sending me airborne with his pull, though none employed their full lethal capacity. Within the godwood, common folk came upon me during their prayers. The sudden gales and shifting earth terrified them into fleeing, some nearly soiling themselves in fright. Today's encounter prompted my departure. Yet at the forest's edge, I witnessed a grim tableau. 2 ravens defending their nest against a serpent. The snake, likely the venomous yellow-tailed variety from the library's bestiary, lay coiled upon a branch in lethal patience. The raven's wing beats proved futile deterrents. Both bore wounds, but if my identification held true, poison already coursed through their veins. As predicted, their movements grew sluggish. One launched a desperate assault joined by its mate, only for the serpent to sink fangs deep this time, constricting its prey. The struggle dislodged the nest. I sprinted, catching the falling cradle with its 2 fledglings, their gray plumage unlike their raven parents. Above, the combatants reached their inevitable end. The snake slain, its killer blinded, both destined to perish. Cradling the nest, I pondered, what fate awaits you now? Abandonment means starvation or predation. Your guardians lie dead. I possess no avian rearing knowledge. Would worms sustain you? Uncertain. Then came revelation. Maester Luwin keeps ravens. He might know if survival's possible. Should he affirm, I'll attempt your salvation. I began making my way toward the Maester's tower. As I approached, Maester Luwin was just emerging, heading in the opposite direction. I called out to him loudly to catch his attention. Maester Luwin, could you spare a moment? I inquired respectfully as I drew near. Maester, I've discovered these raven fledglings. Their parents have perished. Might we raise them? He regarded me thoughtfully before responding. Why do you wish to save them? I pity them, I explained. If I possess the means to aid them, should I not do what is right? Before anything else, he began, you must understand one crucial matter. Raven fledglings require warmth. They are nearly featherless, and the scant plumage they do possess offers little protection against the cold. You must keep them warm with heated stones until their feathers fully develop. As for sustenance, they cannot consume hard food. They need soft, moist nourishment, such as mashed insects, caterpillars, or eggs. You must feed them whenever they beg, and this must be done hourly from dawn till dusk. Exercise caution to prevent them from choking during feeding. It will take 5 to 7 weeks before they grow strong enough to fly and hunt on their own. They will not reach maturity for another 3 years. Do you have any further questions? No. Thank you for your wisdom, Maester. Chapter 7. Acquiring a familiar after conversing with Maester Luwin. I wandered through the streets and alleys in search of smooth roadside stones before returning to my chamber. I placed the fledglings upon the table and lined their nest with tattered scraps I had gathered from the kitchen. Selecting several stones, I cast a flame spell upon them. Once they grew sufficiently heated, I arranged them beneath and around the nest to preserve its warmth until a more permanent solution could be devised. I then ventured out to dig for worms, and during my search, I discovered 2 large slabs of stone, one half the size of the other, which I set aside. In the damp soil, I unearthed a pail-less worth of worms, a task that consumed nearly an hour. Upon returning to my quarters, I was met with chaos. The two fledglings were wailing with all their might. Taking half the worms, I crushed them with the mortar I had purchased. Using a slender sliver of wood, flattened to a width of 1 centimeter, I fashioned a makeshift spoon to feed the chicks until their desperate cries subsided. Once silence reclaimed the room, I positioned the stone slabs upon the table. With an earth spell, I reshaped them slightly, molding them into a broad bowl to cradle the nest, ensuring it would not shift or collapse as the birds moved within. Then, I heated the larger slab until it seared with heat before placing the smaller, bowl-shaped stone atop it, a gentler warmth for the fledglings' comfort. Now, all that remained was the cycle of heating, feeding, and cleaning their ways for a month or two. A delightful prospect, was it not? I knew this was excessive labor for two foolish birds, yet their parents had perished before my eyes, leaving them orphaned. I felt compelled to do this, as though I had no choice. They were alone in this world, with no one to turn to when weary or afraid. Perhaps I was absurd for thinking so, but the conviction remained. For weeks had passed since I began tending to them. Now, fully feathered, they required less warmth, though I still heated the stones. Yes, I had named them. One bore a streak of white feathers, forming a delicate V-shape from its crown down to its beak. Its plumage a rich, deep blue. Smaller than its sibling, I deemed it the younger sister, a female, as the maester confirmed, while the larger one was male. Thus, they became the elder brother and the little sister. He was named Erebus. The little sister was called Poe. Erebus's coloring differed, black as the night itself. Yet he, too, bore white feathers. Those were nestled at the joints of his folded wings. Erebus was something of fiend, ever eager to snap at me or anything that drew near. Poe, however, was gentler, refraining from aggression and less provoked. I have decided to utilize them for my familiar binding training as well. I am confident that within 1 or 2 months, I shall forge a sufficient magical connection, and by then, or perhaps even sooner, the ravens will have mastered flight. Raising them has proven quite the challenge, for they require feeding every hour until sunset, compelling me to scurry about ceaselessly for an entire month. This relentless sprinting has increased my speed to 1. 4. I suppose I can endure another month of this. But if you fail to take wing by then, Erebus, I might very well stew you for supper, though I shall spare Poe. She is a good girl. She does not bite her father. Isn't that right, my dear? I stroke Poe gently with my fingers. Snap! Wretched girl. Here in the Godswood. 2 weeks have passed. The ravens have begun to grasp the rudiments of flight, though their attempts last mere seconds before they tumble onto their feathered backsides. These past weeks have been nothing short of a nightmare. My reserves of stamina and patience are nearly depleted. If they do not learn swiftly, I shall have to pause this training and rest. During meditation, I sense my magical energy rise from 29.8 to 30. When I open my eyes, nearly an hour had passed. It was time to return. Rising to my feet, I began my walk back, surveying the surrounding flora, identifying the herbs and weeds I recognized. Lately, I've spent more time in the library, allowing my body some respite. There, I discovered a compendium on northern herbs and learned that most earthly plants bear the same names here, though, of course, many remain unfamiliar. There is always more to learn. It has been an exhausting day. Evening approaches, the sunlight shifting from bright gold to dusky orange, casting elongated shadows against Winterfell as 30-meter-high walls. Upon entering my chamber, I collapsed onto the bed, weary to the bone. Something felt amiss. The usual cacophony of hungry cries was absent. Sitting up, I glanced at the table. The nest was empty. A quick scan of the room confirmed they were nowhere inside. I checked the window shutters. They remained securely fastened. Then, a faint caw. I turned. This cannot be real. You wretched little murderous fiends. Somehow, these two devils managed to unlatch the cage and devour the little bird named Blue. No wonder they hadn't begged for food. They were already glutted. I had heard ravens could solve simple puzzles, but I never imagined they could manipulate a bolt lock. Clearly, I underestimated them. Retrieving the culprits from the cage, I surveyed the gruesome scene. Erebus spread his wings and cawed defiantly at me. Was this insolent creature challenging me? Inside the cage, the carnage was horrifying, scattered blue and white feathers. Barely anything left of poor Blue. I suppose I shall miss you, in a way. Truthfully, I never considered you a pet, merely a tool for honing my magic. Had you survived, I would not have killed you, but passed you on to another. I tidied up and discarded the cage, for it had become unnecessary. Cradling Bo in my hands, I commenced the familiar binding incantation, a gradual process akin to constructing a bridge brick by diminutive brick. When met with resistance from the other side, greater magical exertion becomes requisite. Bo exhibited slight reluctance, though not excessively so. Despite 6 or 7 weeks of nurturing, she remained fundamentally wild. At least she didn't oppose the bond. My magical reserves dwindled to a mere sliver, perhaps 1 or 2 units remaining. The connection hovered at my fingertips, tantalizingly close, yet just beyond reach. Concentrating once more, I channeled my remaining energy in a final push. I knew it would succeed. The instant my last vestige of magic dissipated, my vision flooded with white. Before me loomed a face of human proportions, though my unfocused eyes struggled to discern it clearly. Closing my eyes, I inhaled deeply to steady myself. Upon reopening them, I beheld an enormous raven, Bo, now my equal in size. Or had I diminished to hers? My head throbbed with disorientation. We mirrored each other, tilting heads, raising limbs in synchrony. Through our bond, I sensed her boundless curiosity toward me, the chamber, the slivered light seeping through the blinds. Her yearning for unfettered flight resonated within me. When consciousness returned, sunlight filtered through the blind's narrow gaps. Rising, I parted them to observe the sun positioned east of the castle. Returning to my quarters at dusk, I tested our connection. Success thrummed between us. Bo's presence confirmed my 12-hour magical exhaustion coma. Now bonded, what possibilities might this familiar unlock? The thought barely formed before Bo cocked her head, cawed, then flapped clumsily onto my shoulder. As we departed, Erebus voiced his disapproval with raucous cries. The godswood called to me, an ideal sanctuary for solitary practice. While most congregated near the heart tree, I sought the forest periphery by the curtain wall. Elemental spells surfaced instinctively during meditation, their linguistic origins still mysterious. Placing Bo upon a weathered stone, I focused on our tether, a bidirectional conduit. Though commands could be issued, her compliance remained volitional. The connection hummed with mutual awareness, delicate yet profound. She possesses the capacity to refuse or resist commands she finds objectionable. This, too, is intertwined with the strength of our wills. For mine is the more indomitable. Her defiance can only extend so far against my directives. Should I seize the ethereal tether binding us, I could compel her to my bidding. Yet such coercion would strain the fragile cord, risking its severance. Kindness nurtures this connection, fortifying its resilience, while tyranny weakens its delicate fibers. Now I begin to comprehend the nature of this bond, its arcane applications unfolding before me. Through sorcery, I can sense my familiar's whereabouts. Were I to amplify its reach across leagues, it would serve as an invaluable scouting enchantment. This bond bestows upon me an augmentation. My vision sharpens, as though the horizon has doubled in clarity. Emboldened, I ventured further, projecting my consciousness along the tether. I beheld through her eyes. Ah, how profoundly unsettling. For the first time in this existence, I gazed upon my own visage, black as a raven's wing. My hair lay in disarray, an unkempt nest. Unsurprising, given my habitual neglect. No comb had ever graced these tangled locks. Perhaps it is time I tended to myself with greater care. My eyes gleamed silver, set within a pallid countenance, blinking, yet moving as though in a somnambulant trance. I found the house deserted. Testing her wings, flight came unnaturally, yet instinctively. But weakness soon betrayed them. Weariness set in swiftly. Alighting upon a branch, I perceived her discomfort, her consciousness recoiling. Thus I severed the link. Darkness reclaimed me, and I returned to my own flesh. Chapter 8. Conflict. I began to wonder if I could share only her vision while retaining my own. Would it be possible to forge a connection with Bo without turning into a mindless husk? That would be ideal, but for now, such a feat remained beyond my grasp. Once I returned home, I intended to attempt binding with Erebus as well. Since I was already here, I might as well practice my elemental magic. Nearly all my spells had grown lethally potent. The elemental orbs I conjured now measured around 20 centimeters in diameter, though my ice and earth orbs barely reached 15. This discrepancy arose from their denser composition. Still, the earth orb, or as I prefer to call it, the earth bullet, remained my most formidable spell. When I hurled one at a sturdy tree, it left a deep crater in the trunk. If I infused it with rotation, it could embed stones into the bark. I hadn't yet mastered shaping it into a spike, but I could now impart a slight spin. Rotating the projectile demanded additional mana, 6 points per cast. With my current reserve of 31, I could unleash 5 earth bullets or 6 of any other spell. As for my other incantations, the wind spell remained the weakest, though it was no longer useless. It couldn't kill, but it could repel. One evening, as I returned from the library, a stray dog lunged at me from the bushes. Startled, I instinctively summoned a gust that sent the creature tumbling back. It yelped and fled as if kicked. The lightning spell, however, I reserved for close combat. Once when I attempted to cast it at a distance, the bolt arced downward. Had I been walking, it would have struck my own foot. In melee, it proved devastating. I suspected it could incapacitate a youth, though whether it would fell a grown man remained uncertain. Now that I no longer wasted time digging for worms to feed my ravens, I could refocus on my physical and swordsmanship training. Over the past 2 months, I had neglected them, but now I rededicated myself. I had promised Lord Stark I wouldn't forsake the blade. Though my practice had waned, the skill granting 5-fold experience ensured I still progressed. I was no squire yet, but Roderick claimed that if I continued improving, he might take me on in a few years. At 6, I was young, yet I could best 10-year-old squires in pure technique. Against 12-year-olds, I held my own in swordplay, though their superior strength and speed, 2 and 2, 0 respectively, overwhelmed my own, 1, 5 and 1, 6. I knew those were their limits. After every spar, they gasped like winded horses, staring at me with mingled fear and envy. You might ask what I was doing during these bouts. I was on the ground, beaten like a dog. I truly cannot comprehend how, in all the novels I've read on Earth, a child could defeat an adult. If they were using magic, I might understand. If they came at me one by one, I could probably kill 6 adults with the magical abilities I possess. But defeating them without magic is simply impossible. I can't even best a 12-year-old, let alone a grown man. It's been a year since I arrived here. If I tally all the time spent training with swords, multiplied by my 5-fold skill, it amounts to roughly 500 to 500 hours, equivalent to about 5 years of experience. Typically, a knight is bestowed their title after 10 to 15 years of swordsmanship training. Most are nobles who begin practicing with blades at 5 or 6 years old. However, I've heard that in the southern regions, many train only for self-defense. Only the lower nobility, second sons, or so-called spare heirs dedicate themselves to martial swordsmanship for war. As I was returning to my chambers, 6 boys around 10 years old surrounded me. At their center stood Harris Moran, a squire from Winterfell. They weren't of particularly high birth, but neither were they commoners. One might call them minor nobility. Granted surnames and banners, yet no lands to rule, after generations of service. Those who prove capable might be awarded a fortress. Look what we have here, a freakish abomination and a commoner who doesn't know his place, one sneered. I sighed. What could noble squires possibly want from this humble swordsman? Listen to how he says noble squires with such arrogance. I despise that smug face of yours. You'll never have it. Harris looked bewildered. What do you mean, I'll never have it? Feigning hurt, I replied, you'll never possess my handsome face. I know you're jealous, but what can I do? Your mother only looked at pigs' backsides while carrying you. Ask her why she did that. It's not my fault you resemble swine. At first, he didn't grasp my meaning. There's something almost endearing about children trying to act like adults, though it's tragic when you consider why they're here. They don't understand hatred. It's taught by parents and elders. Targeting commoner children who outperform nobles isn't their own idea. These aren't words a child would naturally speak. They must have learned such talk from the adults around them. Still, I'll discipline them thoroughly. Feeling sympathy doesn't mean I'll let them push me around like a rag. I knew this day would come, the moment I started surpassing noble squires, so I never leave my room without a wooden sword. Gripping the hilt, I waited for them to strike first. Finally, Harris seemed to realize what I'd called him. Attack, he bellowed. At least break one of his arms. I commanded bow to alight upon a branch, then swiftly unsheathed my wooden blade. Among the 6 children, for were unacquainted with me, likely to underestimate a commoner child of 6 winters. Yet I had observed their sparring in the training yard. The true challenge lay with Harris and another squire, whose name eluded me. Thus I dubbed him Grunay. Having crossed blades with them before, they would not dismiss me lightly. Harris and his companion lingered at the rear, refraining from an immediate charge. They would likely bide their time, awaiting my entanglement with the other 4 before striking from my blind spot or encircling me. To be surrounded would spell my defeat. I lunged toward the leftmost foe, feigning an assault from the right. At the last instant, I sidestepped left, evading his clumsy swing, then struck his neck with my hilt, felling him. 1 down, 5 remained. As he crumpled, another swung on my right flank, but I had anticipated this. Retreating a step, I thrust toward his abdomen. The impact stole his breath, yet the motion left me exposed. An error. This was my first battle against multiple adversaries. The misstep robbed me of evasion or parry. Blocking was my sole recourse. Though I despised it, blocking relied on brute strength. Though I possessed the might of a 9-year-old, these were no ordinary children. Their strength surpassed mine, ranging between 7 and 9, yet they were sluggish, their speed a mere 3 to 5. Only 2 had been swifter, and I had already felled them, hence my initial strike. Unable to evade the next blow, I braced against it. The force staggered me, upsetting my balance. Another assailant ready to strike toward my torso, but I rolled backward, unexpected, causing him to overextend, stumble over a fallen comrade, and crash to the earth. As I rolled, I palmed a handful of sand, concealed it, then fled. Coward! They jeered. Come back. Coward? 6 against 1. Who were the true cowards? You hypocrites? Glancing back, I saw they dared not pursue into the alley. Not entirely witless, then. Provocation was needed. All know the stark words, winter is coming, but for your house. Honor is not without numbers. Or can none of you fight alone? A pause. I've a better one. You're but an ugly little pig. Perfect, no? Harris the hog? His face twisted swinishly the next instant. In his fury, he forgot his opponent, charging heedlessly. Thus, I thanked him for his contribution. He sought to leverage his strength. Unsurprising, given his lopsided stats. 1, 9 in strength, a pitiful 1. 3 in speed. So sluggish, his might meant little. With a swift downward stroke of his staff, I deftly parried his assault, redirecting the 4 sideways. Stepping forward, I gripped my wooden sword with one hand and struck squarely between his eyes with the hilt, landing precisely upon the bridge of his nose. A pained cry escaped his lips, yet my task remained unfinished, for he still stood. I delivered a sharp blow behind his knee. Another shriek pierced the air as he crumpled to the ground. Then, driving my knee upward, I struck his face once more, that same vulnerable spot upon his nose. This time he fell completely. In that moment of distraction, I failed to notice Grunt, circling to my left while I was occupied with Harris. With no time to evade, I raised my guard once more. His strength matched Harris's. Both possessed formidable might. The impact tore the skin from my hand, drawing blood. By the grace of the old gods, I had shifted my grip beforehand, sparing my dominant hand. I was not yet ambidextrous. My left remained my favorite side. Yet the force of his strike sent me reeling, slamming me against the alley wall with a thunderous crash. Pain flared, promising bruises to come. As he charged again, the moment I realized I would not fall, but collide with the wall, I reached into my pocket and flung sand into his face. The grit tore at my wounded hand, but it blinded him. Seizing the advantage, I struck low, hitting him where it hurt most. His eyes rolled white, his mouth forming a perfect O of shock, almost comical. As he collapsed, the remaining 3 exchanged glances and fled. My heart hammered violently in my chest. Exhaustion and pain weighed upon me. Though my body was sturdy for my age, I was still but a child of 6, prone to bruises and injury. No matter how fiercely I trained, my endurance remained lacking. Weariness consumed me. Stumbling to a water source, I cleansed my wounded hand before retreating to my quarters. Filling an iron bucket, I boiled water, then waited for it to cool before meticulously tending to my injuries. Foreseeing such wounds, I had gathered garlic and honey from the kitchen. Applying them carefully, I wrapped the wound in clean cloth and let exhaustion claim me. Chapter 9. Confrontation and punishment boom. Boom, boom, boom. The door shuddered violently before being flung open. Both the ravens and I startled from our places. A Winterfell guard stood at the threshold. Emil Dracier, you're coming with us. The Lord awaits. What has happened? We know not. We act on orders. Only that Lord Stark commanded your presence in his chambers. Upon arrival, the truth unfolded before me. Harris and his lackeys stood there alongside their fathers. All four bore bruises, but Harris fared the worst, his nose crooked, mottled in shades of crimson and violet. The one whose groin I had struck could not stand, so he sat slumped. From the murmurs around me, I learned his name, Wolferent, a Stark household guard. Lord Stark's gaze settled upon me. You stand accused of ambushing and assaulting noble-born children today. What say you? A lie, my lord. They were the ambushers, the aggressors. You lying gutter rat. Snarled Manferent, father. You expect us to believe a common street urchin bested 6 armed squires, twice his age, without treachery? This is farce. Another father bellowed. Who should we trust? You, or 6 squires who swear you only prevailed by ambush? Were I 10, I retorted, I could thrash them blindfolded, one-handed. The only reason those 2 fled is that I am but 6. Chaos erupted. Shouts filled the air as they lunged toward me. Silence. Lord Stark's roar carved the room into stillness. He exhaled sharply, studying me for long moments before turning to the other boys. Rising, he met each of their eyes, his voice a blade of wrath. Did he ambush you, or did you ambush him? Speak truth now, and you shall go unpunished. Lie, and if the truth surfaces, my judgment will be merciless. My lord, one lackey stammered, we ambushed no one. We were merely wandering the castle when he sprang from a dark alley, attacking us with a wooden sword. A guard then presented my blood-stained practice blade. What say you to this evidence? Lord Stark demanded. Deceit, my lord. I defeated them, but only after they barred my path and sought to break my arm, a swordsman's arm. Should I have yielded? If they speak true, let them swear it upon their ancestors' names and souls. Impudent whelp, a father spat. You dare demand oaths from your betters? When they ambushed me, then wept beneath my blade. They were no betters of mine. The instant the words left my lips, I knew I had committed a grievous error, yet it was far too late to retract them. Slap! A massive hand struck me with a backhanded blow, sending me sprawling to the ground. My ears rang with a deafening hum, and the metallic tang of blood flooded my mouth. My inner cheek had likely been torn. Forgive my insolence, my lord, I managed, though my voice trembled. But even if you favor him, a commoner must never address noble children, or nobles themselves, in such a manner. The lord shook his head in displeasure, but remained silent. After a few measured steps, he finally spoke, conceding that while his words may have been harsh, his demand for an oath was not unreasonable. At that moment, Roderick roared, You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Grown men, bullying and demanding 10 lashes as punishment for a child of 6. Chaos erupted once more. Silence. The Lord commanded, I shall render judgment only after hearing the oaths of all the children. One of Horus's lackeys stepped forward and swore, By my ancestors and their souls. I speak the truth. It was he who ambushed us. As soon as the oath left his lips, the curtains in the solar burst open with a violent gust of wind, while the hearth flames surged to thrice their height. Gasps of astonishment and terror rippled through the room. The second boy repeated his oath, and again, the same phenomenon occurred. Bang! Whoosh! Now, some of them looked as though they might soil themselves. Even Lord Stark appeared bewildered. When the third boy opened his mouth to speak, the eerie spectacle repeated itself once more. With a cry of terror, the boy collapsed to his knees, burying his face in his arms. No, no, no. We lied. We lied. Forgive us, ancestors. We ambushed him. We had clubs. Spare us. He wept and begged for mercy. Though the display had drained the last of my magic, it was worth it. I adore magic. As the boy continued his frantic confession, the faces of the noblemen twisted in dismay, and hushed whispers spread among them. Roderick, his voice thick with fury, bellowed, Now we see the true nobility of your arrogant sons. Henceforth, I forbid them from training with my group. I care not who instructs them. How dare you tarnish the honor of the Stark Guards? I had foolishly assumed that one confession would suffice, but I was sorely mistaken. One of the fathers declared, Even if he did not ambush them, the fact remains, he is no squire, merely a common recruit who dared strike noble-born pages. Such an act cannot go unpunished. We shall discipline our sons for their lies, my lord, but he must also face justice. The law decrees that striking a noble warrants no less than 10 lashes. Roderick's face flushed crimson as he unleashed another tirade. Assault is a crime punishable by the lash, but lying to one's lord? Which is graver? To deceive your lord is treason, and treason's penalty is death. Should we behead them? The faces of all the children turned ashen with fear. They began to turn around, their expressions filled with dread as they gazed upon their father. Vayen Poole, the steward of Winterfell, approached the lord and said, "My lord, I believe the children should not witness the remainder of this dispute. Shall we escort them from the chamber?" Lord Stark observed the terrified children and replied, "Very well. Let them wait outside." As we departed the room, one of the fathers began shouting at Roderick. Eddard Stark's perspective. "How dare you call our children traitors? No. How dare you? You attempted to murder a child simply because he possessed more talent than all your offspring combined. Can you not rise above your selfish desires? Can you not see that if we train him properly, he may become the next Arthur Dayne in service to House Stark? My lord, if we do not punish the other children, then neither should we punish him. This is a wretched mess. Emil often behaves with maturity, and I forget he is but 6 years old. Why did he fight them? He should have fled or bowed his head, giving them no reason to strike until he was capable of standing his ground. I do not wish to punish any child, yet if I do not discipline him, the lesser nobles will be discontent. If I punish only him, nobles like Roderick will also be aggrieved. Thus, I must penalize both sides, though in a manner that makes it seem Emil has suffered the harsher sentence. I rose from my chair and declared, "I have decided their punishment." "Them? My lord, you mean all of them are to be punished?" "Indeed, it is true that Emil assaulted those of noble birth. It is also true that your children lied to me under oath, and they were the ones who sought to maim him. I shall be lenient, for they are all still young. This is my judgment. They shall be confined to their quarters for a month. As for the commoner, Emil Drazer, he shall receive the same punishment, with one distinction. He shall be permitted only 2 meals a day, consisting of bread and water, and nothing more." Some among them appeared displeased, yet they nodded as if attempting to convince themselves this was the outcome they desired. I then said, "Now, all but Roderick shall return to your duties. You are dismissed." Turning to the guards at the door, I commanded, "Bring Emil inside." Main character's perspective, when the guards summoned me. I entered the chamber as the nobles were filing out of the solar, sneering at me. It seemed they had gotten what they wanted. I stood before the Lord's table, Roderick positioned beside it. The Lord asked, "Do you know what you have done wrong?" "I do not, my lord. I was only defending myself." "No, you did not defend yourself. Had you done so, you would have retreated after defending." "My lord, they sought to break my arm. I cannot simply stand there and endure their blows. No one expected you to endure, but I believed you were clever. It seems I was mistaken." He slammed his palm upon the table and rose to his feet, bellowing at me with thunderous fury, "You are not yet a squire. You stand unequal to them. Do you not comprehend? Under no circumstances may you strike nobility. It seems I've spoiled you with indulgence for your talents, forgetting your tender years. This is among the world's cruelest flaws, that I sometimes forget this realm operates under aristocratic rule." My blood boiled with indignation, for I was to suffer a punishment my conscience deemed unjust, though other nobles would doubtless consider it lenient. "You shall endure a month's confinement, not a step beyond your chamber, and only 2 meager meals of bread and water each day. Now go, reflect upon your transgressions." I clenched my fists so tightly I felt my nails bite into my palms. My fury burned not toward the Lord or any other, but inward at my own frailty. I am too weak, but I will show them all. I shall ascend to the highest summit within my reach. Eddard Stark's perspective. Roderick. "Yes, my lord." "Eddard, how skilled were those 6 boys for their age?" "Roderick, I'd reckon them among the top 10, my lord." "Eddard, huh?" A mirthless laugh escaped him. "A child of 6 left 6 squires, trained for 4 or 5 years, writhing in defeat." "Huh, Roderick, I find myself eagerly anticipating what this boy will achieve in the coming decade. Truly, I wish to witness it. Roderick, I entrust this child to you. Do not fail me. And What was the name of that maid who tended to a mere after his mother's passing? Roderick. She is called Briss, my lord. Eddard, summon her at once. Chapter 10. The Lord's Care. Eddard Stark's perspective. When Roderick and a maid enter my study, I leaned against the wall, gazing into the hearth. They waited for me to speak. The boy must grow up like a true northerner. Should I revoke my permission for his other pursuits? Would his swordsmanship not benefit more? Roderick, do you know what Emil does in his free time? I have seen him playing with your sons, my lord, and practicing archery in the yard. Beyond that, he is often found in the Godswood or the library. Then the maid raised her hand, and I gestured for her to speak. My lord, I have sometimes seen him in his chambers, playing with his ravens. He has ravens? Yes, my lord. He found them in the Godswood as fledglings and raised them. Hearing this, I thought, he is still a child, and children need time to play. I seated myself at my desk and regarded the maid. I have punished Emil. He is to be confined to his chambers for a month. During this time, he shall have only 2 meals a day, bread and water. Delivering his meals will be your responsibility. You may not delegate this task. It is your foremost duty this month. And of course, no one will inspect the bread to see if it contains meat. Her eyes widened in surprise as I finished. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Protagonist perspective. When I reached my chambers, soldiers stood guard outside, barring my departure. From now on, I must be prepared. I was naive to believe that talent alone would suffice. No. In this world, status determines ability, and status begets power. Thus, I must ascend higher. But I must begin somewhere. This realization struck me. I cannot be content with merely excelling in swordsmanship. I must master everything I undertake. I must be the best in all things. I must grow powerful swiftly. And what grants me the greatest strength is not the sword, but magic. I must strive harder. Yet there is a complication. The dominant faith of this land, the worship of the Seven, condemns magic as the work of demons. Therefore, I must conceal myself with care. Until I am certain I can defend myself against them, I dare not wield magic openly. For a month, I cannot train in the Godswood, but I still possess my most unremarkable skill, infinite training. It is a void for meters by 4 meters, empty of all but possibility. At least there, I may cast any spell I desire, and none shall know. But first I must reach Erebus. I approached it, attempting to take it into my hands, only for it to snap at me. Hey, don't be such a bastard. Today has been wretched enough. I shouted angrily. It stared back, wings spread, cawing in challenge. Very well, then I shall not play with you. I shall only play with Bo. Come, Bo, let us play. I rose from my chair and sat upon the bed with Bo, amusing ourselves together. Since my back was turned to Erebus, it could observe nothing. And ravens are creatures of great sociability and curiosity. As it drew near, I stood and moved to the opposite side of the chamber, ignoring it entirely and focusing solely on Bo. Had I attempted to seize it by force to forge a connection, it would have resisted. My magical reserves were insufficient to impose such a bond. I estimated requiring at least 45 units of mana, yet possessed only 31. For 2 or 3 hours, I persisted in this manner, much to Erebus' growing vexation. Ravens are remarkably intelligent creatures. I recall hearing in some documentary that their intellect rivals that of a 2-year-old child. Eventually, Erebus approached, tugging at my garments to demand attention. I turned to it and extended my hand once more. This time, it stepped forward and alighted upon my palm. Then, cradling it between both hands, I began the binding ritual. The flow of magic felt smoother now, as though I understood precisely what to do and when. The 5-fold experience skill is truly a blessing. It is as though I have performed countless bindings before. I even comprehend why the first attempt consumed so much time and mana. At least 5 units were wasted due to impatience alone. When Bo retreated, I should have allowed her a moment to adjust, but my haste only prolonged the process, draining additional mana and time to draw her back. This time, patience prevailed. The ritual concluded minutes earlier, sparing me 4 units of mana. Yet I realized something. My soul has a capacity, and I can feel it nearing its limit. There is no room left for another creature. Another revelation followed. My vision has sharpened nearly 3-fold. As I suspected, each bond bestows its own boon. The remainder of the day was devoted to honing my magical prowess. First, I trained within the dimensional space for 3 hours, the maximum daily allowance being 6. Once my mana was exhausted, I withdrew to avoid squandering that precious time. Afterward, I intended to rest briefly to replenish my reserves. Then, come evening, I would return for another 3 hours of practice, ensuring my skills did not dull. Briss entered the chamber bearing sustenance. "Dearest, are you quite well? I cannot fathom why those nobles torment you so. I feigned the innocence of a child. Truly, I know not. They have always been cruel to me." Then, as if recalling something, I added, "Perhaps it is because I bested them all." She froze for a heartbeat before adopting a grave expression. "Darling, you must never utter such words aloud. It is most unwise. I understand your anger, and you have every right to it, but you must not speak or act thus. You must pull yourself together and live your life well. Commoners like us cannot hold our heads high before the nobility. They wield all the power. If they cannot harm you directly, they will strike at those around you." She approached me, tousled my hair, and said, "Please do not do such things again. Do not confront them. You must show them respect, even if it goes against your will. Promise me you will not engage in anything perilous. I made a vow to your mother that I would look after you, and so I shall." Placing the tray she carried before me, she kissed my cheek. "If the Lord is taking care of you like this, you must have done something right. I'll collect the tray when I return for supper. Farewell." With another ruffle of my hair, she left the room. So this is how he takes care of me: stale bread and water. I took a bite of the bread and felt something juicy and chewy. Then the flavor hit me. There was meat inside. I turned the bread over, examined the bite mark, and tore it open. Concealed within was a generous portion of meat. So this is what she meant by his care. At least he retained some semblance of conscience. 1 month later, this past month, I devoted most of my training to honing my magical abilities, gaining 2 additional points of mana. I suspect my reserves are expanding because I now have 2 bonded familiars. Through experimentation, I discovered that while I cannot forge bonds with more creatures, I can exert dominance over animals. This differs from bonding. I cannot see through their eyes, issue commands remotely, or sense their presence within 100 meters. If I neglect to reinforce my control for about a week, they regain their freedom. They comprehend basic commands: attack, follow, retreat, but ravens and crows are exceptions. In certain ways, their intelligence rivals that of a child aged 2 to 4. Crows, for instance, grasp analogies, exhibit self-control, craft tools, and even engage in play, all markers of sentience. Because of this, they can respond to brief questions with nods, and I can employ them to track individuals as they recognize human faces. People have begun to regard the growing congregation of ravens and crows around the building as an ill omen. They interpret it as a sign that an ironborn or wildling attack is imminent. In the faith of the old gods, ravens are not seen as harbingers of doom, yet they are still considered omens, being carrion birds. The faith of the Seven holds that the first raven was cast into the world when the crone peered through the door of death. Some priests of the Iron Islands believe ravens serve the storm god. In short, the people of this continent possess a peculiar fascination with ravens. They are also the finest means of communication. Maester Lewin oversees correspondence between lords, and for reasons unknown, I cannot dominate his ravens. I have been using the crows and ravens to hunt small game. Even though the Lord secretly provides me with meat, 2 meals a day are insufficient. My relentless training in the chamber leaves me perpetually hungry. So at night, I dispatch the birds, and they return with prey. I possessed Erebus, stealthily pilfered a knife from the kitchen, then commanded the other birds to bring me dry wood from the sacred grove. Later, upon entering the training space, I kindled a modest fire to cook meat. Though monotonous, it was preferable to starvation. I remain perplexed as to why carbon monoxide poisoning doesn't afflict me within that realm. Initially apprehensive, I conducted a small experiment to ascertain whether dizziness would manifest within the space, yet it never did. Subsequently, I emerged and replicated the scenario in my chamber. Inhaling smoke, dizziness ensued, confirming my vulnerability to carbon monoxide beyond the training space. Having neglected elemental training with my magical reserves, I sense an impasse in their development. All my arcane energy has been expended on possession. I learned this term from the Stark children's nursemaid. Whenever I must expend my magic, I inhabit either bow or Erebus, occasionally taking flight. At times, I venture into the castle to listen to her tales. She regales Robb, Jon, and Sansa with numerous stories of the Age of Heroes, sorcery, and mythical creatures. Sansa, Robb's younger sister, is 4 years old. Before my punishment, I occasionally conversed and played with her, a sweet, obedient child who heeds Lady Catelyn's prohibitions without question. Once, during a game of hide-and-seek, she was invariably caught because she refused to run. When I inquired why, she lifted her chin and declared, "A lady never runs." Adorable beyond measure. That day, I restrained myself from pinching her plump little cheeks. Chapter 11. Daily routine in this world. People refer to druids as the Green Seers. They possess the most formidable powers a druid can wield, along with abilities uncommon among their kind, what they call the green sight. The green sight grants one the gift of prophetic dreams, known as green dreams. Those blessed with this vision dream as others do, but their green dreams are distinct, brimming with symbols, imagery, and metaphors that foretell future events. The meanings behind these visions are not always clear, yet the dreamer witnesses their fulfillment as events unfold. It is said these dreams may concern the dreamer themselves or another, though the dreamer can discern the difference. A green seer might even dream of their own demise. Beastmasters, too, are believed to possess this ability. I have never experienced such dreams, nor do I know if I ever will again. The reason I ceased practicing my elemental magic was my inability to learn new spells. I had hoped to transform the trembling earth into seismic incantations, but to no avail. Nearly all my elemental spells remain confined to a diameter of 30 centimeters. Even wind magic is effective only at close range, though now it carries enough force to repel and perhaps even cause minor fractures. Fire magic has grown lethal. Upon contact, it triggers small explosions. Earthen and icy orbs, however, stubbornly refuse to exceed 20 centimeters. With no progress in sight, I abandon them for the time being, redirecting my focus to familiar spells, swordsmanship, and archery. I can cast magic without incantations, much like in the Lord's sunlit chamber, but only from minor feats, summoning a breeze, lightly shaking the ground, or intensifying flames. I call these minor magics. True spells still require spoken words. The pact with my familiar granted me certain enhancements. Sparking an idea, could I create enhancement magic? Thus, I spent a month crafting 2 such spells. I named them Cat S Aspect and Bear S Aspect, essentially, boons of speed and strength. Though the improvements were modest, merely a 0. 3 increase in each, they marked a beginning. Nearly a year and a half has passed since I began practicing magic. The ability to devise these enhancements, yet being barred from more advanced and potent spells, led me to a realization. Magic consists of 3 facets. The first is mana. Without it, one is powerless. A spellcaster is no different from an ordinary person. It is the fuel of every incantation. The second is control, the ability to harness and contain mana within the body. This is what people call magical aptitude. The final facet is intent, which may resemble control, but is distinct. I can channel mana within my body or recite spells, yet without the will to activate them. They remain dormant. If a spell were a carriage, mana would be the fuel in its tank, control the road it travels, and intent the driver. Without these 3 elements, a carriage cannot traverse smoothly from point A to point B without sustaining damage, and these aspects originate from distinct sources. Magic flows from nature, control stems from the body, and intent arises from the soul. Upon closer reflection, it becomes evident why I cannot wield more advanced spells. There exist 2 possibilities. Either my control is insufficient, or my magical reserves are lacking, and I am inclined to believe the latter is the case. I surmise that once my magical capacity is ample, I shall be capable of invoking second-tier spells. My connection with Bo and Erebus grows more profound with each passing day. Now I can communicate with them, not through conventional dialogue, but rather through shared sensations and visions. This transcends the rudimentary exchanges I have with the creatures under my command. As my magical prowess expands, so too does the expanse of my soul. Previously, my bond with Bo and Erebus occupied 80% of my soul's domain, yet now it has diminished to roughly 78. Though the difference is imperceptible to me, The certification skill discerns it clearly. My strength and agility have also seen marginal improvements. Presently, my attributes stand at 1, 6 in strength, 1, 7 in speed, and 33 in magical potency. Following the conclusion of my punishment, I persisted in maximizing my magical training. Each day unfolds in a similar fashion. 3 hours of magical cultivation within the void, an hour of physical conditioning, 2 hours of swordsmanship practice, 5 hours of rest to replenish my reserves, followed by another 3 hours of magical refinement. Subsequently, I dedicate an hour at the archery range and conclude with 2 hours immersed in the library, absorbing every fragment of knowledge within my grasp. However, when Rob and John approach me with sullen expressions, lamenting my absence from their games, I relent and join them. On alternate days, I forego physical training to indulge in play with the Stark children. I no longer sleep for 8 hours at night, as I compensate with daytime slumber or meditation, resting only 5 hours before awakening. With the aid of 2 resounding alarms, I rise at my discretion. All that is required is the procurement of a time candle, ignited before sleep, and bow and Erebus rouse me upon its extinguishment. I have resolved to adhere to this regimen with unwavering discipline, permitting no lapses in diligence. Occasionally, Roderick seeks me out, displeased that I do not devote more time to swordsmanship as he prefers. Yet, my response remains unchanged. I refuse to risk a recurrence of past events and decline to spar with squires before attaining that rank myself. Thus, I confine my bouts to recruits, though even the most gifted among them pose little challenge if they are no older than 11. Presently, I can engage 4 to 6 recruits simultaneously, and I perceive that some surpass the skill of many squires, a testament to the privileges of nobility. 2 full years have elapsed since I dedicated myself wholly to this training, and now, at 8.5 years of age, I reflect upon a year of exhaustion yet abundant growth. My progress in the arcane arts has been modest, but in swordsmanship and scholarship, my advancements have been profound. In the realm of incantations, my progress has been modest. I remain incapable of wielding second-tier spells, yet I have made certain advancements. Presently, I possess 45 units of magical energy, and my sensitivity to its flow has heightened. I can now perceive the ambient magical sources surrounding me. Previously, I could merely sense the arcane presence of the sacred tree, yet its origin eluded me. I could not discern its core. Now, I perceive the profound and ancient magic bound to the redwood. Though its depths remain beyond my comprehension, I grasp fragments of its nature. It is woven from the elements of earth, fire, water, and blood. Blood is not an element in the traditional sense, yet in this ritual, it occupies such a role. Within it, I sense both vitality and resentment. This, I surmise, is the essence of blood sacrifice, an unwilling life a human, and not just any human, but an enemy, offered in service of a right. This is all I can discern for now. As for my familiars, they have grown considerably. Erebus now surpasses any common raven by at least 20% in size, while Bubo trails slightly behind. Through relentless training, my soul's capacity has expanded, and I anticipate securing a 3rd contract within weeks. Regarding martial training, I sought to master additional weapons to anticipate my adversary's tactics. Thus, I commenced training with the spear and the warhammer. Initially, spear combat proved arduous, for it opposes the principles of swordplay. With a blade, one seeks to close the distance, yet with a spear, maintaining range is imperative, lest it be reduced to a mere staff. In time, I adapted to the spear's rhythm and recognized its advantages in battle. Then came the hammer, the most unwieldy of weapons. Not due to technical complexity, but because of its ponderous weight and sluggish speed, yet its strikes are devastating. My archery, however, has become lethally precise, though I cannot yet draw a longbow. The short hunting bow bends effortlessly in my hands. Thus, my range falls short of a grown archeress. A longbowman's arrow flies thrice as far as my best shot. At 100 meters, my accuracy falters. At 80, it is passable. At 60, deadly. Should I loose arrows while moving, my effective range dwindles to 40. I am learning to wield many weapons, and more await my study. Yet the sword remains my preference, the quintessential melee weapon. It lacks the hammer's clumsiness, the spear's spatial constraints, or the dagger's limited reach. It is perfection. Given my strides and martial prowess, Roderick has at last accepted me as a squire, though I am unlike the others. I am spared menial duties, accompanying him only on missions. Placing a hand upon my hip, I lift my chin and muse inwardly. Such brilliance is a burden. I take great pride in my skills. With that, I stride from my chamber toward the squire's training grounds. Upon my arrival, I beheld numerous squires engaged in practicing their stances or sparring. Among them, I even spotted my old acquaintances Harris, and while observing me from afar, their gazes trailing my movements, yet they dared not approach, knowing full well the folly of testing my patience. Now that I am a squire myself, under the guise of training or sparring, I can strike them down without mercy and face no repercussions, all thanks to our mutual friend, Ed. Indeed, my recent victory over a 13-year-old boy may have contributed to this reputation. Today, I am to spar with a 15-year-old lad, Roderick's attempt to humble my growing arrogance. For weeks, he has pitted me only against opponents certain to defeat me. My current adversary is Waylon Frant, elder brother to Wal Frant, the very boy whose pride and dignity I once wounded. I do not care for the way the elder Frant glowers at me from the sidelines. 2 years have passed. Why cling to such resentment? Young Wal suffered no lasting harm. He recovered fully a year ago. We take our positions at the center of the training yard as onlookers pause their activities to observe. I settle into my stance, awaiting his advance. He circles me, feinting, probing for weaknesses in my defense. Either he has witnessed my fights before, or someone has briefed him thoroughly, for he exploits the greatest disadvantage I face against larger opponents, my comparative lack of strength. Chapter 12. Astonishing talent, he was stronger than me. Had this been 2 years prior, I would have succumbed to the disparity in strength after a few exchanges. But now, after relentless training in swordsmanship and the aid of enhancements, I could hold my own against boys aged 13 or 14. Yet, I had never faced an adolescent until now. I had no choice but to fight him if I wished to claim what had been promised to me. My base attributes stood at 2, 6 in strength and 2, 8 in speed, each augmented by 0, 5 points, elevating them to 3, 1 and 3, 3 respectively. These enhancements bore no visible manifestation. Their effects were internal, perceptible only to those attuned to the flow of mana. Having observed Waylon spar with his peers, I had a fair estimation of his capabilities. His strength measured 3, 5, and his speed matched mine at 3, 3. Even with my enhancements, he surpassed me in raw power. But in speed, we were equals. I invoked my enhancements, Bear's aspect and Cat's aspect, and the instant they took hold, our blades clashed. I feigned weakness, allowing him to press me back in a series of strikes, though in truth, I maintained control. Were you muttering, you freak? With each of his attacks, I subtly angled my sword, dispersing the force just enough to mitigate the impact without alerting him. Every strike reverberated through my arms, rattling my bones. The pain was sharp, but I endured. I needed to bide my time, waiting for the perfect moment to counter. Over the past 2 years of training, I had come to a realization, one that might seem obvious to most, yet understanding it and applying it in combat were entirely different matters. Do not oppose strength with strength. Yield like water against rigidity. If your opponent is stronger, flow like a river or evade like the wind. If he is reckless but weak, stand firm as a boulder. If you strike, do so without hesitation. Burn like wildfire, unpredictable and fierce. Disrupt their rhythm, and you seize control of the battle. In this fight, I chose to be water, letting each blow glide past me. Waylon grew arrogant, convinced I lacked the ability to retaliate. He failed to realize that, through my footwork and evasions, I had confined his attacks to high strikes aimed at my head and torso. Unwittingly, he had become predictable. Seconds before he moved, it was as though a specter whispered his intentions to me. I read him like an open book, discerning every subtle shift in his stance. His face twisted with mounting frustration. As he prepared a diagonal slash toward my left neck, I was ready. Gripping my sword with my left hand, I placed my right upon the flat of the blade, feigning a block. Upon witnessing this, he let out a derisive snort, aware of his superior strength. He placed unwavering confidence in his greatest assets, sheer size and brute force. As his strike came within mere centimeters of me, I executed a swift backward step, observing how his eyes widened in astonishment. He attempted to adjust his swing, but having committed excessive power under the assumption that I would block, he failed to pursue me forward. Consequently, his blade grazed past my nose by a hair's breadth, his overextension causing him to lose all balance. Seizing the moment, I pressed my sword against his neck, awaiting his surrender. Glaring at me with smoldering resentment, he inhaled deeply before exhaling a heavy sigh of reluctant concession. "Today is your victory," he conceded through gritted teeth, "but next time I shall not underestimate you." Turning away, I cast an expectant glance toward Roderick. His gaze shifted between me and Waylon, his expression so thunderous it seemed he might devour the latter alive. Waylon, perceiving the danger, hastily retreated, his haste transforming what should have been a fleeting second into an agonizing 10. Roderick scratched the back of his head, his tone begrudging yet resigned. "Very well. I shall speak to the Lord regarding the hunt and the pass. Though I maintain that you are leaving the castle prematurely, a promise is a promise. However," he added with a sly edge, "I'll only do so after we've had a proper spar." "This is unjust," I protested. "Why must I engage in a futile endeavor? You just declared that a promise is a promise. Why impose new conditions now? I'll undoubtedly lose." "Of course you will." "Boy," Roderick scoffed, "I'm not so decrepit as to be bested by a sniveling child. Win or lose, I'll speak to the Lord. This isn't about that. Now come, unless you're truly afraid to face this old man." "Humph. Do you truly believe such taunts affect me, old man? By the way, Ser Selmy is far older than you, yet none dare challenge him to single combat." Roderick erupted into laughter. "Huh. Fair point, sniveling brat. Have it me, then." I doubted Roderick sought a mere friendly bout. His intent was clearly to thrash me soundly. Yet, I suspected he wouldn't unleash his full strength. Instead, matching me blow for blow. Drawing my sword from its scabbard, I advanced and hurled the sheath at him. He deflected it with his blade, and in that instant, I closed the distance, lunging for his supporting leg. His surprise was fleeting. He sidestepped effortlessly. Damn him, he just moved at 4.2 speed. There's no catching that. "Whoa, that was reckless," Roderick chided. "Who taught you such dishonorable tactics?" "There is no dishonor in combat," I retorted. "Only life or death." Now I understood. He would fight unrestrained. He wouldn't permit a single strike to land. I had no choice but to reveal everything I held back sooner than intended. I took a deep breath and launched an unrelenting assault upon him. Yet all I could discern upon his visage was an expression of amusement. Just as he grew accustomed to my speed and pattern of attack, I withdrew a diminutive dagger, smaller than my palm, and hurled it toward his foot. Though it struck true, the bladeless training weapon proved ineffective, designed merely to sting upon impact. That fleeting distraction was all I required. I thrust toward his torso, only for him to parry deftly. Yet I was beginning to attune myself to his rhythm, sensing the specter of his movements. Resolving to deploy another gambit, I retrieved an object from my pocket. The instant I perceived his motion, I knew his intent, a horizontal slash toward my right. I cast the object to the ground, where it erupted into a dense cloud of white smoke, obscuring his vision. Slipping leftward, I evaded his strike and attempted a diagonal slash at his arm. Yet as my blade descended, I felt the cold kiss of steel against my throat, his sword. When the smoke dissipated, I beheld a minor wound upon his arm. Yet his grip had already seized my neck. Roderick's perspective. This boy was a force of nature. 2 years prior, he had refused to train alongside the other squires until he earned his place among them. Within those 2 years, he had grown formidable enough to best adolescence. Yet his combat style bore a glaring flaw. He placed excessive faith in his sight and ability to read opponents. Never before had he faced a true sword master. Yes, he had sparred with the Lord and myself on occasion, but those were mere child's play. I needed to teach him the depths of feints, how the movement of a muscle or shift in posture did not always herald an attack. True masters could weave deception into motion, their feints transcending the rudimentary. For instance, I could feint a step left with my left foot while in truth anchoring my weight upon it, merely bending my waist slightly to shift my center of gravity. Such subtleties eluded him, Yet here I was, attempting to impart knowledge reserved for seasoned, gifted knights to a child barely 9 years old. Had he the physique of a man, I suspected he would stand as the North's mightiest warrior. Lost in thought, I scarcely registered his return to the ring, his sword drawn. The next instant, his scabbard hurtled toward me. I deflected it, only to see him charging at my supporting leg. The little devil meant to fight in earnest. For a single, fleeting second, fear gripped me. I sidestepped with half-serious intent. Monstrous! How could a child of 8 move with such speed? Now, that was dangerous, I remarked dryly. Who taught you to fight so dishonorably? He declared that there exists no dishonorable method in swordplay, only life or death. At times, this lad speaks and acts like a battle-hardened warrior. Fundamentally, he is correct. Honor holds no place in the art of the blade. It stems from whom or what one fights for. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed upon me an unrelenting barrage of strikes, each meticulously aimed at lethal or crippling points, nothing haphazard in their execution. Suddenly, it dawned on me that within 4 years, I might stand no chance against him. Unbeknownst to me, a faint smile had crept across my face. As the duel settled into a rhythm, he retrieved something from behind his back and hurled it toward my feet. Before I could react, the object struck my supporting leg with sharp, stinging pain, though nothing truly debilitating. The thought struck me, had those been genuine daggers, I would now be maimed. A surge of dread simmered within me, yet I refocused, weaving intricate feints into my movements. It was then that I caught the flicker of a triumphant smirk upon his face. Oomph! He anticipated a horizontal slash to the right, but instead, I reversed it, sweeping leftward. Just as I deemed the bout concluded, he produced yet another device, this time casting it to the ground. A thick, billowing mist erupted, shrouding the space like a spectral veil. For a fleeting second, my vision of him vanished, and that primal fear clawed its way back into my chest. Unconsciously, my demeanor sharpened. His blade pierced through the haze, forcing me to retreat while maintaining my assault. The edge of his steel grazed my arm, and in that instant, it was over. A decade hence, my mind would conjure only the names of legends: Cregan Stark, the Dragon Knight; Arthur Dane, Barristan the Bold. Yet beside this boy, even those paragons of heroism would pale into mere footnotes of history. Chapter 13. Other Talents, Male Lead Perspective. I cannot fathom how I lost him. I was absolutely certain he would feint to the right. How did he shift to the left instead? It defies comprehension. You wonder how a feint to the right transformed into one to the left? As if he had read my very thoughts. Indeed, how did you accomplish that? It is called a deep feint. Typically, a feint is executed by initiating an attack, only to halt abruptly the next moment, a maneuver easily discernible. You can anticipate nearly every squire's movement this way, but the feint I employed, the one that alters the very center of motion, you have never witnessed it before. Thus, you cannot fully grasp it. And so I embarked on 3 years of training with my 5-fold skill. It was akin to 15 years of discipline. I believed I had mastered the sword, but arrogance blinded me. There was still so much to learn. One thing piqued my curiosity as well. What was that object you threw to the ground? I call a smoke bomb. What is it? I shan't disclose its composition. Why not? It is my invention. Why should I grant it to you freely? True, I did invent the smoke bomb here, but what I used was not one. A bomb could never produce half the smoke I conjured. Instead, I employed a first-tier spell, Somber, Mist Cloud, capable of summoning dense fog. The spell's range is considerable. I can cast it up to 40 meters away, with an effect radius of 6 meters. It is an immensely useful spell, yet I never needed to train for it. Upon reaching 45 points of mana, the knowledge of its incantation simply manifested within me. Alongside it, I acquired other spells of similar nature: Kelligan Anagrosa, Hemostasis, a minor healing magic that coagulates wounds but cannot mend damaged tissue. Thus, it fails to heal severe injuries, and even when it seals a wound, it leaves behind a grotesque scar. Enrichio, Entanglement, a binding spell that functions only where vegetation exists, as it manipulates plants to ensnare targets. With mere weeds, I might trip them at best, but surrounded by towering trees, I could bind them entirely with roots. Letigon, Snare, akin to Enrichio, yet it does not rely on flora to restrain. Instead, It employs pure magic to immobilize foes, while Enrichio demands 5 mana points to bind feet and 10 for the entire body. Ledigon requires 10 for the feet and 20 for full restraint. Roderick's voice snapped me from my reverie. This could prove invaluable in battle. I am well aware of its utility, Sir Roderick. That is precisely why I employed it. Ah, you shameless little brat. At least now you understand that even with all those fancy tricks, they 1T save you when facing a capable warrior. As promised, I shall speak to the Lord about your pass. He muttered with a chuckle as he strode toward the castle. If Lord Stark grants it, I'll finally be able to leave the castle and explore the surrounding lands, perhaps even hunt. I wonder if I can tame creatures larger than mere birds. Just as I prepared to depart the training grounds, the Stark children arrived and spotted me. There was Robb, Jon, Sansa, and little Arya, now 3 years old. She always trailed after Robb and Jon. If Sansa epitomized the obedient child Lady Catelyn adored, Arya was the very image of a wild, untamed creature. She despised anything remotely ladylike. Provoke her, and she'd debite, scratch, or clamber right over you. More often than not, she'd escape the septa assigned to instruct her and dash to the training yard, her eyes gleaming at the sight of steel in hand. I often played with Robb and Jon, hide-and-seek or sparring with wooden swords, though last week we'd begun using blunted steel. As usual, Sansa sat watching from the sidelines while Arya brandished a stick, mimicking our movements. Robb's expression brightened with surprise. You've earned your pass? Not yet, but Sir Roderick promised to petition Lord Stark and recommend me for one. That's wonderful. I'd love to have a pass too. Didn't the Lord promise to take you hunting next month? Yes, but we can't just come and go as we please. With a pass, you could leave the castle whenever you wish. He sighed. Sometimes I envy your life. I scoffed. Ah, yes, the glorious existence of a low-born orphan. Who wouldn't envy that? Robb flushed, stumbling over his words. No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't. I only meant you have the freedom to choose. You don't have to do things you don't want to. No, Robb. Everyone must do things they rather not. That is simply life. You may think yours is dreadful, studying endlessly, forbidden from doing as you please, but there are far worse fates. Do you think the salt wives of the Iron Islands wish to be there? Do you think the slaves of Essos choose their chains? You shouldn't speak so thoughtlessly. Robb lowered his head, chastened. You're right. I'm sorry. This was what I admired about Robb, his willingness to acknowledge his mistakes and learn from them. I could see a new resolve hardening in him. I want to complain about Maester Lewin's lectures again, he vowed. As you said, some things must be done, whether we wish it or not. He offered me a small, determined smile. At times, my teacherly instincts emerge, and I find myself expounding upon various matters. It is truly a wondrous sight to witness children learning and growing. Arya, I said, I wish to learn the art of swordplay as well. You cannot, came a reply. Would you have Mother punish us for teaching you? Fury ignited within her. I despise you. I despise Mother, and I loathe being a proper lady. I refuse to become like Sansa. There is nothing I can do. You must persuade Mother or Father. Little she-wolf. Indeed, people have begun calling Arya the little she-wolf. From the moment she took her first steps, she stirred trouble, never comporting herself as a lady ought. I fancied I glimpsed strands of silver threading through Lady Catelyn's hair, undoubtedly due to Arya. Some even whispered that she was the reincarnation of Lyanna Stark. From Eddard Stark's perspective, what is this grave matter you wish to discuss, Maester Lewin? It concerns Elmar Drayshire, my lord. I have observed that he possesses a remarkably keen intellect. We knew of his martial prowess, but this is the first I have heard of his sharp mind. Indeed, my lord, he is a child of extraordinary brilliance. One might even call him a prodigy unseen in a century. I was aware he had learned to read and peruse some tomes in the library. He once sought permission, but I did not realize the extent of his intelligence. Yes, for the most part, he carries himself as a man grown. Yet, he remains ignorant of the world's workings, so at times, his actions are those of an innocent child. My lord, I did not teach him to read. All I did was demonstrate the workings of the alphabet and the sounds of the letters. From there, he taught himself both reading and writing. Since then, he has devoured every book within his reach. Had Brother Chael not informed me, I would never have known. According to him, the boy has read nearly a quarter of the Stark library. Upon hearing this, I thought that if he comprehended even a tenth of what he read, he would grow into a great maester. So I tested him, only to realize he had not merely grasped a tenth. He understood nearly all of it. I was utterly astounded. How could one be so gifted in both swordplay and scholarship? My lord, were we to send this child to the Citadel now, he could sit for the Maester S examinations immediately and forge at least 3 links of his chain in history, herbology, and medicine. It was as though lightning struck me repeatedly. How could a boy of 9 be on the verge of earning 3 links of a Maester S chain? Knock, knock, knock. The rapping at the door pulled me from my daze. Enter, I said. Roderick stepped inside, bowed, and stood before me. My lord, if you have a moment, might I seek your counsel on a matter? Ah, Roderick, your timing is impeccable. We were also discussing your squire. Maester Lewin shared some truly astonishing tales about the boy with me. The maester had already informed him of everything, yet he appeared far less shocked than I had anticipated. Prompting me to inquire, Sir Roderick, you do not seem particularly surprised. Why is that? My lord, perhaps I have grown numb to the marvels surrounding Ymir. Should someone inform me tomorrow that he has learned to walk upon water, I would deem it inevitable. If they claimed he had taken flight, I would simply nod and say, very well. The boy's deeds no longer have the power to astonish me. I cannot bring myself to decide this matter. Were we to send him to the Citadel, yes, he would become a learned man, but in doing so, we would also be delivering the most promising swordsman the North has ever known into their hands. The answer is clear. We cannot send him. I must speak with Sir Roderick privately on this matter. Maester Lewin, would you kindly wait outside? The maester departed my study, and Sir Roderick closed the door behind him before turning to me. My lord, we cannot send Ymir to the Citadel. It would be nothing short of a crime against the North. I know, yet we cannot outright refuse the Citadel, lest it bring trouble upon me and all the lords of the North. Do you believe Ymir would even wish to go to the Citadel? Unlikely, my lord. Ymir cherishes his freedom. Nay, he craves even more of it. What do you mean? He yearns to venture beyond the castle walls, to hunt and explore. And I bear even more startling tidings for you, my lord. What is it? Today he bested one of the Forster boys, my lord. That is hardly surprising. Did we not punish him 2 years prior for thrashing them too soundly? Not Will, my lord, the elder one, Wayland. What? The very same who is nearly ready for knighthood? The one we considered elevating this year or the next? Ah, my lord, the very same. Laughs if they told me he could walk on water and take flight. I would believe it. This boy shall become a force of nature, and even if I must stand against them all, I will not surrender him to the Citadel. At worst, we shall endure a deluge of ravens bearing letters from every lord in Westeros, and our own ravens may grow troublesome, not in outright defiance, but in subtle protest. Chapter 14. Smokescreen, Eddard Stark's perspective. Roderick, you should speak with him. See if he would consider studying at the Citadel. Yes, my lord, but he will ask whether I have secured the city pass. How should I respond? If he can best a 15-year-old squire, then he may withstand bandits and outlaws. But he is still too young. Tell him I will only permit him to go on his own when he turns 10. Until then, he may accompany other hunters or join you on security patrols. Perhaps he could observe when you suppress minor brigand groups, but he is not to engage in combat. Yes, my lord, I shall speak with him at once. If his answer is refusal, bring him to me. But if he wishes to join the Citadel, do not bring him. Say you have yet to locate him. I must speak with him first. Understood, my lord. I will see it done immediately. Protagonist perspective, at times. Playing with the Stark children is genuinely amusing. Though my mind is that of a 35-year-old, I find delight in their childish games. Perhaps it is the chemistry of my brain. Or perhaps it is because I inhabit the body of a 9-year-old. And the cruelest irony is that at 35, I feel no carnal desire. Once, I passed a brothel in Winterfell and saw a woman bare to the waist, yet felt nothing. I'm no lecher, but I'm a healthy man. In the past, upon seeing a beautiful woman, I might have stolen a glance. No more. But now, unless I focus, I scarcely recognize beauty at all. This body, I suspect, is why I enjoy Children-S games. I do not share Rob and John S. fervor for them. Yet neither do I find them tedious. It is a peculiar sensation. From afar, I spotted Sir Roderick approaching. Emil, he called. A word, said Roderick. Have you spoken with the Lord? Indeed. I bear an answer for you. But first, another matter. Have you ever considered becoming a maester? The thought has never crossed my mind. And if I may confess, the Citadel unsettles me. No one knows precisely when it was founded, but it must be at least 7 or 8,000 years old. Yet since the discovery of steel 4 or 6,000 years ago, technology has advanced but once, mere invention of glass and nothing more. How could millennia pass without greater innovation? That is why the Citadel troubles me. No, I've no wish to be a maester. The Stark Library holds more than enough for me to study. I've not even finished a quarter of its texts. It will take me 4, perhaps 8 years to read them all. I've no need to journey across the continent to learn. As I spoke, a faint smile touched his lips, and by the time I finished, he was grinning. Indeed, you are correct. There is no need for you to travel so far merely to read books. You may complete all your studies here in the north. Let us proceed. The Lord awaits us. Upon arriving at the Lord's study, we found him deep in conversation with Maester Luwin, which ceased abruptly upon our entrance. Emil, come in and sit, the Lord began. From Maester Luwin, I have learned that you possess not only a gift for swordsmanship, but also remarkable talent in advanced studies. Yes, my lord. I do have aptitude in that regard as well. Thus, he wishes to extend an offer to you. Maester Luwin, proceed. My child, the maester said, you must have realized by now that when I observed you in the library and began administering tests, I sought to assess your comprehension of what you read. Witnessing your near-flawless understanding, I was astounded by your brilliance. We cannot allow a mind such as yours to be confined to the path of a mere swordsman. You must go to the Citadel to unravel the mysteries of the world. Should you accompany me there, we could unlock your full potential. I thank you for your generous appraisal of my talents, I replied, but I have no desire to become a maester. I can achieve what the Citadel offers on my own, and thus, attending would be a disadvantage to me. As I spoke these words, his expression soured. Have I overestimated you, child, or is this the folly of youth? How can you claim that attending the greatest seat of learning in the known world would be a disadvantage? Maester Luwin, what may seem like youthful folly to you makes perfect sense to me. I require no teacher to acquire knowledge. Instead, I wish to ask you something, and I expect an honest answer. If a newly forged maester and I were to compare our knowledge of history, herbology, and medicine, which of us would possess greater understanding? At this question, his face darkened further, and he coughed before lowering his gaze. The maester would know but a fraction more than you, he admitted. Maester Luwin was an honorable man. He would not lie shamelessly. Then why must I journey so far and invest so much time for such a marginal gain? No, thank you. I can acquire that knowledge while working in the fields. Though angered and disheartened by my words, the maester accepted my decision and set the matter aside. After he departed, I turned to Roderick and the Lord, who appeared both pleased and satisfied. Facing them, I spoke again. My lord, I believe Sir Roderick mentioned something regarding a pass to leave the city. He said he had an answer, but we hurried here before I could hear it. You shall only receive permission to venture out alone once you turn 10. The Lord declared. Until then, you may accompany other hunters or join Sir Roderick during his security patrols. Should he suppress minor bandit groups, you may observe, but you're not to engage in combat. My lord, may I speak freely? I permit you to proceed thus, though I may accept all your counsel. My lord, I wish to hunt alone. I have no desire for company. I may be but a child, yet I am no fool. Every soul in this chamber knows I shall become the greatest swordsman this world has ever seen, and I have no intention of meeting an early demise. Should peril arise, I shall retreat. Even if ambushed, I possess the cunning to escape unscathed. You need only ask Roderick. He has witnessed it himself. The Lord appeared somewhat taken aback by my audacity, yet he turned to Roderick with an inquiring gaze. Roderick exhaled wearily. Though I wish to refute him, my lord, the boy speaks true. He has devised something he calls a smoke bomb, capable of conjuring a 7-meter veil of mist. With it, he would face no difficulty evading brigands. I wish to see this smoke bomb. My decision shall follow. We stepped onto the balcony. I produced a decoy smoke bomb and peered downward. A drop of roughly 10 meters posed no challenge. As I hurled it, just before impact, I cast fog cloud. A billowing white mist swiftly expanded across a 7-meter radius. The Lord, astonished, retreated indoors. He sat in silence for minutes before rising, slowly approaching the hearth to toy with the burning logs. Though he spoke not a word, his expression betrayed deep contemplation. After some time, he turned. Will you share the method of crafting these? I shall not, my lord. Their creation is no simple task. However, I would sell you a lesser variant, smaller, easier to produce, though yielding only a 3-meter shroud of smoke. In truth, their making was simple. The materials, save sugar, were cheap and readily obtained. Yet I had no wish to squander time upon them. All one needed was sugar, wax, flint, and snow tree bark. For the true smoke bomb, phosphorus was required, though I knew not where to procure it. I knew it dwelled within fertilizer, yet I had never learned its purification. Thus, I sought a substitute, found within an herbalist's tome. A northern tree, the snow tree, was seldom used for firewood, for burning it with bark intact would drown the hearth in white smoke. Thus, one must strip the bark before burning, more laborious than other woods. It was shunned as fuel, yet its bark, ground to fine powder, proved invaluable, highly flammable. Were I to fashion them the size of oranges rather than golf balls, they might approach the scale of my spell's mist. Yet they would grow unwieldy, for I knew that when I employed it, there would be those who sought to purchase it. I expended 60 golden dragons to procure materials sufficient for crafting 1,000. 45 golden dragons were spent on sugar, while the remaining materials cost but 13, and the final 2 were allocated to lease a warehouse for 2 years. Over these past 2 years, I have fashioned approximately 300. I possess around 100, and I may offer you 80, my lord. I deem 1 golden dragon a fair price for such a marvel. Too costly. I shall grant you half a golden dragon. For my lord's sake, I propose this: 4 smoke bombs for 3 golden dragons, meaning for every 3 purchased, 1 shall be granted freely. He pondered briefly, then declared, agreed. Bring forth the 80, and you shall receive 60 golden dragons. As for the city pass, I shall grant you 1, but you may only use it by daylight. Should you fail to return before sunset, you shall forfeit it. A broad smile graced my lips as I replied in joyous tones, "Thank you, my lord. My gratitude knows no bounds." With a bow, I took my leave of the chamber. Chapter 15. New spells and abilities. Now that I had obtained what I desired, I could venture out to explore the surrounding region. Most importantly, I could access secluded areas such as mountains and forests to conduct magical experiments. The training space was far too confined for such endeavors. If my assumptions were correct, I would require an abundance of herbs and animals, resources that the sacred grove could not provide in full. It was too small, and more crucially, not nearly discreet enough. Entering my chamber, I opened the window, allowing Poe and Erebus to glide inside. Observing them closely, I noted how much they had grown over the past 2 years. Erebus had doubled in size. His wingspan, once a mere 1.5 meters, now stretched nearly 3 meters, while his length had increased from 50 to 80 centimeters. People had begun mistaking him for a black eagle. Poe, too, had matured, though not as dramatically. She was larger than an ordinary raven, yet not excessively so. With a wingspan of 2 meters and a length of 60 centimeters, she approached the dimensions of an eagle. They had developed a habit of perching on my shoulders while I meditated and channeled my magic, though their weight had begun to strain me. Erebus likely weighed around 5 kilograms, Poe 3. Bearing them for hours grew increasingly taxing. I would shoo them away, yet whenever I immersed myself in meditation or magical circulation, they would inevitably return, alighting upon me unnoticed. Even if I expelled them and latched the window shut, their cunning allowed them to undo the lock. Naturally, I could compel them to cease or exclude them from the training space, but their sorrow at such measures was palpable. So, I indulged them. What could I say? I adored these mischievous creatures. Seated upon the floor, I began circulating my magic. Before I could delve into my exercises, I felt their familiar weight settle upon my shoulders. This time, the process felt different. Ordinarily, it resembled a vacuum, drawing magic into my heart. But now it was more akin to a whirlpool. No, not quite. It was a tempest, and I stood at its eye. Magic swirled around me, refusing to enter my body. Yet with each passing second, the vortex grew denser, more volatile. A sliver of fear crept in, an instinctive dread that losing control would bring dire consequences. The maelstrom destabilized, as though I clung to a cliff's edge by my fingertips. As the vortex wavered, my consciousness began to slip. To resist, I bit my lip. The metallic tang of blood trickled down my throat, sharp and bitter. Yet it worked. The pain anchored me. Slowly, I wrested back control, compressing the vortex further. When mastery returned, the magic condensed into a disk encircling me. And then realization struck. I knew precisely what to do. I intensified the compression, this time reducing its diameter as well. Finally, it condensed into a disk the size of my palm, hovering above my head. With focused intent, I guided it toward my heart. It soared into my chest, encircling the organ to form my magical core. The moment this core solidified, new knowledge about ritual concepts and incantations flooded my consciousness. I had ascended to become a second-level druid. Just then, a young boy's voice echoed in my mind. "Foolish Emil, don't stop bringing us that delicious wind." A girl's voice followed. "Don't call Papa foolish. You're the fool." Who was speaking? The boy's voice returned. "You just heard us." I realized I hadn't heard the voices externally. They resonated directly within my thoughts. Telepathy. Yes, I can hear you. Who are you? Author's note. From this point onward, if text appears between two dashes, like this, it signifies an inner voice or telepathic communication. Foolish Emil, I am me. Who else would I be? Papa can finally hear us. I'm so happy. You're the fool. I'm asking for your name. No, you're the foolish one, Emil. I am the brilliant Erebus. Startled, I turned to stare at Erebus. Previously, I had communicated with them through rudimentary means, aware of their intelligence akin to that of a 2 to 5-year-old child. But this surpassed all expectations. Was this the effect of the spell allowing speech with animals? Had they just learned to articulate thoughts? Or had I only now begun to comprehend them? We've always spoken. Foolish Emil just never listened. Who are you calling foolish? You overgrown fat bird. He nipped my ear before darting away, evading my grasp. Ah, you wretched bird, get back here. I scrambled after him, but he flitted out the window. Erebus. Stop calling Papa foolish. How can he be Erebus' father? He has no beak, no wings, not even splendid feathers like mine. He's so hideous, I can hardly bear to look. Papa is Papa. I knew Poe was kind-hearted, while Erebus, as anticipated, remained insufferable. She continued, even if he's ugly, he's still Papa. You shouldn't bully him. My lips twitched. You too, Poe. Should I retreat to a corner and weep? Initially stunned that my familiars could speak so fluently as a druid, I had anticipated such developments. Adaptation came swiftly, though I missed the days when Erebus' incessant chirping was unintelligible. Stupid Emil, give us more of that delicious wind. What wind? The wind you eat when you sit still. What was he referring to? Magic? You mean this? I conjured a sphere of pure mana in my palm. Indeed, bestow upon us more of that wind. This isn't. Ah, never mind. Is this the reason you always perch upon me during my practice sessions? Yes, I relish consuming that wind magic. So this is why they are considerably larger than ordinary ravens. They can absorb magic into their very being. I haven't the time for you now, later perhaps, and you must cease perching on my shoulder. You've grown far too plump. I am not plump. Erebus is handsome and mighty. You are the rotund one. You cannot even fly. Fatso, 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 fatso. I refuse to engage in avian discourse like some common bird. I have just undergone a momentous revelation and must focus upon it. A wealth of new knowledge now resides within me, and thanks to the 5-fold skill enhancement, it feels as though I've experienced 5 breakthroughs at once. My understanding of recent events has crystallized with remarkable clarity. Arabula, air bubble, consumes 15 mana to conjure a bubble of air around the head, sustaining breath for 6 hours. Should I venture underwater, this may prove invaluable. Corsumbi, oak shield, a defensive incantation that overlays the body with a bark-like armor. Teganlita, earthbind, a superior binding spell, surpassing mere snares and entanglements. Promodines, seek beast, and Promohiba, seek flora. As their name suggests, these spells allow me to locate any known creature or plant within a kilometer's radius, provided I have observed a living specimen of the species beforehand. Vakadini, summon beast. This enchantment enables me to summon one of my bonded creatures to my location, though the beast must reside within a 20-kilometer radius. Curiously, I acquired no offensive spells. Does this imply my existing arsenal suffices, or that I remain unworthy of greater power? Time alone shall reveal the answer. This breakthrough has even enhanced my physical form. My speed and strength have swelled, Now 3 points in strength, 2 in speed, and my mana capacity has risen to 65. I wonder if the augmentations have grown more potent as well. Valhen Grives, Bear's Aspect, and Valhen Kelly, Cat's Aspect. The sensations these enhancement spells evoke are sublime, as if a volcano were erupting within my veins. My blood simmers, yet not unpleasantly. I feel invigorated, electrified. Indeed, these boons have strengthened, each now granting 8 points to both speed and strength. I yearn to test every newly mastered spell, but such experiments must wait until I depart the city. Now I require my pass. Rising, I stride for my chamber. Father, where are we bound? If I speak aloud, I shall appear deranged. If they communicate through telepathy, surely I can as well. I focused intently on the psychic bond with my spirit beast, grasping the two ethereal threads of connection, attempting to articulate my thoughts telepathically. We must seek out Vineper. Foolish Emir, why must you shout? My apologies. This is my first attempt at telepathic communication. I was unaware it would manifest so loudly. As I mentioned, we must visit the steward of Winterhold to obtain the necessary pass. What is this pass, father? It is required for both exiting and entering the city. Erebus muttered to himself once more. Humph, he cannot even fly, and yet he dares call himself the great Erebus father. How preposterous. I proceeded into the castle, arriving at the stewardess door and knocking firmly. Enter. Upon stepping inside, I found Vine seated behind his desk, perusing documents. His daughter, Jenny, was also present, tidying her father's chambers. She was of the same age as Sansa, merely 6 years old. She cast a brief glance in my direction before resuming her tasks. If it pleases you, I request the pass. He regarded me with a faint smile before retrieving a badge emblazoned with the likeness of a wolf. I reached out and accepted it. It was heavier than anticipated. As I held it, I discerned it was crafted from metal. The wolf itself appeared silver. Though I doubted it was pure silver, the badge itself was likely bronze. Smaller than my palm and circular in shape. It would make for a fine medallion if fitted with a chain. Its diameter measured roughly 5 centimeters. Having concluded my business with the steward, I departed his chambers and returned to the town district to procure the necessary supplies for the morrow. Chapter 16. Magical Experiments and Hunting at Long Last. I managed to leave the castle. I could have slipped away unnoticed, but I deemed it unworthy to defy the Lord's command over such trivial matters. It was summer, and though the sky was clear, the air carried an autumnal chill rather than warmth. The temperature lingered between 10 to 15 degrees Celsius, a brisk northern summer. Since my purpose today was hunting and testing my magic, I purchased a fine short bow along with 20 arrows tipped with wrought iron heads. The broad hunting points, not made of steel, wouldn't pierce armor, but could bring down medium-sized game. For self-defense, I also carried a sword, a dagger, and several throwing knives, all costing me 3 golden dragons. An hour's walk brought me to Farmer's Village, a small settlement on the edge of the Wolfswood. I replenished my provisions there. Having departed the castle at dawn, I arrive around 6 in the morning. With sunset at 7 in the evening, I had until 6 at the latest to leave, granting me 12 full hours. Before attempting to hunt, I wish to experiment with my newly acquired spells, particularly the locating magic, which I believed held great financial promise. Thanks to the Promohiba locate plant spell, if I could recall a plant's appearance with my own eyes, without any intermediary, I could use this magic to find it. My plan was to seek out every valuable and useful herb I could envision. For instance, ginkgo trees, which slow cognitive decline, aid diabetes, and influence bone healing. Turmeric, an anti-inflammatory that treats arthritis and enhances flavor. Evening primrose oil and tea tree, known for their anti-inflammatory properties. Echinacea, which shortens cold symptoms due to its antibiotic content. Lavender and chamomile, excellent for alleviating anxiety when brewed as tea. Herbalism in this world lagged, even behind Earth's medieval period. They remained oblivious to the effects of lavender or chamomile, perhaps due to the absence of tea culture, preventing experimentation with infused botanicals. Thus, I cast Promohiba locate plant for ginkgo trees. As the words left my lips, a vast wave surged outward from me, rippling in all directions. Beyond the drain on my mana and the tingling sensation, there was no immediate reaction, until a pull emerged from somewhere distant, accompanied by a faint glow. Ginkgo trees were nearby. It took some time to reach one of the marked locations, but there stood a ginkgo tree, 10 of them, in fact. I doubted this was their native habitat. They likely originated from Rainier regions like the Riverlands or the Reach, yet ginkgos were hardy, capable of enduring temperatures as low as -40 degrees Celsius. The wolfswood is predominantly composed of oak, evergreen trees, and black brambles, interspersed with sentinel trees, soldier pines, hawthorns, beeches, ashes, chestnuts, ironwoods, and firs, indicating an abundance of timber and stone. I gathered sufficient foliage for myself without harming the trees. This forest is truly vast, immense. One might say, spanning approximately 800 square kilometers. I attempted to spell Promohiba, locate plant, for turmeric, but nothing occurred. I neither expended any magical energy nor sensed any fluctuations. Evidently, this spell has a cooldown period. While waiting, I decided to experiment with another incantation. Corsumby, Oak Shield. Upon completing the spell, my right arm began to itch intensely. Beneath my clothing, something was growing. Hastily pulling up my sleeve, I beheld a wooden-like bracer encircling my right forearm. It resembled oak bark in appearance, yet to the touch, it felt unlike wood, far harder. Curious about its durability, I refrained from testing it with a sword, given its 3-centimeter thickness. Instead, I rested my forearm atop a large stone to avoid injury, drew a dagger from my belt, and applied pressure to the bark armor. The blade did not penetrate, though I did not exert full force. Upon lifting the dagger, the armor bore no puncture or dent, only a faint white mark. Next, I cast Valhan Grive's Bear S aspect, positioning the dagger at the armor's edge and pressing with all my might to breach it. When this failed, I dragged the blade in a slicing motion. Screech. The sound it produced was not that of steel meeting wood, but rather steel clashing against steel. A shallow scratch, mere millimeters deep, marred the armor. Inspecting the dagger, I found its edge unharmed, though slightly dulled compared to its counterpart. Unwilling to subject my arm to further perilous trials, I resolved to test it on captured game. The spell's duration lasted 1 hour. Once expired, the armor decayed into brittle bark, crumbling from my arm. The next spell I intended to cast was Vakadini, Summon Beast. To conduct this experiment, I had left Erebus in Winterfell, not for solitude, but for verification. If successful, it would confirm my magical reserves. Though the spell's range spans 20 kilometers, its exact mana cost remains unspecified. Vakadini, Summon Beast, Erebus. The space around me warped and twisted, a dark vortex forming before my eyes. It shuddered violently, and in the next instant, Erebus soared to my side as the vortex dissipated. At a distance of 5 kilometers, I expended 15 units of magical energy. Following this logic, traversing 20 kilometers would likely consume approximately 60 units. To validate my hypothesis regarding Vakadini, beast summoning, I must summon one of my familiars from a minimum distance of 6 kilometers to observe whether the magical expenditure scales with range. For this purpose, I dispatched Erebus back to Winterfell. Though he grumbled momentarily, he ultimately complied, soaring toward the distant silhouette of the castle until he vanished beyond the horizon. In this world, ravens remain the swiftest means of communication. To test the limits of their speed and endurance, I conducted experiments comparing ordinary ravens under my dominion with my familiars, seeking distinctions and confirming my theories. I commanded both common ravens and my bonded companions to circle Winterfell until exhaustion claimed them. The results proved intriguing. Ordinary ravens averaged a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, capable of covering merely 100 kilometers in a single day. Let us assume Maester Luwin's ravens are exceptional, for I still cannot exert control over them. We might speculate they are at least 50 swifter and possess 50 greater stamina than their mundane counterparts. My attempts to pursue them with regular ravens proved futile. They outpaced them effortlessly. Yet, both Poe and Erebus could seize them with ease, though the castle's ravens invariably tired before my familiars. Thus, they must be slower and less enduring. Poe maintains an average speed of 100 kilometers per hour, traversing 150 kilometers daily. Erebus, though slower, boasts superior endurance, flying at 85 kilometers per hour, yet covering 200 kilometers in a day. Therefore, I estimate Maester Luwin's ravens likely travel between 60 to 75 kilometers per hour, with a daily range of 100 to 140 kilometers. Next, I attempted to cast Promohiba, plant locator, for turmeric. The spell succeeded, though I suspect it carries a cooldown of roughly 30 minutes. The surge of energy dissipated, yet no tugging sensation followed, indicating no turmeric within at least a kilometer of my vicinity. Further magical experimentation would require either 6 hours of meditation or rest, for my reserves had dwindled to a mere 5 units. Thus, I seated myself upon a sun-warmed boulder, attuning my senses to the ambient magic, striving to refine my control and perception. Meanwhile, Poe and her murder of ravens and crows patrolled as my sentinels, ensuring no predator or bandit might take me unawares. By the time my magic had fully replenished, the sun had passed its zenith, and hunger gnawed at me. Resolving not to subsist solely on the villagers' bread and cheese, I craved meat. Casting Promodyne's animal locator for rabbits, I felt the energy ripple outward. Then came the tugging from all directions. At least 60 to 70 sources, the nearest scarcely 20 meters away. Climbing a tree, I fixed my gaze upon the nearest disturbance. Thanks to my enhanced vision, I could see as if through a pair of binoculars. Though the rabbit remained invisible, I discerned the swaying of tall grass. I climbed a little higher, securing a better vantage point between 2 sturdy branches, then leaned against the trunk. Drawing an arrow from my quiver, I knocked it onto the bowstring. Taking a deep breath, I drew the string taut, held my breath, and steadied my aim toward the source of movement. When ready, I released the arrow, watching it vanish into the dense grass. Yet the magical marker had already shifted. Only this one had disappeared, while the others remained. I assumed the spell's duration had expired, but the lingering markers suggested otherwise. Only this one had vanished. That must mean the rabbit was dead. Leaping down from the tree, I sprinted to the spot and combed through the grass until I found a brown rabbit, an arrow embedded in its chest. Clearing a patch of ground, I arranged stones into a fire ring and gathered dry wood, enough to roast the rabbit. But first, I had to skin and clean it. The sensation was unsettling, the soft, yielding innards, the way my inexpert hands tore through flesh. The carcass ended up in ragged pieces. No one would pay for such a butchered rabbit. Its meat marred by jagged cuts, its pelt rendered useless. This was my first attempt at skinning and cleaning an animal. The result was far from elegant, but it was edible. With a snap of my fingers, I ignited the fire, skewered the meat on sticks, and propped them near the flames. The cooking took time, and the flavor was bland. I had no spices, and the north offered little in that regard. Splitting a loaf of bread, I deboned half the rabbit, layered it with cheese, and ate. Not bad, but sorely lacking. How I missed black pepper and chili. Impossible to grow in near-frozen soil, imported only from Essos or the Riverlands. Chapter 17. Teaching the bird to count after satiating my hunger and extinguishing the campfire, I contemplated a different approach to hunting, one that did not rely on the tracking spell. This time, I intended to utilize Poe and her murder as my scouts, testing their efficacy. Poe, can you and your murder help me locate some rabbits? Yes, father. She began cawing and chattering, and soon, nearly every bird in the vicinity took flight in all directions. Minutes later, distant calls echoed around us. Father, they've found some. Which direction? She descended from her perch, alighting upon a large stone before me, and gestured wildly with her cause. She couldn't count. I would have to teach them soon. Judging by her frenzied pointing, they had likely located around 10 rabbits. Lead us to the nearest one, but alert me when we're closer then. Yes, that boulder over there. I indicated a rock roughly 10 meters away, larger than myself. Understood. She took flight, and I pursued as swiftly as the dense forest allowed. After several minutes of running, she settled on a branch, exchanged calls with a raven, then turned to me. Father, it's inside that hollow tree. Poe, command the raven to flush the rabbit out. I lacked the ability to issue such intricate orders. My dominion extended only to basic directives like attack, defend, or follow. But Poe and Erebus, perhaps due to their avian nature or some other unknown reason, could orchestrate more complex maneuvers. With a sharp cry, she sent the raven to harass the rabbit. After a brief struggle, the creature bolted from its refuge, only to meet my waiting arrow. In an instant, the rabbit lay motionless, an arrow embedded in its skull. Years of practice had honed my archery skills. The fivefold skill multiplier was a blessing. Without it, I doubted I could have advanced to a second-tier druid so swiftly. A naturally gifted spellcaster might require 5 to 10 years to reach my level. Poe then guided me to 9 more locations, where I harvested additional rabbits. The weight of my quarry soon grew burdensome. 10 rabbits would suffice to demonstrate my hunting prowess to Roderick. News of my success would undoubtedly reach him once I sold them in Wintertown. Besides, dusk approached. 3 or 4 hours remained before sunset. Thus, I resolved to dedicate some time to mastering my spells before returning to Winterfell. Seated upon a rock, I gathered 10 small stones and summoned Poe. Poe, would you like to learn how to count? What is counting? The ability to discern quantity. For instance, there is one Emil, or one Poe, but many humans and many ravens. She nodded, indicating comprehension. For instance, I possess such an abundance of stones. Can you discern how many stones I hold? I presented her with 3 pebbles. Indeed, you have 1 stone, another stone, and yet another. That constitutes your collection. I nearly laughed aloud. Gathering roughly 7 stones, I inquired, were I to possess this quantity, would you incessantly name each one until all were accounted for? She nodded in agreement. However, there exists a more elegant method. It is known as numbers. Subsequently, I demonstrated all numerals within 10, yet she mastered only up to 5. As an initial achievement, I deemed this commendable, considering I was instructing a raven in arithmetic. Her patience and obedience were remarkable. I doubted I'd be as fortunate with our boisterous, unruly companion. Several hours later, I practiced employing the familiar vision incantation. This spell could be cast without verbal invocation. Merely by concentrating on the inner bond and tracing the ethereal tether to my familiar, I could assume complete control or share their sight. The training proved arduous. Attempting locomotion while sharing Poe's vision resulted in stumbling after a few steps, yet I made gradual progress. A year prior, maintaining upright posture had been impossible. I also experimented with Arabula, air bubble. Discovering a brook in the forest, I invoked the spell. While functional outside water, the effect appeared absurd. A colossal soap bubble crowning my head, exceedingly fragile to the slightest touch. A mere finger's breach would rupture it. Submerged, however, it gained resilience, requiring substantial force to puncture. Approximately 6 kilometers from Winterfell, Erebus should have arrived hours prior. Thus, I invoked Vakadini, summoned beast. Vakadini, Erebus. Upon his summoning, I gauged my mana depletion, 18 units expended. This confirmed my hypothesis. Greater distances demanded increased mana expenditure. At 20 kilometers, the cost might escalate to 60 units. Thereafter, I devoted nearly all remaining mana to elemental spell drills, reserving a mere 10 units for emergencies before commencing my return to Winterfell. The journey proved uneventful. I reached town by dusk, sold my game, and conducted an hour's swordsmanship practice, lest Roderick chastise my indolence before retiring. Teaching avian arithmetic presented challenges, though Poe learned swiftly. Instructing her evoked childhood methods of finger counting, so I had her tally her talons. She now reaches 8. This marks significant progress. Yet Erebus remains problematic. The very concept of enumeration still eludes him. Ah, foolish Emil. A stone is merely a stone. A claw is merely a claw. Begone. I want no part of this counting nonsense. Erebus is the fool. Father can count, and so can I. Nah. Erebus cannot count. Erebus cannot count. It began chasing Bo, but she was faster, and in the end, it could not catch her. I feel like a nursery governess. Bull, you ought not mock Erebus. Though its mind may be brawn, you still should not taunt your brother. You are the brawn-brained one. Both of you are brawn-brained. At least Erebus is not as hideous as Emil. It is much like humans. No two are alike, and neither are two familiars, even if they are of the same kind. It seems Bo is the mind, and Erebus the muscle, in this avian duo. I attempted a while longer to teach accounting, but making no progress, I abandoned the effort. Roderick's perspective, this boy always sets my nerves on edge. Why must he be so insistent on leaving the city? I cannot fathom it. The world beyond is far too perilous for a child of 9. True, no sane brigand would take a 9-year-old boy seriously during a raid, so he might be overlooked. Or, if they underestimated his combat prowess, he might even slay them. Yet, though he has promised to flee at the first sign of danger, my unease lingers. Should I dispatch someone to shadow him? Even within the castle walls, my worries do not cease. I had thought Wayland would humble him, shatter some of that arrogance. But Wayland was so thoroughly bested that even now, I remain awed. I pray man does not do something foolish simply because the boy is a commoner. Nor does it help that the other guards mock the boys of House Farrant. Mand is a proud man. I doubt he can endure such ridicule. Being a guard does not mean we are mere sentinels. It means we command at least 100 soldiers, and, as Mand is the commander of the fortress beyond Winterhold, 200 men answer to him. Roderick, my apologies, my lord. I did not hear you enter. I rose hastily from my chair, having neither heard nor noticed the door opening. Why so lost in thought? Forgive me, my lord. I was merely pondering our young charge and all his exploits. What do you mean? The guard's mockery of Mand has grown excessive, my lord. I fear he may do something rash. Do not trouble yourself. I have made it abundantly clear to Moran and him what the boy means to me. I do not understand, my lord. 2 years ago, did you not merely mete out a light punishment to those boys? Indeed, that is true. But if you wish to avoid earning a father's lifelong enmity, you do not punish his son before him. Unless you have no choice, of course. Afterward, you deal with the father privately for his son's transgressions. Thus, they may preserve their dignity and avoid public humiliation. Yet they shall also understand that failure to restrain themselves or their sons will incur punishment. I have made it abundantly clear, should they embroil themselves in the children's quarrels, their choices shall be as bleak as iron or the blackest night. I was unaware of this, my lord, because it was not necessary for you to know, Roderick. That is why. The sole reason you are privy to it now is that I require you to subtly encourage the other squires to challenge Emir. In this manner, we may temper steel against steel, honing both blades. Should Emir falter, it reveals we overestimated him. Should he prevail, we may lose a score of promising knights, yet gain one whose worth eclipses them all. I do not comprehend, my lord. Did you not wish for Emir to foster goodwill among the lesser nobles? Yes and no. If possible, I desire amity between them. Yet for the next generation of knights, respect, or at the very least, fear, holds greater value than mere friendship. With Emir, I shall accept either reverence or dread. But my lord, if the knights hold him in such esteem or terror, might that not one day threaten Lord Rob's authority? It shall not. For in a decade or so, House Stark shall gain a new vassal, House Drazzle. He has no thirst for dominion, no craving for power. He seeks only to stand apart, unshackled. Never have I seen a commoner so enamored with freedom, so long as Robb understands him and preserves their childhood bond. I believe Emir would gladly serve as the North's greatest shield and sword. I pray you are right, my lord. He may yet cling to the innocence of youth. But I deem no man immune to the siren call of power. Laughs, you gravely underestimate the strength of House Stark. He may possess charm and prowess, and some knights may rally to his banner. Yet the moment he opposes the Starks, his support shall crumble. Northerners live and die with honor. No lord of the North would betray their liege, save perhaps the Boltons, though I doubt even they possess the spine for such treachery. Chapter 18. The Icicle Serpent. For an entire week, I ventured daily into the Wolfswood to hunt, earning modest coin from my catches. My primary prey were hares, as they proved more challenging to strike with arrows. I would startle them before loosing my shot, sending them darting erratically, an excellent exercise for honing my aim. My purpose was not mere profit. Had I wished, I could have amassed considerable wealth within a month using all my materials for smoke bombs. Yet, as a commoner, sudden riches would only invite trouble. The hares fetched me a handful of copper stars, the currency of a song of ice and fire, where 940 coppers equal 1 golden dragon. In a land infamous for winter famine, wasting game by leaving it to rot would be folly. Beyond hunting, I made minor discoveries regarding my Corsumby, Oak Shield, spell. The enchantment could not be cast upon unwilling creatures. I attempted it on some of the slain hares. To no avail. At first, I assumed death nullified the magic, but living hairs resisted it as well. Then I tried on my familiars successfully. They were encased in bark-like armor, akin to my own arm, though covering a greater portion of their smaller forms. The spell shielded their torsos entirely, but I refrained from subjecting them to further tests. Later, I theorized the spell worked solely on myself and my familiars, until I commanded them to reject my magic. The spell failed once more. Thus, I concluded the target must willingly accept the boon for it to take effect. To confirm, I dominated a hair, compelling it to accept the enchantment. The armor enveloped its torso and head. Raising my sword, I struck with full force. What followed was grim. The armor held, but the hare's legs did not. They were crushed, though its head and torso remained intact. The shield bore a deep dent. The blade had cleaved halfway through, yet the creature lived. I ended its suffering and noted another revelation. Upon death, the armor dissipated. Upon dissection, I found its spine and organs unharmed. The spell, it seemed, also mitigated blunt force, but only where the magic held. The unprotected legs had fared poorly. A lesson: I must guard against crushing blows where the shield does not cover. Another discovery, encounter, was a beast unknown on Earth, the icicle serpent. A northern serpent, it defied winter's dormancy, remaining active even in the coldest months. Its scales shifted with the seasons. In summer, as now, they mimicked tree bark, pale and dark brown, rendering it near invisible among branches. Come winter, it turned white, blending seamlessly with snow. For the most part, it remains white in hue, as the northern realms are perpetually cloaked in winter's embrace. It earned the name icicle from its hunting method, a venomous serpent that lies in ambush. It ascends trees and dangles from branches, blending seamlessly with snow-laden boughs until it resembles a frozen stalactite. There it waits, poised to strike unsuspecting prey below. Once its fangs sink in, the venom ensures the victim's demise within moments. While climbing a tree to secure a better vantage point, I nearly seized one. Had Bo not warned me, I would have grasped it and been bitten. Thanks to his alert, I spotted the serpent in time and conjured a quirkish shield before its strike. A single bite would have been fatal, for no antidote exists. Thus, I resolved to bind it to me. A venomous companion could prove invaluable. After trapping it against my arm, capturing the creature was effortless. I placed it within a pouch and retreated to my chamber, barring the door before releasing it. For a heartbeat, it seemed disoriented. Then its gaze locked onto me, coils tightening in preparation to strike. Though most serpents move sluggishly, ambush predators lunge with terrifying speed. It writhed, immobilized by my magic, as I approached and seized it by head and tail. Though it struggled fiercely, my strength held firm. Settling onto the floor, I channeled mana into the serpent, initiating the binding ritual. Resistance was relentless. An adult beast fights harder than a juvenile. The process demanded an hour of strain, draining nearly all my reserves, but at last the bond took hold. 50 mana points spent. My skill in binding grows, yet so too does the cost. Patience, courage, and persistence guided me. No errors were made. Still, the toll was greater. Maturity demands a steeper price than youth. Through the bond, I sensed its presence as I had with Bo and Erebus, though this connection felt primal, devoid of dialogue. Serpents lack a raven's cunning. Even before my ascension to a second circle druid, those two had possessed remarkable intellect. Perhaps crows are inherently sharp-minded. Their ability to convey rudimentary thoughts among themselves blurred. In their perception, the line between instinctive calls and conscious speech. If my hypothesis holds true, this serpent should gradually acquire the ability to speak and grow more intelligent over time. Alternatively, due to magical influences when I advance to the second tier, the training space's mana might become equivalent to that of the sacred grove. Hence, my visits there may no longer be necessary. What is your name? The serpent lifted its head, coiled around my arm, and began ascending slowly toward my neck, eventually draping itself like a living necklace. Are you male or female? Its thoughts flowed into my mind. It was male. I shall name you M. The moment I bestowed the name, I sensed the ambient mana swirling around it, seeping into M's being. This phenomenon had not occurred when I named Poe or Erebus. My ascension to a second-tier druid must be the reason. With this progression, My mastery over perceiving and manipulating mana has refined, undoubtedly why I can now perceive this interaction. So this is how they learn to gather mana. Naming them seems to unlock a conduit, allowing them to draw mana autonomously. Yet, from conversing with the ravens, I learned that when they touch me while I replenish mana, the absorption becomes more efficient. Similar to when I bonded with the raven, I felt a new boon manifest. Even with closed eyes, I could perceive heat. Was this the serpent's thermal vision? It was not as precise as the predator's sight depicted in films. Rather, it was chaotic. I could distinguish Erebus and Poe behind me as warm masses, though their exact forms remained indistinct. It resembled observing a low-resolution screen, blurred, yet when I turned my head, the outlines sharpened enough to identify them as birds. A thought struck me. I immediately connected with Poe and examined my reflection, relieved to find no serpentine pits on my face. This confirmed the sensation was purely magical, not a physical adaptation. Moving with this perception while my eyes were open felt disorienting. Full acclimatization would take time, yet I eagerly anticipated employing it for hunting. Fortunately, toggling this sense required no mana expenditure. After depleting my mana reserves, I retired to bed. 5 hours later, I awoke to the risen sun. Today, I had no intention of venturing into the wolfswood immediately. Instead, I wished to join the morning training session with the other squires. After preparing, I visited the castle kitchens to break my fast and conversed briefly with Breeze. She's a kind woman. I hope she might rebuild a family someday. It grieves me that she remains alone in this harsh world. Occasionally, I speak with her to ease her solitude, but since her husband's passing 4 years prior, she has withdrawn, refusing companionship with any man. It seems she still mourns him deeply. At times, I would see her gazing at a wooden whistle carved into the shape of a bird, the last gift he gave her before departing for war, from which he never returned. I wish she could find happiness again. "How are you today, Aunt Briss?" she asked, her eyes filled with tender affection. "Oh, I'm well, my dear. How is your training progressing? Are the noble children treating you kindly?" "It's fine. I don't care what they think or do. As long as they don't stand in my way, I have no quarrel with them." She glanced around nervously before moving to sit beside me. Leaning close, she whispered, "My dear, you shouldn't speak like that. Within these castle walls, even the stones have ears. Lord Stark may favor you now, but as a commoner, you must never truly trust the nobility. To them, we are expendable. Don't misunderstand. Lord Stark is one of the most honorable and trustworthy men I've ever known, but he is still a noble. He wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice you for his greater cause. Today, he may cherish you, but if you force his hand, tomorrow he could cast you aside to maintain his balance." She spoke the truth. Nobles seldom consider the sacrifices of commoners, only their own interests. Their wars prove as much. Lord Stark is no different in this regard. How many commoners perish in every battle? Are songs written for them? No. But if a noble falls in battle, or an entire noble house is slaughtered, then epics are sung. I understand the pain of her loss, her husband, taken by the nobles' conflicts. If you must serve a noble house, better it be the Starks. But never give them your all. Aunt Briss's mind was sharp as a steel trap. Had she been born in the age of modern Earth, I'd wager she could have been a figure of great influence. After speaking with her a while longer, I rose and made my way to the training yard. Upon arrival, I was met with nothing but hostile glares. It felt like prey stepping into a hunting ground. I was paired with a 14-year-old squire, brimming with aggression as if he bore some personal grudge. We began our spar, but I had no intention of using my enhancements. His attributes were only 0. 3 points above my base, his speed likewise. With my abilities, he would pose no challenge. He lunged at me immediately, a swift yet controlled attack, not reckless. As he brought his sword down in an overhead slash, I prepared to deflect it aside. But just as his blade slid past my guard, he released his grip and attempted to tackle me. I hadn't anticipated the move, but he was the first to try throwing a 9-year-old to the ground. If he wanted to turn this into a grapple, I'd oblige. I too released my sword, slipping beneath his left arm, seizing it, and pivoting into a judo throw. Using all his forward momentum, I hurled him onto the ground. Today, I felt different. If this had occurred yesterday, I doubt I could have acted with such swiftness. It was as though my dynamic vision and reflexes had been enhanced. "Do you have any queries, my friend?" You are the issue here, Mr. Perfection. Subsequently, I engaged in combat with 3 individuals aged approximately 13 to 15 and emerged victorious against them all. However, they were exceedingly aggressive, much like the first adversary. To overpower the 15-year-old, I had to sacrifice flesh for bone, using my right arm to block his strike so I could land a decisive blow to his chest. By tomorrow, my right arm will undoubtedly bear the marks of our clash, bruised in shades of violet and indigo. Chapter 19. Tempering. As I was about to leave the training grounds, Waylon blocked my path. I demanded a rematch. Like the other squires, Waylon appeared aggressive. Yet, he was different from the rest. Undoubtedly furious. His anger lacked the impatience of the others, who were all eager to challenge me. He stood apart in this regard. He wished to spar, to defeat me, but without their restless urgency. My arm is injured today. We shall postpone this, I said. He glanced at my arm, the corner of his lips curling slightly before replying. I want no excuses when I defeat you. We shall duel next week. Heal your arm and face me at your full strength. I care not what Ser Roderick says. You are no better than I am. What do you mean? What has Ser Roderick said? He met my gaze briefly before turning away without explanation. I had intended to depart, yet I needed to uncover the truth. Seeking out a squire with whom I shared a tolerable rapport, despite his own muted resentment, I learned the full story. Thus, I sought out Ser Roderick afterward. He stood among the other knights, all engaged in sparring. To me, they resembled monsters. There were about 12 of them, and though I occasionally observed their bouts, their movements had once been too swift for me to follow. Now it was different. My eyes could track their motions. My dynamic vision had undoubtedly improved. Yet, I still could not match their speed. From their movements, I estimated their speed to be between 6 to 8 points. As for their strength, though I had never sparred with any of them, I could make an educated guess, likely 6 to 7 points. At my peak, I could muster only 3. 9 points in strength and 4. 1 in speed. Approaching the training area, I called out, Ser Roderick, may I have a word? He ceased observing the knights and turned to me. Speak. May we speak privately, Ser? Without a word, he strode away, beckoning me to follow. Once inside his chambers, he settled behind his desk. Say what you must. Ser, why have you incited the other squires against me? He chuckled. When have I done such a thing? I merely increased their training intensity, marginally. Indeed. And while doing so, you also remarked how inferior they were compared to me, claiming I wouldn't even break a sweat under such trivial drills. Did I lie? Do you sweat during their training? In terms of talent, are they not beneath you? I had no rebuttal. For me, such exercises had lost all meaning since last year. Ser, may I speak candidly? As you wish. Lord Stark and you both seek to temper me through squires. I am no blade in need of forging. I grow weary of being perpetually manipulated. His smiling visage hardened into solemnity. I had thought you more mature, yet it seems you remain shackled by childish whims. Or perhaps your gifts have intoxicated your mind, boy. Merely because the Lord show you leniency for your talents does not elevate you above others. Like all, you shall obey Lord Stark's commands. Should he wish to hammer you into steel, so it shall be. You fail to comprehend the magnitude of his expectations. Go now and do as you please. This privilege the Duke grants you. Employ your leisure as you will, but never again come to me lamenting your grievances or conducting yourself like a petulant child. He envisions you as a future leader of knights. Comport yourself accordingly. His reprimand struck a chord of truth within me. Were I Lord, I too would act thus, and I must relinquish these modern notions in my mind. I am not free to act as I desire. Others may strip me of possessions, even liberty, without cause. Though should they press too harshly, flight remains an option, to live as an outlaw. Perhaps this explains Lord Stark's unusual leniency. He seeks to bind me to the north. My vision was narrow. Forgive me, Ser. I knew not the breadth of your designs for my future. I shall bow my head to their will, but should they mistake me for a blade to be wielded at whim, they err grievously. Aunt Breeze spoke truly. Never surrender your full measure to nobility. Departing his chambers, I returned to mine, preparing for the wolfswood. Yet first, the bruises demanded attention. I'd concocted a salve from herbs, chiefly arnica and the blood of the old gods. The latter, as the name implies, exists solely in this world, a crimson-petaled flower thriving only near weirwoods. For my studies, this herb alone creates serviceable brew salves, but combined with arnica, the mixture transforms into an orange unguent, tripling its efficacy. Where the blood alone would mend severe bruising in a week, this compound achieves healing in 2 days. My arm's injury proved worse than anticipated. Pain pulsed like ceaseless tides upon the shore, the wound displaying a livid purple center encircled by angry inflammation. I began suspecting hairline fractures beneath the agony. How I loathed my lack of healing spells. With such magic, herbal preparations would be unnecessary. All would be simpler. Fortunately, my knowledge of herbcraft runs deep, else I'd be at Maester Lewin's mercy. Today we'd address the swelling and pain. Should agony persist tomorrow, fractures would be confirmed. For bruises, my orange salve proves effective. For severe pain, I require a remedy crafted from white willow bark, frankincense, ginger, and honey. Frankincense is particularly elusive, thriving only in the southern reaches of Westeros. Today, I ought not to strain this arm. Prudence dictates I refrain from using it. Yet the wolfswood calls to me, what course should I take? For safety's sake, I may remain within the castle walls today, amusing myself with the Stark children while allowing my body respite. After some searching, I discovered the Stark boys near the kennels. All present, even young Bran. How swiftly time flows. It seems but yesterday he entered this world, and now, a boy of 2 summers, he clambers over the kennel fences, dangling like a mischievous little monkey. Rob and John, under the kennel master's guidance, attempted to teach the hounds new tricks, though success eluded them. The dogs paid no heed to their commands, darting about in playful chaos, leaping over one another in exuberant disarray. Sansa, ever the picture of ladylike composure, observed from the sidelines, lecturing Arya on proper behavior. And Arya, as always, disregarded her sister entirely, pursuing her own whims with increasing impishness. Try as I might, I could never summon true anger toward her, especially now, as she attempted to ride one of the larger hounds like a steed. Spotting me, she waved excitedly. Emil, come quickly. Look, I become a hound knight. Her eyes sparkled with delight, while beyond the kennel fence, Sansa's expression darkened with disapproval. Arya Stark, get down this instant, or I shall tell Mother what you're doing. At the mention of their mother, Arya's grin faltered. Before I could interject, Rob called out to me. Emil, come see. We taught this one to shake. Both boys gazed at me with expectant pride as the hound extended its paw. Indulging them, I feigned admiration. That must have been quite the feat. Their chests swelled with accomplishment. Rob boasted, I wager you couldn't train a dog half as fast. A challenge. Then, one I could not ignore. Approaching the kennel master, I requested treats. He produced dried meat from his belt pouch, handing me a few pieces. I knelt before the very hound that had defied the boy's efforts, stroking its fur. At my touch, it trembled and whined, sensing my dominance. For appearances, I mimicked training gestures. Direct commands would arouse suspicion, and the hound obeyed instantly. Guiding it with hands and voice, I coaxed, quickly now, roll over. Yes, just like that. Good lad. Each successful roll earned a morsel, my fingers lingering in praise. Afterwards, I made a whooshing sound, pretending to shoot it with an arrow. Then I commanded it to play dead, while gently pushing it down to lie motionless on the ground. At that moment, Rob, John, and the kennel master all gaped at me in astonishment. Even when I returned to their side, they remained utterly speechless. So I proceeded to teach them 2 simpler tricks, knowing full well how challenging it is to train a dog to shake hands. The moment I finished speaking, Rob narrowed his eyes at me before suddenly lunging forward. He pinned me down, gripping my shoulders and shaking me violently while shouting, Why are you so good at everything? I hate you. Losing my balance. We both tumbled to the ground. I expected him to cry from the fall, but instead he burst into laughter, and soon I found myself laughing too. In that very instant, a surge of aggression welled up inside me. A second later, I recognized what it was and screamed, No. Stop. Chapter 20. The wolf spirit in nearly bit Rob. Had I commanded it to halt a second later, or had it disobeyed, Rob might have perished. The serpent emerged from the collar of my shirt, halting mere inches from Rob's arm. Swiftly, I seized it and tucked it back beneath my garments. But the damage was done. Rob had seen it. His eyes widened in terror, and he let out a shrill cry. Frost Viper! All eyes snapped toward us. Even those who had been distant from our group now gathered or turned to stare. Calm yourself, Rob. Harms no one unless provoked. Who or what is him? The name of my Frost Viper. Have you lost your senses? Why would you keep such a lethal creature, let alone harbor it beneath your shirt? You must have a death wish. Worry not. It is docile. So long as I treat it kindly, it remains loyal. You should not keep volatile, aggressive beasts as pets, especially venomous serpents. They are unpredictable. No sooner had Rob spoken than the kennel master approached, adding, "The young lord speaks true. Venomous creatures ought not be kept, and if they must, they should be secured in proper enclosures from which they cannot escape." You've caused quite the spectacle. I knew it had not acted out of malice, only to shield me. It must have mistaken Rob for a threat. Allow me to demonstrate. It is not what you believe. With that, I reached for my collar and bade the serpent emerge. Slowly, it slithered forth, coiling around my arm. Gasps rippled through the crowd. In the north, a single bite from such a creature was near certain death. Climb atop my head and wait. Obediently, it traversed from my hand to my shoulder, then wound its way upward until it settled upon my crown. Fear painted every face, save for Bran and Arya, whose expressions held only awe. Once the shock had settled, though distance was still maintained, Rob demanded, "How did you manage this?" I did little. I merely trained it to obey commands and perform tricks. A lie, of course, but I had no intention of revealing my true nature. Just then, Roderick forced his way through the gathering. "What in the name of the gods is happening here?" After the tale was relayed, his gaze found the serpent coiled upon my head. He recoiled with a shout. "By the old gods, boy, are you trying to give men heart failure?" From a safe distance, he studied the creature, then asked, "Lad, have you ever dreamed yourself a crow or a serpent in your sleep?" Our Roderick possesses a sharper mind than his rough exterior suggests. "No, sir. I've never had such dreams." "Have you ever commanded an animal to obey you instantly?" "Of course not. They are willful and aggressive until I train them. Only after training do they begin to heed my commands, and even then, merely simple tricks and orders." I could see the skepticism lingering in Roderick's gaze. Yet he refrained from pressing further. Just then, the kennel master interjected, "How could one possibly tame a snake? How did you manage it?" "It was arduous. I spent 3 years raising it from an egg, training it until it matured into a full-grown serpent. Naturally, I cannot disclose the method. Such knowledge may prove useful in the future." At my words, the kennel master's expression darkened, but with Roderick present, he remained silent. Meanwhile, Arya and Bran edged closer to me. I seized Arya's hand as she attempted to scale the fence, reaching for my head. "Arya, you must never attempt to touch the snake. Though YM is tamed and poses no threat to me, that tolerance extends only to me. If anyone else tries to touch it, it will strike without hesitation. Do you understand? Never attempt to touch the snake." Rob grasped Arya's arm, pulling her aside, and began reprimanding her for her reckless behavior. Eddard Stark's perspective. I was occupied with my routine inspections when I heard a commotion near the kennels while crossing the yard. As I moved to investigate, Roderick approached me. "My lord, if you have a moment, there is something I wish to discuss with you in private." "Can we not discuss it during the inspection? Is it truly so urgent?" "I believe it is, my lord." "Very well, then let us adjourn to my study." Once inside, Roderick shut the door and recounted the events. As I listened, my eyes widened in astonishment. How could a snake be tamed to such an extent? It is impossible, which is why I do not believe his claims, my lord. That boy is a warg. Spare me the old nurse's tales, Roderick. "My lord, I witnessed it with my own eyes." "What did you see?" "A ward, my lord. Before I became commander of Winterfell, when I was still a young knight, I longed to see the wall. Once, I even patrolled with the Night's Watch, only to be ambushed by wildlings. We repelled the attack, but as I pursued one fleeing savage, I cornered him. His eyes turned entirely white, and a wolf lunged at me from the underbrush. After a struggle, I drove my knife into the beast's belly, yet at the same moment, the wildling clutched his own stomach and screamed. As I moved to finish him, his eyes whitened again, and this time, an eagle assailed me. It was that eagle that left this scar upon my cheek. Why do you never share this tale with me before?" "To be honest, my lord, I am afraid," I confessed. "What do you mean? What frightens you?" "I fear the boundary between reality and illusion, my lord." I dare not question. If the wolf spirit is real, then what else might also be true? From the protagonist's perspective, after Roderick departed, the others gradually shed their fear and curiosity toward him, returning to their own affairs. Robb's reprimand seemed forgotten. Arya and Bran resumed their lively antics. I tucked him inside my shirt and continued playing with the Stark children and the hounds, but one pup in particular caught my attention, frail and sickly. Noticing my gaze, Arya approached and studied it as well. Emil, what's wrong with this pup? I don't know, Arya. It appears ill. As we spoke, the kennel master joined us. This one was born sickly. Its mother abandoned it to nurse the stronger pups. We expect it won't last long. Arya's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling. Emil, we must save it. It's so pitiful. Please, let us help. I'm not certain it can be saved. Why not? You always boast of your knowledge of medicine and herbs. Use it to heal this creature. Very well. I'll try, but I promise nothing. It's gravely ill. It may not survive the night. After bidding farewell to the others, I carried the pup to my chambers. Herbal remedies seemed futile. At least, the ones I possessed would prove ineffective. With more potent ingredients, perhaps, but I had none. Magic was another recourse, yet I lacked the means for healing spells. Then another thought surfaced, one tied to magic, though untested. The idea had come to me when I named him and witnessed magic infusing his body. After naming my familiars, they gained the ability to gather magic. Could an ordinary creature, unbonded to me, also accumulate magic within itself? Bo, Erebus, come to my room. I must speak with you. Minutes later, they slipped in through the window, gathering magic in my palm. I asked, you recognize this, yes? Yes, Papa, it's magic wind. Have you forgotten its name? Foolish Emil? It's not magic wind, you imbecilic bird. It's magic. Magic. You are the fool. Your entire family is foolish. You can't even name magic wind properly. Reasoning with this feather-brained creature is impossible. I inhaled deeply and pressed on. How do you gather magic? Can you explain it to me? Magic wind. Erebus, if you utter another word, I'll pluck every feather from your wretched body. I should have known. You envy my splendid plumage. You shall never possess it. These glorious feathers are mine. Foolish Emil, bald and unsightly Emil. You could never rival my magnificence. My face began twitching violently, as though I were a volcano on the verge of eruption. With all my strength and cunning, I rendered him immobile. He lay upon the table like a marble statue. At last, silence. I turned to Bo and said, let us proceed. Father once said that during training, magic flows toward the heart. What? Could that truly be? Did she mean what I thought? No, it couldn't be possible. Bo, come here. I extended my arm for her to perch upon. As she settled, I placed my hand upon her chest, seeking to sense her magic. I was astonished. There it was, magic within her heart. Faint, yes, but undeniably present. She was, in essence, crafting a magical heart. Was Erebus the same? The spell's effect waned. He began to stir. Erebus, how do you gather it? Gather what? A vein throbbed upon my brow. I am asking, how do you gather magic? Foolish Emil, why would I gather magic? I despise the very notion. Patience, Emil, patience. He may possess some intelligence, but he remains, after all, a bird. My incomparably brilliant Erebus, what were we discussing? We spoke of magic winds. Then foolish Emil began babbling about magic. Enough. I shall pluck every last feather from your wretched body. You witless raven, if you understand the subject. Why withhold the method? Better yet, come here. I shall see for myself. I shan't. Do you take me for a fool like yourself? You just threaten my exquisite plumage. Hideous Emil, consumed by envy, are you not? Deep breaths, deep breaths. Do not succumb to his whirlwind of idiocy. At times, I suspect he is cleverer than Bo, yet he delights in this charade, reveling in tormenting me, in sending my blood pressure soaring. Come here. Fear not. I mean no harm, only to smother you with affection. At last I coaxed him near. Upon inspecting his magic, I found it not concentrated in one place, but dispersed throughout his entire being, woven into muscle, bone, blood, and skin. Yet his method was not unlike what I intended for the pup. I must nourish its entire body. Partial infusion would prove futile. The question remains, will this even work? Unlike my familiars, the magic shall enter unwillingly, forced beneath my command. Cradling the pup, I stroked its head and whispered, if this fails, you shall perish within days. Forgive me for what I must do, but it is your only hope. I pried open its jaws, slipping in a rolled cloth to prevent it from shattering its teeth in desperation. I gradually gathered the ambient magical energy, causing it to swirl around me in a gentle vortex. This way, once I began channeling the arcane forces, I wouldn't need to focus excessively on manipulating its movement. Chapter 21. Healing magic. As I prepared to channel my magical energy, I suddenly realized this poor creature didn't even have a name. It might die from this experiment, and I was also curious about the implications of naming an animal that wasn't my familiar. So, I decided to give the little one a name. Lifting it gently with both hands, I turned its face toward mine and studied it carefully. Emaciated and weak, it lacked even the strength to open its eyes. Many cultures on Earth believe names hold power, often bestowing strong names upon those they cherish or wish to embody certain traits. Thus, I shall do the same for you. Let me think. From now on, your name shall be Beeless. The moment I named it, the mana around the puppy began to ripple. Yet unlike with a moo, it didn't seep into its body. Instead, the energy undulated like waves from a stone cast into water, pulsing outward before fading within seconds. This experiment left me with more questions than answers. Did the mana activate because of me, or would it react the same for anyone? Another quandary. Would arbitrarily naming an entity yield different results? Countless inquiries swirled in my mind, but now was neither the time nor place to dwell on them. The puppy's condition was dire. Cradling it once more, I stroked its neck gently, focusing intently as I channeled mana into its body, slowly, deliberately. The moment the energy made contact, its entire frame tensed violently. I couldn't stop now. Though I knew this inflicted unbearable agony, it was necessary. The mana flowed into me first, and as I tempered its flow, I guided it toward the puppy with my hands. Tremors racked its body, its shrill cries softening into whimpers. Minutes passed, and I noticed something unsettling. While the mana entered its form, its body refused to absorb it. It was rejecting the energy. If this continued, flooding it with more mana would only lead to its collapse. What else could I do? Then, I remembered the anagrosa, hemostasis spell. Not a true healing incantation. It cauterized wounds with searing heat rather than mending them. Yet at its core, it must share some principles with restorative magic. When cast, the mana took on fiery attributes, though not pure flame. A fire spell would ravage everything in its path until spent. But anagrosa formed a protective film on the surface instead. What I needed was to repurpose that intent, not to seal, but to nourish and fortify. Let us try. With unwavering focus, I channeled the magical energy emanating from my hands, reiterating my intent. This time, I had to rely solely on my own reserves rather than ambient mana, for external forces could not weave this incantation. Nourish and fortify the flesh, nourish and fortify the flesh, nourish and... The spell hovered at the precipice of my consciousness, tantalizingly close yet elusive. My magic flowed like water, while the pup's fragile form could endure no more. I strained against my limits, as though parting a heavy curtain within my mind. Suddenly, it crystallized, clear as polished glass. Gathering the remnants of my power, I poured my very life into the utterance. Adinvi, ta. Nourish and fortify the flesh. A verdant luminescence blossomed from my palms, enveloping us in warmth. Belutha's whimpers ceased, his breathing steadied. A deep sigh escaped me, just as warmth trickled from my nose and ears. I touched a hand to my face, then my ears. Oh, damn it, blood. A crushing weakness surged through me before darkness claimed my vision. Something damp persistently tapped my forehead, an irritating sensation. I longed to drift back into oblivion, but awareness jolted me upright. I had nearly died, nearly perished healing a damn dog. Never again will I recklessly forge new spells. From now on, I shall only practice and seek to comprehend magic's depths. Arrogance blinded me. Recklessness nearly cost everything. Magic is no plaything. It is a volatile force, a ticking bomb. Yet, pride flickered within me. I had succeeded. A healing incantation born of my will. Verification, medinvita, nourish and fortify the flesh, effect, amplifies the body's innate healing to its zenith, though not instantaneously. Mends minor wounds or bolsters the immune system if timely. Classification: Tier 3 spell. Mana cost: 60 units. No wonder I nearly perished. A Tier 2 practitioner forcibly wielding a Tier 3 spell. Papa, are you better now? Yes, Bo. How long was I unconscious? A throbbing ache pulsed in my skull, but otherwise I seemed intact. Papa slept from noon yesterday until noon today. A full day. A modest toll for such folly. My gaze swept the room. Beluth still slumbered where I'd left him, and beside me lay a damp cloth. What's this, Bo? I held up the sodden fabric. When others faint like father did, I noticed a cloth placed upon their foreheads, so I fetched one, hoping it might rouse him from his slumber. Unable to contain my mirth, I began tickling beneath her beak. 2 days have passed since my attempt to treat the pup, yet I still bear the consequences of my hubris, though my body seems to have escaped permanent damage. At first, I couldn't even lift my arms on the first day, but by the second, I could walk again. The dire news is that even after 2 days of rest and meditation, my mana accumulation remains sluggish. Normally, I replenish my reserves within 5 or 6 hours, yet now, despite 2 full days, I've only managed to gather 25 points. There is a faint glimmer of improvement, as I could muster only 10 on the first day and 15 on the second. But the lesson is clear. Never again shall I take such reckless risks. Henceforth, I shall deliberate 1,000 times before acting in my experiments. Belus appears to be recovering day by day. His eyes now open, and today, when I brought him food and water, he mustered the strength to rise and eat. If we count the days since my spell-induced collapse, 3 have passed. His recovery seems natural. Yet I sense he is not entirely out of danger. Though his body grows stronger, another healing incantation may be necessary to ensure full restoration. This spell does not truly cure ailments. Belus still trembles, his feverish body locked in battle against some unseen adversary. The spell's description states it nourishes the body and fortifies the immune system, so perhaps another infusion of strength is required. 3 days later, nearly a week has passed, and I am fully restored in body. This morning, upon waking, I found my mana reserves replenished, but with a difference. My capacity has increased by 10 points, now totaling 75. Upon realizing my recovery, I engage in an hour or 2 of physical training to ease the stiffness in my limbs. Venturing to the sparring grounds, I noticed the glares directed my way were fiercer than before. Roderick must have been relentless in his praise of me, while subjecting the squires to even more grueling drills. I could almost feel the resentment in their clenched fists. After brief consideration, I decided against sparring today. In 2 days, I face Wayland in a duel. Until then, I'd rather avoid further injury. Opting for lighter exercise, I devoted myself to conditioning before returning to my chambers, exhausted. I planned to rest 4 or 5 hours after casting the healing spell. If my mana recovery proceeds normally, I should awaken with full reserves. I checked on Belus. His eyes fluttered open to regard me briefly before he seemed to drift back towards sleep. Over the past 6 days, Belus's physical energy and vitality appeared to wane. Yet the hue of the short fur enveloping its body seemed to regain some luster, and its fever also diminished. Gently, I extended my hand toward it, placing my palm softly upon its chest. Medinvita, to nourish and fortify the body. My hand emitted a verdant glow as before, a warmth enveloping me. Yet unlike last time, I did not immediately feel an overwhelming weakness. The only side effect I could discern was the steady flow of my mana, like water. This healing incantation consumed a full 60 points of my magical reserves. I found this restorative spell far more comprehensible than those of the fire element, perhaps because healing aligns more naturally with a druid's essence than destruction. This thought arose because I had nearly elevated spherical spells to the 2nd tier across all elements, yet made no progress whatsoever with the fireball incantation. Now, it would be inaccurate to refer to 2nd tier spells merely as spherical. Earth and ice spells had evolved into shard-based manifestations. Earth magic, as I had anticipated, proved particularly lethal, while ice magic held its own merits. Each bore distinct advantages and drawbacks. Ice, though more fragile, was far more economical, costing only 10 mana points, whereas earth shards, Sturdier by comparison, demanded 15. I no longer needed to consider adding rotation. Both spells now spun automatically upon casting. The situation was somewhat analogous with lightning and wind elements. Though I could now employ them at a distance, their efficacy diminished so drastically that they became utterly wasteful. Thus, I resolved to convert them into close-range, touch-based spells. Perhaps because I spared the mana required to project them outward, or due to their proximity, these spells were markedly cheaper than the others, each requiring a mere 5 mana points. Lastly, I had transformed my water sphere into a pressurized jet. Admittedly, it lacked the force to cleave metal or even pierce high-quality leather armor with ease. Yet I sensed latent potential within it. Developing this spell proved simplest after mastering the water sphere. I channeled all my mana to envelop and compress it. Once it could be pressed no further, I formed a minute aperture along the outer layer in the desired direction, allowing the pressurized water to erupt forth, slicing almost like a blade. When I directed this spell against the trunk of a great tree, though it failed to sever it entirely, it shattered the bark, leaving a deep gash. I could say that my foray into healing magic stemmed from arrogance. And that very arrogance was the primary reason I had managed to refine these spells within a mere fortnight. Yawn. All this training had exacted its toll. Now I longed for sleep. Tomorrow, I would see if my mana had replenished. Chapter 22. Duel once more awakening at dawn. I felt invigorated, my spirit unburdened, my body wholly restored. Not a trace of magical exhaustion lingered. My mana brimmed within me, and vitality coursed through my veins. A deep sigh escaped me. How wondrous it is to be whole again. Rising from my bed, I examined Belus. The difference between a week prior and now was stark. His fur no longer matted or shedding, its hue and form nearly restored. Though still gaunt, his appetite was voracious. I knew not what malady his body fought, whether virus or bacterium, but I prayed his immune system would prevail. A weekly healing incantation seemed sufficient. Upon my second casting, I could now sense the lingering traces of magic within him, confirming its efficacy. For now, speculation was all I had. Yet my near-death ordeal had sharpened both my magic and physique. My current attributes stood at 75 mana, 3 for strength, and 6 speed. With enhancements, I could elevate these to 4, 2, and 4, respectively. Were I to theorize, when I, a mere second-tier druid, attempted a third-tier spell, an overwhelming surge of mana flooded my being, nearly claiming my life. Yet survival had its rewards. The excess magic catalyzed growth in both body and capacity. I knew well this was mere fortune's favor. Such a method could never serve as training. Each attempt would be a gamble with death. The odds of survival dwindled with repetition. The day of my rematch with Waylon arrived. Though stronger now, I harbored doubts regarding his true capabilities. In our last bout, his peak attributes were 3, 5 strength, and 3 speed. Yet certification was no absolute truth. Had he truly exerted his full might? He had not underestimated me. But that did not mean he fought without restraint. Overconfidence would be folly. Thus, I resolved to arm myself, sword, dagger, and throwing knife secured at my belt. As I moved toward the door, familiar voices echoed in the corridor. Upon opening it, I found all the Stark children before me, Robb raising a hand in greeting. "Good day," he said. "Arya and Bran have been curious about the pup for days now. We thought to visit." Arya shoved past Robb, her eyes alight with restless curiosity. "Emil, how is the pup? Is he better now?" "He'll be all right. One tea?" "Whoa, slow down," I chuckled, resting a hand on her shoulder. 1,000 questions in a breath. "Steady now. Let me address your concerns one by one. The puppy's condition has improved significantly compared to last week. While I can confidently say it's recovering, the illness persists, and only time will reveal whether it can overcome this ailment. Nevertheless, I've done everything within my power." Arya and Bran were overjoyed to hear the puppy's progress, though the lingering possibility of its illness left them uneasy. Noticing their distress, I quickly added, "It's much better now. Today it even got up and walked around. Would you like to come inside and play with it? But if it doesn't want to move, don't force it. If it refuses to play, that means it's tired and needs rest. You understand, right?" They nodded eagerly and rushed into the room. My small chamber felt rather cramped with 6 of us inside, even though we were all children. Sansa sat attentively in a chair by the table, her gaze fixed on the puppy. Robb, Jon, and I perched on the bed, watching Arya and Bran play with the pup on the floor. Robb glanced at the sword hanging from my belt and asked, "Are you going to practice?" "More or less. I promised to spar with the squire today." Jon inquired, "Do we know the one you're fighting? Even if you don't, you've likely heard of him." "I'm facing Waylon Flint, eldest son of Mander Flint." For a moment, their eyes widened in surprise. Jon, a mix of excitement and nervousness in his voice, said, "Isn't he around 15? Why are you fighting someone so much older?" "Actually, he's 14, and I've fought him once before and won. This will be his chance for revenge." Both of them stood up, electrified. Robb exclaimed, "Are you sure you're only 9? What kind of 9-year-old defeats a 14-year-old? You don't even look 9. He was wrong. The average height for a northern boy my age was about 4 feet 3 inches, yet I stood at nearly 5 feet. Robb and Jon, though a year older, were 5 centimeters shorter. "We should watch. This could be quite the match," Arya declared. I hadn't noticed her approach or how long she'd been listening, but she insisted Robb accompany her, and he couldn't refuse. As we left my room and moved down the corridor, I noticed Sansa lagging behind, hesitation written across her face. "Sansa, what's wrong? I don't think I should go with you." "Why not? A proper lady shouldn't visit places like the training yard. That's what Septa Mordane and Lady Catelyn say." "And why do they say that?" "Septa Mordane claims such places are unfit for a lady, that only crude and violent women go there." I sighed deeply, just as I suspected. I overheard the other knights speaking in the training yard about a certain Lady Mege Mormont, a member of House Mormont and one of the greatest warriors in the north. Many have tasted defeat and death beneath her mighty warhammer. Do you believe Lady Mege Mormont is a savage and brutal woman? I cannot say for certain, but the Septa insists we must not defy the teachings of the Seven, nor behave like the tree-worshipping wildlings. "Sansa, do we dwell in the south? Do you consider Lord Stark, your siblings, and myself to be tree-worshipping wildlings?" "Lady Catelyn may keep the faith of the Seven, but remember you are a lady of the north, and your father is a lord of the north." "True, northern women may not be knighted, but that does not mean they cannot be warriors. Only one person can tell you what you can or cannot do. Your father, not Septa Mordane. If you wish to join us today, I hope you will forget the Septa's words and listen to your own heart. When you see your father, I hope you will tell him what Septa Mordane said about the old gods." After our conversation, she decided to accompany us, and I smiled upon hearing her voice. There is still hope in her. As today's bout was to be fought with blunted steel, we donned our full armor, as usual. I have grown accustomed to the weight of my plate. It once slowed me considerably and hindered my movements, but a year of fighting in armor has made it second nature. We stood in the arena, studying each other intently, but today Waylon was different. None of his usual arrogance was on display. When we faced each other, he did not even open his mouth to speak. I raised my sword higher than usual, leaving my lower body exposed, but Waylon did not take the bait. So I initiated the first strike, feigning a high vertical slash before twisting the blade left at the last moment, aiming for his flank rather than his head. Yet the attack failed. He swiftly positioned his sword to block, but without hesitation, I retracted my blade and thrust toward his chest. He was faster than I anticipated, slipping past my guard and driving his forehead into my nose. Pain exploded through my face, my balance faltered, and I stumbled backward. In that moment, he raised his sword and delivered a diagonal cut toward my right side. Still unsteady, I rolled left, putting distance between us. I should have known better. I had not taken this fight seriously. Last time, he had not fought at full strength. Now his strength was at 4. 5, his speed at 4. 3, and I, like a fool, had entered the fray without enhancing myself. The aspect of the bear, Valhen Grives, and the aspect of the cat, Valhen Kelly, take immediate effect, filling my body with surging vitality. Yet even with these enhancements, I remained slightly weaker than him, though marginally swifter. My strength measures 4. 2, my speed 4. 4. No longer underestimating my opponent, I focus entirely on the duel. With a swift step forward, I feint a diagonal strike from the left, only to redirect my blade overhead at the last moment, slashing from the right. Realizing he cannot parry in time, Velan chooses retreat over defense. My sword screeches against his steel breastplate, carving a jagged scar from left shoulder to chest, leaving behind a shallow dent. He knew evasion was impossible. Yet this is the purpose of armor. It would shield him. Now he presses the assault, charging forward. But my superior speed allows me to retreat a pace, positioning my blade in his path. Should he not halt, he would impale himself upon it. Seizing his own opportunity, he abruptly retracts his sword and swings wide, deflecting my steel as if to breach my guard and force me back. But I no longer underestimate him. I anticipate his movements. Had he sought to close the distance for grappling, he would not have withdrawn his blade. The retraction signals another strike, and from that stance, only my legs are vulnerable. Were I to step back, my left leg would pivot exposed. So I feign falling into his trap, pretending to shift my right foot backward. Yet the instant he begins his swing, I leap back with my left leg while slashing toward his head with all my might. Though the jump diminishes the force, a strike to the skull, even with mere arm strength, would be devastating. By the time Velan realizes his ruse has failed, it is too late. He must either endure the blow to his head or sacrifice an arm. Naturally, he chooses the latter. As my blade descends, he raises his forearm, absorbing the impact. But he does not retreat empty-handed, for while his right arm blocks, he shifts his sword to his left, aiming for my flank. Yet I had foreseen this. Drawing the dagger at my waist, I interpose it as a shield. This dagger was custom forged by Micton, one edge honed to razor sharpness, the other deliberately blunted. Its slender blade is paired with a U-shaped guard. A subtle twist of my wrist traps his sword between blade and guard, rendering the weapon invaluable for defense. Yet I cannot rely on it indefinitely, for wielding a dagger means sacrificing a hand-esque grip on my sword, and with it, a significant portion of my striking power. My assault may not have been entirely successful, yet the condition of his right hand clearly indicated he could no longer wield it in this duel, and his sword now lay within my dominion. Before he could fully comprehend the unfolding events, I swiftly slid my dagger along the length of his blade, while subtly loosening my grip on my own sword's hilt, inverting it to deliver a crushing blow with the pommel against his visage. Wishing not to inflict lasting harm upon Wayland, I aimed for the right side of his helm. The impact sent him reeling violently, his knees buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, likely suffering a mild concussion. With deliberate finality, I rested my blade against his throat. The duel had reached its conclusion. A deathly silence followed my declaration, soon shattered by Arya and Bran's triumphant cheers. As their voices pierced the stillness, the gathered crowd erupted into fervent discussion and debate over the match's outcome. Extending my hand to Wayland, I was met with a brief glare, yet after a weighted exhale, he clasped it in grudging acknowledgement. With a firm pull, I aided him to his feet. His gesture bore dual significance before the assembled onlookers. First, an admission of my superiority. Second, a truce between us, dissolving past enmity. Naturally, this did not imply absolute trust could be placed in him. Yet from what I discerned, Wayland was either a man of simple disposition or an actor of Oscar-worthy caliber. What this battle revealed to me, however, was that beyond the sword, little else held his regard. Thanks to my fivefold mastery, my comprehension of the blade deepened with each passing day. To claim this skill granted me the equivalent of 15 years' experience would be no falsehood. Through this confrontation, I gleaned profound insight into Wayland. Every strike, parry, and footfall spoke of thousands of hours honed in relentless discipline. Chapter 23. The New Incantation, Wayland's Perspective. I could scarcely believe I had been bested by a mere boy of 9, despite having exerted myself to the utmost. True, I had fallen to him in our first encounter as well, but then, though I had resolved not to underestimate him, though I had intended to fight earnestly, I had not committed my full strength from the outset. Perhaps 70% of my capability had been mustered, and so my fury was directed more at myself than at him. But this battle was different. I had poured every ounce of my strength into it, deployed every technique at my disposal. I had fought, or so I believed, with cunning and precision, yet victory eluded me. I was utterly vanquished, crushed beneath his dominance. He commanded the flow of combat with effortless mastery. Each time I sought to seize momentum, an unseen strike would emerge from nowhere to thwart me. What manner of beast was this boy? I knew not, but one truth stood clear. None but a seasoned knight could hope to rival him. He was scarcely swifter than I, even somewhat frail in physique. Yet I found myself powerless to subdue him by any means. It was as though I grappled with a creature wrought of water itself. By the old gods, had it not been Ser Roderick's own word, I would have refused to believe his age. 9 years? Impossible. If he stood already at 5 feet at such a tender age, I dared not imagine what he would become in maturity. I desired no further enmity with him, yet neither would I ever yield. My path lay with the sword, and wherever it led, I would tread without regret. One thing was certain, Ymir would be no ordinary knight. A premonition whispered that his name might yet eclipse the footnotes at the bottom of Winterfell as chronicles. The protagonist's perspective. See, Jon? See? I told you. Arya shrieked, tugging at Jon's arm in exhilaration. I told you Ymir would crush him. Jon, attempting to mask his chagrin, muttered, I knew it too. No, you didn't, T. Arya shot back. You said he'd only win by luck and sheer struggle. Robb interposed himself between them. Enough, Arya. Leave Jon be. With a disdainful huff, Arya whirled away from the training yard, Sansa trailing after her with placating words. I lingered with Robb and Jon for another 10 minutes, dissecting the duel, until Ser Roderick approached, requesting a word in private. We withdrew to his chambers. A sly grin played upon his lips as he spoke. Today, I shall dispense with preamble. That bout made it abundantly clear. You've outgrown sparring with squires. Henceforth, you'll train against young knights. 6 months had passed since my duel with Wayland, a rather uneventful span, all told. The only noteworthy aspect is my combat experience with knights aged between 16 and 20. I have yet to secure a single victory against them. While they vastly surpass me in physical prowess, most pale in comparison when it comes to innate talent, a fact they themselves are acutely aware of. In battle against the majority, I can anticipate their movements as effortlessly as reading a book, predicting their actions and timing with uncanny precision. Yet foresight means little if the body cannot keep pace. They move with such swiftness that even when my eyes track them, my limbs fail to respond in kind. The weakest among them boasts a speed of 6, 7 and strength of 6, 9, while the strongest, Hugo Moss, stands in a league of his own. I harbor no illusions of ever truly challenging him in combat. A detestable brute he may be, his strength is undeniable. Until our recent duel, I had foolishly believed I was pushing him to his limits. How gravely mistaken I was. On the eve of that fateful clash, I achieved a breakthrough in my enhancement within the wolfswood of Winterfell. Now my augmentation grants me an additional one. 5 attributes, elevating my speed to 4, 2 in strength to 4. Though I knew Hugo possessed a speed of 6, 9 and strength of 7. 3. I'd hoped that with my newfound power, defeat would at least be honorable rather than humiliating. Yet victory remained his, and when he failed to overwhelm me outright, he unveiled yet greater might, 7. 3 in speed, 7. 8 in strength. And even then, I suspect this was not his zenith. He fought earnestly, though never with intent to kill. My disdain for him does not stem from defeat alone. As I've said, I've lost to every knight here. But this wretch continues his assault even after I've been felled, often delivering a spiteful kick when none are watching. His words and deeds betray his grievance. I am a commoner, while he is of House Moss. His behavior epitomizes the pettiness of lesser nobles, those who grovel before greater houses for scraps of favor, only to see that their own servility. Their resentment festers, and they redirect it toward those they deem beneath them. He may outmatch me in strength now, but in my eyes, he shall forever remain a small and wretched man. My breakthrough in enhancement these past 6 months was not achieved within the confines of my isolated training space, but in the wolfswood of Winterfell. True, the ambient mana within my space is of pure quality, yet I've come to realize the wolfswood possesses something fundamental that my domain lacks: life. Within my space, nothing exists but me. Its mana is pristine, untainted by any elemental affinity. But the forest, teeming with plants, animals, and a vibrant ecosystem, imbues its mana with the essence of nature itself, making the mastery of natural spells and mana far more intuitive. Thus, my enhancement has grown stronger. Now, I can even shape the very trees themselves within Riccio. I cannot swiftly alter the form of trees, thus I hesitate to call it a spell. For now, it remains but a minor trick. With this modest ability, I have fashioned a humble abode at the heart of the forest by bending the trunks of 4 trees and sculpting their branches. The forest's core resembles a focal point. Arcane energies flow inward from the woodland's periphery, converging here before returning to the earth, dispersing once more to nourish every root and tendril. My affinity for natural magic is profound, perhaps owing to my identity as a druid. In the 6 months I have dwelled here, I have amassed more magical essence than I would gather in an entire year elsewhere. Now, my reserves stand at 91 units. Thanks to this verdant sanctuary, my mastery over 2 elements has deepened, the first being the natural element, as previously mentioned, and the second, the earth element that nurtures all life. Formohiba, plant shaping, is the incantation I employ to mold flora. It remains a mere cantrip rather than a true spell, for the larger the plant it commands, the more sluggish its response. The construction of my dwellings span days. Even a sloth could outpace the creeping branches. Formotagon, earth shaping, grants me similar dominion over soil and stone. As with its botanical counterpart, greater mass yields diminished speed. Yet this is no simple charm, for I may wield it to disrupt an adversary's footing. With this spell, I can displace up to 1 cubic meter of earth. I tested this magic upon creatures. When the ground beneath their paws shifted, they stumbled and fell, despite their quadrupedal stability. If the displaced earth is confined to the space beneath a single foot, the motion suffices to topple a man. The next enchantment has become my favorite art, Primaphorus, primal ferocity. Through its power, my nails elongate into 3-centimeter talons, honed to razor sharpness, perfect concealed blades. Of course, these remain mere keratin. They cannot pierce armor or bone, yet they rend flesh with ease. When I slit the belly of a captured boar with these claws, I felt akin to Marvel's Iron Fist. Yet this spell bears a flaw. Prolonged use ignites agony in my hands, as though dipped in hellfire. For human hands were not forged for such purpose. The magic strengthens only my fingertips and nails, leaving the remaining bones, particularly the phalanges, untouched and vulnerable. The final spell is Taganspi, Earth Spike, an aptly named offensive incantation. In raw destructive potential, it pales before Tegundin, Earth Shatter, yet it surpasses its sibling in one regard. Tegundin demands time to reach its target and manifest, whereas Taganspi erupts instantaneously from beneath the foe, making it ideal for ambush. Another breakthrough lies in the expanded range of Promodines, Seek Beast, and Promohiba, Seek Flora. Originally effective within a mere kilometer's radius, their range has now expanded to 2 kilometers. Moreover, I've discovered an additional application for the Promodines, animal seeking spell. It can locate humans within this extended range. After all, humans are but another species of animal, allowing me to comfortably cast this incantation amidst the forest's embrace. Previously, these spells lasted 15 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown, consuming 10 units of magical energy. Now, they endure for 30 minutes with only a 15-minute cooldown, requiring merely 5 units of mana. Since realizing its potential to detect humans, I've made it a ritual to employ this spell before each magical training session. Promodines, animal seeking, human. I felt my body radiate mana in undulating waves as usual, unhindered by any obstruction. Assuming today would be another tranquil session, I was startled when, seconds later, luminous indicators flickered within the spell's range, revealing approximately 20 human presences. These points darted about like industrious ants, until abruptly, one vanished. Confusion struck. 30 minutes hadn't elapsed, nor were they near the spell's boundary. Positioned roughly 5 kilometers away, only one explanation surfaced. Death had claimed that individual. The frenetic movement could only signify combat. A surge of curiosity warred with the clamor of caution in my mind. Should I heed reason and retreat, or yield to intrigue and investigate? The choice was hardly arduous, the answer clear. Naturally, I would venture forth, though the journey would take time. I dispatched Bo and Erebus ahead, instructing them to relay their findings upon encountering the humans. Just then, another luminous point winked out. At a full sprint, faint screams and shouts reached my ears. Bo's voice echoed in my mind. Father, we've reached the humans. They're fighting. 1, 2, 3, 18. Ah, one perished, 17 remain. No, only 10. Foolish Erebus. Your counting stops at 10, so you claim there are 10? Father, disregard him. There are 17. Oh, another has fallen. 16 remain. The absurdity struck me. Their bickering resembled a twisted rendition of Sesame Street. Amidst the carnage, they continued tallying the dwindling numbers. Now within 100 to 150 meters, I knelt briefly, linking my vision with Erebus to silence his chatter and assess the scene. This appeared to be a forested path between Winterfell and Deepwood Motte. What I'd deem a trail, though locals might call it a road. A narrow, uneven strip of packed earth, barely wide enough for a single carriage. Certainly, those accustomed to the roads of earth would scarcely recognize this as a path. As I surveyed my surroundings, a ghastly spectacle unfolded before my eyes. They must have sought a shortcut, only to fall prey to brigands' ambush. 2 carriages stood abandoned upon the trail, surrounded by a macabre tapestry of blood and fallen bodies. For what I could discern, 13 souls yet clung to life amidst approximately 15 lifeless forms scattered about. Chapter 24. Ambushing the bandits. This was indeed a heart-wrenching scene. The deceased were mostly merchants and their guards, with perhaps a few ruffians among the fallen. Yet, this marked the first time in either this lifetime or my previous one that I had laid eyes upon corpses. I could feel my stomach churning at the sight of so many torn limbs and eviscerated torsos. Overcome, I lost focus and severed my connection with Erebus. As my vision returned to normal, I succumbed to violent retching, requiring nearly 10 minutes to regain my composure. Upon calming myself, I noticed one of the human light signatures had vanished. Immediately reconnecting with Erebus, I was met with an even more repulsive spectacle. The brigands were violating 2 captured women. Drawing nearer, I overheard their vile discourse. Why slay that wench? You imbecile. We could have sold her to the Ironborn for a pretty coin after having our fun. The fool here is you. Have you a death wish, trafficking with those sea rats? They pay in cold iron, not gold, and for good reason. That bitch nearly gouged my eye out. Even dead, her flesh stays warm enough for use. With maniacal laughter, he approached the other woman, slowly driving his dagger into her abdomen while tearing at her garments. Something within me shifted. All nausea and revulsion evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming fury. Yet paradoxically, my mind grew preternaturally calm, as though insulated by a thin membrane separating my consciousness from the primal rage. The primapherous spell had activated unbidden, curiously without draining my mana reserves. Instinct warned me against letting this fury breach that protective barrier. Through measured breaths and deliberate mana circulation, I gradually subdued the tempest within, feeling the bestial transformations recede. These vermin, no, to call them vermin insults creatures of actual worth. Even refuse nourishes the earth, but the soil itself would reject these wretches. Their depravity crystallized my understanding of this medieval world's brutality, for which I resolved to repay them in their own currency of cruelty. With 75 mana points at my disposal, I would expend every drop, ensuring none escaped. At 70 meters distance, I re-established the Erebus link, meticulously surveying their armaments and positions. The Promodine spell had approximately 10 minutes remaining, ample time to orchestrate their demise. In truth, I merely needed to memorize their positions, specifically those armed with ranged weapons. Among the 11 brigands, 5 were loading valuables onto horses for served as scouts, and the remaining 2, I surmised, were leaders, wretched souls defiling the bodies of unfortunate women while the others busied themselves elsewhere. Only 4 bore bows. Some might have concealed weapons like throwing knives, but from my striking distance, such arms would prove ineffective. Eliminating these 4 scouts silently was imperative before the others could react. A clean headshot for each. 3 years of archery practice would now bear fruit. I edged closer, settling within 40 to 50 meters, concealed behind shrubbery. Rising from this vantage, all 4 sentries fell within my direct line of sight. The thicket masked my presence, and the cacophony of crows, mingled with the cries of boar and Erebus, drowned out my movements. Though adept at rapid archery, my small hands an untapped physical prime limited me to holding only 2 additional arrows besides the one knocked. I steel myself, moments from now, I would take lives, criminals though they were. A deep breath, and I recast Promodines, Seek Beasts, its duration waning with 5 minutes remaining. With a final exhale, I drew the bowstring taut. Springing up, I loosed 3 arrows in swift succession. Wish, wish, wish. The shafts found their marks near simultaneously, snuffing 3 lives in an instant. As I snatched 3 more arrows from the quiver at my left hip, a looter spotted one of the fallen scouts and bellowed. Ambush. Chaos erupted. Bandits ducked behind trees and wagons, scrambling to pinpoint the attack's origin. My enhanced vision rendered 50 meters as clear as 5. Yet one archer, shielded by a tree, peered cautiously around its trunk. No clean shot presented itself. Then, inspiration struck. I knocked an arrow, aiming not at the man, but at the tree's edge where he craned his neck. The released shaft carved through bark, sending a spray of splinters into the archer's right cheek. A shriek of pain. He stumbled from cover, and my next arrow pierced his chest. But in focusing on him, I drew attention. The remaining brigands, now flanking, sought to encircle me. Realization dawned. I too began shifting position. First, I loosed an arrow towards the leaders, revealing my position to draw their focus there. Then swiftly altered my stance by circling them in a wide arc. Yet I commanded all the ravens and crows to emit piercing cries and flutter near the bandits, masking my movements beneath the cacophony of avian clamor. Thanks to the Promodine spell, Seek Animals, I could discern each man's location with perfect clarity. I maneuvered around them at a sharp angle while they converged upon my former position. Only 7 remained now, and with 65 mana points at my disposal, I could cast 6 spells, or 12 of the first tier. A sly grin crept upon my lips. They stood no chance. As they believed themselves encircling me, I slipped past their left flank from behind. Their presumed leader did not pursue, instead peering cautiously from behind the wagon. They lingered on the road, unwilling to venture near the forest's edge. The swift demise of 4 men in mere seconds must have convinced them of multiple archers, or perhaps they were simply cowards at heart. Somber mist. Suddenly, a thick fog enshrouded the area where the 5 remaining bandits had gathered. Their startled cries of alarm reached my ears, and with my thermal vision activated, I watched as they groped blindly for one another. In each hand, I conjured a Tegundin, earthen mass, but I molded them into smooth, rounded forms, not sharp enough to pierce, but heavy enough to hurl them backward upon impact, crushing their rib cages. Shaped thus, they resembled cannonballs, 30 centimeters in diameter. 2 spells launched, reaching their targets in but a second. One struck a chest squarely, the other a back, yet the result was identical. With the sickening crunch of shattered bone, they were flung 10 to 15 meters toward the wagon, their bodies colliding with trees mid-flight, reduced to sacks of mangled flesh. The 3 still shrouded in mist witnessed nothing of their comrade's fate, unaware of what to expect or guard against. But the 2 by the wagon saw clearly, horror dawning as they watched corpses, propelled by unseen force, hurtle through the air and splatter against the trunks. Damn it all, what in hell's happening here? What had thrown them so far? We need to flee now, while whatever lurks in that cursed mist is busy with the others. Both scrambled to mount their horses, hastily loading stolen goods, poised to escape. Yet with thermal sight and promodines still active, I tracked their movements even 30 meters away. Their intent was plain. They meant to run. But no. I cannot simply let you leave. We've only just begun to play. I swiftly dashed toward them, managing to close the distance within 20 meters just as they were about to mount their horses and flee. In an instant, I cast a spell. Udderdy. ES, command animal, twice upon their steeds. Throw them off and flee. As commanded, the horses suddenly went wild, bucking violently to dislodge their riders. It was like witnessing a rodeo, though I couldn't afford to be distracted, for my thermal vision revealed 2 more figures spotting me and charging in my direction. When I turned, I saw them both sprinting toward me, their faces twisted into grotesque grins. These fools had no idea I was the cause of the carnage, likely intending to seize me as a hostage. As they closed within 10 meters, running side by side, I seized the opportunity without hesitation. Perses. Fireball. The moment I hurled the blazing sphere from my palm, it exploded against the face of the man on the left. The small detonation sent his companion reeling, throwing him off balance until he tumbled to the ground. Without pause, I slung my bow from my back, knocked an arrow, and pierced the fallen man's leg. His agonized screams and curses filled the air. As he writhed, I drew another arrow and drove it through his shoulder. I let him suffer deliberately, not out of cruelty, but to conserve my remaining mana. Every ounce of power was reserved for the two leaders. Meanwhile, the two who had been thrown from their mounts chose flight over combat. I had hoped they would stand and fight, but escape changed nothing. Erebus was already hunting them down. Crouching behind a bush, I waited for the last man to emerge from the mist. As he neared the edge, I took aim, ready to loose an arrow, but he suddenly ducked behind a tree, peering toward his screaming comrade. This one was smarter than the others. "Bo, can you command your murder to flush him out?" "Of course, father." With a series of caws, crows and ravens descended upon the man. It was almost comical watching him flail with his sword and fists, swatting a few down, until something unforgettable happened. Killing even a single crow or raven before a murder is a fatal mistake. As the slain birds hit the ground, 20 to 30 more took flight from the trees, descending upon him in a vengeful storm. 5 or 7 more perished in the assault, but the flock cared not. Their fury was absolute. Some sought to pluck out the man's eyes, while others tore at his ears, pecking at every vulnerable spot they could reach. The wretched man collapsed in agony upon the ground, yet the relentless birds pursued him, continuing their vicious assault until his movements ceased entirely. Crows and ravens harbor grudges with remarkable memory, and they exact vengeance with chilling precision. Chapter 25. Primitive savagery. All the bandits lay dead, save for their two leaders. Half an hour prior, the sight of the corpses had churned my stomach, yet now I felt nothing at all. The only sensation that consumed me was an insatiable desire to pursue those two chieftains and end them. This must be what they call the thrill of the hunt. Erebus and his assassins were already tracking the fleeing leaders. Through our psychic link, I could see them, the bandit chiefs running desperately, stumbling over roots, their bodies lacerated by the grasping thorns of the underbrush. Thin trails of blood seeped from countless minor wounds. Capturing 2 grown men would prove challenging. One possessed a speed rating of 7, the other 7.5. Yet it was not impossible, for they were exhausting themselves in their frantic escape. Within 10 or 20 minutes, they would collapse from fatigue. Thanks to my enhancements, my attributes neared theirs, though I could not match their raw swiftness. My speed and strength buffs each granted 8 attribute points, and my newly developed endurance enhancement had double my stamina. Volhen Kelly, feline aspect. Volhen Tor, bovine aspect. The exhilaration of the hunt swelled within me as I wove through the trees like the wind, my heartbeat accelerating with each passing moment. Every breath amplified the pounding in my chest, as though heard through a resonator. I had been running for perhaps half an hour, yet fatigue did not touch me. Volhen Tor was an immensely potent augmentation. The 2 bandit leaders had taken refuge beneath a tree, utterly spent. The effects of promodines, beast tracking, had faded, leaving me with roughly 20 mana remaining. I hesitated to expend more, for Erebus kept them under watch. Since strengthening my bond with my familiars, I could passively sense their direction without mana expenditure. As I closed in on the fugitives, excitement threatened to overwhelm me. My pulse roared like thunder in my ears. A mere 100 meters separated us now, and the metallic tang of their blood hung thick in the air. This heightened sense was a gift from my new familiar, Belis. After bonding with him, my olfactory and auditory perception had sharpened dramatically, sense manifested as faint, colored mist drifting through the air. My attributes, too, had improved, 5 points in strength 5, 2 in speed. Then, the forest bled of color, leaving only crimson. A searing heat engulfed my hands and face, as though flames licked at my skin, even with my prey so near. Control slipped from my grasp. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX had begun, we had ambushed a wealthy merchant caravan, seizing a trove of plunder. What a magnificent slaughter it was! I held complete dominion over everything. I could even savor their pleas for mercy, saturated with terror. Yet 4 of my men were instantly felled by arrows, while the others were crushed beneath colossal boulders. I dare not ponder what manner of creature hurled those stones. Exhaustion weighed upon me like an anchor, rendering me incapable of taking another step. I prayed it would not find us. Glancing at my brother, he appeared on the verge of collapse from sheer fatigue. I kicked his leg. "Hey, you wretch, if you're not dead yet, get up. Enough rest. We must move." In my flight, I had discarded my spear, for I lacked the strength to bear arms any longer. A sense of peril gnawed at me, weaponless as I was. The moment we stirred, every bird in the trees took wing in unison, their raucous cries shattering the forest's silence. It was unnatural. Something had startled them. My gaze darted, ears straining for the rustling in the underbrush, yet I sensed nothing. Then, in an instant, unfathomable, something erupted from the thicket, leaped onto a tree, and vaulted over me, pouncing upon my brother. It bore a semblance to a man, yet was nothing of the sort. This creature was pure savagery. My brother's entrails were torn out, his throat ravaged, all in less than a second. Shock paralyzed me. My mind refused to accept the horror before me. I could not comprehend it. In the face of such terror, I could only freeze, my body betraying my will. I had always wondered why the women and merchants who fell to my spear never struggled to flee or begged futilely for mercy. Could they not see I reveled in their fear? Now I understood. When fear grips a man, his body is no longer his own. I watched mute as the creature shredded my brother to pieces. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX lay atop a mutilated corpse. My face and hands were slick, my mouth filled with a metallic fluid. Raising a hand, I saw claws. Again? Had primordial, primal savagery. Activated before I could cast. My face felt alien. Cautiously, I traced my claws over it, only to discover an elongated muzzle, like that of a wolf, lined with razor-sharp fangs. The realization struck. The liquid in my mouth was blood. What had I done? The fate of the corpse before me was no mystery. Then, I recalled, I had been pursuing two men, and sensed a presence behind me. Whirling around, I beheld a man, his sanity shattered by terror. Were I ignorant of his depravity, I might have pitied him. Never before had I witnessed such a sight. The man's hair began to turn white from sheer terror. He clamped his hand over his mouth, stifling any sound, his nails digging into the corners of his lips. When he saw me turn towards him, his eyes widened in horror, and his breath caught in his throat. A low growl escaped me. What should I do? The way he stared at me with such abject fear was irresistible. As I roared, the man shrieked and thrashed, desperately trying to flee. He staggered to his feet, took a few stumbling steps, then tripped and collapsed onto the ground. I swiftly closed the distance between us, slashing at his Achilles tendon with the claws of my right hand. As the cut tore through flesh, an excruciating pain shot through my own limb. Damn it, I must have broken my fingers in the frenzy. The force had been too much in my unconscious rage. Chapter 26. The new second-level spell my hand throbbed with pain, waves of agony surging through it like a relentless tide. As I struggled with the torment in my hand, the last bandit writhed on the ground, his screams of pain piercing the air. He attempted to rise and flee, but his efforts were futile. His right Achilles tendon was torn, rendering that leg useless. My fingers weren't bent at unnatural angles, suggesting no severe fractures, perhaps merely a fissure rather than a full break. One thing was certain. The medical knowledge I possessed would suffice for a minor crack or hairline fracture. But if my fingers were truly broken, I'd have no choice but to seek the aid of a physician. Though I had read extensively and understood the theory behind treating such injuries, theoretical knowledge did not equate to practical skill. With strips of cloth and a few sturdy twigs, I bound my right hand to immobilize it, preventing further damage. Wrapping my injured hand proved arduous. Working delicately with these clawed appendages was no simple task. I couldn't quite regain my composure, for though my mind was clear, a feral bloodlust and exhilaration still coursed through me. After painstakingly securing my hand, I turned my full attention to the bandit writhing on the ground. Spare my life. I'll do anything you ask, serve you, even be your slave. I can bring you more prey, make your hunts easier. Please have mercy." He twisted in agony, his pleas desperate and unending. "Why are you so afraid?" I asked, my voice startling both him and myself. Gone was the childlike tone, replaced by something guttural, nearly a growl. "What did you do when those helpless women begged you for mercy?" He curled into himself, arms shielding his head as he wailed, refusing to answer. In truth, I resembled something akin to a werewolf. Perhaps if a true werewolf stood before him, demanding answers, terror would render him just as mute. I looked like a hairless version of the beast, a werewolf stripped of supernatural might. I still didn't understand why I had taken this form, but aside from granting me claws and fangs, it offered no other advantages. My appearance had changed, but my physical strength remained the same. "Let me ease your suffering," I murmured, "so you won't struggle too much when I tear you apart." Letagon, trap. "Aya, please spare me." Once his body was immobilized, I slowly, deliberately sank the claws of my left hand into his flesh, careful not to exert too much force. I couldn't risk injuring my other hand. As my claws pierced him, I twisted my wrist, carving deep, deliberate wounds. "Don't worry," I whispered. "I'll grant you the same mercy you showed your victims when they pleaded for their lives. You'll experience death 1,000 times worse than what you inflicted upon them. Rest assured, a cruel and horrifying end awaits you." After tormenting the bandit for another 10 or 20 minutes, my rage had subsided, replaced by a sickening revulsion at the sadistic pleasure I had taken in his suffering. Yet I had no intention of granting him a swift and painless demise. At that very moment, another bandit's fate came to mind. "Bull, Idibus, do you wish to feast upon this man?" "Father, I am not hungry. As for me, I've never fancied human flesh. Unless I were starving to death, I would never partake." "Then command your assassins to devour him. Instruct them to begin with his limbs, not his head." No sooner had I uttered these words than Bo and Erebus began their raucous cries, and soon some 40 birds descended upon the man from the trees. His agonized screams and moans persisted for nearly 10 minutes before I rewarded him with the death he deserved. Perhaps it was the torment that stopped his heart, or perhaps he succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. When I realized he had perished, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over me. The thin veil, shrouding the primal fury within me, trembled violently. I knew that if I dared to touch that veil, I might uncover something, but the true question was, could I control what lay beneath? 6 months prior, I had nearly perished from healing magic, and so, until I reached the 3rd tier, I resolved to avoid any interaction with this mysterious barrier. Whatever had triggered my transformation and subsequent unconsciousness must be linked to it. Now that my hunt had concluded, a quiet calm settled over me. I could feel myself returning to normalcy. The reversion of my hands brought sharp discomfort, but the reshaping of my face was excruciating, understandable, given the complete restructuring of my skull. The pain flared into a searing burn, as though my hands and face were engulfed in flames. Though I remained still, my body continued its restoration, yet the wound on my right hand refused to heal. Lingering pain pulsed through it. As my hand shrank back to its original size, nearly half the span of its clawed form, the bandages and splints loosened and fell away. Exhaustion weighed upon me. Were I to curl upon the ground, I might have succumbed to sleep. Instead, I hastened back to the site of the ambushed caravan. I could not abandon these unfortunate souls to become prey for beasts, save for the bandits. Their fate mattered little to me. With Formodagon, I carved a deep, elongated grave at the forest's edge, arranging the bodies one by one before sealing the earth once more. Forgive me. I lack both the time and the mana to grant each of you an individual resting place. May you find peace in the next world. Now, I shall claim your valuables as recompense for this burial. After all, you've no need of them where you now dwell. Among the spoils were a sack of jewels, assorted treasures within the saddlebags, and 8 horses for harness to the merchants' wagons, the others belonging to the guards. The bandits, too, had steeds, though I had dispatched 2 to ensure their leader did not escape. Better than nothing. I can exchange them for coin in Winterfell. I scarcely possess the strength to reach my humble abode in the woods, yet neither do I wish to slumber in this exposed clearing. Given the corpses strewn about, carrion feeders shall soon descend upon this place. Approximately 100 or 200 paces from the macabre scene. I scaled a towering tree and employed formohiba, arbor weaving, to weave the branches into a cocoon-like shelter around me. This serves as both windbreak and concealment, appearing as naught but dense foliage from below. True, the horses betray human presence, but discovering me would border on the impossible. One can never ascertain whether brigands have accomplices lurking nearby. Prudence is ever a virtue. After some 5 hours of fitful rest, I awoke ravenous. Though armed with sword and dagger at my belt, my bow and quiver were nowhere to be found. I'd borne them during my charge against the bandit leader, but must have discarded them during my blackout and subsequent frenzy. Hunting sans bow being impractical, I resorted to simpler means, magic. Upon locating a hare, I immobilized it with the Enrichio, binding, incantation, leaving me only to retrieve the paralyzed creature and prepare it over fire. Satiated, I noticed an oddity within my mana core. As I focused upon it, all arcane energy within my being was abruptly drawn inward before exploding outward in a cataclysmic surge. For a fleeting moment, I fancied I'd ascended to the 3rd tier, yet neither my mana reserves nor its potency had increased. Instead, knowledge of 2nd-tier spells flowed into my consciousness like water. Eludo Gelmio, Zephyr Ward, a defensive charm conjuring a sphere of wind to deflect incoming projectiles. Presently, its casting demands 10 mana units and lasts 20 minutes, though I doubt it can endlessly repel missiles throughout that duration. There must exist limits, nor would I recklessly invite arrows to test it. Firstly, the peril is manifest. Secondly, requesting archers to loose shafts at a child would invite undue suspicion. Persis Egros, Blade of Conflagration. The name speaks plainly, yet why set one sword aflame? Is this not an augmentation rather than impairment? A burning edge cauterizes each wound, preventing hemorrhage. Conversely, should the flames burn fiercely enough while the cut runs deep, perhaps the flesh wouldn't seal. Greater agony would result. Further experimentation is warranted. In darkened environs, this may prove advantageous. Its cost mirrors the first spell, 10 mana, 20 minutes duration. Nocturvigio, Night's Eye. The appellation needs no elaboration. Only this bears noting. Unlike mundane night vision, sudden illumination won't blind the caster. When this incantation takes effect, should the ambient light suddenly intensify, the surroundings will grow more luminous. Yet one's vision shall instantly adapt to this radiance without causing harm to the eyes. Casting this enchantment requires 10 units of magical energy and persists for 10 minutes. Innis Mo 2, Traceless Movement. With this arcane utterance, as I traverse the forest, no trace of my passage shall remain. I may move without leaving behind scent, footprints, sound, or disturbance to flora and fauna. Even should I tread upon muddy terrain, no imprints shall form. The most timid birds shall not startle at my approach, nor shall plants be crushed beneath my steps, nor shrubs broken by my passage. While this spell is active, nature itself shall part before me. Its sole limitation is that any aggressive action will dispel its effects. Yet it bears the advantage of a mere 2-minute cooldown. The casting demands 10 units of mana and endures for 20 minutes. Protagonaries, Toxin Resistance. This is both an active and passive enchantment. Passive for myself, yet active toward others. I do not deem it complete immunity to toxins. Rather, it is resistance, not absolute protection. Experimentation must commence with non-lethal poisons. Many rabbits shall perish for this cause. The spell consumes 10 units of magical energy and lasts 5 minutes. The final incantation is Mino de Puro, Lesser Purification. One might describe this as a filtration charm, eradicating all living organisms within a liquid. Naturally, it holds no power over chemical contamination, nor can it discern between water and other substances at a molecular level. Each liter purified demands 1 unit of mana. Thus, with my full reserve, I may cleanse 91 liters of water. 2 hours remain before sunset. I must hunt as many rabbits as possible within the next hour. Upon returning to Winterfell, I shall conduct my experiments and procure every variety of poison available. Yet already, I possess 20 non-lethal and nearly as many lethal botanical specimens. Over the past year, I have gathered not only medicinal herbs, but also toxic flora. One never knows what may prove useful, nor when. At times, hoarding serves one well. When I entered Winterfell with 9 horses in tow, all eyes turned upon me with peculiar gazes. My own steed, combined with the 8 spoils of war I had claimed, formed a considerable caravan. Though the guards recognized me, they barred my entry, demanding an explanation. After I provided one, I found myself abruptly chastised by Roderick. Chapter 27. The clever familiar child. Have you lost your mind? What did you promise 9 months ago? Didn't you swear to flee if you encountered danger? Not only did you not run, but you pursued and slaughtered those bandits. We were already worried they might ambush you. Now, we must also fear you hunting them down. We were currently in Roderick's quarters when I returned to Winterfell. The guards informed him, and he immediately learned of what had transpired. Never before had I seen him so furious. I was certain my ears would bleed within minutes. He had been reprimanding me for an hour without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. This moment reminded me of an incident from my past life. When I was still a high school student, I had stolen my family's car for a joyride, only to be caught by the police. When the officers brought me home, my father had scolded me with the same intensity. I suppose Roderick felt responsible for me, as I had been training under his guidance. His anger stemmed from fear that something terrible might befall me. Child, are you listening to me? Yes, I am. While hunting in the forest, I witnessed bandits attacking a merchant caravan, slaughtering those poor souls. I was so overcome with rage that I lost all reason. I wanted to tear them apart. At first, I hesitated, but after some thought, I realized that if I could eliminate their archers swiftly, I had the strength to take them all down. And I was confident in my ability. It wasn't too difficult to rain arrows upon them until they fell. After all, they weren't disciplined soldiers. Once 6 or 7 of them lay dead, the rest scattered like cowards. I felt no regret for what I had done. If faced with the same situation again, I would act no differently. My only remorse was failing to arrive 15 or 20 minutes earlier to save those people. At least, that was what I wanted him to believe. Of course, I was no monster. If saving others would bring fatal consequences upon myself, I would do my best to help. But I had no savior complex. I would never risk my life for complete strangers who meant nothing to me. As I spoke, the fury on his face softened slightly. It was clear he was struggling not to laugh. If it wasn't dangerous at all, then how did you injure your hand? The physician said your finger is fractured. It will take at least a month to heal. My broken finger had nothing to do with the bandits. It was my own carelessness. I tripped while running through the forest and struck my hand against something hard. Roderick's perspective. Every time I heard of this boy's exploits, I couldn't help but feel admiration. This time, he had taken down 11 bandits with nothing but a bow. Since when have you been so skilled with a bow? The little brat placed his hands on his hips, grinning smugly. I've practiced archery for years, just as much as swordsmanship. Of course, it's only natural you'd be astonished, having never seen a genius like me before. Ah, the burden of brilliance is heavy indeed. I excel effortlessly at everything. What can I do? It's my curse. I cannot recall when it began, but the corner of my mouth started twitching, and a voice within urged me to deliver a resounding slap to this impudent lad. You shameless little brat, cease your feigned innocence. Since when have you become so proficient with a bow? I knew you practiced, but never imagined you'd reach such mastery. To be perfectly candid, everything I touch turns to gold. I drew a deep breath, rose slowly, and approached him. Standing before him, I allowed a smirk before striking the back of his head. Enough of your nonsense. I asked you a serious question. Rubbing his head with a frown, he retorted, I wasn't jesting. That was my earnest reply. Once my hand heals, I'll prove it. To demonstrate my skill, let me put it this way. You know I hunt 10 rabbits daily in the woods, yes? So what? Every hunter bags 10 rabbits, along with larger prey like boars and deer. True, but none hunt as I do. When targeting rabbits or rats, I deliberately startle them first to create small, swift-moving marks. What is the point otherwise? The paltry copper coins from rabbits hardly matter. You know I earn 60 golden dragons monthly from Lord Stark's trade. I recently uncovered why Lord Stark purchased so many smoke pellets. He equips scouts and patrols with them. When ambushed or cornered, they can escape or reposition. Hardly a secret. Thanks to you, countless soldiers have escaped fatal predicaments. What lunatic frightens rabbits before shooting them? How many archers in Westeros consistently hit such erratic, lightning fast targets. Wait, did you say you hunt rats too? Why? I sighed, already regretting the question. Because rats are far more challenging. Naturally skittish, when startled, they dart frantically. Rabbits no longer test me. Rats are the real sport. Sometimes I even miss. With rabbits, I rarely falter 10 out of 10. But rats? 7 out of 10, on average. What manner of monster are you? You're no mere mortal. How can one excel at everything? What can I say? The gods fashioned me thus when they brought me into this world. Male lead as perspective. After enduring Roderick's scolding, I retreated to my chamber. Just then, Im emerged from my shirt, whispering hoarsely, Master, I am hungry. Master, I'm hungry. Oh, hungry are you? Its head bobbed eagerly in response. I wish to hunt. Very well. Let us take a detour then. I shall escort you to the Godswood. There, you may find game aplenty. Im and Belus began speaking 4 months prior, yet their utterances remain fragmented, unlike Bo and Erebus who articulate complete sentences. They're confined to simple expressions for now. The reason eludes me. I wonder whether ravens, being creatures of superior intellect, are naturally inclined to human speech, or if it stems from the twins having served as my familiars for over a year. When the bond with the twins first formed, I lacked the ability to converse with beasts. This skill manifested only upon reaching the 2nd tier, though is not true speech in the pure sense. Most creatures lack the wit even to communicate amongst themselves, yet through this gift, I may convey and perceive their emotions and intentions. They have always spoken, if the siblings' accounts hold truth, though I comprehended them not. My conjecture is thus a confluence of both possibilities. Innate intelligence surely plays its part, yet it is undeniable that with time, they have grown more akin to humankind in sagacity. After leaving him within the Godswood's embrace, I turned toward my chambers. Along the way, soldiers and small folk alike cast furtive glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Word of recent events had clearly spread. In every eye that met mine lay a different sentiment. Some bore fear, others revulsion, while certain soldiers greeted me with nods of grim approval. Upon reaching my quarters, I found Arya and Bran at play with Belus. "Hurry, Belus, hurry, boy," she entreated, attempting a game of fetch, though Belus remained disinterested. As I drew nearer, a childlike voice echoed within my mind. No fetch. Give stick." It seemed Belus preferred a game of tug. Arya wrested the stick from his jaws and flung it away. "Quickly, boy, fetch it back." Yet Belus turned his head aside, as though affronted, refusing even a glance at her. "No fetch." Then his gaze fell upon me. His eyes widened, and in an instant he bounded toward me, leaping excitedly, darting to and fro. "Master, master, master. Play, 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 play." Abruptly, Belus' voice resonated through every corner of my thoughts. "Belus, no. Seat. Listen. Be good." He settled somewhat as I scratched the fur atop his head, a gesture he adored, yet his whimpers persisted. "Play. Master, play." His tone was no longer exuberant, but pleading, accompanied now by a sound akin to weeping. Ah, he wielded a pup's most potent weapon, those wide, liquid eyes brimming with entreaty as he collapsed at my feet. Arya approached, lips pursed in disapproval. "Emil, why must you sadden Belus? Good boy, don't weep." Her fingers combed gently through his fur. Very well, very well. I shall play with you. Fetch the stick." No sooner had I spoken than Belus ceased his pleading and darted like lightning to retrieve the stick Arya had just thrown. "Master, master. Stick, stick. Fetch, fetch." I plucked the stick from his mouth and hurled it once more. Belus bounded after it without hesitation, swiftly returning with his prize clutched between his teeth. "Why won't Belus play fetch with me? Only you. I don't know. Perhaps he prefers me." Arya pinched Belus's cheeks in mock indignation. "Belus, I'm the one who always brings you meat. Why don't you like me more? Meat, meat. Meat, meat." At the mere mention of the word, he erupted into a frenzy of sniffing, nosing at each of our hands in turn before scouring the ground for traces of his favorite treat. "Belus, there's no meat left. Calm down. No meat, no meat." His voice dripped with sorrow. "Arya, perhaps he doesn't wish to play fetch because you've done nothing but that since morning?" She seemed to realize her oversight and sighed. "Look, there's a short knotted rope over there, his favorite toy. If you play tug-of-war with him, he might indulge you." While Arya fetched the rope, I continued tossing the stick for Belus. This time, I feigned a throw but concealed it behind my back. Beluth lunged forward instinctively, then halted, bewildered when no stick appeared. He glanced ahead, then back at me, his expression one of utter confusion. Stick? No stick, master. No stick. Master, stick? His questioning gaze lingered until he noticed my hidden hands. A low growl rumbled in his throat as he circled me, inspecting with suspicion. Upon discovering the stick, he huffed in disapproval. Master hides stick. Master throws. After half an hour of frolicking with Beluth and the children, I entrusted him to Arya and retreated to my chambers. Exhaustion clung to me. The pursuit of those brutes had drained me body and soul. Thus, I resolved to retire early, my spirit too weary for swordplay or magic. A message arrived from Im, summoning me to fetch him, but the thought of trudging all the way to the Godswood held no appeal. Instead, I invoked the Vakadini summoning spell from my bed, and in an instant, I materialized directly above me, landing squarely upon my stomach. The rounded swell of his belly betrayed a recent feast. Accustomed to slumbering beneath my pillow, he began a slow, deliberate crawl from my midship toward his usual resting place. I, too, succumbed to sleep, though for how long I couldn't say. But soon, restless nightmares seized me, and I jolted upright in bed. Dawn had yet to break. Though I felt no remorse for the slain bandits, my subconscious must have disagreed, for their terrified faces haunted my dreams without mercy. Sleep had abandoned me entirely, and its return seemed unlikely. Resigned, I turned my thoughts to the practice of magic. Due to my injured hand, I have decided to remain within the castle walls for some time. Currently, I intend to conduct my training within the designated practice area. Over time, this space has expanded from a modest 4 by 4 meters to an ample 20 by 20 meters. First, I sought to calm my mind through meditation, so I settled upon the ground and closed my eyes. Just as tranquility began to embrace me, an excruciating pain erupted in my chest. Ack! A strangled scream tore from my lips as my eyes flew open in disbelief. Embedded in the center of my chest was a spear. My senses dulled as if submerged underwater, drowning, not in water but in my own blood. I parted my lips to speak, yet only ragged gasps and crimson spilled forth. By the heavens, such unbearable agony. The pain rendered me immobile, paralyzing even thought. Then, a second wave of torment surged, this time from my right shoulder. This must be a nightmare. Surely, I am still dreaming. I strained to cry out, but only a choked groan escaped. A sword now pierced my shoulder. My throat filled with blood, suffocating me, and an unfamiliar, searing fire consumed my being. The anguish inflicted by these weapons overwhelmed me, leaving but one thought echoing in my mind. Is this the sensation of death? Chapter 28. Spatial combat. The unbearable agony finally subsided, yet darkness enveloped my vision. Had I perished once more? Ah, though fleeting, this life had been rather intriguing. As I wallowed in self-pity, a glimmer of light pierced the void, undoubtedly the god of order. He must have come to retrieve me, though I had failed to fulfill the task he bestowed upon me. I didn't even know what that task entailed. He had said I would understand when the time came. Wait, how had I died? I had been meditating within the training space when abruptly a spear and a sword impaled me from behind. How was that possible? As these thoughts echoed through the recesses of my mind, the distant radiance expanded until it consumed everything. Then, I found myself standing in a pristine white chamber. Wasn't this the training space? What had transpired here? Why had I returned? Hadn't I perished? A wave of overwhelming dread surged through me. I couldn't comprehend what was unfolding. Then, the image of that spear flashed before me, and I frantically scanned my surroundings. The moment I turned, a spear tore through my abdomen, protruding from my back. Damnation! The pain was excruciating. Again, a torment so visceral it seemed to rend my very soul racked my body. I was paralyzed, unable to move, my vision blurred. Before me stood a shadowy silhouette, but whether it was human or something else, I couldn't discern, for my sight was as obscured as if gazing through frosted glass. Gasping through the agony, fury ignited within me, and my strength began to return. With that rage, I lunged at the shadow before me, though the spear still skewered me. Yet, I threw myself forward with all my might, feeling the weapon drive deeper into my flesh. I closed the distance, seizing the figure's arm. My vision sharpened. Was this the fabled final surge before death? Now I could see clearly, but I scarcely believed my eyes. It was the bandit leader I had slain in the forest. The one who had turned me into skewered meat for the second time. Then, another bandit swung his sword toward my head, and darkness swallowed me once more. Again, I was submerged in pitch-black oblivion, a distant light creeping closer. Yet my terror and panic didn't subside. Instead, they intensified. Before I could grasp what was happening, I found myself back in the White Chamber. This time, I immediately surveyed my surroundings and spotted a group of bandits standing mere meters away. Far too many to count. The spear-wielding leader charged at me, weapon poised to strike. Panic seized me, but I managed to cast Corsonby, Oak Shield, just in time. Bark-like armor encased my arms from wrist to shoulder, and I crossed them defensively over my chest. At the very moment the spear's tip grazed my right forearm, the impact felt akin to being struck by a freight train. The sheer force hurled me backward several meters. The disparity in strength was staggering. My heart pounded violently, as if attempting to burst from my chest, while the armor on my right arm bore a deep, jagged dent. Drawing a dagger from my belt, I advanced swiftly, deflecting the spear with my injured arm. Though I yearned to slit the brigand's throat without hesitation, another assailant lunged from my left, sword flashing. Forced to retreat, I parried with my dagger, leaving only a superficial gash across his throat, hardly a mortal wound. Assaults rained upon me from all directions, allowing them to encircle me with spell doom. I invoked the incantation Somber, Mist Veil, seeking distance, yet they pressed forward undeterred, striking blindly through the obscuring fog. As I stumbled backward, my spine collided with unyielding stone, the chamber's end. Trapped against the wall, I knew hesitation meant death. Activating thermal vision, I observed the marauders flailing in the dark, occasionally colliding, yet gradually adapting. My pulse steadied slightly, though the thunderous rhythm of my heart drowned all else. Mid-preparation of Twin Tegundin, earthen shards, spells, one brigand spotted me and charged. Forced to abandon one incantation, I watched precious mana dissipate uselessly. With my free hand, I cast Letagon, Entanglement, tripping the attacker. My dagger found his throat. I wrenched his sword free. Simultaneously, I unleashed the remaining Tegundin. One foe fell lifeless. Another crumpled with mangled legs. The spell's velocity momentarily parted the mist, revealing me to 4 adversaries. They surged forth not with cinematic decorum, but in a frenzied, simultaneous onslaught. I invoked dual augments, Valhen Kelly, Feline Aspect, and Valhen Grives, Ursine Aspect. My attributes now read 7. 3 Strength and 7. 5 Agility, beyond baseline. Whether battle frenzy or primal instinct fueled this urge, I couldn't discern. As they closed in, Letagon snared the foremost, his fall tangling 2 others. While they struggled upright, I engaged the remaining assailant. Rolling diagonally left, my blade severed his Achilles tendon. He collapsed, flailing wildly with his sword, forcing me to retreat, his life yet clinging by a thread. At the same moment, I turned toward the fallen bandits. They had already risen to their feet, so I charged at them, hurling my dagger at the foremost brigand, striking him clean through the throat. Before the remaining 2 could react, I closed the distance and cast Jelm Z Renegan, Touch of Lightning, upon them both. Never before had I employed this incantation, for its efficacy wanes beyond 5 paces. Yet its lethality is undeniable. I chose this spell as a measure of regained composure, realizing I had squandered too much mana on second-tier enchantments. With but 25 units of magic remaining, 6 foes stood unharmed while 1 bore wounds. Just then, the bandit whose tendon I had severed staggered upright, though his leg refused to bear weight, and began hopping toward me. Are you mocking me? Like the wights from old Nan's tales to the Stark children, these creatures knew neither fear nor pain. Snatching my dagger from the corpse at my feet, I flung it at the leaping brigand, embedding it squarely between his brows. Chapter 29. New features of the training space before I could catch my breath. The sounds of combat reached my ears. The remaining 6 bandits had begun encircling me. My magical reserves were dwindling, permitting only 5 more first-tier spells, with no room for waste. The earthen and glacial orbs could inflict the most damage, yet their casting time far exceeded other incantations. This rendered them impractical as the brigands closed in. At close quarters, my most effective spells were Gelmio Indigo, Gale's Impact, and Gelm Z Renegan, Lightning's Touch. I couldn't allow them to surround me. Swift action was imperative. The mist enchantment still lingered, though its density had waned. With every passing second, the bandits drew nearer. A direct magical assault might eliminate 2, but the remaining 4 would overwhelm me. My physical stamina was insufficient to engage 4 grown men in melee combat. Snatching a sword from the ground, I hurled it with all my might toward the chamber's right side. Simultaneously, as I withdrew my dagger from a fallen foe, I stealthily maneuvered leftward. The clatter of steel against stone diverted the bandits' attention, and they surged toward the noise. Silently, I closed in on the leftmost adversary, securing my weapons at my waist. I crept within 3 meters of the bandit before unleashing Gelm Z Renegan with both hands. Twin arcs of lightning seared through them, smoke curling from their charred forms as they collapsed. For remained, my pulse refused to steady. A single misstep would plunge me back into that excruciating agony. Alerted by their comrades' demise, the surviving brigands pivoted toward me. Yet the nearest stood 8 meters away, their formation broken in their haste. As 2 charged in tandem, memories of my first kill surfaced. I sought another dual strike. Channeling the earthen shard spell, I released it, only for them to veer apart, evading the attack. Damnation. A wasted incantation. Regret was a luxury I couldn't afford. Staying still meant entrapment. I sprinted along the chamber's perimeter. Our speeds nearly matched 7. 2 for the swiftest among them, while my enhanced agility held at 7. Attempting to flank them proved futile. They adjusted course. The 2 fastest closed in, their slower companions trailing by seconds. When the nearest raised his blade, Gelmio Indigo hurled him backward. The crunch of shattered ribs echoed through the air. The man behind him had to alter his course to avoid colliding with his comrade. Seizing this opening, I closed the distance, severed his sword-wielding arm, and with an upward diagonal slash, cleaved through his neck. My remaining magical reserve sufficed for but 1 incantation, which I must employ to eliminate the spear-bearer. Should he fall, I could dispatch the remaining foe without magic, relying solely on my bark armor. A spear's thrust typically outpaces a sword swing, and intercepting it with bark armor proves far more perilous and challenging. Moreover, its reach vastly exceeds that of my blade. I possessed but a single opportunity, with no margin for error. As I severed the second brigand's neck, his 2 companions narrowed the gap between us. Without hesitation, I invoked the Gelm Z Renegan, Lightning's Caress, spell, targeting the spearman. At such proximity, evading the lightning's kiss should have been impossible. Yet, as the magic manifested, the spearman seized his ally by the neck, thrusting him forward as a human shield. The spell struck the unfortunate substitute instead. Damn this cunning wretch. He lunged at me without pause, leaving no time for astonishment. I sidestepped at the last instant, yet not swiftly enough. His spear grazed from my sternum to right shoulder, a shallow wound, but one that burned as though branded. Blood flowed sparingly. Rather than retracting his weapon, the brigand transformed his thrust into a sweeping motion, aiming the spear's tip at my skull. I intercepted the spearhead with my right arm, the collision between metal and bark armor resonating like a gong. The impact proved far mightier than anticipated. I had intended to parry and counter with a thrust, but the force sent me reeling leftward. My strength measured 7 against his 8. Never had I imagined such brute power. He whirled his spear, attempting to strike my jaw with its shaft. Though I interposed my arm, the blow still rattled my skull. Balance abandoned me entirely, and, as I fell, time itself seemed to dilate. Must I endure death's embrace anew? The agony of demise. I cannot bear its repetition. How had they infiltrated my training sanctum? Then came the revelation. This was my training realm. None but I and my familiar could enter this space. They were phantoms. None of this was real. Prostrate upon the earth, I watched the brigand prepare his final thrust. The spear's descent toward my head unfolded with crystalline clarity, my entire being focused upon that gleaming point until I roared, "Stop!" My heart hammered as though to shatter its bony cage. Its percussion echoed in my ears. The spear halted mere centimeters from my face, its wielder frozen mid-action. Having narrowly escaped death's grasp again, I drew deep breaths to steady myself. As clarity returned, so too did understanding. When calmness prevailed and reason took hold, all illusions dissolved into truth. It is only natural that I realized this so belatedly. For one pierced through the abdomen by a spear and perishing in excruciating agony cannot possibly think rationally. The terror that gripped me has now subsided, allowing contemplation. When describing skills by referring to the enemy, the god of order must have meant them. Never before have I slain anything I consider an adversary, which explains the emptiness of this chamber. Yet now these brigands have been transformed into training dummies. Does this mean replicas of those I deem enemies shall manifest here henceforth? Rising to my feet, I approach one of the corpses to examine them. Are these mere disposable facsimiles, or might they be revived? I had presumed immortality when the god of order declared one cannot perish within the training grounds. How was I to know death and resurrection would be my fate? Lifting my gaze heavenward, I roar my indignation. Does this spectacle amuse you, you deranged sadist? Are you certain you're a deity of order? You reek more of chaos. Could you not at least have dulled the pain receptors? The phantom sensation of the spear's penetration lingers still. Again I raise my voice. A simple manual would suffice. Must we discover and learn everything through trial and mortal suffering? Then inspiration strikes. Placing my palm upon the chamber's wall as I once did with the redwood in the sacred grove, I begin diffusing my magical essence through the stone. Within minutes, my power permeates the entire room, and knowledge of its nature floods my consciousness. Infinite training grounds verified. Infinite training grounds. A chamber prepared for combat experience acquisition. Accessible only to the master and his familiars. Replicas of enemies slain by the druid manifest within, though currently limited to 20 active adversaries simultaneously. These replicas possess their original magical and combat capabilities. The druid and his familiars resurrect upon death. The chamber expands proportionally to the number of preserved enemies. As this is a training facility, the druid may control enemy behavior, and room configurations can be altered via verbal command. Additional information locked. Current configuration, spawn upon entry. Aggressive, swarm tactics, emotions, and cognitive abilities locked. Disperse. The spearmen and all corpses vanish instantaneously, my sword and the bloodstains disappearing likewise. Manifest all enemies. 11 men materialize across the chamber, charging toward me. One draws a bow from his back, knocking an arrow. Halt! They freeze like statues, one mid-stride with both feet airborne, even the loosed arrow suspended miraculously in flight. Disperse. Again they vanish without trace. Alter room parameters. Spawn upon command, attack upon command. Returning my hand to the wall, I verify the changes have taken effect. All now conforms to my will. As I generated an enemy uttering those words, I contemplated my desire, and the room materialized accordingly. A spear-wielding dummy, standing motionless. Attack. Upon my command, it charged toward me. Halt! When I ordered it to return to its origin, it teleported back to its initial position. Attack at half your strength and speed. It resumed its assault, now sluggish. Its velocity reduced to a mere 3. 5. Vanish. As I finally relaxed, exhaustion overwhelmed me. I exited the training space and collapsed onto my bed. I awoke drenched in cold sweat, another nightmare. But this time, I was not the killer. I was the slain. My hand instinctively clutched the phantom wound where the spear had pierced me. Last night, I had truly died. Now, breath eluded me, the room itself pressing down as if to suffocate me. My familiars, sensing my terror through our bond, stirred restlessly in the chamber. When they found no visible threat, Poe fluttered close, alighting before me. Father, why are you so afraid? There is no one here but us. Thanks to our connection, they felt my dread, and I, in turn, sensed their concern. Channeling my mana into my mind, I saw calm, and it worked. The panic attack ebbed away. Don't worry. I'm fine now. A terrible nightmare caused this. It's over. Though I conveyed this through our bond, their unease lingered. After half an hour of meditation, I rose. Come, let's have breakfast. What would you like, my friends? Poe and Erebus voices erupted in my mind. Eggs. Master mice. Stepping outside, I entered the adjacent shed and retrieved a mouse from the iron cage hidden beneath the straw behind the floor. Holding it up to him, coiled around my neck. The rodent writhed, but in a flash, him struck constricting it. Within seconds, the struggle ceased, and him devoured it whole. Chapter 30. Exploring the crypts after concluding my fast and ensuring my companions were well fed, I made my way to the courtyard to meet Robb and Jon. Upon awakening this morning, I had noticed something remarkable. My mana reserves had increased. My maximum capacity now stood at 100. I could sense that I was nearing a breakthrough. Within a few months, I might ascend to the rank of a third-level druid. The life-and-death struggles within the forest and the training grounds had begun to bear fruit. Thanks to the fivefold effect, those 2 battles had been equivalent to enduring 10 such encounters. As I passed the stables, a thunderous crash erupted behind me. Instinctively, I spun around and leapt aside, invoking the incantation Corcuspi, Oak Shield, shielding my chest with my arms. My heart pounded violently as I prepared to unleash an offensive spell toward the source of the noise. But then, I realized it was merely a horse kicking the stable door. As comprehension dawned, my pulse gradually steadied, though the onlookers regarded me with bewildered expressions. Fortunately, the bark armor on my arms remained concealed beneath my shirt, but many had heard me utter Corcuspi, leaving them convinced I had lost my senses. The experiences I had undergone seemed to have affected me more profoundly than I had imagined. My heightened tension and readiness to attack made me wonder if this was what they call post-traumatic stress. With my right hand still injured, I concluded it might be best to remain within Winterfell for a time. At the very least, I ought to rest until my hand fully healed. Upon reaching the courtyard, I found Robb and Jon awaiting me. Spotting my approach, Robb threw his hands up and exclaimed, "Emil, you've finally arrived. Where have you been? We've been waiting so long we might as well have turned into trees." Enough jesting. I'm here. No sooner had I spoken than Robb's expression darkened, his voice turning stern. "I believe you've forgotten whom you're addressing, commoner. Before you stands the future lord of Winterfell." For several seconds, silence reigned. We stared at each other unblinkingly, until suddenly, we both burst into laughter. "You were startled, weren't you?" Robb managed between chuckles. "Not at all. I knew you were joking. Liar. I saw that flicker of surprise on your face. Whatever. Let's get on with it. What mischief have you concocted for today?" Robb pondered briefly before replying. "I haven't decided yet. What do you 2 want to do?" Jon hesitated, then suggested we could explore the crypts. "That could be interesting," I agreed. "I've a better idea," Robb said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Let's bring Sansa, Arya, and Bran along." "Why? What are you planning?" "You usually avoid having Sansa nearby during your antics, because this won't be anything too outrageous. Even if Sansa tattles to Mother, it'll be worth it. Here is what we must do." After a while, all the Stark children except Jon descended the stairs into the crypts, with Robb regaling the others with eerie tales as they walked. When we reached the bottom of the steps, a dimly lit corridor stretched before us, illuminated only by the faint glow of scattered torches. The Stark children truly adored playing here, and I too found great pleasure in exploring this place. The crypts were vast, undoubtedly more expansive than Winterfell itself. Most connecting passageways lay buried beneath layers of earth, rendering the accessible portion but a mere fraction of the whole. As we traversed the shadowy corridor, something pale flitted past the far end of the passage. Sansa shrieked at the sight, and Bran, startled by her cry, echoed her fear, though Arya remained curiously unperturbed. Having seen nothing, "What happened? What did you see?" Arya demanded. After a few breathless seconds, Sansa pointed ahead and answered, I think I saw a ghost." Something white drifted past the end of the hall. Robb interjected dismissively, "Nonsense. There are no ghosts, just stories." Then, feigning contemplation, he added, "Unless. Perhaps it's one of the others from Old Nan's tales, come to steal us away and turn us into their own." With a mix of trepidation and fascination, we pressed forward. Meanwhile, Arya attempted to lift an ancient sword resting upon a tombstone, but its weight proved too great, and she abandoned the effort. As we rounded the corner, a pale figure leaped from behind a nearby tomb, blocking our path. "Gods be damned. Aya!" Sansa and Bran screamed, scrambling to flee, but Arya, after a brief start, recognized Jon and halted. Robb and I collapsed in laughter, clutching our sides. When Sansa and Bran realized the trick, they too stopped. Sansa stormed toward Robb, hands on her hips, and began striking him. "You absolute wretches. How could you? Mother will hear of this." "Ow, ow." Sansa, stop. "Admit it. That was amusing." "Not in the slightest." Sansa seethed. "Well, perhaps not for you, but we found it hilarious." Once Sansa's fury subsided, we wandered deeper into the crypts, engaging in games. Ordinarily, children might fear such a place, but the atmosphere here felt unlike any other burial ground I had known. We loved playing here. True, it was cold, dark, and slightly damp, yet this chill bore no resemblance to the biting frost outside. Even the word cold seemed inadequate. What then could describe it? Cool might suffice. The crisp air soothed like an embrace, almost as if whispering for me to stay. Perhaps it was the magic within. I could sense it too. It permeated the walls and the ground. Ancient magic, so old it had nearly lost all form and potency. The core of this enchantment was either damaged or utterly drained of power. A month had passed since our expedition to the crypts, and it had been relatively tranquil, save for the nights when I would jolt awake from nightmares, drenched in cold sweat. But these visions of death and slaughter grew fewer with each passing day, for I had no choice but to acclimate. On this world, one was either prey or hunter. Unfortunately, there existed no middle ground, and my meditations upon mana had proven invaluable. I discovered yet another restorative property of magic, while I already knew it could mend physical wounds. These nightmares revealed its soothing influence upon the mind. All I needed was to focus the flow of mana upon my thoughts. Thanks to the incantation Meninvita, nourishing and fortifying the body, the fracture in my right hand healed within a fortnight. Yet, I feigned injury for a full month to avoid arousing Maester Luwin's suspicion. Tonight, I awoke from another nightmare and pushed open the window, craving the crisp night air as I gazed upon Winterfell shrouded in darkness. Residing within the castle meant few structures surrounded us, save for the modest cabins housing servants and their families, some several stories tall. Beyond them, the silhouettes of grander stone edifices loomed. The Maester's Tower, the library spire, the bell tower, the inner keep with its formidable walls. Flickering candlelight glowed faintly within a few, but most of the city lay swallowed by the night. The sparse lanterns, their candles dim and scattered, offered little illumination beneath this moonless, clouded sky. Enthralled by the view, I suddenly felt a pull, gentle yet insistent, from the north, as though an unseen hand had taken mine, guiding me forward. Dressing swiftly, I followed the sensation, each step intensifying its call. It pulsed like a heartbeat, waxing and waning until its origin became unmistakable, the heart tree. The moment I stepped into the godswood, the pull transformed into something overwhelming. No, pull was too feeble a word. This was no mere attraction. Now, I perceived it with crystalline clarity. It was a wave of magic. Likely it had always been there, but my senses had been too dull to detect it until now. Radiating outward from the godswood in ripples, it spread in all directions. As I approached the weirwood, the waves grew distinct, steady, powerful, like the rhythmic thrum of a living heart. A trance overtook me, and I reached out, my fingers brushing the pale bark. The instant contact was made, I dissolved. It was like slipping into a dream. I became one with the tree. I felt every part of it. The crimson leaves trembling in the night breeze, the unyielding trunk, the sprawling roots delving deep into the earth. It felt as though the roots stretched into eternity. What astonished me most were the tree's roots. They truly seemed to extend endlessly, as if spanning hundreds of kilometers. Deeper, I delved into the tree, tracing its roots. Yet with each passing moment, I could feel my magical energy rapidly depleting. After mere minutes, I sensed the presence of another tree and followed its roots. Upon reaching it, everything dissolved into a blinding radiance. Seconds later, darkness returned, but this time, it was not the abyssal black of the roots, but the gentle obscurity of night. Within this dimness, I could discern fragments of my surroundings. I stood in the heart of a forest, though not the sacred grove, for there were no cobbled pathways, and the trees bore a different semblance. Yet, the place felt hauntingly familiar. As I turned my gaze, my breath caught at the sight before me. I knew exactly where I was, This was the crimson tree at the center of the wolfswood. In the gloom, I could make out the crude shelter I had fashioned from bent branches. Then, a sudden weakness overcame me. My vision darkened in an instant, and just as swiftly, I found myself back in the sacred grove. My magic was utterly spent, exhaustion weighing upon me. But what I had learned was worth every drop of energy expended. All the crimson trees were interconnected through an immense network. This meant that, with sufficient magic, I could reach any such tree across the continent. Through this connection, I gleaned further revelations. Chief among them, the realization that the crimson trees were sealed. They no longer radiated the magic they truly possessed. What flowed now were mere fragments, seeping through the cracks of their imprisonment. Their current forms were not their original shapes, and within some of these trees, I sensed dormant consciousnesses slumbering in profound stillness. The trees of the sacred grove held no such awareness, yet they appeared as though woven from pure magic itself. But as I brushed against these slumbering minds within the crimson trees, something else stirred, an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes watched me. Yet the source of this gaze remained forever elusive. Chapter 31. Third-level druid. Having exhausted all my magical energy traversing between the weirwoods, I could still sense the arcane essence within these trees, gradually deepening my comprehension of how they were forged through ancient rites. At their core, these trees embody earth, wind, water, and fire. While I grasped the presence of earth and water, the necessity of wind, and especially fire, within them eluded me. Of course, blood sacrifice remained indispensable. The creation of each tree demanded countless lives. Then, the latent magic within the trees began flowing into me, enveloping my being entirely. My mana core strained to refine this foreign energy, assimilating it into my essence. With every passing second, I felt my power swell. The breakthrough to the third level had commenced. Magic swirled around me, seeping slowly into my heart. Minutes later, my mana reserve surged to 120 units, and then an internal detonation. A second ring of mana coalesced around my core. Drenched in sweat and utterly spent from the ordeal, I watched as both rings accelerated their orbit, voraciously drawing in ambient energy. My breath caught. My body felt like an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Just as the agony became unbearable, the absorption ceased, granting me reprieve. Soaked and trembling, I had ascended, a third-level druid. As always, incantations flooded my mind, but this time, something more, the knowledge of ritual magic. Like all gifts from the god of order, it began humbly, impermanent, limited. For now, I possessed only 3 transient rituals. The first allowed me to purify a water source for a day, usable once weekly, a well or stream cleansed with a touch. The second conjured a 5-square-meter healing circle daily, lasting an hour. Minor wounds sealed instantly within its bounds, though it could not mend bones or organs, merely staunch bleeding. The third alleviated mild illnesses. No cure for scarlet fever, yet it could reduce fever, offering fragile aid against lethal maladies if the body proved resilient. Common colds vanished under its influence. This ritual endured an hour, castable 5 times daily. Now, with 150 units of mana and new third-tier spells, I acquired Medenvita, a true healing incantation. Unlike its predecessors that merely bolstered vitality or combated disease, this one mended flesh itself. This is called Abra Rucklo, Flower of Life. Though this incantation can mend minor wounds and slight fractures, it cannot heal internal organs or broken bones. However, when cast frequently, it can staunch bleeding and accelerate recovery, consuming 15 mana points. All first and second tier spells now require less mana than before. First tier spells expend 3 mana points, while most second tier spells consume 5. Thanks to Opt-ES Summon Beasts, I can conjure creatures of the same species as my familiar. With this spell, I may summon 5 small, 2 medium, or 1 large creature. Thus, I can now call forth 5 snakes, 5 ravens, or 2 Rottweilers. Small creatures can materialize directly from my hands, making this an exceptionally potent close combat enchantment. I could summon 5 venomous serpents and hurl them at my foes. Though they are not true animals, merely illusions that vanish after half an hour. Zagon Jelmz, lightning call, summons lightning, as the name suggests, but this spell has two variations. The first version channels bolts from my hands, while the second, usable only during storms outdoors, summons genuine lightning. The mana cost is halved, yet its power triples, for it is an actual bolt from the heavens. It consumes 15 mana. Figumorphous, Shapeshift, the druidic spell I've most eagerly awaited, is finally mine. I can now assume an animal-esque form, though this is not true metamorphosis. The spell currently bears many restrictions. I may only transform into species matching my familiar, without altering mass or size. Thus, I cannot become a smaller or larger creature. Moreover, even if I take the shape of a Rottweiler, my body remains my own, muscle and bone unchanged. I will not run as swiftly as a hound, nor, were I to become a shark, could I breathe underwater. Still, it serves as a valuable scouting ability. Few would spare a second glance at a mere dog. Like most third-tier spells, it costs 15 mana. Tegan Impulse, Seismic Shock, generates a force explosion with a 10-meter radius centered on me, harming and repelling all nearby. Hebegumen, Verdant Growth, offers little immediate utility, but will become one of my most invaluable spells in time. It doubles the growth rate and yield of plants within a 2-kilometer radius. The drawback, I may cast it only once per week. Once my mana circulation stabilized, I rose and retreated to my quarters. Approaching the building, I sensed telepathically the chaos unfolding within. Bo, Erebus, and Belus were brawling. I sprinted upstairs, and upon flinging open the door, the scene before me left me aghast. As I stepped into the chamber, all 4 of my companions were present. lay quietly upon my bed, while the other 3 were entangled together. What astonished me was their sheer size. Just yesterday, Bo measured 70 centimeters. Erebus stood at a meter tall, and Belus was 70 centimeters from head to toe. Yet now, Bo had grown to a full meter, Erebus stretched to 3 meters, and Belus had reached 90 centimeters. Approaching the bedside, I examined him and noticed he too had grown by 30 centimeters. At that moment, turned his head toward me and spoke. Master, I have been obediently standing here, but the others refuse to behave. Hearing articulate complete sentences rather than fragmented words left me stunned once more. I drew a deep breath. First, I needed to calm the others. Everyone, cease this at once. What has transpired here? Someone explain immediately. Why are you fighting? They all fell silent, their gazes fixed upon me. I turned to Bo, signaling for her to speak. Father, we were all asleep when suddenly magic surged through me. I awoke in agony, and within minutes, I began to grow. The same happened to the others. Erebus tumbled from where he stood and landed atop Belus, accidentally sinking his claws into Belus's back. Meanwhile, Belus approached me and said, Master, Erebus wounded my back. It hurts terribly. Look, see, my back is bleeding. He turned toward Erebus and let out a growl. Belus, too, now spoke in full sentences. I didn't mean to. Stop whining. You crybaby. Upon inspecting Belus's back, I found a deep gash, blood seeping from the wound. Erebus's claws, each 6 to 7 centimeters long and stained crimson, resembled 4 small blades upon each foot. To soothe Belus, I stroked his head, and he leaned against my leg, whimpering. Technically, he was still an infant, not even a year old. Abra Rucklow, Flower of Life. The moment I cast the spell, the bleeding wound on Belus's back began to mend, slowly but visibly. Within minutes, all traces of the injury vanished, leaving not even a scar, as though it had never existed. Master, my wound is healed. Is this the magic Bo spoke of? Turning to Erebus, I said, Erebus, though you may not have intended harm, you must apologize when you wrong another. You are friends, brothers even, and should not fight like this. All of you must treat one another with kindness. Once I had pacified them, I settled onto the bed, only then realizing they had already been large for their species, and now they had grown even more immense. Belus, the runt of his litter, his siblings no more than 50 to 60 centimeters long, had now surpassed most adult Rottweilers in size. Upon witnessing them, Lord Roderick would undoubtedly chastise me for being a warg. What course should I take? After contemplation, I resolved to lead my companions into the wolfswood. establishing a modest encampment near the heartweir tree at its center. The hour was 2 past midnight, compelling me to await dawn. The castle gates were either secured or guarded. Yet, I could employ the Figumorphous transfiguration spell to slip past unnoticed. Even if successful, another dilemma arose. I lacked permission to remain beyond the walls. The journey to the druid tree in Wolfswood would take me 2 days, while the others required 5 or 6. Thanks to Indy's Motu, traceless movement, I could traverse the forest unimpeded, the woods themselves smoothing my path. The distance between Winterfell and the heart of the forest spanned roughly 300 kilometers. Now, I faced a choice: proceed without leave and face reprimand later, or wait until morning to seek permission. Ser Roderick typically granted me a week's leave to camp in the wild before dealing with brigands. It seemed unwise to jeopardize the rapport I had cultivated over trivial matters. Such goodwill might prove invaluable in the future. Transfiguration upon casting the spell. A wave of dizziness washed over me, accompanied by a brief unsteadiness that swiftly subsided. My form was altering, yet I felt nothing, no sensation at all. It was as though my entire body had numbed. I could not move, nor even perceive the chair beneath my hands. Tactility had abandoned me entirely. This paralysis induced a claustrophobic dread, yet after mere minutes, I had assumed the shape of a Rottweiler, matching Belus in size. As my sense of touch returned, a quiet calm settled over me. Beyond vision, I detected no difference until I attempted motion. A canine-S gait bore no resemblance to a man-S, and lacking a dog-S muscle memory or structure, my movements were foreign. Though my bones and sinews had taken the form of a hound, their function remained unchanged. After pacing the chamber for minutes, I managed a steady walk, but running remained beyond me. Boa and Erebus followed from above, bearing Yum, while Erebus and I approached an unbarred castle gate. Treading the snow-clad path, I anticipated the biting cold of bare feet on ice. Yet it was not so. A mild chill lingered, but nothing unbearable. As we neared the gate, the guard conversation reached my ears. Naturally, both faced outward, noticing us only when we slipped past them into the open. One cried out in alarm. "What in the 7 hells? Damn curs near scared the piss out of me." He raised his spear as haft, poised to strike, but his fellow stayed his hand. "Can't you see how well-fed and massive they are? Must we escape the kennels? You want trouble for harming them?" The guard pondered for a moment before lowering his spear. "What shall we do then? Apprehend them?" The elder guard exhaled wearily and remarked, "Are you a simpleton? Do you truly wish to wrestle with hounds in such bitter cold? Let them be. If they're trained beasts, they shall return of their own accord. If not, it's no concern of ours." Chapter 32. Journey to the Wolfswood. After leaving the town behind, we paused in a small grove of trees. "Wait here for me, away from prying eyes. Avoid drawing attention. I'll return at dawn. Until then, you'll follow Poe's lead. She's in charge." Understood? I made my way back to the city without incident. Upon entering my chamber, I contemplated reverting to my true form. Once again, I temporarily lost all sensation, though it returned the moment the transformation was complete. Was this due to the agonizing nature of the process? My bones and muscles reshaping themselves, it stood to reason. Then came a startling discovery. When I resumed my human form, I was not left unclothed. My garments remained perfectly intact, untouched by the metamorphosis. Extraordinary. Where did my attire vanish during the transformation? Resolving to rest a few more hours until daybreak, I drifted into slumber. Upon waking, I went straight to Ser Roderick's residence and waited at his door. Half an hour later, the knight emerged and spotted me. "What's happened? Did you dream of me? Why are you here at first light?" "Sid, I wish to go camping again." "Absolutely not." I drew a deep breath, steadying myself. Silently, I repeated in my mind, "Don't be that edgy protagonist. This isn't some web novel. No need for dramatic confrontations. Stay composed. Don't throw a tantrum like a child." If I acted irresponsibly, he would only see me as immature. "Sire, my dealings with those bandits must have proven it. I'm not like other children. The forest is the only place where I feel truly free, where I can hunt and camp in peace. Had I sensed even a moment of danger, I wouldn't have intervened, nor would those outlaws have ambushed me. How could they not ambush you? Thanks to Poe and Erebus, I trained them as scouts. Whenever I venture out, they circle around me. If they spot anyone, they perch on my shoulder and indicate the direction. That's how I located those bandits last time. How in the world did you teach animals such things? I don't quite know myself. I simply have a knack for it. It was challenging, 3 years of training, but I succeeded. May I go, sir? He rested one hand on his neck, the other on his sword hilt, deep in thought. Very well. 1 week. No longer. With his permission secured, I immediately left the castle to reunite with my familiars. As I approached, they emerged from the trees. It would take 2 days to reach the heart tree in the Wolfswood, and another 2 to return. From my 7 days, wasted. I needed to find a way to shorten the journey. But how? The greatest delay came from the horses. Though I yearned to press onward, respite became imperative, for even steeds require reprieve. The horses of Westeros traverse approximately 55 to 65 kilometers, 34 to 40 miles, daily, a feat I scarcely believed terrestrial equines could sustain. Yet my needs demanded greater velocity, extended endurance, or some superior alternative embodying both qualities. Suddenly, inspiration struck like lightning. What a fool I've been. The solution had eluded me until now. Rather than seeking a creature with enhanced swiftness or stamina, why not bestow these very attributes upon my existing mount? Chiding myself for such oversight, I resolved to act. By exerting dominion over the horse and augmenting it with boons of speed and endurance, its capabilities would suffice. Though its average pace ranged merely between 30 to 40 units, a modest 5-fold amplification in speed would prove negligible. Yet the fortification of stamina would be transformative. Thus empowered, the journey to the Weirwood tree could be completed within 12 hours. With deliberate focus, I channeled dual enhancements upon the steed and my familiar alike. While traversing such distances within a day remained implausible for Poe and Bellis, our muscle-headed companion could achieve it unaided. Upon reaching the Wolfswood, our pace slowed, for dense foliage rendered the terrain inhospitable to rapid movement. Though the pathless traversal incantation might carve a passage, it proved too sluggish for the horse's augmented speed, necessitating caution. 14 arduous hours elapsed before the ancient Weirwood loomed before us. Exhaustion weighed upon us all. Seeking solace, I retreated into my cabin for fleeting repose. Upon awakening, labor commenced. Through the Formohiba spell, I cultivated a verdant bulwark of trees encircling the dwelling, ensuring Bella's safety during my absence. A few months' growth would render his stature unremarkable. For days were devoted to shaping arboreal sentinels and raising protective barriers. Yet the task was fulfilled. With but a single day remaining before my return, I resolved to hone my combat prowess. The time had come to confront my fears. Closing my eyes, I stepped into the training realm alongside my familiar. Chapter 33. Familiar training. We stood at the center of the vast white chamber, and as I surveyed our surroundings, my attention eased upon confirming no imminent threats. I recalled altering the room's settings. Now, adversaries would only manifest at my command. Listen carefully, all of you, I announced. Within this space, enemies will emerge to assail us. Your task is to engage and eliminate them. But Father, Bo interjected, you've always taught us not to harm humans unless they intend us harm. Indeed, Bo, I affirmed. Yet, as with those I dispatched a month prior, malevolence exists in this world. We must learn to defend ourselves. Rest assured, these entities merely resemble humans. They are not truly alive. Barrows wagged his tail eagerly. Does this mean we may fight without restraint? His exhilaration was palpable, drawing a chuckle from me. You may. But remember, they can wound you as well, much like Erebus injured you yesterday. However, within these walls, death holds no permanence. Though the pain will be excruciating, any fatal wounds or our departure from this space will restore us instantly. Emu emerged from the folds of my collar, inquisitive. Master, may I participate as well? Certainly. You may strike when I engage in close combat, I permitted. Summoning a training dummy, I commanded it solely to defend. Erebus struck first. A swift aerial dive met by the dummy's spear, which swatted him aside. The other familiars joined the fray without hesitation. While Bo and Erebus occupied the dummy's attention, Barrows lunged from the flank, sinking his teeth into its leg. The construct remained indifferent, devoid of pain receptors, an aspect I found displeasing. These dummies, like mindless automatons, lack the vital feedback of agony. Previously, the pain simulation had been inaccessible, locked behind system restrictions. Yet with my recent advancement, perhaps now, kneeling, I pressed my palm to the floor. As I willed the pain parameters to activate, the system yielded. My progression had indeed unlocked this function. The moment the settings altered, the dummy howled in sudden torment, staggering backward. Its focus narrowed on Barrows, and in desperate defense, it struck the hound's muzzle with its spear haft, a singular, retaliatory blow permitted within its defensive protocol. Barrows recoiled with a piercing yelp, retreating toward me. His face bloodied from a split brow. Cease. My command froze the dummy mid-motion as Erebus and bow fluttered to my side. Master, the pain is unbearable, Barrows whimpered. This is no game. I despise it. This was never meant to be entertainment. Barrows, I replied sternly. Here, we learn the art of combat. I warned you. They will wound you. Perhaps mortally. Pain is the lesson. Belus is still considered a cub, merely 7 months old, and he dislikes engaging in anything he deems unamusing. I don't wish to push them too hard from the very first day, as this is only the initial training session. What do the two of you wish to do? Proceed or refrain? Choose your path. I want to fight. It must still be seething, for though it had the chance to strike the dummy once, it only received blows in return. Indeed, ravens are creatures of vengeance. Didn't he that hurt? It certainly did. But unlike Belus, I'm no crybaby. I imagine if it wore a human face, it might be sneering at Belus right now. Belus growled in protest. I am not a crybaby. I simply refuse to participate. You were just crying. Enough, both of you. For now. If he doesn't wish to fight, he need not. But Belus, you must learn how to engage in battle. This is not a peaceful world. If you see an enemy preparing to strike, do not charge blindly. In that situation, you could have evaded the attack when he raised his spear, yet you recklessly persisted in biting him. You need to fell your foe in a single strike, though it would be ideal, but if you cannot, strike again. Belus, wait by the edge of the room and observe carefully while we fight. Turning to the dummy, I commanded, resume combat. Erebus and Poe moved with remarkable coordination, likely honed from their own hunting experiences. They once subsisted on grains when they were the size of ordinary ravens, but after surpassing half a meter in size, they became full carnivores and have hunted relentlessly for the past 2 years. Thus, to them, this may not be a game but a hunt. Their experience allows them to attack in tandem, one distracting the dummy while the other strikes, their assaults marked by patience. Erebus fights with boldness, while Poe acts with caution. Pause. Children, he is anticipating your moves because you keep targeting his eyes. You're no longer hunting rabbits or mice. Sometimes you must shift your focus of attack, and this adjustment should occur at the last possible moment. This way, you catch your enemy off guard. Yes, the face is a human-esque vulnerability. We instinctively flinch when something nears it, but if every strike comes from there, defense becomes effortless. Father, where should we strike instead? For instance, the back of the skull, a blind spot, a solid peck that could stagger or even render an opponent unconscious. Another point, you can no longer fight like ordinary ravens. Your most formidable weapon is no longer your beak, but your talons. Each of your feet bears 4 dagger-like claws. Learn to wield them effectively. I approached the dummy and pointed to both sides of its neck. Here lie the jugular veins. This applies to all creatures. If you can sever these vessels with your talons, your enemy will surely perish. Of course, slaying a human this way is simpler than felling other beasts, for our hides lack the rugged resilience of theirs. One final note. When I declare your claws your most formidable weapons, it does not imply your beaks are feeble. Each of yours measures near 15 centimeters. Its lethality rivals that of a mighty arrow, yet it lacks the versatility of your razor-sharp talons. This time, attempt striking different areas and vary your tactics. Feint a peck, only to lash out with your claws at the last moment, or simulate a dive to misdirect his attention. Chapter 34. Negotiation. While Bo and Erebus experimented with different combat strategies, I resolved to craft a training dummy for myself. Generate a dummy that attacks only me at 70% of my speed. The moment it materialized, it lunged at me, possessing 7 units of strength and 5 of speed. Though I had grown accustomed to sparring with adults, My prior brushes with death had taught me that practice could never replicate the visceral terror of true mortal combat. I sought battle experience, yet recoiled from the agony I had endured before. The specter of death still haunted me. Logically, I knew no harm would befall me here, yet the pain carved its way into my psyche. I needed to fortify my tolerance gradually. I could not plunge recklessly into suffering. Only 4 years ago, I had lived peacefully in the modern world. Now, I had slain 12 men and tasted death 3 times. Twice. It had not been real, yet those illusions were more harrowing than my true demise. For 6 relentless hours we trained. My skin bore dozens of lacerations, each searing with pain. Yet I felt the dummy just as many times. Matching my speed and fighting alone, it became my sole focus. I honed evasion and parry, weaving through its assaults. Erebus suffered the worst. Both claws shattered, beak split, right wing mangled. Yet through our bond, I felt its fury and unyielding will. Its ragged breaths betrayed exhaustion. Yet it burned with vengeance, a bull charging blindly, heedless of defense. Bo emerged least scathed. Heeding my warnings, she struck only from blind spots, patient as an assassin. She never engaged unless Erebus distracted the dummy, waiting for the perfect moment. Twice, she delivered the killing blow. Both times it was her. This stoked Erebus' frustration. He had not once succeeded. Exiting the training space, our wounds vanished. Papa, the pain is gone. Erebus' claws and beak are whole again. Yes, injuries within that realm are illusory. They heal upon departure. Erebus growled, but the pain felt real. That is its magic. It makes you believe in suffering, even in death. Upon returning to Winterfell, I made a decision. I would explore the north, not linger here. Now it seemed a waste of time, though my magic hastened travel. Each round trip still squandered 2 days. As I arrived at Winterfell near sunset, I made my way unhurriedly to Ser Roderick's quarters, certain he would still be there. I knocked upon the door. Enter. Ser Roderick was seated at his desk reviewing documents when I stepped inside. Upon seeing me, he set the papers aside and smiled. How was your camping and hunting expedition? Quite splendid. I enjoyed it immensely. There is something I must tell you, though I fear you shall not approve, Ser. Then why speak of it at all? Because I must. What is it you must do? Explore the north. And my words? He slammed his fist upon the table and rose abruptly. What in the blazes are you saying, boy? I must journey northward. I feel I can no longer grow if I remain confined within Winterfell. No, you are far too young. You cannot go. Sid, do you truly believe there is anything left for you to teach me? Or that I can still learn anything from the safe mock battles of the training yard? Then we shall speak to the Lord and arrange for you to accompany other knights on patrol. Encountering bandits would hardly benefit me. It would be akin to walking in chains. Though Ser Roderick may appear stubborn by nature, there are moments when reason prevails. And this was one such instance. He could perceive the merit in my words. Yet, for now, his stance remained unyielding. No, such a thing cannot be permitted. You're still too young. It is far too dangerous. What is danger, Ser? Both you and I know full well that I shall become one of the finest swordsmen in this world. As you say, you will become the finest, but you are not yet that man. Until then, it is my duty to protect you. Ser, I cannot become one who is caged like a songbird. In my humble opinion, your duty is not to shield me from harm. On the contrary, it is to push me forward. At these words, he paused, considering what I had said. I sensed I was beginning to sway him. You and humility. Today, I have learned something new. Roderick's perspective. The boy speaks sense, yet he is too young. How could I allow one so tender to set out alone? But then again, if he is to reach his full potential, he must face trials. What should I do? Bring him before the Lord, or refuse him outright? You are still too young. We shall revisit this matter in a few years. I could see his anger rising. Ser, may I speak frankly with you? The boy's boldness, a young calf unafraid of wolves. Speak. This is unjust. Time and again, I have proven I am no naive child. How many more times must I demonstrate my worth before you take me seriously? I have slain 12 bandits. Tell me, what other squire or knight accomplished such a feat at the age of 10? I was utterly astonished by his words. Yet the more we conversed, the more his reasoning resonated with me. Indeed, you are no naive child, which is precisely why I permit you to address me thus. As you say, we recognize that you are destined for greatness in this lifetime, but only if you survive. At present, journeying poses far too grave a peril for you. And let it be so. Grant me a trial in the wilderness, a simulated battle against 10, even 20 knights. But they must not be drawn from the household guard. My temper began to flare in earnest. This was no mere childishness, but outright disrespect toward knighthood itself. Your reckless arrogance knows no bounds, boy. If I cannot substantiate my claims, then call it arrogance. True, in close combat, I might only withstand a single knight. But in the wilds, were they to ambush me, I could fell half their number before they even detected my presence. Chapter 35. The conversation, Roderick's perspective. His words held undeniable merit. What 10-year-old child would dare to camp alone in the woods, let alone slay a dozen bandits? Surviving in such harsh conditions for years would undoubtedly accelerate his growth. Yet, I disliked how he underestimated knights. This was not a decision I could make alone. Testing him made sense. If he failed, the matter would be settled. If he succeeded, we could allow him to explore freely, though I needed to consult the Lord first. When I entered the Lord's sunlit chamber, I found him buried beneath piles of documents. Recognizing me, he lifted his head and sighed. "Roderick, have you come to rescue me from these wretched papers? Tell me the wildlings have breached the wall, and we must ride to war at once." "Apologies, my lord. I bring an important matter that requires your counsel. Anything to free me from these accursed scrolls, if only for a moment. My lord, Emir has requested permission to venture beyond the north." Lord Stark's jovial expression darkened. "We shall refuse, of course. I doubt he will accept that." He presented compelling arguments. "Oh, and what did he say?" "My lord, you know Emir is no ordinary child. I expected this request, though not so soon. I assumed he would ask upon his 14th name day. He said, 'You cannot raise a fierce eagle in a gilded cage.'" The lord fell silent for several minutes before replying. "As you say, he is still too young. Tell him to ask again when he turns 14. I did, but he countered with a stronger rebuttal. "And what was that?" He reminded me. "He often camps alone in the wolfswood, hunting with nothing but a bow, and once slew 12 bandits. The first few times, I sent our finest hunters and trackers to shadow him, to ensure his safety from afar. Yet each time, the moment he stepped into the forest, he vanished. None could follow his trail. Even on open ground, where they might outrun him, within the woods, he outpaced them all. They say it was like watching a fish slip into water. Some even called him a spirit of the forest. Now, he has challenged me to test him with 20 knights. What? The boy grows too bold, too quickly. He needs a lesson to understand the true dangers of this world. 20 knights, 20 knights. Huh! The arrogance of this boy. My lord, he did not propose facing them in open combat. He suggested we ambush him as bandits would in the woods, claiming ordinary methods would fail. Such insolence. Very well, we shall give him his test. Summon your son. My lord, he refuses to face household guards. He knows those knights would overpower him. He wished to cross swords with young knights, which I deemed a fitting challenge. Were we to dispatch him, he would not encounter armies, but rather engage bands of outlaws. Summon him. I wish to speak with him. As you command, my lord. Eddard Stark's perspective. You requested my presence, my lord. Indeed, Emir. Sir Roderick has informed me of your request, and I am inclined to refuse. My lord, I beg you, cease treating me as some naive child. Yes, I know I am young, but we both understand I am different. I have learned all there is to learn within Winterfell's walls. To grow further, I must journey beyond them. If I remain here, coddled beneath your protection, my strength will stagnate. What I require are trials, not shelter. His words gave me pause. I studied his eyes intently before exhaling deeply. This boy, each time we spoke, I found myself outmatched. He was like an untamed force of nature, unyielding and indomitable, his responses always leaving me weary. Why the haste? Were you to make this request 3 or 4 years hence, I would grant it without hesitation. But you must understand, you are still too young. Yes, I know you are strong. I wager you could best most grown men in the yard. It feels premature. Should I grant you this leave, and you were harmed, or worse, I would feel I had betrayed the North. My lord, I cannot bear to squander a single day in stagnation. To me, 3 or 4 years of idle waiting here would feel like 15 or 20. I cannot fathom his meaning. He possessed the boundless curiosity of a child. eager to uncover every secret within these walls. Yet his reasoning carried the weight of an elder's wisdom. He was an enigma beyond measure. I could not deny it. Part of me wished to see whether he could withstand an ambush by 20 knights. Tell me this. How could you possibly avoid being ambushed? As I explained to Ser Roderick, none may take me unawares in the wild, thanks to my ravens. Should any man draw near, they will sound the alarm. Your ravens. How? I was baffled. How could ravens serve such a purpose? I train them to circle me when we venture beyond these walls. Thus, when they spot men, they easily mark their approach from the skies, unseen by those who would stalk me. Upon sighting intruders, they return to me, perch upon my shoulder, and indicate the direction from which the threat comes. This way, I always know if danger nears, and may choose whether to stand or flee. I was stunned. You. How could you train beasts thus? How is this possible? The maesters train ravens to fly from holdfast to holdfast, with patience and a touch of skill. I have done much the same. Chapter 36. The Hunter and the Hunted. Male lead's perspective. Everyone was preparing to depart for the Wolfswood. I made my way to the Lord Solar, where Lord Stark and Ser Roderick were deep in conversation. My lord, I've come to discuss a matter with you. Speak, Emir. What is it? I ask that you refrain from informing the knights about my ravens. Why? If they remain unaware, you'll hold a significant advantage. My lord, no one I encounter outside will know of my ravens. If you spot a crow perched on a branch or soaring through the sky, would you spare a second glance? No one pays them any mind. Very well, you make a fair point. We shall keep it between us. But the contest must remain fair. You'll receive fewer arrows, so make each one count. Understood, my lord. I do like to see these famed ravens of yours. Will you show them to me? If we open the balcony, I can summon them with a whistle. I pushed open the balcony doors and let out a sharp call. Within moments, 2 ravens swooped in from the outside, alighting gracefully upon my shoulders. Didn't your ravens have white feathers upon their brows and wings? Ser Roderick inquired. They did, but those markings faded as they matured. These ravens, of course, were neither Poe nor Erebus. Had Ser Roderick glimpsed their true size now, he might have mistaken them for monstrous creatures. The last time the people of Winterfell had seen them, they measured nearly 80 centimeters in length. These 2 were slightly smaller, perhaps 60 or 70 centimeters, a distinction lost on Ser Roderick, who had never taken much interest in my birds. These were the largest ravens I could find among Poe and Erebus' flock. Lord Stark approached, his gaze fixed upon them. I dare say these are the largest ravens I've ever laid eyes upon. It seems you've surpassed Maester Luwin in both training and rearing them. The following day, Lord Stark, Ser Roderick, myself, and a host of knights set out for the Wolfswood. Ser Roderick drew near and spoke in a low voice. As you wished, 20 young knights will enter the forest behind you, attempting to ambush you. The Lord and I will follow at a distance to observe. Then he turned to inspect the weapons we would wield. I want no grievous injuries. This is a mock battle. Some of you may suffer minor wounds. Accidents may occur. But exercise caution. Should any of you break anything, I'll have your heads. The knights erupted into laughter, and he continued. You'll all wield blunted steel and arrows wrapped in cloth, so mind yourselves. Let this young upstart see just how far he must go to match your skill. The knights raised their swords in a raucous cheer. Ser Roderick then addressed me directly. As for you, you'll have 25 arrows. What will you wield for close combat? I doubt I'll need it, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I shall prepare a sword and a dagger. Once ready, you may proceed. When the sand in the hourglass runs out, they shall come for you. The hourglass in his hand was not large, and I estimated it would last about 5 minutes. I sprinted toward the forest with all my might. Once I put some distance between us, I invoked Valhane Kelly, Guise of the Cat, and Nanny's Motu, Traceless Movement. For now, I required no strength enhancement, only swift, untraceable motion. After running for roughly 5 minutes, I crouched behind a thicket of tall grass. Winter was beginning to settle upon the forest, the air biting with cold, though the ground bore little snow, for the season of frost had not yet arrived. With every breath, I could see the mist of my exhalation curling visibly in the chill. Brumis salvis humans. The moment the spell took hold, I could perceive with perfect clarity the positions of all those advancing toward me, as well as the distance between us. Thanks to my traceless movement, they would find no sign of my passage. They marched blindly in a broad, disorganized line. Sir Roderick believed I had underestimated the knights, but in truth, it was I who had been underestimated. There could be no other explanation for their absurd formation. They labored under a grave misconception. They were not the hunters here. I was, and I had 20 rabbits yet to hunt. As my level increased, so too did the potency of promodines. Now, I could sense any creature within 3 kilometers, and the effect would endure for an hour. I devised a small plan in my mind, then began flanking them from the left. The distance between us was roughly 100 meters, far enough that, in the forest, they could not see me. Yet, with my enhanced vision, I observed them as though they stood right beside me. Volhen Tor, Guise of the Bull, Volhen Grives, Guise of the Bear, Eludo Gelmio, Guardian Wind. Once fully empowered, I closed in. Had I been using ordinary arrows, I could have struck them from 70 or 80 meters away. But with blunted tips, my range was nearly halved. Before my level had risen, I would have needed to approach within 30 or 40 meters. Now, however, my mastery over the elements had grown. I could harness the wind to extend my arrow's reach, though I still could not infuse them with mana. I could carve a tunnel of wind ahead to grant them extra distance. This control of wind had 2 flaws. First, it lasted only minutes. Second, I could only wield it while stationary. For 2 points of mana, I gained nearly 20 meters of additional range, a worthy trait, I judged. At 60 meters, I drew 3 arrows from my quiver and loosed them in swift succession. 2 found their marks. The third did not. He's on the right. 2 down. I need aid. The knights began barking orders, moving to encircle me. Of course, I wouldn't let them succeed. I immediately began fleeing desperately. They attempted to pursue me, but the distance between us grew ever wider. One of the primary reasons they couldn't catch me was the vegetation and roots on the ground. They would stumble over them, but I did not. When I approached tree roots, they would bury themselves into the earth. When I neared tall grass, it would part, clearing a path for me. I adored being a druid. After 10 minutes of pursuit, they grew weary and abandoned the chase. Naturally, I wouldn't allow them respite. As they attempted to catch their breath, I flanked them once more. Tom Hall's perspective, knight. How is he so fast? He runs like a hare. If I catch that brat, I'll make him pay. Quiet. Rest. We have to keep chasing him. The others can flank him and keep him occupied. Come on, he just got lucky. Next time, we'll definitely catch him. Why did they underestimate him so? If this were a real battle, he would have effortlessly slaughtered both of us in an instant. Had I not tripped, that last arrow would have struck me dead. I rose to my feet and declared, "Why do you belittle him so? My cousin is Winterhold's finest scout and tracker." Before Sir Roderick dispatched him to trail and protect Emir, he lost Emir's trail the moment they stepped into the forest. Does that sound familiar? We are not the hunters. You fools, we are the prey. He is hunting us. We must take this seriously, or we'll be bested by a 10-year-old boy. Brother, why so grim? Relax, we'll catch him. No sooner had he spoken than an arrow struck his forehead. Ack, damn it. This time, luck abandoned me as well. An arrow pierced my chest. He was devouring us like prey. Chapter 37. A one-man army, male protagonist perspective. I felled 2 more. 16 remained. This time, I had no intention of fleeing. Feigning retreat, I lured them closer, concealing my true strategy. 5 pursued me directly, while the others attempted to encircle and cut off my escape. Once the distance between us narrowed to 20 meters, I cast the somber spell, a billowing mist, while simultaneously hurling 2 smoke bombs to mask the magic's origin. As the thick, 20-meter veil of fog enveloped me, I swiftly repositioned myself and sprinted toward the 5 knights, loosing arrows in rapid succession. 5 shots. Only 3 found their mark. Their erratic movements a testament to their blindness. Deciding against further waste, I closed in silently on the remaining 2. Approaching from behind, I struck one knight's right leg with my blade. A pained cry tore from his lips, and as he dropped to one knee, I delivered a swift blow to his neck with the hilt, rendering him unconscious. His companion, hearing the cry, charged toward the sound, but I had already vanished into the mist. The flanking knights, realizing their plan had backfired, surged forward, but they were still 20 meters away. By then, my task was complete. I had no desire to linger. Forming a fist-sized clod of earth, I hurled it through the fog, striking the last knight's helmet with a resounding clang. The impact sent him crumpling to the ground with a muffled groan. By the time the remaining knights arrived, I had already slipped 20 meters away, disappearing into the trees, yet I sensed movement 10 meters ahead. It could only be Lord Stark and Ser Roderick's party. Without hesitation, I ran toward them. Eddard Stark's perspective. From our vantage point, 20 to 30 meters above the battlefield, we witnessed everything until the smoke bombs erupted. What unfolded was not a battle, but methodical slaughter. Emir hunted my knights like ducks, one after another. Then, I saw him emerge from the mist, striding toward us with unsettling calm. He approached swiftly and said, "My lord, 11 remain. If you permit, I require this high ground." He wore a smile, unhurried, almost serene. Were I to describe him in a word, content. For the past half hour, he had been in relentless motion, yet his breath remained steady, as though he were merely taking a leisurely stroll through the woods. He stood beside us, waiting. The remaining knights shouted in disarray, their words indistinct but their fury unmistakable. Emir had already drawn his bow, aiming at them as they emerged from the fog. Yet how could he possibly strike them from 30 or 40 meters with blunted arrows? He was wasting his shots. He should have waited until they drew nearer. I had never seen him wield an arrow like this before. His hand that drew the arrows held one between each finger, so besides the one knocked in his bow, 3 more were poised between his digits. Just as he prepared to loose his shafts, he murmured something under his breath, and a fierce gale arose, blowing toward the knights. His arrows flew forth in rapid succession. Yet never had I witnessed such astonishing speed. It was as though 4 arrows had been released simultaneously. Every knight, emerging from the mist, found their breastplate pierced. Faced with this spectacle, I knew not whether to laugh or weep. Even nature herself conspired to aid him. Thanks to the wind's guidance, each missile found its mark. How could one man be blessed with such prodigious talent and such extraordinary fortune? For arrows, for knights felled. In that triumphant moment, he cheered, exclaiming, "Perfect! Dead center!" before drawing another quartet of arrows from his quiver, awaiting fresh targets. The remaining knights remained oblivious to the origin of these deadly projectiles. While we could observe them clearly through the trees, they remained blind to our position. Another lightning volley followed, though this time 2 shafts went astray. Turning to me with a radiant grin, he remarked, "2 more down, my lord," though 2 knights moved contrary to my expectations. 5 knights remained. As I studied the face of this 10-year-old boy, I saw not a child, but a monster, one who treated my knights as though they were mere toddlers at play. At last, the surviving quintet discerned Emil's location. They advanced cautiously, weaving between trees for cover, while Emil tracked their movements, adjusting his aim. This time he loosed his arrows sequentially rather than simultaneously, successfully striking 2 more before exhausting his supply. From a small pouch at his waist, he produced 2 smoke bombs and hurled them toward the approaching knights. Instantly, thick fog enveloped them all. Emil darted into the swirling mist without hesitation. From within came shouts and cries of pain, though visibility was nil. 5 minutes later, the clamor subsided into faint groans as the wind gradually dispersed the haze. When the fog cleared completely, revealing Emil standing alone upon the rise, a single thought crystallized in my mind. I had not nurtured the next Arthur Dane. What I had forged was nothing less than a one-man army. Chapter 38. The Magic of the Waves, Male Protagonist Perspective. 2 days have passed since I departed from Winterfell. After hunting down those knights like ducks and speaking with Lord Stark, I set off immediately. Though he permitted me 2 years to journey north, I vowed not to leave the north. He granted me 50 golden dragons and a writ of passage to aid my travels. With this document, I could enter any northern castle as Lord Stark's representative and be received with hospitality. First, I returned to the cabin in the Wolfswood to gather all my familiars. As the days wore on, the breath of winter grew ever sharper. For the past 24 hours, since dusk yesterday, rain had fallen ceaselessly, leaving the land blanketed in snow. The accumulation reached roughly 10 centimeters, slowing my horse's pace. My own movements were further hindered by the layers of fur and heavy cloaks weighing upon me. At the first hint of dawn, I broke my fast and resumed my journey, though I could no longer match yesterday's swift progress. The deepening snow and sub-zero temperatures made the going difficult for my steed, despite frequently tending to the horse and employing seamless movement spells. My daily distance was merely twice that of an ordinary rider. This journey taught me another benefit of stamina enhancement, a slight increase in resistance to the harsh elements. However, when night fell, I retreated into the training space to escape the cold. I allocated 4 of my 8 training hours to rest, dedicating the remainder to mastering the harmonious use of magic and swordplay. Since the horse could not enter the space, each evening I crafted an earthen shelter for it using the molding spell. My first destination was the wall. Ever since learning of its existence, I had devoured every scrap of information about it, eager to reach it within 8 to 14 days. Without magic, the construction of a 215-meter-high ice barrier would have been impossible, let alone one that stood unbroken for 8,000 years. The distance between Winterfell and the wall spanned roughly 1,000 kilometers. In summer, a fast rider might cover it in 8 days, while a slower journey would take about 14. Given the brutal winter conditions and the snow, even with all my enhancements, I estimated at least 8 days to reach the wall. In summer, I might have managed it in 3. 7 days had passed since my departure, and the grueling 8-day trek neared its end. As I connected with the waves and soared through the air, the wall finally came into view. Its majesty and beauty were breathtaking. Though a full day's ride still separated me from it, the waves could carry me there within an hour. They could fly at speeds of 150 kilometers per hour, though only for 10 to 15 minutes at a time, averaging about 100 kilometers per hour. For hours, I glided along the colossal structure, marveling at the grandeur until exhaustion forced me to descend. I would arrive at the wall by tomorrow night. For now, we all retreated into the training grounds for our evening exercises. Belius still refused to fight, leaving the training grounds even with minor injuries. Bo and Erebus were locked in fierce combat with 2 dummies. In one-on-one battles, if the dummies merely defended, they could swiftly eliminate them. Thus, I needed to quickly pit them against aggressive dummies. Meanwhile, I was simultaneously engaging 2 dummies with both magic and swordplay, utilizing him's venom at close range. He had grown accustomed to this fighting style. Though no longer as diminutive as before, his agility had diminished slightly, yet his extraordinary speed compensated for it. So swift were his movements that the dummies often only registered pain after he had already struck. During my respite, I turned to observe Erebus and Bo's training. As usual, Erebus attacked with relentless vengeance. Just then, Bo was blocked by a dummy's defense and stumbled to the ground. Enraged, she swiftly took flight, circling the dummy before suddenly diving toward it. Mid-descent, my eyes widened as I witnessed her condensing mana into her wings. With one final beat, she channeled the mana through her wingtips, hurling it at the dummy. The moment the energy left her wings, it took on the properties of wind magic, crashing into the dummy and sending it sprawling with a caved-in chest. Had she just cast a wind orb spell? Though I saw it with my own eyes, disbelief lingered. "Stop," I commanded, freezing all the dummies. "Bo, what did you just do?" "I copied you, Papa." "You copied me?" "Yes. Whenever you fight the dummies, you use your mana to cast spells. So I learned to draw it from within because I wanted to be like you. I still don't understand how you summon fire, earth, or lightning, but I grasped how you create wind. So I did what you do and struck the dummy with it." "Did I do wrong, Papa?" "I thought I did it right." Though still stunned by her ability to wield magic, I steadied myself and replied, No, not at all. You are magnificent, Bo. My brilliant daughter is extraordinary. You are a prodigy among ravens." Chapter 39. The Runes of the Great Wall. When I discovered Bo possessed magical abilities, astonishment overwhelmed me. Consumed by this wonder and insatiable curiosity, I spent the entire night attempting to teach her other elemental magics, yet to no avail. She could only manipulate the wind element, and her sole spell was the wind orb. For the next 2 sleepless days, I devoted myself to instructing Bo on mastering wind manipulation. Though her wind spell remained at the first tier, unlike my own beginnings from utterly useless levels, hers held lethal potential, enough to collapse an adult's ribcage. One technique I taught her was harnessing wind currents to create a wind tunnel before her. This dramatically enhanced both her flight speed and stamina. However, this method came with a drawback. While her straight-line velocity soared, her ability to execute tight turns diminished significantly. Wildest, her turning radius now resembled that of a lumbering semi-truck. A simple 90-degree turn demanded considerable time and space, akin to a jet plane carving wide arcs across the sky. Yet, I remained hopeful. With refined mana control, she might overcome this limitation. Perhaps one day, she could employ precise bursts of magic like thrusters to execute sharp, agile maneuvers. Though such finesse remained beyond her current grasp. In open terrain, by utilizing the wind tunnel, she could amplify her wind orb to near second-tier potency. But this required vast space for momentum. Her method involved ascending to heights of 40 or 50 meters, then diving rapidly toward her target. At 3 or 4 meters away, she would unleash the wind orb before pulling up abruptly. The resulting impact rivaled my own second-tier wind spells, capable of reducing wolves to pulp. Though her spell's raw force paled in comparison to mine, its lethality surpassed it. When her wind orb struck, it crushed victims against the ground, whereas mine sent them flying, dissipating much of the energy. This became a mesmerizing new experience for me, so enthralling that I neglected even the wall. For an entire week, I trained her relentlessly, until recklessness intervened. Drunk on her rapid progress, she grew arrogant, though not entirely unjustified. She had essentially transformed into a World War II air bomber. Despite my warnings, she attempted her dive maneuver within the confined training space. The outcome was disastrous. She annihilated the dummy, but lost control during ascent, colliding with the ceiling. Every bone in her body shattered before I could eject her from the training space. This served as her grim awakening. Spells were no toys. At least her breakdown occurred within the training grounds. Yes, the trauma left her shaken, still reeling from shock, but alive. Had this happened beyond those walls, we'd be digging her grave. 15 days later, I finally arrived at the Great Wall. A colossal block of ice spanning over 200 meters. How could it have been preserved for 8 millennia? My hypothesis was extraordinary, and, at last, I stood poised to validate it. Yet there was one matter I wished to attempt first. Promodines, seeking beasts, human. Within moments, I confirmed the absence of any human presence within a radius of at least 3 kilometers. Then, with my free hand, I grasped my sword and invoked Blade of Flame. The entirety of my weapon vanished into tongues of golden-orange fire. Clutching the hilt with both hands, I murmured, "The force is with you," before driving the flaming blade into the wall. The instant steel met ice, a piercing hiss erupted. The glacial barrier yielded slowly, my sword inching forward as the ice melted. Steam billowed around us, born of the clash between fire's wrath and winter's breath. 5 minutes passed, yet the blade had penetrated no more than 10 centimeters. To amplify my efforts, I bolstered myself with enhancements of strength and endurance. Even so, I gained only another 5 centimeters. Frustration mounted. I had envisioned the sword cleaving through the wall as though it were mere butter, yet it had not even breached a third of its length. Rage surged within me, and with a final, desperate thrust, I poured every ounce of my will into the strike. Then I felt it. The land's dormant magic stirred, awakening from the wall itself. In that heartbeat, the sword's enchantment was siphoned away, drained into the ice. The blade, bereft of power, shattered like glass. As the fissure in the wall began to seal, I discarded the broken weapon and pressed my palms against the frozen surface, seeking the flow of magic within. I expected to find the wall brimming with the essence of ice, yet it was not so. This was different. No elemental forces dwelled here. Only pure, arcane energy, raw and unshaped. And yet, that was not all. Carved into the ice, spanning from one end of the wall to the other, were words, monumental, ancient runes. It was as though I stood before an immense glacial stele, its surface etched with forgotten sigils. The script resembled the runes I had begun to decipher during my studies of ritual magic. Yet, save for a single glyph, their meaning eluded me. The inscription read, "The sole word I recognized was death." The rest remained an enigma. Chapter 40. The hunt for beasts. 8 days have passed since my arrival at the wall. During this time, I attempted to decipher the ancient runes etched into its icy surface, yet their meaning eluded me, save for a single word, death. After several futile days, I abandoned this endeavor and turned my attention to the wall's construction, though progress remained elusive. The wall is an arcane marvel of such sophistication that even now, I cannot discern the elemental composition binding it together. All I perceive is the ebb and flow of arcane energy coursing through its veins, pulsing with rhythmic precision, much like blood through living vessels. Every few seconds, a surge of magic reverberates through what I can only describe as its arcane arteries, sustaining this colossal structure for 8 millennia. Curiously, though the wall is visibly forged of ice, I detect no trace of elemental ice within it. Thus, my understanding remains incomplete. It is akin to comprehending the circulatory system of a body while remaining ignorant of its bones, muscles, and flesh. Yet this study has not been in vain. Observing the intricate dance of magic within such a vast construct has honed my control over my own power. My maximum mana capacity has increased by 25 points, now totaling 175. Additionally, each of my enhancements has grown either more potent or longer lasting. I have also discerned the source of the wall's energy, the ley lines, or threads of magic, whichever name one prefers. The wall severs their southward flow, meaning magic cannot truly return to Westeros until this barrier is destroyed. The primary ley line, which should span the entire continent, instead fuels the wall. If the connections between weirwoods are mere capillaries, this ley line is Westeros' very carotid artery. This revelation leads me to believe it is a significant reason for magic's decline in these lands, the other, undoubtedly, being the extinction of dragons. Another boon is the refinement of my appraisal ability. No longer must I engage in combat or observe a creature's movements to gauge its physical prowess. Now, I need only send forth a pulse of mana, akin to sonar, toward the entity I wish to assess. When the wave returns, I glean precise knowledge of its strength and speed. None may conceal their power from me, unless, of course, they are shielded or possess magic equal to or surpassing my own. Tomorrow, I shall journey westward beyond the wall. My soul has room for one more beast, and I seek a shadow cat, a wolf, or perhaps a bear cub as my next companion. An ice wolf pup would be ideal, though they are rarer than diamonds. The gates at the wall's waypoints open only when the Night's Watch ventures beyond for patrols. The same holds true for the eastern regions. Attempting to bypass the terminus of the Great Wall is nearly impossible, for the waters of Seal Bay remain insufficiently frigid to freeze. Circumnavigating the wall from the east is thus an implausible endeavor. My current encampment lies betwixt the castles of Icemark and Frostpeak, closer to Skull Bridge, the westernmost crossing point. Henceforth, I may assume canine form to traverse beyond the wall with ease. Each eve, I persist in training bow in the arcane arts, though my other familiars have yet to manifest any magical aptitude. Erebus and Belus, in particular, seem unlikely to wield sorcery. Both are brawny creatures devoid of a mana core. Yet they have grown markedly stronger since last month, especially Belus, whose strength now rivals that of a grown man. As for YM, bearing a mana core, I hold hope he too shall awaken to magic. With my journey set to resume on the morrow, I forego training tonight, opting instead for 8 hours of rest. At dawn, I depart. Once, the spell Traceless Passage served me solely within the forest's embrace, useless beyond its bounds. Now, I may invoke it anywhere, though its efficacy wanes outside wooded realms. Amidst trees, neither snow nor mud betrays my steps. Even atop half a meter of snow, I tread without sinking. Beyond the forest, however, the enchantment weakens to a mere third of its potency. Presently, the snow averages 30 centimeters deep, yet I sink but 10. The same applies when grooming my steed. Weight bears no influence. This boon shall render my travels swifter and more effortless. As ever, I must reiterate, I adore magic. Beyond Skull Bridge, I press northward, dispatching bow and Erebus' raven cadre to scour the wild for dire cats, giant wolves, and bears. Thus far, they've found only common wolves, no ice wolves among them. For 5 hours, I trace the stream's course, simultaneously casting promodynes, seek beast, in pursuit of ice wolves, shadow lynxes, and bears. I had presumed the lands north of the wall teemed with wildlings. Yet after 9 hours of field, not a soul have I encountered. Dusk descends, weariness with it. After securing supper, I conjure an earthen shelter and retreat into the training realm to rest. Two stark differences divide the realms north and south of the wall. A single day here has revealed that southern winters pale in comparison. There, temperatures hover around -5 or 10 degrees. Here, they plunge below -20, perhaps lower. For the first time in my life, the mucus from my nose freezes into icicles. How could mankind endure such a place for a lifetime? Chapter 41. Shadow Links. For 3 days I journeyed northward, yet not a trace of my desired quarry could I find. As I pressed further into the frozen wastes, I began encountering wildlings with increasing frequency. Each time, I altered my course to avoid them. This was their domain, after all, and to spill blood needlessly would be cruel. The land here was a desolate expanse of ice and snow, howling winds scouring barren earth, though beasts still roamed the forests. It was no wonder wildlings seldom raided southward. If even animals shunned these lands, how could men endure them? Yet there was one advantage. The magical currents here were not siphoned by colossal structures like the wall. The density of magic was at least thrice that of the southern side, though even this was paltry. It should have been 6 or 7 times as potent. Perhaps the fading of magic had touched these lands as well. Or perhaps some vast structure still drained its essence. Old men once spoke of a thing called the heart of winter. If dragons and sorcery were real, might there be truth in other tales? With 60 ravens scouting for me, I could survey 2 or 3 kilometers without resorting to Promodines, Seek Beast. This allowed me to conserve my strength for the tracking spell. Promodines, Seek Beast, Shadow Links. Now, I felt the pulse of magic ripple outward from me in all directions. My study of the wall had deepened my understanding of spellcraft, and as I pondered, I sensed it. A Shadow Links, northeast, roughly 4 kilometers away. I bolstered myself with enchantments and sprinted forth. I cannot afford to lose it. I had to catch it. Let it be a cub. Let it be a cub. Let it be a cub. I doubted I had enough magic to bind an adult. Thanks to the traceless movement spell, racing through snow-laden forests was no different from running down a paved road. I wove between trees and thickets without slowing. Swift as the wind itself. Bo, don't wait for me. Fly ahead, locate that beast, and report back. Wrapped in wind magic, Bo shot forward like an arrow. Before harnessing magic, her top speed was 100 kilometers/h, sustainable for mere minutes. Now, she could reach 150 kilometers/h and maintain it for half an hour. Soon, her voice echoed in my mind. Father, I found it. Adult or cub? Adult. I cursed my luck. Halting, I weighed my options. Should I still attempt to bind it? The odds were near hopeless, but I had to try. Keep following. What is it doing? It had seized a wolf and was devouring it. I had been sprinting toward the Shadow Links, but now that it was under Bo's watchful gaze, my urgency waned. By the time I approached the creature, half the wolf had already been consumed. The Shadow Links was a magnificent beast, its form a striking amalgamation of leopard and tiger. Larger than a leopard, yet not as massive as a tiger. Its immense power became evident as its broad shoulders and muscular limbs flexed beneath thick black fur streaked with white, its massive claws tearing through flesh with terrifying ease. From what I had gleaned from bestiaries, these were fearsome predators. Their low, rumbling growls and furious shrieks betrayed their nature as silent, agile hunters, though they were also scavengers, capable of detecting the scent of blood from miles away. When they claimed prey, they left nothing behind, crushing even bones to extract the marrow. Unless driven by starvation, they seldom attacked humans, but when they did, a single swipe could disembowel a man. Dusk was falling, and the lynx's eyes seemed to glow in the gathering dark. Sensing my presence, it halted its meal, pivoting toward me with predatory focus. A deep, thunderous growl reverberated before it unleashed an ear-splitting shriek and lunged. Let it go on. Trap. It froze mid-motion, as if turned to stone. The spell should have held it for seconds. Yet within 2, the enchantment shattered. The Shadow Links surged forward. I barely rolled aside in time, a chill racing down my spine. Had I been slower, its claws would have split my face. My head would no longer rest upon my shoulders. Unhurried, the beast continued its charge. leaping onto a tree ahead before rebounding toward me. This time I remained composed. Killing it was not my intent, so lethal spells were out of the question. Instead, I summoned the wind. Jomio Indigo. Gale strike, a violent gust slammed into the lynx's chest, hurling it backward into a tree. Dazed, it staggered, and I seized the moment. In Ratio, entangle, roots erupted from the earth, coiling around the shadow lynx. It thrashed, but too late, the spell bound it utterly. Unlike Letagon, this enchantment wove through living roots, granting it greater endurance. The trade-off? Useless where no roots lay buried. I stepped closer as the lynx struggled, then struck its skull with the hilt of my sword. Darkness claimed it. With a steadying breath, I placed my hand upon its head. Chapter 42. The search for cubs. I expended 150 mana to establish a binding. Yet not even half of it took form. Though the shadow lynx had lost consciousness, it still resisted me with all its might. There was no point in wasting further energy, so I relinquished the attempt. Yet I gleaned new knowledge. I would require 300 mana to bind or dominate an adult shadow lynx. Slowly, I opened my eyes and exhaled deeply. Despite my attempts at self-reassurance, it had been a futile expenditure of time and effort. As I severed the connection, the shadow lynx began to stir. Sighing again, I reached out to stroke its head. The moment it regained awareness, it struggled violently against the ensnaring roots. I would gladly release you, but you've caught my scent. Even if you fled now, your kind excels at tracking. I have no doubt you'd hunt me down eventually. So, to spare myself future headaches, forgive me, but your life ends today. With that, I drove my dagger into its throat. A final thrash, a shuddering breath, then stillness, dispelling the Ratio entanglement spell. I retrieved my skinning kit and set to work with practiced precision. As the pelt peeled away, I recalled my first attempt at skinning a rabbit a year prior. How clumsily I had butchered it, reducing the hide to tatters. Midway through the task, a faint whimper pierced the air. Turning toward the sound, I traced it to a small crevice nestled between rocks. Approaching cautiously, the whines grew clearer, like those of a pup. Peering inside, I spotted a cub, but the den was too narrow for me to enter and the creature too deep to reach. Belis, fetch the cub. Gently. Master, is this necessary? There's the scent of wolves here. I fixed him with a glare, my voice sharp. Of course there's wolf scent. It's a damned wolf den. I indulged Belis too much, though still pup-like in many ways. It was time to enforce discipline. Grumbling, he wriggled in and emerged with a gray-furred female whelp clutched carefully in his jaws. Not the creature I sought. Should I bind myself to an ordinary wolf instead? Shadow lynxes could be found south of the wall, in the mountains of the moon, the ranges surrounding the Riverlands, even the red mountains of Dorne. Yet all lay far from my current dwelling, and this had been the nearest hunting ground. Patience. I'll raise this one, if no better option presents itself. She'll suffice. But where to find a shadow lynx cub? Handing the whelp to Belis with orders to guard her, I resumed skinning. Then, like lightning, realization struck. Of course. Ailey, you fool. Why would shadow lynx hunt with cubs in tow? They only carry their young after they have grown, teaching them how to hunt. The cubs remain in their dens, which shadow lynxes build at high altitudes with restricted access. Shifting my gaze toward the mountains, I spotted their lair. Carrying a cub up the mountain was arduous, so I fashioned a makeshift basket from rope, blankets, and branches to secure the little one against my back. As I climbed, whenever the cooldown ended, I used Promodines, track animal, to locate any of the 3 creatures I sought. The higher I ascended, the colder it grew. Before donning my fur coat, the chill had already seeped in, though my stamina buffs had sufficed to ward off the worst of it. But now exhaustion crept in, and the biting cold gnawed at my bones. The temperature must have plummeted below -30. I could feel the frost deep within. For 2 days, I wandered the slopes of this frozen peak with no success. Had it not been for the training space, Erebus and Bo would have frozen solid. So we left their raven familiars at the base. The training space was my safeguard, allowing me to climb fearlessly, yet even sustaining its magic was becoming a struggle. I seriously considered turning back. If identity verification hadn't functioned like a natural compass, I would have been hopelessly lost. Promodines, track animal shadow lynx. Just as I was about to give up, that beautiful glow finally appeared. Yes, finally. 2 of them, roughly 3 kilometers away, but the problem was they were on an even higher peak. Since I needed to approach sense-sensitive creatures, I had to rely on Inni's Motu, traceless movement. First, though, I sent Bo ahead to scout. The harsh winds made flying difficult for her, but she pressed on. Through our bond, I sensed her struggle as she fought against the gales, rising and falling unsteadily. Bo, if it's too much, come back. We can search for another den another day. No, Dad, I can do it. I'm almost there. Look, I see them. I prayed at least one was a cub, and as Bo's vision sharpened, we'd know for sure. A cub and its mother. The little one kept climbing onto her back, only for her to swat it down with her tail into the snow. Each time, the cub stubbornly clambered back up. Adorable as the scene was, I couldn't care less. Even if it were the most heartwarming sight in the world, all I could think was, that cub is mine. Bo had perched on a tree, seeking refuge from the wind while we closed the distance, now roughly 2 kilometers away. If possible, I didn't want to kill the mother. After all, this cub would become part of my family, and I had no desire to orphan it. As I ascended, a cunning scheme took shape in my mind. Mother would soon depart for the hunt, having constructed her den in an inaccessible location. During her absence, I intended to seize the cubs. Approaching them stealthily, I began weaving the Formodagon, mold earth, incantation, crafting an underground sanctuary for us all. The laborious task consumed nearly 3 hours before completion. Once we were safely ensconced within, I sealed the entrance, leaving only slender fissures to permit the passage of air. Thus concealed, we would evade the she-cat's wrath while sheltering from the bitter chill. Chapter 43. Encounter with the wolf spirit. We had spent the past 2 days in the fields, and our supplies were nearly exhausted. If the mother lynx didn't go hunting today, I might have to kill her tomorrow. Just as I was contemplating this, the mother lynx's aura began descending the steep slope of the den. Finally, she's going hunting. All right, everyone get ready. Once she moved beyond my 5-kilometer sensory range, we began advancing toward the cave. However, I left the wolf pup and Belis behind, as they couldn't climb the steep incline. As I approached the slope, I tilted my head back to gauge its height. Shadow lynxes possessed remarkable climbing abilities. Scaling such steep terrain was effortless for them. For an ordinary human, this would have been impossible, but I used Formodagon, earth molding, to carve footholds into the slope, creating a simple ladder. The moment I reached the top, the cub spotted me and fled deeper into the den. Crouching inside wasn't difficult. The den was spacious enough even for the mother lynx. When the cub realized I was pursuing it, it began snarling and shrieking, but the mother was too far away to hear. It darted from side to side with surprising agility, leaving me no time to react. Letagon, trap. It froze instantly. I seized the opportunity to grab it. It was about the size of a house cat. After binding its legs, I quickly descended the ladder and returned to Belis. I entered the alcove and sealed the wall behind me. Time was of the essence. I needed to establish a bond with this cub before the mother returned. Placing the shadow lynx on my lap, I steadied it with one hand while resting the other on its head, initiating the binding incantation. My technique had improved with each attempt, and this time, the connection took only half an hour, concluding smoothly. The only surprise was that it occupied nearly half the soul space I had anticipated. With a slight increase in my mana, I could attempt another binding. Next time, the wolf pup. To complete the bond, I must name you. What shall I call you? Sith. Yes, I shall name you Sith. The moment I spoke her name, mana surged into her body. I could sense her hostility shifting into affection as she nuzzled against my chest. I stroked her head, and she responded with a soft, rumbling growl, similar to a cat's purr, though less gentle and far wilder. Has Lady Sith taken a liking to me? Alas, we have no time to linger. If your mother returns, we prefer not to harm her. At the mention of her mother, sorrow flickered in her thoughts, but it was swiftly replaced by resolve when I spoke of leaving. Inni's Motu, traceless movement, Valhen Kelly, feline form, Valhen Tor, bovine form. After casting the enhancements, I placed Sith and Belis into the training space and began to run. After 2 arduous days of travel, we finally emerged from the mountain range and returned to the desolate forests beyond the wall. Our pace was measured as we advanced toward the Great Barrier. Naturally, even on our return journey, I persistently employed promodines to seek out direwolves, yet my efforts yielded no success. Gorned Tresky's perspective as a warg warrior. Our raiding party had suffered a grievous setback during the failed assault. Initially, the operation had proceeded smoothly, under the cover of darkness. Our band of 40 traversed the gorge with ease and plundered a village on the other side of the wall. Laden with spoils, we began our retreat, only to be ambushed by those accursed crows lying in wait within the gorge. Though we struck them down in great numbers, half our own men perished in the skirmish. I, too, lost my wolf, and we were forced to abandon our plunder to fight for survival. At the very least, we slew as many crows as we lost. Yet now, I must find a new wolf to bond with. As we trudged through the forest, my gaze was drawn to a dark silhouette soaring high above, a black eagle, nearly the size of my own. Should I attempt to claim it? What is that? A black eagle. I intend to take it. He followed my gesture and studied the distant shape before remarking, "It does not resemble an eagle." "Are you certain? What else could be of such size? And a black eagle, no less? They are exceedingly rare." I reached out with my mind, seeking to seize control, but the moment my consciousness brushed against its own, I was violently repelled, tumbling backward onto the ground. One of my men helped me rise, his voice laced with concern. "What happened?" "That eagle already has a master, a warg. They forced me out, and we shall track it. I want that eagle. I will claim it." The protagonist's perspective. We retraced our path, with Beau, Erebus, and their crow-slaying company maintaining their usual vigilant watch. Suddenly, I sensed Erebus' fury flare. He had been assaulted. Without hesitation, I reached out to him. "Erebus, are you unharmed?" "What transpired?" "Emil, someone sought to breach my mind. I repelled them. Their presence bore resemblance to your own bond, yet far more aggressive. It displeased me, so I cast them out." That familiar resonance. Was this individual a warg? It must be so. Either a warg or a Green Seer. Old Nen had always spoken of wildlings who wielded such powers. It seemed the tales held truth. "Do not return to us yet. I would not have them discern our location. Promodines, seeking men." When the spell took hold, I could sense them from nearly 5 kilometers away. They stood between me and the wall, so I altered my course to circumvent them, veering southeast. Yet they adjusted their path in turn, persisting in their pursuit. "Erebus, can they still see you?" "No." "As you commanded, I glide low amidst the trees. Unless they take flight themselves, none shall spot me from afar." Suddenly, I comprehended the unfolding events as I reconnected with Erebus, sharing his vision. "Is there a bird trailing you?" He glanced around and noticed an eagle following him from a distance. "Can you eliminate it without endangering yourself?" As I posed the question, I sensed the surge of battle fervor within him, yet something else lingered. I perceived the flow of magic coursing through his veins, not in the circular motion of a mana core around the heart. Instead, with every pulse of his heart, magic traveled through his vessels, empowering his very being. Chapter 44. Pursued. Erebus first ascended to gain altitude, then slowed its pace to track the eagle. The creature failed to immediately comprehend Erebus' intentions, until, with a sudden pivot, Erebus plunged downward in a dive. By then, it was too late for the eagle to react. As magical energy surged through Erebus, its speed and muscular strength intensified, its feathers shimmering with an unnatural obsidian glow. Like a bullet, it streaked toward the eagle, close enough for me to glimpse the eerie whiteness of its eyes, a sight both strange and unsettling. The collision was brief. Though the eagle was slightly larger, the battle lasted mere seconds. The eagle slashed with its formidable talons and razor-sharp beak, yet all it achieved were shallow scratches that drew only droplets of blood. In contrast, when Erebus seized the eagle with its claws, it tore through flesh as effortlessly as a blade through butter. With a brutal twist, it nearly severed the eagle's head. Gorned Tresky's perspective, warg warrior. The other skin changer must not have been as formidable as I assumed, for it seemed oblivious to our pursuit. The black eagle continued its straight path, likely returning to its master, until abruptly, it climbed higher before hurtling toward me. As it neared, its form became clearer. It resembled no ordinary eagle. What avian creature of such size existed, save for an eagle? Its plumage was pitch black, save for 2 white patches upon its wings. Its crest rigid and straight. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a raven. Surely it couldn't be. "Whatever you are, If your master sent you against an eagle larger than yourself, he has gravely overestimated your strength, poor beast. Once I slay him, I shall treat you far better. Then, as the black bird closed in, its body rippled with darkness, as though wreathed in subtle ebony flames. At the moment of impact, my eagle aimed its talons at non-lethal points, yet its claws failed to pierce the creature as hide. How is this possible? Then, agony lanced through my neck as the connection shattered. Aya, what is wrong with Gornat? Jorin, Benur, hold him down. He must have lost his beast. Restrain him until he calms. The pain was unbearable, both physical and emotional. Losing a bonded beast was akin to losing a part of oneself. If the creature perished while the connection was active, the skin changer felt its demise. For those of weaker will, it could drive them to madness. Had I known, I would have commanded a suicidal assault rather than engage directly. I never imagined my eagle would fall in a single strike. Gritting my teeth, I staggered to my feet, fury blazing within. We hunt that skin changer. I care not if we must chase him to the ends of the north. I will have him. Benur frowned. How will you track him now? You no longer possess a flying beast. You have nothing left but your bear. How can you possibly pursue a winged beast with just a bear? No matter. Once we capture him, I shall tame his blackbird. I have already sensed the creature's essence. If it remains within proximity, I can track it, and it will lead us straight to its ward. Jorn asked, what if he has a larger war party with him? What then? From the perspective of Jorin, the wildling, things have taken a dark turn. First, we lost our spoils and half our men. Now, we're chasing after a warg whose strength remains unknown. Gornard led us to many victories. He was the mightiest warrior I knew. Yet now, he is not himself. Ever since our defeat in the ravine, he has grown increasingly volatile and reckless. By the old gods, he lost his own beast before even subduing the other bird. And now he insists on charging forward without caution. I wonder if we should seek out another war party, or better yet, the so-called King Beyond the Wall. This man emerged suddenly 4 years ago, rallying scattered clans into a force to be reckoned with. He calls himself king, yet he remains no match for the great houses. To many free folk, he is little more than a warlord. But if I were to join any of these factions, I'd have to start at the bottom. Better to be the head of a dog than the tail of a wolf. In time, we'll find new recruits and rebuild our strength. From the protagonist's perspective, though we slew the eagle, the 20-strong wildling band still pursues me. I don't know how they track us. Perhaps they possess skills akin to promodines, beast-seeking. They remain 2 kilometers behind, yet they follow as if they can see me. I've altered my course several times, yet they persist. Clearly, they know my location, but how? If you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. As they close in, I prepare an ambush, an idea that came to me while waiting for the Shadow Link's mother to depart. First, I use 4 motagon to carve out a pit, spacious enough for the wolf cub, Sith, Belis, and myself. Erebus, Poe, do not engage them physically, especially you, Erebus. You're not ready for close combat. Your only task is to distract them, make noise, feign attacks. As for you, Poe, stay out of melee, but I need you to strike from afar with magic. The excavation and concealment cost me 10 points of mana. They were nearly upon us, so I began to bestow upon Boreas, Erebus, and myself the blessings of strength, swiftness, and endurance. I even invoked the protective incantation Illudo Gelmio to shield us from incoming arrows. All these enchantments consumed another 60 points of my mana reserves, leaving me with a mere 100 points remaining. Yet this would be more than sufficient to deal with the 20 ambushers lying in wait. Chapter 45. Eliminating the wildling war band Erebus, Bo, and their murder of crows perched upon the surrounding trees, observing the approaching wildlings with silent vigilance. Sharing Erebus's vision, I too could perceive their advance, though I had cast a spell to detect animals. It wasn't until they entered my direct line of sight that I noticed the polar bear accompanying them. Among them, I discerned at least one warg, undoubtedly the rider astride the bear. As they drew nearer, the wildling warg spotted Erebus and pointed. Found you. Well, hello there, pretty thing. We've been searching for you. Imil, why does this fool call me pretty? I am no delicate beauty. I am a magnificent raven, a creature of striking elegance. Have you located the master of these birds? No trace of him. How can there be no trail? Truly, the ground bears no mark, no footprints, no sign of passage. How does a man move without leaving tracks? We don't know where he went. Something is amiss. Wargs never travel alone. Each is guarded by companions. Perhaps he isn't as formidable as we assumed. Maybe he possesses only a single skin, barely strong enough to bond with a bird. If so, his only use would be as a scout. Do you truly believe someone so weak could tame a beast of that size? And what is it, anyway? It's no eagle. I've never seen its like. Resembles a raven, yet thrice or 4 times larger than any common crow. Gonard, mounted upon the bear, approached the tree where Erebus perched. I believe it is a raven. I know not how it grew so large, but I desire it. Yet before I can claim it, the warg must die. As I listened, I could not discern how they had tracked me. Thus, my only recourse was to leave one alive, preferably the warg. I prepared 2 Taganspi spells, brushed my fingers against the barrow-s wall, and unleashed the earth spears upon the nearest men. Twin spikes, thick as a man's arm, erupted from the ground, impaling them through their abdomens. Neither died instantly. Shock and blood loss rendered them unconscious, but not before they writhed in agony, shrieking as they struggled against the spears skewering their flesh. I readied 2 more earth spears and cast again. This time, 1 spike pierced 2 wildlings at once. 5 down. 15 remained. Bow attack. First, the bear. Gonard's perspective. When I realized the warg had no warband, I rejoiced, believing his death and the theft of his beast would be effortless. This must be a nightmare, for the horrors unfolding before my eyes defy all reason. First, enormous stone spikes erupted from the ground, impaling half our company as agonized screams filled the air. Then a raven, smaller than the blackbird we'd been tracking, yet thrice the size of ordinary crows, dove toward me. As some translucent substance enveloped its form, it ascended to hover mere meters away before hurling a transparent projectile straight at me. Before I could react, the spectral object struck my bear square on the head. I tumbled over my companion's massive frame, thrown to the ground by the impact. The transparent entity pinned my bear like some colossal, invisible hand, pressing down relentlessly until it dissipated. When it vanished, the white fur around my bear's neck was drenched crimson, the thick pelt seemingly worn raw. Though alive, my loyal companion lacked the strength to fight any longer. That accursed bird repeated its assault upon 4 of my men, though their fate proved far more gruesome, reduced to mere pulp. As we retaliated with arrows, every shot veered inexplicably off course at the final moment. My remaining forces scattered in terror. Within minutes, 15 lay dead, yet our assailant remained unseen. Then the earth split open. A boy emerged, his arms, torso, and head encased in what appeared to be bark, a massive black hound at his heels. The architect of this massacre was but a child of 10 or 11 name days. Impossible! This had to be a nightmare. With measured steps, he approached my stunned bear and murmured, "Forgive me, Great One. I shall end your suffering." Zagonyim Zet. Though the sky held no clouds, lightning struck my bear dead in an instant. Then the boy turned to me, raising his hand. In Ratio, roots burst from the soil, coiling around my limbs until I stood paralyzed. This couldn't be real. No mortal commanded earth, storm, and flora alike. His voice, devoid of emotion, cut through the air. How did you track me? No trace should remain behind. Answer truthfully, and your death shall be swift. Refuse, and, after prolonged torment, you will still yield what I seek. The choice is yours. Painless oblivion or exquisite suffering. Decide. I wasn't tracking you. I gasped, gesturing weakly at the blackbird. I was hunting it. How could that be? He flew so close to the tree, and you have no other flying beasts. Aren't you a warg? How could you not know? If a warg is powerful enough to sense the essence of that beast, as long as the distance isn't too great, we can track it. So, this is one of the differences between me and a warg. He sighed deeply. I never intended to kill you. I am truly a man of peace. Of course, if it suits me, I might even alter my path. But you came seeking me with death in your hearts. So I had no choice but to oblige and grant you your reward. One last question. If your answer satisfies me, I might even consider sparing your life. At those words, a flicker of hope ignited within me, only to be extinguished the moment I heard his question. Now I understood the monster's purpose for coming here. Where can one find direwolves? They have no fixed territory. They are wandering beasts, exceedingly rare. They are not territorial creatures, for they are always on the move. Nor do they roam in packs like ordinary wolves. They usually travel in pairs. Only when raising their young does their number exceed 2. Often, when they enter a region, they mingle with the local wolf packs before moving on. So, encountering a direwolf is a matter of fate's whim. I had already resigned myself. I'm sorry. I cannot help you. Do not fret, my friend. Your answers have confirmed many of my suspicions. Farewell. He began to smile. Would you let me go? Zagon Yilm Zet Samen Lightning. Chapter 46. The Wolwer Clan, Male Protagonist Perspective. After sending the direwolf spirit on its final journey, I took one last look around. Killing had become increasingly commonplace day by day. I still couldn't decide whether that was a good or bad thing. At that moment, my gaze fell upon the polar bear, and I smacked my forehead. One idiot. I knew I'd forgotten something. Why didn't I ask that damn direwolf spirit where to find the polar bear before killing it? Shrugs. At least ID already found one of the creatures I was searching for. I'd return another time, even if it was the last thing I did. Even if I had to scour every corner of this frozen wasteland, I would find an ice wolf. I returned to the cave, picked up Sith and the little wolf sleeping in the basket, and set out again. Wildlings didn't run much, but I didn't want to waste time hunting them. I could send Poe after them. But for now, 5 wind blasts seemed to be her limit. I could sense her exhaustion. So, I decided to press on toward the wall. After a week of travel, I reached the southern side of the wall, a day's journey from Castle Black. I made camp. Now, I had to decide my route. Should I head east or west toward the northern mountains? I could visit the clans there. True, they weren't fond of outsiders, but I had Lord Stark's writ. I figured they'd welcome me. Once more, I cast the Mold Earth spell, raising a small mound for shelter. During winter travels, this spell had proven the most useful of all. I watched the little wolf and Sith sleeping beside the makeshift hearth I deconjured. Tossing a few pieces of rabbit meat before them, I observed as their tiny noses twitched, their mouths smacking sleepily. Minutes later, their eyes half opened in drowsy confusion. Sniffing the air, upon realizing the meat was there, they lazily reached for it, without even bothering to rise, clutching the morsels between their front paws before gnawing away. I could keep calling you Little Wolf, but what should your name be? A fitting name for a she-wolf. Fun. She tilted her head, as if trying to understand. Yeah, not great, huh? What about Sky? No reaction. She kept chewing. Right, you're correct. That doesn't suit you at all. How about Laika? Laika? She yipped. Good. Laika it is. As usual, when I named her, a ripple of magic stirred. Then Belis lifted his head and remarked, Master, you know she doesn't understand you, right? She's not like us. No need to say thanks. I didn't know. You re-welcome. Yuman slithered from my collar and interjected. Belis, you're an idiot. The master wasn't actually thanking you. Belis, puzzled, asked. Master, you weren't? I smiled. No, I wasn't Belis. That's called sarcasm. As I gently scratched his head, I murmured, you'll learn in time. Why do you speak to her when you know she doesn't understand? Humans sometimes do this with animals. Don't worry. I drew nearer to the mountainous settlement of Clan Wool. The village was sizable, yet composed entirely of wooden structures, quietly nestled along the mountainside. In the valley below, patches of farmland lay half-buried beneath the snow. A single path led to the settlement, guarded by a wooden gate and palisade. As I approached, a sentry barked, Who goes there, dwarf? State your business. Did they mistake me for a grown man? It was a logical assumption. No ordinary soul would expect a child of 10 to traverse these lands in winter. I produced my pass. I bear a writ from Lord Stark. Might we converse somewhere warmer? Show your face first. I unwound my scarf, meeting the guard's gaze. He stiffened in surprise. By the old gods, you're a child. What in the 7 hells are you doing in this forsaken place? Open the gates. Bring the boy inside and summon Wool. They escorted me to the settlement's most prominent structure, a 3-story wooden roundhouse. Hugo Wool was a mountain of a man, towering near 2 meters tall. His frame was that of a warrior, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, with a grizzled beard and hair worn wild by countless winters. His face, weathered and stern, bore the marks of a life hardened by the cold. Boy, what brings you here in the heart of winter? Why would Lord Stark send a child into such peril? And who are you? Lord Stark didn't send me. My name is a mere Draher. Then why do you carry his sigil? I lifted the pass. Ah, this. Lord Stark granted it to aid my travels through the north, should I require shelter or assistance. Then whatever you need, Clan Wool shall provide. If it is Lord Stark's will, it shall be done. Tonight, I ask only for a warm bath and a place to sleep. Wool chuckled. Then you shall have it, little lord. He nodded to a man beside him, who swiftly departed. I'm no noble, Lord Wool. My blood is that of a knight's house, no more than a humble commoner. Bah, drop the lord. Call me Wool, as the rest do. I've known many humble commoners, yet few meet my gaze without flinching. And never have I seen one trek through snow and ice just for a bath and a bed. You may be common-born, but you're no ordinary soul. Why have you come, boy? When I told him my purpose, he laughed until his great frame shook. Ah ha ha. You mean to say that the sole reason you scaled this glacier is your curiosity about the mountain tribes, and that you intend to continue northward? This still fails to elucidate why Lord Stark would bestow his sigil upon you. I hardly believe the quiet wolf possesses the audacity to expose another scoundrel. Hence I'm certain you are not one of his men. What makes you so significant that he would grant you his emblem? Naturally, should you choose not to answer, that is your prerogative. You bear his sigil, and even without explanation, we shall provide what you require. Lord Stark developed a certain appreciation for my skills, as I demonstrated notable proficiency with both blade and bow. As recompense, he granted me his sigil to ensure my travels remain unhindered. Chapter 47. Duel with Chief Wool. Lord Stark has granted you great honor. How skilled are you with sword and bow? Had you not come alone, I'd have dismissed you as a babe fresh from his mother's milk, but I see courage in you. I possess some talent, and I'm stronger than I appear. Then let us test this talent of yours. Wool was a giant, the mightiest man I'd ever seen. His strength measured 11. He could crush me like a melon without effort. Chief Wool, I cannot match your might. Ha ha ha. Of course you can't. If a boy of 10 could rival me, I'd have no pride left. I merely wish to see your skill. Very well. If it is Chief Wool's will, I shall comply. He took a deep swig of ale. That's more like it. Let us move to a clearer space. The hall erupted in cheers. We stepped outside into a snow-dusted clearing encircled by trees. Others brought wooden practice weapons for our mock duel. Which shall you wield first, sword or bow? I selected a short bow and a quiver of blunted arrows. At what distance? 30 paces? 40? This time, I laughed. What was born of irritation? Huh, you underestimate me. Chief Wool, I could best Arthur Dane himself at 40 paces. The crowd roared with laughter. You're an amusing lad. I like you, but you must learn humility. A man from the crowd jeered. Says the man who never learned it himself. Another wave of laughter followed. Enough talk. The first bout is but a warm-up. Now we fight in earnest. I murmured my usual enhancement spells in a low voice, then faced him across 40 paces. Chief Wool held a wooden great spear in one hand and a large round shield in the other. Physically, I stood no chance against him, but he was slow. His speed measured only 7.5, while my enhanced attributes reached 8 in strength and 8.2 in speed. I drew 4 arrows from my quiver, gripping one between each finger and steady my breath. Chief Wool's perspective. In an instant, the boy's gaze turned icy. This one had killed before, I was certain of it. I scoffed at myself. Perhaps the boy was right. I had underestimated him. He drew 4 arrows at once. Never had I seen an archer hold them thus. The moment the signal was given, the boy knocked and loosed. The arrows whistled through the air, one after another. Then another, hammering my shield like a volley from 4 archers at once. This boy, his skill was extraordinary. But so long as I kept behind my shield, I would endure. I was closing the distance rapidly. Had I been in his position, I would have attempted to stall my opponent with the next volley, aiming arrows at his feet. I lowered my shield slightly, observing his targeting through my peripheral vision. The moment I tilted my shield, an arrow ricocheted off its upper edge, grazing past my head. Truth be told, a cold sweat trickled down my neck at that instant. He kept shifting his aim. One arrow aimed for my head, the next for my feet. I could no longer keep up. The distance between us was roughly 15 to 20 paces. I tried zigzagging to make myself unpredictable, yet his arrows pursued me relentlessly. He loosed nearly 15 arrows, none striking anything but my shield. Yet had I been slower, they would have pierced my face and feet multiple times. Just as I altered my course, One of his arrows struck my ankle. Staggering. Another immediately embedded itself in my forehead. The boy remarked, "Thank you for the warm-up, Chief Wool. Shall we begin in earnest now?" No one laughed anymore, for they saw I couldn't even get near him. Worse still, he didn't move an inch. Had he repositioned himself, darted in different directions, and sought better angles, his first 4 arrows would have felled me effortlessly. Again, sweat beaded on my neck. In my eyes, the boy had suddenly transformed into a colossus. My instincts warned me, no more games. It was time to fight him seriously. Yes, I believe that was sufficient warm-up. Rising to my feet, I advanced toward him at a measured pace. After covering about 15 steps, I halted. I think this distance will suffice. The boy smiled faintly, then bowed his head in a respectful salute. With each exchange, I grew fonder of him. The first time, I had underestimated him, and he had responded with condescension. But now, because I treated him with respect, he reciprocated. This was the kind of person I admired, one who mirrored your own demeanor. Returning his salute, I pressed my weapon hand to my heart. The moment the signal came, I sprinted toward him at full speed. He fired a few arrows at my feet. I sidestepped, evading them as he bolted toward the woods. The damn brat was faster than me. I couldn't catch up. He scaled a treetop like a squirrel, shaking snow loose in his wake. A flurry of white obscured my vision, and he vanished. Fury surged within me. Until now, it had been an exhilarating fight. I relished every moment. But now he fled. Had I misjudged him? Come out, boy. Why hide in the trees like a squirrel? Descend at once and fight like a man. Circling the tree, I scrutinized the swaying branches above. Then, from the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement. Instinctively raising my shield, an arrow thudded into it. Before I could comprehend what was transpiring, something slipped beneath my shield and pressed an arrow against my throat, whispering, "I was in that tree." How? Was all I could muster, for I had distinctly witnessed him climbing that very tree. Chapter 48. The Druid Imre, Male Protagonist Perspective. Chief Wool followed closely behind me, yet his pace could never match mine. Still, this did not mean he was incapable of flanking me. Our battlefield was not an endless plain. I could not simply run and shoot indefinitely. Thus, I had to strike unexpectedly. I loosed several arrows at his feet before swiftly darting toward the trees. Once beneath the canopy, I conjured claws with primal savagery, and scaled the trunk with ease. By the time Wool reached the base of the tree, I had already vanished amidst the branches and drifting snow. Now was the moment to exploit the chaos. Utilizing one of the enhancements granted by my bond with Citadel, the pact had bestowed upon me night vision and an uncanny, fluid grace in movement. One might call this second boon feline elegance. With it, I could leap from great heights, landing without injury or sound. In essence, it granted me the prowess of shadow lynx. While all eyes remained fixed upon the treetops, I had already slipped behind the trunk, circling Chief Wool from the rear. A warrior of Wool's experience was unlikely to be caught off guard by a flanking maneuver. Men like him possessed eyes in the back of their skulls, honed by years of relying on peripheral awareness. Thus, as he drew near, I forced him to raise his shield with a well-placed arrow before slipping beneath it and knocking another to his throat. Stunned, he could only utter "How?" So I explained my method. His laughter erupted, deep and booming. "Ha ha 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 ha. Well, I thought I had ceased underestimating you. Yet here I stand, proven wrong once more. I, Hugo Wool, acknowledge you as one who could hunt Arthur Dane with a bow. And what are you? A boy of 10? Come. Let us see if your swordsmanship matches your archery." He tossed me a wooden practice blade, his eyes alight with the fire of battle. "Chief Wool, forgive me, but I'm not foolish enough to engage you in close combat. At least, not yet. Were I 14, then perhaps." Elegant brat. "Very well, you have your way for now. But mark my words, upon your 14th name day, we shall duel in earnest. And, boy, you need not call me Chief Wool any longer. You've earned the right to name me Beryl." He patted his ample belly as he spoke. Only later would I learn that several knights and nobles had earned blackened eyes for daring to call him Beryl without permission. "You've given us fine entertainment in these grim and shadow days, boy. Thanks to you, we've had a few hours' respite. Upon our return to the Great Hall, I learned of the poor harvest the previous summer. Their stores were insufficient for winter. Worse still, the settlement's numbers dwindled. Men perished from mere common colds. Due to their malnutrition and frail constitutions, they were awaiting food aid from House Stark. As I lay upon my bed, I pondered whether there might be some means to assist these suffering souls. Were I in possession of sufficient medicinal herbs, I could perhaps heal the afflicted. Yet in the depths of winter, such botanical remedies remained utterly unobtainable. That very night, I resolved the time had come to reveal the existence of druids to the world. This would serve as the perfect pretext to employ my ritual magic. Yet I could not allow them to know my true identity. I needed to craft a persona. Come morning, I bid farewell to the mountain tribe. Ensuring my solitude, I began gathering grasses, shrubs, and arboreal fragments from the surrounding environment. First, I employed Corsumby, oak shield, to conceal my hands and torso without visible blemishes. Then processed various botanical components with Formohiba, plant molding, to fashion druidic vestments. Finally, I crafted an elder's mask from vegetation. My upper body became enshrouded in foliage and bark, girded by a belt of woven plants. Moss-shaped into flowing hair and beard adorned the aged visage, crowned by an antlered diadem fashioned from entwined branches. The sole inconvenience lay in the necessity to recast Corsumby every second hour, lest the enchantment dissipate. For several days I refined and perfected these garments until achieving mastery in their swift creation. Another quandary presented itself: the stature of my persona. Though tall for my youth, my mere 150 centimeters proved insufficient. To remedy this, I constructed wooden platform boots augmented with plant matter. While mobility proved somewhat encumbered, these vestments were never intended for swordsmanship. To aid my elevated gait, I fashioned a staff with spiraled horn-like adornments upon its crown. This implement greatly facilitated movement. When I finally approached the Wool clan once more, the sentries grew markedly aggressive at this unnatural sight, walking trees being no common occurrence. "Halt, stranger! Approach no further. Who claims to walk these lands? I am the voice of the old gods, come in their name to aid the noble people of Clan Wool. You may address me as Emrys the Druid, priest of the Ancient Ones." Chapter 49. Ritual Magic, Druid Emre? All the guards exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. "Have any of you heard of the priests of the old gods? What is a druid?" asked the eldest among them, turning to address the others. "Enough. All of you silence. And you, mad old man, we have neither the time nor patience to entertain you. Leave now, before I lose what little mercy remains. Kind believers, there is no need for hostility. Yet I understand, none have heard of the old gods' priests. Had another told me such tales, I too would have doubted. Let me prove it to you. Loose your arrows, try to strike me down. I swear upon my word, not a single shaft shall find its mark. I will not slay a deranged elder. Begone, then I shall be more theatrical, more ceremonious. My child, the old gods have bestowed upon me a sacred duty. I must enter, heal the afflicted, and offer whatever aid lies within my power. Now, open your eyes. Behold the miracles the ancient deities have granted me. I approached the hillside, which stretched toward the heavens like an endless palisade to the left of the path. At its base stood several trees. Raising my hand slowly before them, I invoked Promohiba, seek the plants. O great and ancient nature, lend your strength once more to this humble servant who cannot sway these kind souls. Reveal your might, enlighten their hearts. The trees, roughly 4 meters tall, began to bend and twist. 4 of them contorted, their branches intertwining as though woven by unseen hands. Like threads in a loom, each tree and its limbs interlaced, forming a hollow chamber 3 to 4 meters in height. The guards stood dumbstruck. Some dropped their weapons, murmuring fervent prayers. Others trembled in unease. Having played my part, I settled into the woven alcove and declared, I shall await your chieftain here. Let him come and speak with me, should he so desire. Commotion erupted beyond the barricade. Within minutes, the wooden gates swung open, and Worrell emerged with a retinue of 20 soldiers, armed head to toe. Chieftain Worrell, before you stands not an enemy, but a friend. I do not know you, nor can I discern whether you are even human, let alone friend or foe. I nodded. A fair judgment. Had I not stood at these gates mere hours ago and seen this structure manifest from nothing, I would not have believed a word of it. But to avoid debate, let us assume all you say is true. Why are you here? As you witness, the ancient deities have granted me gifts of magic. With such power comes the duty to aid the noble people of the North. What manner of aid? Beyond the dominion over plants. The ancient deities bestowed upon me a limited capacity for healing. As I understand, many among the Voke clans suffer from fever. Who informed you of this? The gods themselves whispered it to me in my dreams. Now, chieftain of the Voke, might I offer my assistance for this affliction? After several exchanges, I finally convinced them that I was neither an enemy nor some mummified horror. The great wooden barrel, contrary to my initial assumption, was not as thick-headed as I had presumed. He even forewarned me that they would offer no reward for my aid, and that I should harbor no expectations. Having accepted these terms, I was at last permitted entry into their settlement. They led me to a single-story wooden structure where the afflicted lay. This marked my first attempt at ritual magic, and my first glimpse of its effects. Understandably, I was brimming with exhilaration. Unlike conventional sorcery, ritual magic is an intricate fusion, my own mana, the ambient magic of the atmosphere, and the energies of the materials and entities employed in the rite. Druidic sacrifices typically involve animals, alongside candles, runes, and sacred illustrations. Yet ritual magic and sacrificial magic can intertwine. Sacrificial magic demands equilibrium, as all things in nature must balance. Should one begin sacrificing the innocent for power, it ceases to be druidic or orderly magic. It becomes black magic, exacting a far steeper price than mere offerings. To slay the innocent for magic taints the casteress soul. Over time, it blackens irreversibly, and black magic twists the practitioner into something else. Of course, one can sacrifice humans for druidic magic, but under stringent conditions. The soul of the offering must never be taken. This is an absolute prohibition. Moreover, the sacrifice must be a sinner. In the eyes of nature, there exists only one true crime, the taking of innocent life. If a sinner's life is offered in a druidic rite, their body and remaining lifespan fuel the magic. The soul departs freely to its rightful place. But in blood magic and the dark arts, the soul itself is the primary sacrifice. They draw no distinction between the innocent and the guilty. Imagine the soul as a nuclear reactor. Harnessed in a spell, it amplifies the magic tenfold, even 100-fold. I must cast to cure them. I require a sheep. Do not fret. If you seek compensation for it, I shall provide. There were roughly 145 afflicted, yet the ritual could encompass no more than 50 at once. Thus, I would remain here for 3 days. I cannot perform the rite indoors. Not all the sick are gathered here, I presume. I shall prepare in the clearing outside and summon you when ready. Many still regarded me with suspicion, but I paid them no heed and set to work. Should I unsettle them further? I began weaving the Perses, fire, incantation, but this time it was different. From my hands erupted not fireballs, but a torrent of flame. Its potency was modest, with a mere 2-meter reach, yet sufficient to dissolve the snowdrifts. Behind me, terrified shrieks and cries of panic echoed. Some knelt upon the frozen earth, whispering desperate prayers. Once the snow had melted away, I traced a 3-meter circle upon the bare ground with my staff, then began inscribing the necessary runes along its circumference. The essence of these symbols was clear: heal minor afflictions, ward away death. It was this very ritual, imbued with precise incantations, that had allowed me to decipher the rune of death upon the wall. Chapter 50. The effects of ritual magic. I carved the runes upon the earth, and now came the most arduous task. I required a sturdy stone pillar at least 2 meters in length, and summoning it demanded a greater expenditure of magical energy. Kneeling where the pillar was to rise, I placed my hands upon the ground and closed my eyes, channeling all my focus into the spell. Through the earth, I could sense the soil and stone beneath me, as though I were submerged within the depths. Delving nearly 10 meters below, for this was mountainous terrain, rich with boulders, I reached out with my magic, gradually shaping a fragment of rock into the desired form. The process was far slower than molding mere soil. Once the pillar took shape, I coaxed it upward, drawing it toward the surface. As the stone emerged from the earth, murmurs of awe rippled through the gathered crowd. No longer did they flee. Instead, they knelt in reverence. With no time to carve the runes by chisel, I invoked the earth molding spell once more, tracing the necessary symbols into the stone with my fingers as though writing upon sand. All was now prepared. The afflicted were brought within 20 meters of the circle, and the sacrificial lamb was ready to commence the ritual. The patients were moved into the square in shifts, for there was not enough space to accommodate them all at once. Standing before the pillar with the lamb in my arms, I raised the ritual knife and proclaimed, Animus hen vigon, undagon bisa, miser, manis esse fortuizir, elda aoha medi onde, spirits of nature, behold these suffering souls, and bless them with your healing grace. With the incantation complete, I slit the lamb's throat. Crimson blood gushed forth, staining the pillar in deep scarlet. Simultaneously, a surge of 100 units of my own mana merged with the ambient magic in the air, intertwining with the sacrificial blood before hurtling into the stone. For a moment, silence. Then, slowly, a vibrant emerald radiance began to rise from the earth within a 20-meter radius, ascending 5 meters into the air before descending like drifting snowflakes upon the afflicted. Wherever this luminous green light touched the patients, their bodies shimmered faintly. Within 10 minutes, their labored breathing steadied, their coughing ceased, and their fevered brows cooled beneath the glow. The ritual endured for an hour, or until 50 patients had entered its radius, before its power waned. 3 more times, the ceremony was repeated. When a 50th patient stepped within the circle, the last remnants of the radiant light cascaded upon her before fading entirely. And thus, the day's ritual reached its conclusion. Chief Wall slowly approached me and knelt before me. I do not know if you truly are a priest of the old gods. One thing is certain. Today you saved 50 of my people from the brink of death, and for that, I am deeply grateful. Please rise, Chief Wall. Our task is not yet complete. There remain 100 more afflicted, but alas, this ritual has drained much of my strength. I can perform it only once per day. Tomorrow, we shall conduct another. Thank you, priest of the old gods. Thank you, druid Emre. I raised my hands, signaling the crowd to quiet, then spoke. With the blessings of the old gods, I have come to aid you. Yet I am no deity. I cannot save them all. Even after this ritual, some will still perish. Regrettably, my current ritual is but of novice mastery, insufficient to conquer severe maladies. But I could not reveal this to them. Turning to Chief Wall, I said, now, I must return to the earth to rest. Do not disturb me. I shall return for the next ritual. Another sheep will be required. They all turned to gaze at the sheep, now reduced to nothing but wool. Slowly, it crumbled into dust, such as the fate of sacrificial offerings. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I raised my staff and cast the mold earth incantation. The ground split open, and I descended into the fissure before sealing it shut. Around me, the people knelt in reverent prayer. Opening a small breathing hole, I sought to commune with my familiars. All of them were nestled in the forest, within a cavern I had carved for them, with Bo overseeing the rest. Bo, is everything well? Yes, father. All obey me, except Erebus. Even little Sith and Rika are more compliant than he. Then Erebus joined the conversation. I was merely bored and stepped out for a moment. Erebus, you must heed Bo's words. In 3 days, I shall return, and we shall journey across the north. After speaking with them, I retreated into the training space to rest. Chief Wall's perspective. Today was a day of miracles, the first in my life that left me utterly bewildered. By nightfall, I found myself kneeling before Druid Emre. I still do not know whether the old gods sent him or if he harbors other intentions. One thing is certain, he wields power beyond my comprehension. Some of the treated rose within 3 or 4 hours, their fevers broken. Even the day's end brought another marvel. Druid Emre cleaved the earth asunder and vanished beneath it. This man claims to be human, yet he rests beneath the soil. Whatever his designs, he aids us in the name of the old gods, and his might is undeniable. Rather than oppose him, it is wiser to seek his alliance. Chapter 51. Human Sacrifice, Chief Wolf's Perspective. The following day, I sat beside the spot where the druid had descended into the earth, waiting for several minutes before the soil split open with a faint tremor. The druid emerged, sealing the earth behind him as before. Once again, we performed the same ritual, unchanged from the previous day. For 3 days, I watched the druid like a hawk, following his every movement through the settlement. Yet I witnessed nothing unbecoming of a man's dignity. Every action he took was in service to us, just as he had promised. He had revived nearly all the afflicted, though, as he had cautioned, not every life could be saved. The frail succumbed to the fever, but their number was far fewer than we had feared. Only 13 perished, a miracle by any measure. In winters past, such sickness would claim 100 to 150 souls, spreading relentlessly from one to another. Had he claimed to be one of the old gods, I might have believed him, yet I do not think him human. His wooden mask concealed his face, but yesterday, when several grateful souls threw themselves at his feet, their hands caught upon his robe of moss, grass, and ivy, pulling it aside. Beneath lay not flesh, but bark, shifting with each breath he took. At first, I thought his hands were clad in gloves of cunning craftsmanship, woven from bark. But no glove moves as living skin does. Though unsettling, his abilities no longer shock me, given all he has accomplished. Chief Wool, my work here is done. Other places require my presence. I leave today, but I ask one thing of you, not a demand, merely a request. Grant it, and I shall depart content. Had he asked for all our wealth, I would have given it. What I ask is this: spread word of me, but when you do, speak plainly. A true druid neither demands payment nor accepts gift from those he aids. In time, tales of me will spread, and charlatans will seek to imitate me, deceiving the unwary. To prevent this, you must share the truth of my ways. Of course, I agreed. I will dispatch riders to every nearby village. They will speak of you to all who will listen. Yet my joy withered swiftly. Many we had thought doomed now lived, which meant more mouths to feed, and our stores would not suffice for all. Male leads perspective. Chief Wool, what troubles you? Your spirit falters, your thoughts weigh heavy. Wool released a heavy sigh before speaking. We believe those who were meant to perish had not, which meant there were more mouths to feed than we had anticipated. Of course, I was aware of their plight, but my path first led me to another mountain clan before returning here, where I claimed to have received new visions from the ancient deities. Thus, the gravity of their situation struck them. Yet now, it seems such theatrics were unnecessary. The ritual for the growth of plants, if performed with a sheep as sacrifice, would yield them no benefit, for it would only hasten the harvest by half, offering no respite for the coming winter. But if we conducted the rite with a human offering, the crops would flourish in less than a day. I can indeed provide a solution to your predicament, but the price is steep, and I do not speak of coin. Then what is it? What we require is a murderer who has spilled innocent blood, not a lamb. His posture stiffened, discomfort twisting his expression. He seemed at a loss for words. You mean? Yes, a human sacrifice. We must offer one who has slain the guiltless. We sat for hours as I explained what must be done and the kind of man we sought. I told him that if he wished to proceed, he must furnish a soul tainted by darkness. If no such person existed among them, then the matter was closed, for I carried no murderer in my pocket. There are 3 men awaiting execution, their sentences delayed by the plague, but I know not the state of their souls. We rose and went to where these prisoners were kept. One by one, I laid hands upon them, searching for the stain upon their spirits. A blemished soul meant they had willingly taken innocent life. A soul utterly blackened signified either the slaughter of many innocents or the absence of remorse. Men may deceive themselves, but never their own souls. A man may convince his mind he has done no great evil, yet his spirit remains unswayed. Of the 3, only one bore such a stain, a man still clinging to the lie that his deeds were not monstrous. He had slain a harlot, and such men often speak thus. The other 2 were killers as well, but their crimes differed. One had taken life in a tavern brawl unknowingly. The last had murdered after violating a woman. The reason I could offer another life in sacrifice was this: when you slay the innocent, you forfeit your own right to live. Upon learning this, Vorgrim brooded for hours before finally consenting to the ritual. At dawn the next day, all was prepared. We descended into the valley below the settlement. I raised a stone pillar and carved upon it the runes, to grant favor unto the growing green. Upon the snow-cloaked fields, the people scattered grain. Then I began the incantation. Vaigu. Nature bestows upon us its boundless blessings, allowing us to reap a bountiful harvest. No sooner had I finished chanting the incantation than I slit the man's throat. A surge of 150 points of magical energy flowed from my body like water, merging with the ambient magic in the air and the man's blood, staining the stone pillar a deep crimson. From the pillar, waves of verdant energy rippled outward, covering a radius of 2 kilometers. The thick blanket of snow, 30 to 40 centimeters deep, began to melt, and the frozen earth thawed. As the soil softened, seeds gently descended into the ground. Starting from the pillar, the land transformed into a lush, dark green. The man's body first withered into a mummy, then crumbled into dust, scattering with the wind. Roughly 10 hours later, the fields within the 2-kilometer radius were filled with golden wheat, swaying under the sky. Chapter 52. The Deceiver. Chief Wool's Perspective. Never in my life have I witnessed such bountiful wheat ears. If rationed properly, this harvest could sustain us through the year, by which time Lord Stark would surely send aid. Thank you, Master Emery. Because of you, my people shall not starve this winter. Do not thank me. All is the will of the old gods. And do not call me Master. You may address me as Druid Emery, or simply Emery. Now that our task is complete, it is time I bid farewell to Clan Wool. Druid Emery, please do not depart so hastily. Allow us to properly express our gratitude. If you fulfill what I have asked of you, that shall be gratitude enough. We began our slow departure from the settlement. Druid Emery, if it does not offend. May I ask you a question? Ask. I'm not easily offended. In the tales we were told as children, blood sacrifice was always spoken of as dark magic, something wicked. To ensure my people's survival, I made a difficult choice, and if necessary, I would make it again. But I must know, what have we done? He settled upon a roadside bench and gestured for me to join him. Magic may be divided into 2 great branches, the magic of order and the magic of darkness. True, blood magic often belongs to the latter, but it may also serve order, though it is ill-suited for it. For instance, summoning a Leviathan may claim 10 lives, yet fail to heal even a single mortal wound. That is why it does not belong to the magic of order. Blood magic may demand only life, or it may demand the soul, but the difference in potency is vast. Dark magic feeds solely upon souls. Even an infant may be sacrificed through blood magic, but for druidic arts? Should you attempt such a thing, the kindest fate would be death by backlash, the cruelest, a lifetime of paralysis from the neck down. At this, my eyes widened further. To knowingly slaughter the innocent is an unforgivable sin. In the eyes of nature, one who commits such an act forfeits their right to live. Thus, we reclaim that life force for spells, as I have already explained. Now, it falls upon you whether to believe me, or to declare me a wicked sorcerer. Protagonist perspective. After leaving Clan Wool, I visited 5 other mountain clans. Like them, each struggled against illness, and I aided them as well. Yet one clan, suffering from a harsh summer and food shortages, required another growth ritual. This journey spanned nearly 4 months, carrying us into the new year. I was now 11 years of age, the 285th year since Aegon's conquest. Having completed my visits to the mountain clans, I chose to travel east to Last Hearth rather than south to Deepwood Motte. With winter's bitter winds howling, I resolved to take shelter in a small town near Last Hearth. My posterior has not acquainted itself with a bed for a full month. After arranging accommodations for my familiars, I returned to the town. I have also formed a bond with Rika. This bond has bestowed upon me extraordinary olfactory capabilities, augmenting my speed by 1 point and my magical prowess by 15. Presently, my speed stands at 6 points. My previous bond with Belis granted me enhanced scent perception, though not to this remarkable degree. Whereas before I could detect odors within a mere few dozen meters, now my senses extend for hundreds. Both Rika and Sith have matured into juvenile beasts, beginning to articulate speech, albeit in fragmented utterances. Upon entering the town's inn, I found it bustling with over 20 patrons, nearly at full capacity. Approaching the innkeeper, I remarked, "Everything seems to be proceeding smoothly." He glanced at me sidelong while polishing a glass and replied, "I've no complaints. But lad, I've never seen you in this town before. Why are you alone?" I tossed a few copper coins onto the counter and retorted, "What? Are you the mayor? None of your concern. Do you have a room? 10 more coppers, since you're a little brat. This is robbery. Then sleep in the stables." I flung another 10 coins onto the counter and demanded, "And you'd better feed me too." Moments latte. He returned from the kitchen bearing a bowl of stew and half a loaf of bread. As I ate, the bard upon the stage sang of a druid who had sacrificed himself to vanquish evildoers, bringing forth bountiful harvests and eradicating disease. The patrons around me murmured about this druid, or as they called him, Emre the Druid. Some believed, others scoffed. Just then, a man burst into the room in a frenzy, shouting, "Druid Emre has arrived." I choked on the water I had been drinking. How in the world did he know? He's south in the town square right now. I should have anticipated this. Humans have always been opportunistic curs. Some charlatan was bound to impersonate me. But this presented a perfect opportunity. Now we would see whether the warnings I had issued in every place I aided would hold any weight. Stepping out of the inn and into the square, I beheld a man draped in robes smeared with shrubbery and moss, a deer skull perched upon his head. His face was concealed behind a crudely carved mask of an old man. "Hail, good people of this town. I, Emre the Druid, have come in your hour of need to deliver you from the clutches of this wretched plague." Like all frauds, he ensnared them with riddles and circular gestures. A volunteer from the crowd stepped forward for the supposed healing ritual. After a bout of nonsensical incantations and tossing dubious substances into a fire, he performed his act, leaving the onlookers stunned. The volunteer was miraculously cured. But this was not the end. It was only the beginning. The volunteer proclaimed, "Great Druid, no recompense could ever suffice for what you have done for me. Yet, please accept this humble offering." At first, he repeatedly pushed the money away as if refusing to accept it, yet ultimately took it. I waited for a moment, anticipating someone in the crowd to remark upon his acceptance of the payment. It simply couldn't be genuine. Unable to contain myself any longer, I exclaimed loudly, "The druids I've heard of never accept rewards, not even a bowl of rice. I've heard that if anyone takes payment, they must surely be an imposter. You are absolutely a fraud." Chapter 53. Lord of the Dreadfort, I've heard that druids never accept rewards, not even a bowl of rice. If someone does, they must be an imposter. You are undoubtedly a fraud. The moment my words fell, the scene plunged into an eerie silence, so profound it could cleave the air. Then chaos erupted. The volunteers began shouting at me. "How dare you? How can you deem my life so insignificant? If I wish to express gratitude to the one who delivered me from suffering, what concern is it of yours? You disrespectful brat." I turned and walked away, indifferent to their inability to comprehend simple truths. A druid takes nothing. The next day, while strolling through the square, I learned half the village had been swindled. Fools, when a charlatan claimed that wearing the druid's talisman would prolong their lives even without illness. They surrendered a lifetime's savings for a pouch of weeds. Upon leaving, I journeyed to Last Hearth and lingered there for several days. My interactions with Great John Umber mirrored those with the Great Bucket. He too sought to test me, curious as to why Lord Stark held me in such regard. Unlike the Great Bucket, however, Great John shared Roderick's disdain for archery, dismissing it as the work of common soldiers. In his words, "A true man slays his enemy face to face." We sparred briefly, though not intensely. The damned giant overpowered me swiftly. I had thought the Great Bucket formidable, but Great John surpassed him. With strength at 12, 5 and speed at 8, my slight edge and agility allowed me to evade his assaults for a mere 10 minutes. Yet, I could not land a single strike. For those 10 minutes, I danced away from his blows, an oddity, but one that amused Great John. At Last Hearth, I had no need to maintain the guise of Emre the Druid, so after resting, I intended to sail for Skagos. Yet no sailor proved mad enough to brave the winter seas, forcing me to detour to Carhold before turning south toward the Dreadfort. Beyond my travels as Emre the Druid, I also roamed the north as the Squire Emir, rescuing villagers from marauding bandits. As winter's grip tightened, desperate brigands preyed upon the poor. As Emre, I healed the sick. As Emir, I delivered them from their tormentors. Months passed, and the names of Druid Emre and Squire Emir began to echo across the north, inevitably drawing swindlers and fools in their wake. I halted in a village 2 days' ride from the Dreadfort, where fever had ravaged the townsfolk. Nearly 400 lay ill, and Bolton soldiers had sealed the settlement's entrance. Assuming the guise of the Druid once more, I approached, only to be barred by the guards. "Halt! You may not pass." They stood between me and the afflicted. One soldier leaned in, murmuring to his commander. "Sire, it's him, the druid. The druid." The men faltered, stepping back warily, but their captain merely smirked. "Don't be fools. Do you truly believe he wields magic? This is merely a swindler cheating people out of petty sums. My friends from the north tell me many have fallen victim to such deceit. Good soldiers of House Bolton, I bear no ill will toward you. My sole purpose is to aid those in need. If you refuse to assist them, then I must. Step aside, you mad old fool. Do my words not reach you? Let me spell it out. You shall not pass. Regardless, I will enter this town. If you stand in my way, I shall move through you. Lord Bolton may have forsaken these people, leaving them to their fate, but the old gods have not." The soldiers began encircling me slowly, their commander declaring, "Did you just insult Lord Bolton? Seize him." About 10 soldiers closed in, spears leveled at me. At that moment, I invoked Teganimpool, Earth Shock, unleashing a concussive force around me. Every soldier within 5 meters was hurled back, at least 4, collapsing to the ground. Their commander stood frozen, gripped by terror and bewilderment. "I forgive your transgression, for you are but soldiers bound by duty. I shall not take your lives. But if you obstruct the path of the old gods again, with the old gods as my witness, I will claim them." Stepping over the trembling commander, I advanced toward the town. As the soldiers regained their senses, their will to fight had vanished. I planted my staff in the snow and conjured flames from my hands. Though the range barely spanned 2 meters, it was enough to send them fleeing in panic. I resolved to name this spell. As the decision formed, the incantation surfaced in my mind, Perses Ondo's burning hand. Thus, I discovered another means to learn new magic. By invoking this spell, its range and potency would amplify, its duration extending by a second, elevating it to a second-tier incantation. The town was modest, a single main road branching into narrow alleys, home to perhaps 2,000 souls. Upon entering, I had to prove myself as the true druid Imre. People knelt at my feet, pleading for aid. By my reckoning, nearly 400 had fallen ill. Within half an hour, I prepared the ritual. Over the next 6 days, I performed the rites, healing 300, yet 27 still perished. On the 7th day, as I readied to begin anew, 100 soldiers marched into town, 30 mounted, the rest on foot. A figure clad in full-plate armor stepped forward. The criminal who calls himself the druid Imre is summoned before Lord Bolton for questioning. "You will come with us." The townsfolk formed a barricade between the soldiers and me, shielding me, but I motioned for them to let the soldiers pass. Stepping forward, I faced the knight and spoke. "I recognize no law but that of the old gods. By their decree, I have committed no crime. Thus, I have no cause to answer your summons. If your master wishes to speak with me, he may come to see me himself." 6 days prior, from the perspective of Lord Bolton of the Dreadfort, I do not know whether this druid is genuine or a fraud. Yet too many have borne witness to dismiss him as false. Thus, I must proceed with caution. Even if he is real, I cannot afford to appear weak. Ser Barak, take 100 men and escort this druid to me. From the perspective of Ser Barak, we traveled for 3 days and were nearly there. Said, "Do you believe this druid is real?" "Of course not. You've never journeyed far, so you and T know. But the world is full of charlatans, some even capable of breathing fire. I suspect he is just another fool, seeking to frighten gullible soldiers and peasants while lining his pockets." From the protagonist's perspective, the knight rode forward and raised his voice. "Show peasants an inch of leniency, and they take a mile. Listen well, you raving madman. Lord Bolton summons you. You will come willingly, or you will come in chains. The choice is yours." I turned to the townsfolk and declared, "Today, Lord Bolton stands between me and the old gods, preventing me from bringing you healing. From this day forth, every soul in this town who perishes from fever shall do so by his hand." Before hundreds of witnesses, I transformed into a hound and fled, vanishing into the crowd. By the time the soldiers spurred their horses through the throng, I had already slipped through the alleys and left the town behind. 3 days later, from the perspective of Lord Bolton of the Dreadfort, fury burned within me, surrounded as I was by incompetence. In my rage, I hurled a goblet at Ser Clay. "Did I command you to escort him, or to arrest him?" Before we could even confirm whether the druid was genuine, this fool had provoked him. turning every devout follower of the old gods against me before the man disappeared. Sir Clay, have I ever shown you my collection? I believe you'll find it most enlightening. Come, let us adjourn to the dungeons. We have much to discuss. Chapter 54. The rescue of the merchant caravan following the unfortunate incident with the Bolton soldiers. I journeyed to Horwood City and paused within the training space to practice alongside my familiars, where I also took a brief respite. By now, Poe, Erebus, Bellis, and I could engage in unrestrained combat against the training dummies. Bellis, having matured into a full-grown hound, had shed his timid nature, his demeanor now brimming with protectiveness and possessiveness. Over time, all my familiars had grown far more robust than ordinary beasts, though Bellis could not yet bend steel. His jaws were strong enough to warp ordinary iron armor. Poe, on the other hand, had grown increasingly adept with wind magic. She could now execute dive-bombing spells from heights of roughly 6 meters and had mastered a new incantation, the Ludo Gelmio, Guardian Wind, a protective enchantment cast upon herself. Erebus, much like Bellis, had grown physically formidable. His talons and beak were sharp enough to rend and scar iron plating, and his size continued to increase. He now stood at 1.6 meters from head to talon, while Bellis measured 1 meters. Though no taller than a meter, demonstrated remarkable magical prowess. He wielded earth elemental abilities, venomous spitting, and burrowing. While incapable of offensive earth spells, he could phase through rock and soil as though they were water. His venom could be projected in a concentrated stream up to 6 meters or sprayed in a 2-meter cone. Sith and Lyca, standing at roughly 60 centimeters, reveled in combat, as was their predatory nature, though I restricted their sparring to defensive dummies. As we continued training, Poe and Erebus' subordinate ravens alerted me to a skirmish unfolding approximately 2 kilometers away. Without hesitation, we exited the training space. I cast promodynes, seek beasts, and discerned that roughly 80 individuals were embroiled in battle. Through my connection with the dominated ravens, I observed the scene. A merchant caravan on the main road was under attack. Recognizing this as a prime opportunity to elevate the reputation of Emil's retinue, I activated all available enhancements and sprinted toward the conflict. Upon arrival, the situation became clear. Of the 80 combatants, 53 were civilians, while 27 were bandits. Chaos reigned. None among the civilians were true warriors. Armed only with farming tools and crude clubs, they had suffered heavy casualties. Wasting no time, I loosed arrows at the bandit with the highest attributes. Before they could grasp what was happening, 10 of their number had fallen. Of the remaining 40 villagers, only 10 were still capable of fighting. The rest were children, elders, or those too terrified to engage. 2 villagers in particular caught my attention. One, a towering figure 1.8 meters, wielded a massive wooden club as though it were a staff. The man possessed a formidable strength of 8.5, while the other was a boy of merely 12 to 14 years, who darted between adversaries with serpentine grace, his dagger flashing like liquid silver as he struck at anything within reach. What captivated my attention was the boy's astonishing swiftness. His speed measured at 8.9. Even the fleetest among the brigands could muster no more than 7.4, rendering them incapable of pursuit. Yet it was evident the youth lacked finesse in combat or blade work. Of the remaining 17 outlaws, 7 had begun encircling them, while the other 10 advanced toward me. Unlike the bandit hideout, I could not unleash devastating spells here amidst the crowd without drawing undue attention. Thus, I resorted to subtler incantations, undetectable to the untrained eye. As I closed the distance, I hurled daggers with lethal precision. 3 found fatal marks, while the remaining 2 inflicted superficial wounds. The sight of 3 more fallen comrades further sapped their resolve. Seizing the moment, I lunged at the farthest brigand. He parried my initial strike, but the follow-up caught him unawares, my blade carving a deep gash along his inner calf. Meanwhile, as others sought to encircle me, I invoked Formodagon, gouging a small pit in the earth. The foremost bandit stumbled, his fall ensnaring 3 others in a tangle of limbs. Thus, for the remaining 6 were momentarily neutralized. I cast Letagon upon one, and as 2 more collapsed, their bodies pinned the others in a brief, paralyzed struggle. In that fleeting respite, I dispatched the two still standing. Among the fallen, only one managed to rise, the others still wrestling free of their immobilized comrades. I flung another dagger, striking a writhing brigand square in the back. Enraged, the last assailant charged, but my enhancements granted me strength of 8 and speed of 9. None could withstand me. Within minutes, the remaining outlaws lay slain. Witnessing this, the brigands harrying the villagers broke into flight. Of the 10 villagers who had fought, only 4 remained. Children, slay the fleeing ones once they are beyond the villagers' sight. My familiars answered with gleeful unanimity. Each had become a battle-hungry specter, eager for the hunt. Chapter 55. The twin brothers. I could hear the whispers behind me. He's just a child. How did he kill those bandits? As I approached the villagers, one of them stepped forward and said, "We thank you, sir, for saving us. We owe you our lives. I'm not a sir yet. You may call me Amir." "You mean Amir Dracis? It's an honor to meet you. We've heard of your deeds. Am I that well known?" "Indeed. One might say your name is beginning to strike fear into the hearts of bandits." I chuckled. No need for flattery. I didn't help you for praise. I helped because it was the right thing to do. He bowed slightly. "Your wisdom surpasses your years, my lord. Don't call me lord. Imno nobla. Why did you come this way without guards? You're practically inviting trouble." Their expressions darkened, and a heavy gloom settled over them. The red fever ravaged our village. Out of over 300, only these few remain. If we hadn't abandoned our homes, we would have perished too. That's why we have no guards. We only seek refuge in the nearest town. Then I shall escort you there. We decided to bury the dead. As a burly man carrying a massive wooden beam stumbled and fell, exhaustion clearly weighing him down, I reached out to help him up, while the young man with the dagger supported his other arm. "Sir, are you all right? That beam must have worn you out." And my words, the young man burst into laughter, doubling over before collapsing to the ground. The burly man turned to me, his face stormy. "Sir? Why call me sir? I'm only 13. His words left me gaping. "No way. You have a beard." Flustered, he rubbed his face. "This isn't a beard, just stubble. Ask him if you don't believe me." He asked my twin brother. I turned to study the young man's face. Indeed, they shared the same deep brown hair and similar features, but they looked more like uncle and nephew than brothers. Then the boy spoke up. "Uncle, why are you doing this? Don't provoke Squire Amir." The burly man flushed with anger. "Keegan, if you call me uncle one more time, I'll smash your face in." Saw the. Yes, he is my twin. He ate everything meant for both of us when mother was carrying us, leaving nothing for me. That is why he turned out like this. So they were brothers. It was hard to believe this hulking figure was only 13. Though I was large for my age too, my size came from magic. These two were simply freaks of nature, one agile, the other mountain of muscle. "Can you stand?" Certainly, I was simply famished. We hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. "Father, we've finished. Are you all right?" "We're fine." "Then instruct your raven followers to hunt some large game for me." After burying the deceased, everyone rested. "Volkontektitme," suggesting we hunt some deer. I took a few men with me to track game and bring back food. Studying their faces carefully, I noticed how gaunt and exhausted they all looked. Once we had eaten, we set out again. We were traveling along the main road between White Harbor and Barrowton, not yet having reached the crossroads with the King's Road. Our progress was painfully slow. Without enough carts, most had to walk. Meanwhile, I grew closer to the twins, learning they were now orphans with no clear path forward. During breaks, they asked me to teach them, and I could see they were remarkably gifted. No, ahik. Stop charging like a raging bull. If you attack with reckless abandon, one misstep will leave you spinning like a top. Pressing my staff against Herrick's throat, I said, "You're dead again. You must learn restraint, not lose yourself to blind fury." After nearly a week of travel, we arrived at Barrowton. "Said Emil, we owe everything to you. Without you, we would have perished long ago." One by one, they bowed in gratitude. "I've told you, I'm no knight yet." "Said, we care not. You are our savior. I hope you all find good lives here." Turning to the twins, I asked, "And what do you two? What do you intend to do?" "We don't know either. We're hardly fit for farming. Perhaps we'll try something else." "Then let me make you an offer. How would you like to train as soldiers in my service?" Their eyes lit up with excitement. "Could we really?" "You could. You've the talent for it." Without hesitation, they replied, "Then we'll go with you." I chuckled. "You're in no condition to travel with me now. Truthfully, you'd only slow me down." I want you to wait for me in Winterfell. I'll return in a year. If they accompanied me, they'd eventually see my true nature, and I wasn't yet ready to place that trust in them. At dawn, I arranged for them to join a merchant caravan bound for Winterfell. Presenting the caravan leader with Lord Stark's writ, I stressed the importance of ensuring their safe arrival. Chapter 56. A new scheme. You shall accompany the caravan to Winterfell. Upon arrival, deliver this letter to Ser Roderick Castle. He will arrange positions for you within the garrison, but do not swear fealty to House Stark. You shall remain under my command. Keegan furrowed his brow in confusion. But do you not serve the Starks as well? Not entirely. In time, I shall depart from Winterfell. I do not intend to remain a mere knight. I will rise as nobility. Of course, the choice of whom to serve ultimately lies with you. We wish to pledge ourselves to you. Very well. When Ser Roderick witnesses your capabilities, he will undoubtedly attempt to claim you for himself. However, I have made it clear in my letter, you are mine. After bidding farewell to the twins, I left Barrowton behind. 3 months had passed since my departure from Barrowton, and I had lingered near Torrhen Square for a full month. The lands here were breathtaking, a realm where the primal elements thrived in abundance. A vast lake dominated the landscape, infusing the region not only with natural essence, but also with the vitality of water. It was through these elements that I mastered 2 new incantations. Ron Vidar, water walking, as the name suggests, allowed the caster to tread upon water's surface for half an hour. The spell demanded considerable exertion, consuming 15 units of mana with a cooldown of 1 hour. At present, I could not extend its effects to others, though that may change in time. The second spell, Malada Tegan, Earth Meld, granted me the ability to sink into soil, though not stone, to a depth of 1 meter. Deprived of breath beneath the earth, my movement was constrained by the limits of my endurance, and my speed was halved. Yet, it proved invaluable for ambush and retreat. Had I possessed this during my flight from Bolton soldiers, it would have been most fortuitous. With it, my subterranean speed would reach 4.5, nearly matching the pace of a man at full sprint. The spell drained 2 units of mana every 5 seconds while submerged. After indulging in leisurely strolls across Torrhen's Lake and giving several fishermen heart palpitations in my guise as the druid Emery, I approached their vessels with a wave. Some gaped in awe, returning the gesture, while others murmured prayers to the old gods. Having lingered here long enough, I resolved to journey next to the stony shore, traversing its length until I reached the Bay of Ice. From there, I would turn northward to the Flint Cliffs before finally arriving at Deepwood Motte. With that, my northern pilgrimage would conclude. The stony shore lived up to its name, a rugged expanse of countless streams and rivulets, framed by mountainous terrain. Though its southern fringes bore arable land, the bitter sea winds blighted its yield. I tarried in this region for 3 months, healing the afflicted as Emery and dismantling bandit strongholds as Emir before taking my leave. Beyond the stony shore lay the Bay of Ice. For a month, I repeated the same cycle, mending wounds and spilling blood. As I traversed the path parallel to Bright Flame Bay, heading towards the stony shores, I observed extensive deforestation along this coastline. From the streamlands to the wolfswood, this region was renowned for its resilient timber like pine and ironwood, yet most trees here had been felled. Continuing my journey along the shore, when Bo announced that roughly 100 men were felling trees some 3 to 4 kilometers away, I turned my gaze toward the commotion. People bustled like bees, loading the harvested timber onto ships anchored along the beach. However, the sigils upon their sails were entirely unfamiliar, certainly not those of House Ryswell, whose emblem I'd seen a month prior, a black horse's head with crimson eyes and mane, cast in bronze with a black engraved border. Instead, these sails bore a skeletal hand upon a red field, white bones stark against the crimson. Verify sails. Information flooded my mind. House Drum of Old Wyke, a noble house of the Iron Islands. Ironborn, what were these sea rats doing here? Were they stealing, or had House Ryswell struck a trade agreement with them? I was 90% certain it was theft, though trading with the Ironborn wasn't illegal, merely forbidden. Deciding to investigate further, I commanded Bo to survey the entire coastline, flying all the way to the stony shore. After covering some 50 or 60 kilometers, I spotted another 1 or 200 men cutting trees. Along the shore, 2 more Ironborn houses revealed themselves, House Blacktide of Blacktide and House Orkwood of Orkmont. Why were they stealing so much timber? What schemes were these sea rats plotting? I severed my connection with Bo and ordered her return. What should I do? Should I return to House Ryswell and inform them of this? I pondered. If these wretches were brazenly stealing, either House Ryswell had betrayed the North, or, more likely, there were traitors among their sworn men. Every basket has its rotten eggs. During my stay with them, I had noted Roderick Ryswell as somewhat lacking loyalty to House Stark. Yet the venom in his voice when speaking of the Ironborn had been genuine. I doubted Roderick Ryswell would deal with them. Something reeked foul here, something amiss. Thus, I resolved to cut short my northern travels and return to Winterfell. Once Bo returned, I would devise a plan. Bo, Idibus, to what extent can you expand your current flock of ravens? Father, I can increase it to about 60. And you? If Bo can do it, so can I. Erebus replied. Bo then remarked, can you even count to 60? Silence. I can manage as many as you. Very well. I shall leave you here. Expand your flocks as much as possible, then begin patrolling the seas. Take turns sending your ravens to establish a watch line over the waters. If you spot any approaching ships, notify me at once. All my land-bound familiars had grown to the size of tigers. Their hides thickened to the point where arrows could not pierce them. As we trained within the confines of our practice space, they had already transformed into ruthless killing machines. Arrows could scarcely harm them unless striking the eyes, and most blades failed to penetrate deeply through their formidable musculature. Having slain countless bandits, the training grounds had expanded to a vast 100 by 100 area, now populated with over 250 training dummies. Rika and Belis, it's time for you to depart. Once you reach Wolfswood, seek out the familiar contracts. Belis, you won't find many hounds as robust as we require, so accompany Rika. Turning to Sith, who flicked his bushy tail in anticipation of my command, I continued, you shall come with me. We ought to venture into the northern highlands and test our fortune there. I've heard whispers of shadow lynxes in the Vale, but the distance is too great. Surely, the northern reaches must harbor some as well. Chapter 57. Deliberating countermeasures. Nearly 2 years had passed since I departed from Winterfell, yet little had changed here. The most notable transformation was the expansion of Ser Roderick's belly. As we made our way toward the castle, I remarked, by the gods, you've grown stout. My words startled him at first, but soon he erupted into booming laughter. You insolent whelp. What can I say? My good wife tends to me too well, but that sharp tongue of yours will land you in trouble one day. Roderick Castle's perspective. The last time I had laid eyes on him was 2 years prior, yet tales of his exploits had reached us through tavern whispers and raven scrolls. He had even earned himself a moniker. An honor to meet you. Amir Drahir, the Scourge. I offer a mock bow. Flustered, he protested, I refuse that name. What in 7 hells is the Scourge? It's disgraceful. I can already imagine Rob and John mocking me with it for years. The people bestowed it upon you, not us. You're the one who slaughtered so many bandits. If the legends hold true, you felled 5,000. Not even 300. Huh. The boy would be the death of me. He spoke as though hunting down 300 outlaws in 2 years were the most ordinary feat. How many knights could claim such a tally alone? Whether he was a blessing or a curse, only time would tell. During your travels north, did you encounter the figure known as the druid Emre? Once, yes. A sight to behold. You mean to say he is real? As real as anything. Most of what you've heard is accurate. I can't speak for the old god's part, but he truly possesses unnatural abilities. He transformed into a hound before my very eyes, then vanished. We dispatched men to the mountain clans, where the first whispers of him emerged, but they've yet to return. I've also heard troubling things, such as, he sacrificed a murderer to bring fertility to the land, much like Garth Greenhand. We've heard the same. Why the urgency to speak with Lord Stark? I've said my piece. Do you think I'd raise alarm over trifles? If my suspicions prove true, war may be upon us. A chill seized my heart, my scalp prickling. Lad, this is no light matter. Are you certain? As I said, I pray I'm wrong, but I am certain. War. Peace had not even lasted 2 decades. King Robert's rebellion ended in 282. Were we truly to face another conflict? Eddard Stark's perspective. What makes you believe war is coming? The Ironborn. They've stolen timber from the forest between the Bay of Ice and the stony shore, bold as brass, without hesitation. How could we not have known? What is House Riswell doing? Roderick, send word to Roderick Riswell. Have him investigate this matter. At once, my lord. Emir interjected eagerly. Wait, my lord. We should not relay this information to House Riswell. There are two possibilities. Either House Riswell has betrayed the North, or there are traitors among their vassals. In either case, sending word would alert the Ironborn, who are no longer there. I left some scouts in the vicinity. If they return, they will report to me. This was quite the surprise. He had men working for him, and a year ago, he even sent two to train in the military camp. Is he truly only 12? My own sons do nothing but hunt and race horses. Yet here he is, establishing a scouting force at the far end of the North. A remarkable achievement for a child, but inappropriate. I Haven-T even knighted him, yet he carries himself like a lord. You established a reconnaissance network in another lordess territory? Not exactly, my lord. As Sir Roderick informed you, I rescued many from bandits in that area. Yes, I'm aware of your accomplishments. Some were kin to fishermen and villagers along the coast. Given the urgency of the situation, we needed early warnings against the Ironborn. I left a few ravens with the villagers. Should they spot Ironborn ships sailing north, they could send word. My lord, I would never presume to organize such a thing without your permission. The boy was sharp-witted and resourceful, a natural leader. I decided then to knight him as a reward for all he had achieved. But why would they steal trees? I can understand them posing as pirates, ravaging our shores. But they've never taken lumber before. As far as we know, my lord, perhaps this has been going on for months. As for the trees, why would the Ironborn need timber? To build ships, of course, Roderick said. They already possess the second largest fleet after the Royal Navy. Why would they need so many more for raids? Emir smiled. For raids, they wouldn't. But you think like a Westerosi, not an Ironborn. My lord, who are they? Reavers, slavers, and murderers. And in that moment, it struck me. Rebellion. But why would they rebel? Yes, they occasionally raid other regions and wage war. But why rebel now? Are they preparing to strike the North, the Westerlands, and the Reach? I recall reading in the Winterfell library that House Greyjoy did not participate in that rebellion, nor did they join the Targaryens. They lost no one, while the realm suffered greatly, nearly half the population in almost every region. He paused briefly, hesitating before asking, My lord, if I may, I wish to speak freely. I gestured for him to continue. The monarchy appears feeble and ineffectual during my travels. I have heard tales from the people regarding our king's dissolute lifestyle, his neglect of royal duties, and wanton indulgences. Such conduct reflects neither strength nor confidence. Even a man of genius ought to have his limits. At times, I am astonished by the wisdom he displays. Have I unwittingly nurtured a ravenous direwolf within my home? Yet this child has shown me nothing but unwavering loyalty. Even under such circumstances, the moment he learns of unfolding events, he spares no effort to inform me. At that moment, Sir Roderick interjected, We ought to send word to the king, that he may investigate and prepare. Sir Roderick, it will make no difference, I countered. They did not decide upon rebellion yesterday. If they are not fools, the moment word spreads, they will strike against the Westerlands and our coastal territories. Rather than concerning ourselves first with the king, we must prepare our own defenses. Once we are ready, then we may send word. If we act in reverse, they will catch us unawares and attack. Pausing briefly, I continued, This time, we must not be the spearhead of another's cause. This time, we must think of our own people. The South only seeks us when they have need. Do they extend aid when we starved? With rising fury, I declared, All they have done is exploit our suffering for their own gain. Why should we bleed for them again? My lord, I know you to be an honorable man, the most honorable I have ever known. But before you are an honorable man, you are our liege. Put the North first. Chapter 58. Catelyn's Wrath, Eddard Stark's Perspective. Emil's words and explanations held some merit, yet acting solely upon a child's testimony was unreasonable. Even if everything he claimed were true, should I not first prepare the North before informing Robert? To do so would violate my oath, betraying both my king and my friend. I cannot bring myself to such treachery. Emil, though I believe your words, I cannot act without further confirmation. Roderick, dispatch your finest scouts to investigate the Bay of Flames and the Stony Shore. Main character's perspective. This was a complete waste of time. Yet I understood the lordess reasoning. No matter how much he trusted me, he could not mobilize his forces based solely on childess word. If the roads were clear, the scouts might reach their destinations within a month. But now, with snowdrifts nearly a meter thick, traversing the mountains was impossible. Ordinary men would freeze to death in such conditions. Unlike me, who could scale the peaks with magic. Thus, they would have to take the King's Road past Barrowton. Without magic, they lacked the advantage of aerial reconnaissance, forcing them to scour the coastline on foot. Braving the forests in this weather would be torment. Realistically, it would take them 9 months to a year before they returned with any news. By then, the sea rats would have made several more runs through the woods along the coast. And afterward, no matter what I said, Lord Stark's mind was made up. He would wait for the scout's report. He dismissed me, and the discussion continued without my presence. The next day, I encountered Robb and Jon. They had grown taller. Their conversations had shifted from swords and battles to horse racing, hunting, and girls. Adolescence was an agonizing phase. I had no desire to relive it. After a few sparring matches, they grew frustrated as I effortlessly bested them, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Gasping for breath, Robb suddenly pushed himself up and declared with exaggerated flourish, "I bow before the mighty Scourgemil Dracer, destroyer of bandits, protector of the small folk." I returned a mocking bow. "Go to hell, my lord. Was that an insult to my son and your future liege, commoner?" A sharp voice cut through the air. Lady Catelyn had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Robb straightened immediately, while Jon subtly edged away, recognizing that her fury was directed at me. "Mother, we were only jesting," Robb interjected. "Please don't take his words seriously." Lady Stark's disdainful gaze swept over me and Jon. "I'm already displeased with the company you keep. I fail to comprehend why your father permits you to associate with bastards and commoners. Such lowborns are unfit companions for a future lord." I met her scorn with defiance, while Jon lowered his head in quiet sorrow, wishing for the ground to swallow him whole. "Let me pose a question to you, commoner. I've heard your father was also a bastard." "Oomph. Bastards will always have tainted blood. Guards, seize this vulgar ruffian. Your mere existence as a squire is a stain upon the name of knighthood." As the surrounding guards moved to apprehend me, I could no longer contain the fury boiling within me like scalding water. My magic spiraled out of control as I roared with thunderous might. "My lady!" My cry rivaled the heaven's thunder, infused as it was with magical resonance. The shout reverberated through all of Winterfell. I witnessed Lady Stark and the nearby guards break out in gooseflesh, their very bones trembling beneath their skin. Every soul stood frozen as statues, while many others began gathering toward the commotion. "My lady, you may insult me as you please. I would never show you disrespect, for you are mother to my friend and lady of Winterfell. But should you seek to besmirch my father's name, I shall not remain silent." Her face flushed crimson with rage. "Such insolence! Guards, why do you hesitate? Arrest him for his disrespect toward our house." From Catelyn's perspective, how could a child possess such a terrifying voice? Being born a bastard and carrying bastard's blood is a sin, as the Seven teach us. Merely being cautious isn't enough to prevent this bastard from stealing what rightfully belongs to my son. I must guard against this monster. How could a boy of 12 have slain hundreds of bandits? Not even the Dragon Knight or Ser Arthurdane were such formidable warriors at that age. This is a golden opportunity. I must bring him down before the chance escapes me. What punishment does such a crime warrant? I demanded. The guard beside me hesitated. 10 lashes or a flogging, my lady. But Lord Stark would have to decide. I knew Ned would never punish his bastard severely. Lord Stark has greater matters to attend. We cannot trouble him constantly with disciplining commoners. In his absence, I shall mete out justice. After I spoke, the commoner declared, "If you'll permit me to finish, I'll accept 20 lashes." Still he defied me, and my hatred for him grew deeper. But he overestimated his endurance. After a few strokes, he'd beg for mercy. Permission granted. From the protagonist's perspective, I continued channeling magic into my voice, speaking as if through a war horn. "This is the North. The Seven hold no sway here. A lord may build a sept to please his praying wife, but that doesn't mean we who keep the old gods welcome these corrupt southern deities." Cheers of agreement rose from the crowd. Aye, no place for the Seven here. In the North, under the eyes of the old gods. There's no difference between highborn and lowborn, for none choose their birth. True, Honor and the old god demand we remain faithful to our spouses. But that never meant being born a bastard is a sin. At that moment, Lord Roderick and Lord Stark arrived at the training grounds and exclaimed, "By the grace of the old gods, what in the seven hells has transpired here?" Chapter 59. Expulsion of the seven gods' followers. A guard reported the situation to the Lord, who glared fiercely at Lady Stark and me. "I understand what has transpired here, and I shall mete out the necessary punishment in due course." As he finished speaking, Lady Stark interjected, "Ned, he has already confessed and accepted his punishment." The Lord turned to me with an inquiring gaze. "Yes, my lord. I admitted to the aforementioned transgression on the condition that I be allowed to speak my piece." At that moment, the other Stark children arrived. I turned to Sansa and said, "Sansa, do you recall what Septa Mordain told you 2 years ago regarding the old gods and the ladies of the north? I asked you to relay her words to Lord Stark, but it seems you forgot." At first, she stared at me in bewilderment, as though unable to comprehend my words. Yet after a few moments, recognition must have dawned upon her, for her expression shifted abruptly. "Yes, I remember now. I forgot to tell father about it. That is precisely why I encountered her in the castle today. Had Lord Stark been aware of Septa Mordain's opinions, he would never have permitted such a vile creature near his children again." Lady Stark cried out in fury, "How dare you insult a servant of the seven?" This time, I infused my voice with greater power and declared, "My lady, neither I nor anyone here cares what the seven or their servants think." A murmur rippled through the gathered crowd, and even Lord Stark appeared unsettled. "Gracious Lady Stark, I have repeatedly told you that we do not care for the seven, yet you insist that we must. We of the North would rather die than yield, and we shall never allow the detestable seven and their greedy, silk-clad, fanatical followers to set foot upon our lands. The only reason no one has spoken against you until now is out of respect for our lord, Lord Stark, not because we have opened our hearts to the seven." Every soul in the crowd, knights and nobles alike, began nodding in agreement or raising their voices in praise of the old gods. "My lord, do you know what your esteemed Septa Mordain taught your daughters? She told them that any woman who takes up arms or lingers near the training grounds is nothing but a tree-worshipping savage. What would Lady Meage Mormont and the other warrior women of the North say to that?" Angry murmurs rose among the people as I continued. "These greedy, zealous followers of the seven dare to speak ill of the old gods right under our noses, beneath our lordess' very roof. Yet we, the proud people of this land, are expected to remain silent before such wretched creatures. My lady, your avaricious septons and septas do nothing but collect offerings in their silken robes. Can you name a single soul who claims to be a priest of the old gods, yet heals the sick without demanding a single copper in return? What have the seven ever done for their followers? Do they heal the wounded or protect the weak? If Emry the druid serves as a priest of the old gods, I, a mere dracer, the blade of the old gods, swear by the names of the ancient deities and Lord Stark to protect the weak on my journeys. Have I ever demanded recompense? Never, for it is our sacred duty to vanquish vile creatures and safeguard the noble people of the North." A thunderous cheer erupted from the assembled knights and soldiers. Eddard Stark's perspective, I find myself questioning whether raising this child was a misstep. Though he now stands defiant before the Lady of Winterfell, not only knights and soldiers, but even the nobility rally around him with fervent cries. In mere minutes, his words have turned all of Winterfell against the faith of the seven. Should Catelyn press further to punish him, she would face opposition rather than support, a truth she fails to grasp. If his claims hold merit, even I would wish to chastise the Septa, for I understand his intent all too well. He fans the flames, waiting for Catelyn to relent and withdraw her decree. Should he push harder, he would prevail. Yet, every word he speaks carries weight. If these are his true convictions, then so long as we remain defenders of the old gods, his loyalty to the North and House Stark is absolute. I turn to Sansa. Is what he says true? Yes, father. That is what she said. She then recounted the Septa's disparaging remarks about Northerners and the old gods. Bewilderment took hold. It seems this wretched crone believed herself untouchable, shielded by her title, endlessly bemoaning the North and our supposed inferiority to the South. Guards, I commanded, find Septa Mordain. Deliver 10 lashes for her insolence toward nobility and the old gods. Then place her in a cart, not a carriage, and return her to her beloved south. She is banished, never to set foot in the north again. In fact, every Septon in Winterfell is henceforth exiled. From this day forth, Lady Alara Castle and Maester Lewin shall oversee the girl's education. Turning to Arya, I declared as promised. Once winter has passed, I shall find you a proper swordsmanship instructor. Until then, Ser Roderick will oversee your training. At this, Sansa interjected, Father, if Arya is to learn the sword, then I wish to learn archery. A surprising turn, yet I granted it. I had assumed she held no interest in such pursuits. Evidently, I was mistaken. Catelyn drew near, her voice a hushed rebuke. Ned, how could you? How could you exile the Septa and the Septons, yet permit our daughters to engage in such unladylike behavior? Cat, I replied, you must learn and adapt. This is the North, not the Riverlands. You are the Lady of Winterfell, and we are followers of the old gods. So too shall our children be. All this time, I believed they were merely instructing our children in noble virtues. Had I known they sought to poison them against the old gods, I would have cast them out long ago. I paused, then added, do not force my hand against him again. I shall not whip him, for a more fitting punishment awaits him in due time. Chapter 60. Accepting punishment. Eddard Stark's perspective. I was displeased with Amir's conduct in this situation. Attempting to mediate, I declared, we all know how loyal and steadfast Amir is, but he is still a boy. Children err at times. We cannot always resort to the lash. Yet neither can he escape consequence. Therefore, I shall discipline him appropriately. As most present held Amir in high regard, nearly all were satisfied with my decision. But then, Amir spoke. My lord, I cannot accept this. I swore to endure the lash, and Lady Stark permitted me to speak freely. It would be cowardice to break my word while she keeps hers. A true northerner honors his vows. Thus, with your leave, I shall bear my punishment. I had entirely misjudged Amir's intent. He sought not to evade chastisement. His true aim was to compel Catelyn to punish him, casting himself as a hero in the eyes of all. By shielding him, I had unwittingly aided him in achieving his purpose with greater valor and dignity. If this is your wish, then I must punish you. My lord, if you permit, I would receive my punishment upon this training ground, where I have shed both blood and sweat. What more do you seek? Have you not already accomplished all you desired? You have my permission. Roderick stood behind Amir, who bared his back, the whip striking with near silence. The blows were feeble. Roderick seemed intent on mere pretense. I deemed this preferable. Yet Amir cried out. Protagonist perspective. I scarcely felt the first strike, having expended nearly half my magic to fortify my back and dull my pain receptors. Yet I could not weave it into a spell. So much magic squandered for so little gain. But in this circumstance, it was justified. I raised my voice. Ser Roderick, do you mean to insult me by holding back? All are watching. Show some integrity and strike true. The next lash fell with full force, drawing a stifled groan from my lips. Now, that's more like it. He muttered, boy, I've told you time and again, your tongue will be your undoing. I endured all 20 lashes. My back burned, blood streaming freely. Minutes from unconsciousness, I had yet to claim all I sought from this moment. As they freed my hands from the chains, I turned to face the gathered knights and soldiers. My strength waning, I channeled the remnants of my magic to fortify my body, my legs above all, until but 10 points of power remained. Infusing my voice with the last of it, I raised my hands and roared for the old gods and the north. Every soul upon the training field raised their hands and echoed for the old gods and the north. Eddard Stark's perspective. A shiver crawled up my spine like icy fingers, raising goose flesh across my skin. Without even looking, I knew every knight and soldier present was utterly spellbound by this 12-year-old boy. From this day forth, he would be remembered as a hero, a paragon of knighthood, though he was not one yet. He stood as motionless as a statue, arms raised, when Roderick spoke. He's lost consciousness, my lord. What manner of impression does a man leave when he faints standing upright? Main character's perspective. I awoke in the infirmary of the training grounds, my back aflame with searing agony. Without hesitation, I invoked Valhen Tor, the aspect of the bull, granting me not only heightened endurance, but a slight fortification against pain. In the training space, I had died countless times, lost limbs, endured horrors. A whipping was nothing compared to the torment of losing an arm or being gutted by a blade. That was part of why I allowed it. I knew my pain tolerance far surpassed that of ordinary men. Maester Lewin approached as my eyes fluttered open. I have never seen a man so clever act so foolishly. What possessed you to defy Lady Stark in the name of the Seven? Brilliant as he was, the man was still a scholar at heart. He understood nothing of swaying crowds, of kindling fervor. Make no mistake, he was sharp. He had deduced the composition of my smoke pellets. I had hoped to profit at least 1,000 gold dragons from them. But the maester had calculated my earnings would cap at 800. 20 lashes I endured. It was worth it. In that moment, I became a champion of the old gods. Though Lord Stark upheld my punishment for my defiance, refusing to spare me the whip, I emerged not just unscathed in honor, but bound to my word henceforth. A boy of 12, taking 20 lashes without a sound. To the people of Winterfell, this was no punishment dealt by Lady Stark. To them, it was the Seven who had scourged me, Roderick's hand merely their instrument. I waited for Aunt Breeze to leave my chambers. She muttered curses under her breath, against the Seven, against Lady Stark, against the lash that had torn into me, even as she fussed over my bedding, ensuring I lay comfortably. The moment she departed, I gritted my teeth and rose, shoving a chair against the door. I would not risk intrusion while I tended my wounds. Settling back onto the bed, I whispered the incantation for Abra Rucklow, life, bloom. With the spell woven, the wounds began to knit. Scars would remain, but the flesh sealed, the bleeding ceased. Infection would not take root, not with magic-esque touch, sealing what the whip had sundered. Chapter 61. The direwolf pup. A week had passed since the punishment. I remained confined to my chambers, spending my days within the training realm to avoid suspicion. Feigning lingering injuries, I maintained the illusion of recovery. I reached out to all my familiars, seeking updates on their progress. Bo and Erebus kept watch at sea, while the sea rats returned once more for timber, enabling each to expand their flock of raven thralls to 60. Lyca and Belus, too, had increased their bonded beasts. Lyca now commanded 30 wolves, and Belus had gathered 10 stray or feral hounds. In the north, winter made strays scarce. Starvation drove men to consume them rather than let them roam. Lyca had reached her limit, while I'm secured 30 ice serpents, though their scarcity prevented him from attaining his full potential. Perhaps I could aid him in the wolfswood when time permitted. Sis fared the worst, for most of her kin dwelled beyond the wall or in the mountainous vale. She managed to find 3 adult shadow cats and 2 newborn cubs. Within a year, the young would near adulthood, yet others of her kind remained elusive. All my 4-legged familiars had grown to the size of tigers, their abilities blossoming. Their hides turned impervious to blades, and Sis moved without sound, erasing her presence entirely. Even now, she stood behind an unsuspecting stag, unnoticed. Severing our connection, I stepped out of my room. My awareness of my familiars now spanned 700 kilometers, and I could share their sight. I wondered if I might perceive Sis through thermal vision or the ancient art of promodynes, the tracking of beasts. As for Lyca and Belus, their gifts were more direct, granting them heightened speed and strength. After confirming each familiar's progress, I made my way to the kennels, where Rob and John had requested my presence. Sansa Stark's perspective. A week had passed without a word from Mother. My wish to learn archery before Amir's whipping had enraged her, though I, too, had spoken harshly in anger over her punishment of him. Now, she avoided me like a petulant child. Entering the hall, I found Mother overseeing preparations. She saw me, yet ignored me, as did I. We moved through our duties, each pretending the other did not exist. Then, without warning, Mother hurled the platter in her hands to the floor. It shattered. "Everyone out," she commanded. The servants fled, the doors slamming shut behind them. "How could you?" She seethed. "I expected this from Arya, but never from you. I've done nothing to you, Mother. You betray my trust. Your actions insult the Seven, demanding to be a warrior like some wildling woman." "I never asked to be a warrior," I replied. "I'm not Arya, and I am not you. A wise sage once counseled me that if something feels amiss, I need not pledge allegiance to the old gods or the Seven. I need not mold myself to others' expectations. I must live according to my own will. How dare you utter such words? This is unbefitting of a proper lady. Misunderstand me not, mother. I take pleasure in lessons of virtue and needlework, yet I also delight in archery. If this grieves you, so be it. I have resolved to live as I choose until duty binds me, until I must wed whomever father decrees, as befits a Stark. Who are you? What has become of my sweet Sansa? I remain myself. I still wish to be queen. Who would not? Yet I refuse to be a caged songbird. Before I must settle, I shall live as freely as I may, just as that man advised me. From the male protagonist's perspective, Robb and Jon awaited me at the kennel's entrance, their faces alight with devilish grins. Raising their hands, they declared for the old gods and the north. Ugh, damn it. I halted, scanning the surroundings. I could endure a lashing, but that did not mean I relished it. I was no masochist. Once certain no one lingered nearby, I spat, "Screw the both of you. Laugh all you like. It still stings when I move." Our little lordling even forced this poor commoner to stand. As I spoke, Robb's expression softened with remorse. "I apologize for how my mother treated you. You know she is kind of heart, but she clings fiercely to the Seven and Southern ways. In time, she will see what fine souls you both are. Enough of this gloom. Why summon me? Another contest on hound training?" Though Robb fought to suppress it, a sly grin escaped as he led me behind the kennels. There, within a pen, lay 5 pups, yet upon closer inspection, they bore the likeness of wolf cubs. Unlike Lyca in her youth, these were not gaunt or narrow-skulled. Their paws were massive, their heads broad. A chill raced down my spine. These were direwolf pups. A moon's turn passed. We found them upon returning from patrol. Each of my siblings has claimed one. He lifted a pale gray cub. "This is Grey Wind. Mine." All I could muster was, "Gods be good." Chapter 62. All wards I could scarcely believe my eyes. Before me stood 5 direwolves. Though I had walked all the way to the other side of the wall without spotting them, my lips parted to speak, yet no sound emerged. Robb stood before me, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. "Where did you find them?" "Father, Jon, and I were patrolling north when we came upon them on our return. Their mother had been gored by a stag while hunting and bled to death. I cradled Grey Wind in my hands, his fur the hue of smoke, his eyes a piercing yellow. Something within me whispered to secretly bond with him, yet even if I desired it, I could not. My soul lacked the capacity, and it would be improper to claim the eldest Stark's wolf. Even little Rickon, barely a year old, had been granted one, a black-furred pup with emerald eyes, or so Robb claimed. I wondered if my magic sufficed to bond with a direwolf. Channeling my energy toward Grey Wind, the pup immediately snarled, his demeanor turning hostile. My magic recoiled. I could not forge a connection. This suggested 2 possibilities. Either the pup was warded, or he was already bound to another. Swiftly, I seized Robb's wrist. Though startled, he did not protest. I directed my magic into him, probing his essence. A fragile barrier stood between us, but beyond it, magic. 25 units of it. Robb was a warg, intrinsically linked to Grey Wind. One by one, I lifted the other pups, attempting to bond. Each grew aggressive in my grasp. Robb frowned. "Emil, what are you doing?" All the direwolves were bonded, save Rickon's. Every Stark child was a warg. My gaze shifted to Jon. Having sensed the other's magic, I used my appraisal to measure his. Jon's magic far surpassed Robb's, 56 units. Nothing. I'm merely astonished. I've never seen direwolves before. You know how I adore animals. I do. You may have ravens and hounds, but I have a direwolf. My jaw twitched. How I longed to smack that smug look off his face, but he wasn't wrong. Envy gnawed at me. As I turned to leave, Robb called out, "Where are you going?" "Beyond the wall. I won't return until I find my own direwolf." "Come now. You needn't go that far. You can always pet mine." The way he stressed mine made a vain throb in my temple. Whirling around, I lunged at him. We began wrestling, and I exerted my full strength without any advantage. Our physical prowess was nearly matched. As we sparred, a soldier approached to inform me that Lord Stark was summoning me. We stood silently in his sunlit chamber. 5 minutes had passed since my arrival. As we remained in quiet stillness, he perused some reports. Suddenly, he slammed his fist upon the table and declared, "Why would you commit such a foolish, arrogant, and immature act? I believed you had matured during these 2 years in the north. In mere days, I intended to proclaim you a knight. Yet, judging by your conduct, you remain unworthy of such an honor. The only thing I fail to comprehend is why you would place my lady in such a position. I know you are an unusual child, unlike any commoner. He paused, drawing a deep breath. Most of the time, I attributed it to your talents. But even the most insolent commoner would not behave as you did a week ago. At times, I wonder if granting you freedom was a mistake. Often, I feel I should have raised you with stricter discipline. Why did you do this? My lord, you must have deduced both the general reason and the more selfish one. I acted to divert Lady Stark's wrath toward myself, ensuring she would not fixate upon others. What do you mean by that? My lord, though your duties often take you beyond Winterfell, you must have noticed how Lady Stark treats Jon, like a servant or worse. I understand that in the South, they live under the shadow of the Blackfire Rebellion, but Jon has done her no harm. He did not choose his birth. If I become the object of her resentment, she may grant Jon some respite. He appeared as though he knew nothing of this. Yes, it is natural that Catelyn dislikes Jon, but how did you conclude she treats him harshly? My lord, in your absence, she forbids Jon from practicing swordsmanship, let alone allowing us to play with him. Had she issued such commands, I would have known, boy. You must weigh your words carefully. My favor does not grant you license to speak every thought that crosses your mind. His anger was rising. My lord, Lady Stark is not a fool. She knows you would discover any direct order. But if she assigns him menial tasks, different soldiers and knights each time, he is left with no time for training. No one would think to report it. My lord, if you spent hours mucking stables as a boy, would you have had the strength to lift a sword? Only when Lord Benjen is present does Jon find time to train, and this is but one of her actions. I do not believe Our Lady is wicked at heart, yet she harms Jon. I only sought to protect those around me. Chapter 63. The Reckoning, Eddard Stark's perspective. I knew she did not love Jon, but I never imagined she would treat the boy so cruelly. Jon's actions were bound to provoke her anger. I promised my sister I would protect him, yet I have failed miserably. In a way, Catelyn's coldness toward the child is a blessing. It keeps suspicions about his lineage at bay. But I cannot allow her to wound him so deeply. He may never know a mother's love, but at the very least, I can ensure he feels a father's. I must start treating him as my own. Yet the manner in which you handled this matter was reckless and crude. I must reconsider knighting you. I have decided our course of action. If you hear any news of the Ironborn, inform me at once. Male leads perspective. My lord, may I know your decision? You may not. I was not surprised. Though he may favor me, he still sees me as a commoner. He would never permit a lowborn to question him. My lord, I love your sons as brothers. For as long as I am able, I will protect them. But do not mistake me for an ordinary peasant. I bend my knee to you not because you're a Stark or a nobleman. I do so because I respect you. You are the father of my dearest friend. To me, nobility is but a word. Most lords were once warlords or brigands. The kings of their age did not grant them power because they desired it, but because they had no choice. His jaw nearly dropped. If I wish to be a knight, I shall become one. If I wish to be a lord, I shall rise as one. Of course, I would gladly be a proud noble of the North, but if I am denied what I deserve here, I will seek it elsewhere. I have grown weary of reasoning with rigid men. Though I may have the body of a child, and at times behave as one, my mind remains that of a man near 40. How dare you speak to me this way? I might have raised you to knighthood and nobility, but you are neither. It seems I must remind you of your proper place. It was time for Lord Stark to glimpse but a fraction of the truth. A waste, perhaps, but I knew no spell that could replicate the same effect. In an instant, I unleashed half my power, a crushing tide surging toward him. My lord, you are not my father. In truth, you are the reason he is absent. So cease the pretense. I am no common man. I have told you this. Yet you persist in treating me as one. Eddard Stark's perspective. The moment he raised his voice, the breath was stolen from my lungs. Speech was impossible. It was as though an immense boulder pressed upon me. The more he spoke, the louder he grew, until I felt small and insignificant before him. For the past week, all of Winterfell has whispered of a mirror of the old gods, sent to protect the faithful. Until now, I dismissed such talk. But as I stood before him, I could no longer deny it. This was no ordinary man. Every fiber of my being warned me to maintain friendship with him. Yet I could not tolerate such disrespect. I could only be grateful that Roderick had already left the chamber, leaving just the two of us alone. No one witnessed how wretched I appeared. I am of House Stark. I cannot simply bow my head. With tremendous effort, I rose and declared, I shall not pursue what transpired here. You claim to love my son as a brother, and I believe you. But if you ever repeat such an act, even if it be the last thing I do, I will take your head. From a male lead's perspective, the surge of magic proved more potent than I had anticipated. Yet he withstood it without collapsing. It seems the blood of kings truly flows through House Stark, or perhaps their lineage carries enchantment, for his children are all wargs. I understand, my lord. Had we not been alone, I would not have acted thus. All I seek is your respect, for the sole reason you comprehend the Ironborn is through me. Yet you sent another in my stead, for you still do not trust me. To me, this is all a waste of time, but I care not. When the Ironborn come, I shall bear no responsibility. I have fulfilled my duty by warning you. My lord, as you say, I do not fully trust you, and your conduct today has done little to improve that impression. You cannot expect me to forsake my vows and oaths. So, he chose his pride and obsession with honor over his duty to the north. He is unfit to rule as a paramount lord. His fixation on honor blinds him to what must truly be done. I am deeply disappointed. I believed he would choose the north over his precious honor. My lord, at the very least, summon the banners after sending the ravens. Without the king's command, I cannot call my banners. To do so would be seen as dishonorable, even treasonous. It would be a lie to say, I'm not disappointed by your choice. But you are the lord. You must bear the consequences of your decisions. Yet I beg you, do not send the raven to King Robert. If you wish him to know, there are better means, though I will not disclose them now. Reconsider until your scouts return with reports confirming my intelligence. However, if you remain resolute, I shall reveal how to contact King Robert without your message being intercepted by spies. If such a method exists, why not employ it immediately? Because of King Robert. What do you mean? King Robert is a brute. Once he learns of this, he will muster his forces for war. But we are not swift enough to defend our shores, and more northern lives will be lost. 7 months later, the scouts returned with news that confirmed my suspicions. Upon reaching the coast, they had the fortune of encountering Ironborn raiders stealing timber, and I received further intelligence from Pike regarding the unfolding events. In those 7 months, all the direwolves had grown as large as ordinary wolves. Today, we shall convene in the Lord's sunlit chamber. Should he remain steadfast in his decision, we shall present my proposal to him. I maintain unwavering confidence that his resolve shall not waver. Chapter 64. King Robert, Male Lead's Perspective. My lord, Sir Roderick and I are in his solar. The scouts returned yesterday. Emil, I have verified the truth of your words, and my stance remains unchanged. Thus, I shall dispatch a raven to the king. Inform me if you conceive a superior stratagem. He is truly unfit to be a lord. Honor is all he cares for. My lord, we must send a raven to the king. His fist crashed upon the table as he spoke in fury. Are you mocking me, boy? First, you plead with me not to send a raven, and now you insist we must? We shall send one, not to warn of potential rebellion, but to invite him to your son's name day tourney. A glimmer of understanding dawned in his eyes. Go on. All have heard or witnessed how dearly our king cherishes his tournaments, especially those hosted by his dearest friend. He will come without delay, and there, you may speak your mind freely. And this is your grand scheme? I am sorely disappointed. Riding to King's Landing myself would be swifter. He is no true lord, too blind to discern the difference between his journey there and the king's arrival here. He knows nothing of the game of politics. Even the finest steeds would require 50 days from Winterfell to King's Landing. In winter's grip, 60 or 70. By the time you deliver your warning, traitors will have whispered it to the Ironborn, and their invasion will have begun before your return. But if the king comes here, the first forces he rallies shall not be those of the Crownlands, but the North's. At this moment, your task is to persuade the king not to strike at once, but to gather more men until all armies stand united. At last, it seemed I had pierced that thick, honor-bound skull of his. Yet this was no flawless plan. The perfect scheme would have been to prepare the North for rebellion before informing the king. I doubted any would rise in revolt at winter's end. Spring had come, but the snows had not fully melted. Raids in war are near impossible atop half a meter of snow. We had time to wait until the thaw, until spring truly began. Let them strike the south. I cared not for them. 2 moons later, The tourney was upon us. The grounds had been cleared of snow, and the recent storms had ceased. The thaw quickened, the first true sign of spring. Every lord of the north had gathered, and the king would arrive within a week. Yet he was not the only high lord to answer the summons. As the king's closest confidant, Jon Arryn came, as did our lord's good father, Hoster Tully. The Reach and the Westerlands sent not even envoys, only gifts. Arrogant fools, this shall be their undoing. Even ravens would outpace their ships. The speed of ships may be somewhat slower, yet they can move continuously, whereas ravens can only fly for a limited duration. Under ideal conditions, a raven can cover merely 160 kilometers in a day, and the weather remains bitterly cold. However, an ordinary longship could traverse the same distance within 8 to 10 hours. Particularly for the Reach, by the time their ravens arrive, the war may have already commenced or perhaps concluded. All awaited the arrival of the royal procession, which numbered in the hundreds. The royal entourage came to a halt. A giant emerged from the carriage. Though his height was not the most striking feature, it was his belly, which seemed to precede him by 2 full strides. This was no stag. At best, he resembled a corpulent boar. The king, his 3 children, and the queen descended from the carriage. The moment the king stepped forth, all present knelt. He cast aside his goblet and bellowed, "Ned, my friend." Raising his arms, he approached the kneeling Lord Stark. "Rise, you old wolf. How I've missed you, my dear friend." Cersei's perspective. We are within a castle. Yet this place is worse than our servants' quarters. I still fail to comprehend why we must journey to this desolate, barbaric land. He is the king, and I am a queen. By the 7, why must we bow before others? It is they who should prostrate themselves at our feet, not the other way around. A mere token of our favor would already be an immense honor for these savages. Your grace, how long must we remain in this picturesque place? As royalty, we ought not to linger so far from the capital. Woman, do not sour my joy with your prattle. Go vex someone else. We shall stay until the tourney concludes. So hold your tongue and savor the festivities. Eddard Stark's perspective. Robert and I sat in the solar, reminiscing as we spoke. Your grace, I have matters of grave importance to discuss. Might we speak privately? Enough with your grace when we are alone. I turned to glance at the Kingslayer, and Robert added, Pay Jaime no mind. Even if I bedded a whore and cuckolded his sister, he would stand there unmoved. Pretend he does not exist. Seeing that I would not proceed while Jaime remained, Robert gestured for him to leave. Once we were alone, I revealed everything. So to ensure secrecy, you lured me here under the pretense of a tourney. You've grown cunning since last we met. It was not my idea. One of my men strongly advocated for this scheme. Thus, the North would be the first to muster its forces, while the Westerlands and the Reach would bear the brunt of the losses, the Reach most of all. The architect of this plan is a sly fox indeed. For the North's gain, they dare manipulate even their king. He took a deep draught of wine and spoke. We cannot accuse them simply because they stole timber. The evidence is insufficient. Why do you suppose they are stealing such vast quantities of wood? Do you imagine they are constructing houses and merchant vessels? They're building longships. They already possess the second most formidable fleet in Westeros. Why would they need so many more? Clearly, it is to challenge other fleets. Even if what you say holds truth, we cannot march upon them until they provide a more substantial justification. If we attack now, that craven squid will burn his ships and beg forgiveness for constructing them without permission. But should they openly declare their intentions, then we may strike. Until then, let us revel in the games at hand. Chapter 65, Preparing for War, Male Protagonist Perspective. I was overseeing the preparations for the tournament, all part of an elaborate deception. When the king realized what the Ironborn intended, he would muster his forces, likely quelling their rebellion before it began. At least, that was what I had assumed. Yet 2 days had passed since the king's discussion with Lord Stark, and still, no action had been taken. So, I asked Ser Roderick if I might speak with the Lord. After hours of waiting, I was finally granted an audience. My lord, why do we not march upon the Iron Islands? He lifted his gaze from the reports before him, his expression troubled and hesitant. His grace believes it premature to act. He has decided to enjoy the tournament first, until the Ironborn make their move. Should they remain idle until the festivities conclude, he intends to fabricate some pretext and ride for the Westerlands. Why would this great boar charge forth and punish them? Something was amiss. He had no desire to return to King S. Landing. Instead, he sought the west. And in that moment, understanding struck me like a bolt of lightning. This drunken swine did not wish to quell the rebellion before it erupted. He wanted war, a full-scale war. But why? My lord, could it be that the king desires a full-blown conflict? No sooner had I spoken than he leapt to his feet, pacing as if seized by revelation, muttering to himself. Is this why he grew so animated when I first warned him of the rebellion? Is this why, after our conversation, he mocked everything in sight? Why he claimed to anticipate the coming celebrations? I thought he spoke of the tournament, but no. So, out of sheer boredom, he would allow countless lives to be lost. Now that I considered it, war was not entirely disadvantageous for me. True conflict would grant me far greater renown than a swift suppression ever could. And if the Ironborn raided the coast, I, druid Emrys, could aid the common folk. I no longer cared what they would do. If they crushed the rebellion in its infancy, I would be credited for raising the alarm. But if war came, I would seize far greater glory on the battlefield. Eddard Stark as perspective. The moment my conversation with Emrys concluded, I went straight to the chambers reserved for the hand of the king, seeking Jon Arryn to share my suspicions and recount what had transpired. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he spoke. You may be right. For years now, he has lamented how tedious ruling has become, how exhilarating war once was. We must speak with him. We sought out Robert, attempting to reason with him. But his justification was this. The Ironborn must be weakened so thoroughly that they would never dare rise again. Thus, war was necessary. At the very least, Jon persuaded him to send word to the Westerlands and the Reach, warning them to prepare for the Ironborn's treachery. From the protagonist's perspective, they dispatched ravens to the Western Territories and the Riverlands today, for winter is drawing to a close. I suspect the Ironborn, if they deem themselves prepared, may launch their assault next month. The north likely still bears 20 centimeters of snow, yet temperatures have risen to approximately 5 degrees. Most crucially, the southern regions are now devoid of snow cover. Should the Ironborn seek conquest, the hour remains premature. Yet if their aim is swift raids and suppression, they could strike even now. I resolved to partake in the tourney like the others, enrolling in the melee with Lord Stark's permission. Northern tourneys differ slightly from their southern counterparts. The combat is far more brutal. While southern contests feature only jousting, melees, and archery, the north scorns jousting entirely. Most northern knights deride it as a fool sport. Thus, in the north, we have melees, archery, wrestling, pugilism, and cobber tossing. Boxing, cobber tossing, and wrestling are typically commoners' games. In the last two tourneys, Great Jon Umber dominated all three. It may seem like frequent events, but the North seldom celebrates name days. The people believe such spectacles should only be held in times of bountiful harvest, as a wasteful indulgence otherwise. Hence, over 7 years passed between these last two tourneys. I commissioned a full suit of knightly armor from Mikken, for I had grown 10 centimeters in the past 9 months and gained some enhancements. At 13 and a half, I now stand 180 centimeters tall, with a strength of 5, agility of 6, 2, and a mana reserve of 210. Months prior, when my mana surpassed 200 points, I acquired additional spells and rituals. Percy Saget, Flaming Arrows, as the name suggests, launches 3 arrow-shaped flames with an explosion radius of 1 meter. Jelmio Sumbi, Wine Shield, conjures a more potent barrier capable of deflecting javelins and throwing axes. As for ritual magic, I gained 2 more, both highly useful, though the Oath ritual shall prove most invaluable. With it, I may forge unbreakable vows. Yet, like all command spells, it bears limitations. Compelling an oath from an unwilling soul renders it void. For the oath to bind, the swearer must genuinely uphold its intent at the moment of swearing. Should they later reconsider, it matters not. Once activated, they shall abide until released by the oath's master. This is both boon and bane. I cannot force submission from those I subdue, yet I may discern the untrustworthy. For the ritual fails upon those who lack conviction in their own words. I intend to test this upon Keegan and Herrick. The brothers have dwelled in Winterfell nearly 2 years, and Sir Roderick Shirley placed them under a skilled master-at-arms, for they now possess what might be termed a soldier's skill. My final ritual is Zone of Purity. As the name suggests, it purifies the contents within. I once experimented on a live rabbit, which perished as a result. For the purification process eradicated all surrounding life forms. While ineffective for detoxification purposes, it can be utilized to treat water and foodstuffs, at least eliminating bacteria and viruses, though it remains powerless against chemical contaminants. Chapter 66. The tournament. After collecting the armor I had commissioned for Mikken, I made my way toward the competition grounds. Emil, wait for me. As I turned, Rob and John came running toward me. When they reached my side, John noticed the clinking sack in my hand and asked, "Are you really entering the tournament?" "Yes." "Are you mad? We know you're strong. You've defeated plenty of bandits. But do you think fighting knights will be the same as fighting outlaws?" I chuckled. "Of course not. It'll be far more entertaining. I expect the battles to be fiercely contested. If I were the strongest, there'd be no point in facing them." Rob lowered his head despondently. "You keep surpassing us. I can't even match half of what you achieve. How am I to become your lord? As you said, your duty is to be a lord, not a warrior. Your grasp of governance matters far more than your skill in combat. While it's important to defend yourself and command an army, your paramount responsibility is to pass on a north that thrives even more than when father entrusted it to you." Turning to John, I added, "As for you, if you wish to join the Night's Watch, you must hone your swordsmanship and scouting further. Now let me have my fun. I'll see how far Mir's sword can take me." Squires and commoners first had to qualify for the main event. Not everyone earned the right to face knights in the arena. Around 30 squires and 15 small folk gathered for the qualifiers, yet only 10 would advance. To enter, commoners paid 10 silver stags, knights 1 gold dragon, and noble knights 10. This ensured only the capable and committed would compete, sparing all from wasted time. Most squires belonged to House Stark, though a dozen accompanied knights from other lords. The moment I donned my armor and stepped into the area, whispers arose. Mikken had charged me 17 gold dragons for this set. I suspected I'd been swindled, but as my first proper knightly armor, its craftsmanship pleased me enough to indulge. Scanning the crowd, the strongest contender boasted 7, 5 in strength and 7, 8 in speed. Striding to the center, I amplified my voice with magic. "Let us not waste time. Is anyone here willing to face me?" A clamor erupted. "Who does this arrogant whelp think he is?" One stood, ready to approach, until a Stark squire seized his arm. "Seeking death? Do you know who you're challenging?" "That's Calamity." The challenger froze, then retreated without another step into the ring. Silence followed. Not a single soul rose. I turned to the waiting knights. None of them challenged me. "Does this mean I've passed the preliminary round?" He scratched the back of his head as he spoke. "Yes, we can proceed this way," he declared, turning to the other contestants. "Let me ask one final time. Does anyone wish to face Amir Dreyer? If not, he shall be the first to qualify. I always keep my armor straps slightly loose, allowing me to activate the Corsambi, Oak Shield, spell from beneath. This provides additional defense, while cushioning the impact of blunt force trauma. After the preliminaries concluded, the true tournament commenced in the afternoon. My first opponent was a familiar face, Hugo Moss, the very bastard who had once relished beating me senseless. He had grown stronger, but not enough to surpass me. His strength measured 8. 2, his speed 7. 7, particularly his speed. He was slower. I possessed a speed of 9. 2, I had exhausted all my buffs. As our ancestors once said, "As you sow, so shall you reap." He would now reap the storm he had sown. At the signal to begin, I charged at him with full force. Caught off guard, he hesitated, swinging his sword a fraction too late. His blade struck my right arm, but between my armor and protective enchantments, the impact was barely noticeable. Unable to halt my momentum, I rammed into him with my shoulder, sending him flying back 2 or 3 meters. I felt unstoppable, an unyielding juggernaut. Dazed, he struggled to rise. Slowly, I approached, seized his right leg, spun him around, and hurled him like a sack of potatoes. He crashed against a wooden barrier, groaning on the ground, utterly defeated. Leaning close, I whispered, audible only to those nearby, "You are unworthy of my blade." The battle had lasted less than a minute. The crowd stood stunned, momentarily unsure how to react, until silence shattered in a thunderous cheers. I could hear King Robert's booming laughter as he roared, "Now that is the kind of warrior I admire, huh?" Attendants entered the arena to carry him away. I bowed to the king and lords before taking my leave. An hour later, the second round began. This time, I faced another familiar opponent, Waylon Fronte, knighted years prior, with a strength of 7, 5 and speed of 8. 2. Chapter 67. Small John Umber, though Ser Wayland had been a noble knight since the second battle. He had become someone who treated me with profound respect. Today, I intended to return that courtesy. In the arena, I extended my hand to him. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped it. Leaning close, I murmured words meant only for his ears. Would you prefer to witness my full strength? Or would you rather engage in a dignified duel? He pondered for several heartbeats before replying. I wish to see the distance between us. Are you certain? You will be humiliated before so many eyes. I have no desire to shame you publicly. If you hold back, you would disgrace me further. After witnessing what you did to Hugo, I know victory is beyond my reach. I heard what you told him. Do I deserve your blade? Your conduct since our last encounter has earned both my steel and my respect. We took our positions. As the signal was given, I advanced toward him with measured steps. He launched a fierce assault, yet I remained rooted, parrying each strike with effortless precision. The untrained masses, commoners and nobles alike, cheered for what they perceived as his dominance. To their untutored eyes, he appeared to oppress me, but he, like any seasoned warrior, understood the truth. I had not yielded an inch. Footwork is among the most vital elements of combat. When skill and experience are closely matched, it becomes the decisive factor. At its core, footwork is control, granting a fighter the power to dictate when to strike and when to defend. Without it, one surrenders all agency to the opponent, allowing them to choose when to attack or withdraw beyond reach. After several exchanges, I began to weave footwork into my movements. The gulf in our abilities, once subtle, now became unmistakable even to the untrained. My steps were as fluid as a leaf upon the wind. His blade could not find me. After another flurry, I retreated a pace and warned, "Take care. Now, I shall fight in earnest." I unleashed a relentless barrage. He struggled to match my tempo, each deflection more labored than the last. Then a single misstep, his retreat too slow, sent him sprawling onto his back. My sword rested lightly against his throat. Extending a hand, I helped him rise. Then, reversing my grip, I placed the blade over my heart and bowed deeply in solemn respect. He mirrored the gesture. The next 2 bouts were against knights of little renown. I longed for a worthy opponent, but none emerged. The king had forbidden Ser Jaime Lannister from participating in the tourney. The sole figure of note was Small John Umber, 18, perhaps 20 name days old. He lacked his father's towering stature, but had time yet to grow, perhaps even surpass him. With strength measured at 11, his formidable frame carried him to the final clash. Technique eluded him, though truth be told, with such raw power, he scarcely needed it. Yet his sluggishness betrayed him, his speed a mere 7. I am uncertain if my combined armor and enchanted plating can withstand the blows of his greatsword, nor do I possess sufficient confidence to tempt fate. Thus, I find myself evading each of his assaults, though the disparity in our speed proves barely adequate. As the signal sounds, he grips his massive blade vertically, one hand on the hilt, the other at the tip, and charges toward me. This stance allows him to dominate more space as he advances. Unafraid of any frontal strike from my weapon, he moves like a colossus of steel. 2 strategies present themselves. Either strike the unprotected joints at his rear, or engage in a war of attrition. If I can continuously dart away, landing minor blows while baiting him into grand, wasteful swings, victory may yet be mine. With every slash of his sword, the air howls in protest. I doubt even my double-layered armor could absorb such crushing force. The metal might hold, but the impact alone would send me sprawling, battered and broken. Relentlessly, he swings, pressing forward without pause. I strike only when he leaves an opening, but he is no fool. The gaps he permits exist only where his armor is thickest. Never does he allow me to target the vulnerable joints at his back. Yet even without provocation, fatigue begins to weigh upon him. In a battle of endurance, I would triumph, my stamina enhanced threefold, but such a victory holds no appeal. A single incantation could end this fight, yet I seek to test the limits of my swordsmanship. Thus, I resolve to clash with him, though a direct assault remains unwise. Overpowering him is impossible. Only cunning will suffice. As exhaustion creeps upon him, his technique shifts. His swings grow more fluid, conserving energy through circular motions. This grants him both sustained momentum and reduced exertion. But to my enhanced perception, honed by arcane augmentation, his movements unfold like an open tome. Before his blade even stirs, I anticipate its path and prepare my counter. As he pivots, I slip into the blind spot of his rotation and strike behind his knee. Realization dawns upon him. This approach has failed. He must struggle to fathom how anyone could best him. Small John Umber's perspective. He moves like a damned eel, impossible to land a clean hit. Each time I near my mark, he evades by a hair's breadth. How can this bastard be faster than me? So I shift to circular strikes to preserve strength, only to fare worse. He predicts my motions, slithers past my guard, and strikes the back of my knee. My left leg buckles. Prolonged combat is no longer an option. I must end this swiftly. Again, I swing in an arc. Just as expected, he exploits the opening, but this time I am ready. I lunge shoulder first, mimicking his own tactic against his first opponent. Yet the impact is feeble. The serpent has seen through my trap, leaping back the instant I strike, then kicking my weakened knee as I falter. I could no longer maintain my balance and began to stagger. Seizing this opening, he swung his sword towards my overextended arm, disarming me. I attempted to tackle him to the ground, but he deftly evaded my grasp before I could pin him down, pressing his blade against my neck. To my utter disbelief, I had been bested by a mere 13-year-old child. Chapter 68. Knighted, male protagonist perspective. The melee ended with my victory, and now I kneel before the king, awaiting my reward. The climax of the tournament was the chaotic melee, though many southern knights abstained from participating. In the eyes of many, a tournament without duels is no true tournament at all. Upon learning that commoners were permitted to compete, scarcely any notable knights deigned to join. This is something those peacock-strutting southern knights fail to comprehend. In the north, tournaments are not held for spectacle. Their purpose is to bolster morale and provide amusement for every arrogant fool. The king and Lord Stark approach me slowly. That was a splendid fight, the king remarks. I relished every moment of it. First, the reward from your liege lord. Lord Stark steps forward, extending a pouch to me. As the victor of the melee, you are entitled to this prize of 1,000 golden dragons. I commend the courage and skill you've displayed at such a tender age. This time, the king steps forward, resting a hand on Lord Stark's shoulder. How old is this knight? Everyone is astounded by his triumph. Lord Stark replies, "It is time to remove your helm, a mere drazer. And, your grace, he is not yet a knight. He is but 13 years of age." When I remove my helm and meet the king's gaze, he exclaims in astonishment, "You're just a boy." Ser Selmy approaches the king and says, "I have heard of this young man. Whispers claim he has slain countless brigands, that the old gods sent him to safeguard the north, dubbing him Calamity. Though much of it may be rumor, the truth remains that he has rescued many from the clutches of outlaws. By the gods, I despise that epithet. It is utterly distasteful." The king turns to Lord Stark. He cannot be 13. Look at him. Though young, he appears no less than 18. Lord Stark smiles faintly. He grew up within the walls of my own castle. Even so, at times I find it difficult to believe, but he is indeed 13. The king, clutching his ample belly, begins to laugh heartily. We cannot allow such talent to remain a squire any longer. Fetch my sword. I shall knight him here and now. Your grace, may I speak? Speak. My king, though it would be an honor to be knighted by you, if you are not a follower of the Seven, then the knighthood would hold no meaning. The Seven cannot anoint a knight of the North. It would dishonor my ancestors. Jaime Lannister steps forward, hand gripping his sword. Boy, do you hear the words leaving your mouth? Have you forgotten whom you address? This is precisely why we do not grant knighthoods to southern commoners. Stand azida, Kingslea. The day I need your help dealing with a boy is the day the sun rises in the west. Stay where you are and admire the sight. The king turns to me and gestures for me to rise. I like you, boy. You possess courage, yet I care not for any of those 7 worthless ones. Your grace, I have stated that if I were to be knighted by the protector of the faith, I would become an outsider in the north. He lifted his goblet and took a deep draught before continuing. I fail to comprehend the fuss over the seven and the old gods. I am willing to bestow knighthood upon you. Should you not consider an honor? My king, I cannot accept. I cannot become a knight of the seven, who burned our weirwood trees. He drank again, his voice thick with wine. Those events transpired long before your birth. Why should you care? Would you shut your mouth? You great slab of bacon? When will this pork leave? I cannot allow you to turn me into a southern knight and render years of my efforts meaningless. Your grace, though I was not yet born, the North remembers. We never forget. Please grant this honor to one more deserving, if you insist on clinging to your beliefs. Ned, you shall knight him. You have no objections? I would be honored by your generosity, your grace. If you wish for us to knight him, we must go to the godswood. Why is that? When we confer knighthood, tradition dictates we do so before a weirwood tree, whenever possible. Nearly all the Stark knights had gathered, with the king and his king's guard watching curiously from the side. First, the knights formed two lines, stepping apart to create a passage between them. Slowly, I walked this path toward the weirwood. As I passed, they raised their swords overhead in salute. Upon reaching the weirwood, I knelt, removed my helm, and placed it before me. The other knights arranged themselves in a crescent behind me. Lord Stark approached and stood at my side. We gather here today to witness the knighting of Amir Drahir. Amir Drahir, son of Belen and Ragsa, are you prepared to swear your vows? I am. Brothers of the knighthood, are you prepared to bear witness to this young man's oath? In unison, they struck their swords against their chests. Now, Amir Drahir, let the old gods bear witness to your oath. I repeated after Lord Stark, I shall face evil with a watchful eye. I shall show no mercy to wickedness. I shall be brave and just guided by the old gods. Even in the face of death, I shall speak the truth. I shall be a shield for the helpless. I shall be a sword to pierce the heart of evil. Then Lord Stark raised his blade and laid it upon my shoulder. Now a knight is born, the Green Knight. The old gods welcome you. And so, I became a knight. The North is my home. The next step, to rise as a noble and claim lands of my own. For this, I must emerge as a hero in the impending war. Chapter 69. The message received. A month has passed since my knighthood, and little has transpired in this interim. We continue to await the Ironborn's movements, while our illustrious king, during his sojourn in Winterfell, frequented every brothel in sight. Eventually, boredom compelled him to dispatch Jon Arryn to govern King's Landing while he himself ventured westward. By now, the raven he sent ought to have reached Casterly Rock. Our noble king desires not peaceful rule, but accursed war. Who would have thought that beneath such debauchery lurked a warrior thirsting for blood? Tywin Lannister's perspective, as I attended to the daily administrative duties of Casterly Rock within the sunlit chamber, a knock resounded at the door. Upon granting entry, Maester Crelin appeared. My lord, a raven has arrived from the king. Accepting the parchment, I broke the seal and began to read. The letter was penned by the king himself, evident from its incoherent and disjointed nature. The author scarcely bothered to string together two coherent sentences. The script was slovenly, as though written by either a drunkard or one afflicted by palsy. I would wager my entire fortune on the former. The message vaguely alluded to a potential Ironborn assault. What nonsense was this drunkard spouting? The western coast of Westeros has perpetually been under threat from the Ironborn. What manner of feeble warning was this? It seemed as though he had written it under duress. Was there truly an impending attack, or was this merely a preemptive missive before a raid? Yet the tone of the message was far from reassuring. It almost discouraged us from taking it seriously. I reached for the bell on my desk and rang it. A servant entered promptly. What is your command, my lord? Send for Geryon. I require his presence immediately. My lord, Lord Geryon is not within the castle. Where is he? He departed for Lannisport this very morning. No word was given as to his return, my lord. And there was his bastard daughter. Why was he so fixated on the child? She was not even a noble-born bastard, but of low-born stock. Seating myself once more, I penned a missive to Geryon, commanding the steward to dispatch a rider to Lannisport without delay. Uncertain whether the Ironborn were plotting a significant offensive or merely a raid, I deemed it prudent to prepare regardless. A portion of the Lannister fleet patrolling the waters should suffice for a few days, until the truth of the matter could be ascertained. Main character's perspective. Were I an Ironborn, I would strike the Westerlands and the Reach within the coming days. The transition from winter to spring renders all regions most vulnerable. When weariness from the harsh winter gives way to the relief of spring, vigilance wanes. As these thoughts occupied my mind, Bo's voice echoed within my consciousness. Father, approximately 50 ships approached from the open sea. War had begun. Immediately, I connected with Bo, surveying the surroundings. Though land lay behind me, I neared the limits of my visual sharing spell, for the images flickered in and out, lacking their usual clarity. I must be approximately 6 to 7 kilometers from the coastline, with a small island visible several kilometers ahead. This must be Lonely Light Island. The island belongs to House Farwind and is the northernmost of the Iron Islands. The vessels are iron-born longships, numbering 52 in total. 7 of them altered course, heading toward Flint's Cliff, while the remaining 45 continued northward. Within 2 or 3 days, they would round Cape Kraken, first reaching the Flint's Finger. If the river depth permits, they could utilize the Salt Spear to advance toward Barrowton. Upon arrival, they would likely divide into smaller groups, raiding each coastal settlement before pressing further north until they reached Bear Island. I immediately severed the connection and sprinted toward the Lord Solar. Many now regard me with respect, for I am a knight who bested Small John Umber in the tourney. Of course, such deference comes mostly from common soldiers. Many petty nobles seek to marginalize me, just as they did my father and every other low-born knight before him. But I care little for the opinions of such insignificant men. If my plans unfold as intended, I shall depart Winterfell once this war concludes. I stood before the door of the Lord Solar, barred by the guards. Epalagis serdraid. But the Lord has commanded no disturbances. When I activated my thermal vision, the reason became clear. Lord Stark was inside, issuing commands to Lady Stark. Did they not realize others might be present outside the chamber? I raised my voice. My lord, urgent news demands your immediate attention. At my call, Lady Stark stiffened abruptly, while the guards at the door unsheathed their swords. I advise against such foolishness as drawing steel. As I spoke, they exchanged uncertain glances, mustering their resolve before preparing to act, until a voice from within intervened. Let him enter. Upon entering, I found Lady Stark seated in a corner armchair, her hair disheveled, her expression darkening at the sight of me. I greeted her. My lady. She offered no reply, ignoring me entirely. What matter is so pressing that you defy my orders and disturb me? In roughly 2 days, 45 iron-born longships will pass Cape Kraken. At this, the Lord sprang to his feet. You received word of this? I did. Show me. The script on the parchment was crude and misspelled, resembling the hand of one barely literate. How certain are you of this information? I witnessed it myself. There is no doubt. He summoned a steward and commanded him to assemble the household guard. Chapter 70. The War Council, Male Protagonist Perspective. All the captains of the guard had gathered. Keslow, Moran Moss, Farland and Hall. Yet there were 2 Keslows, Ser Roderick, the commander of Winterfell, and his nephew, who led Keslow's troops. Each minor house commanded 200 Stark soldiers, totaling 1,000 men guarding Winterfell and its surroundings, the stronghold, the town, and the castle. Lord Stark explained the situation to them. According to the latest reports, they will reach Flint's Finger in 2 days. After the King's departure, I sent word that an attack might come, so they should be well prepared. He could defy the king when necessary, or more likely, the king had permitted it after leaving. If he had sent warnings to Flint's Finger, it made sense why so few forces had been dispatched northward. They must have known we received the message and were preparing. If there were spies among the Risswells, the Flints likely had them as well. Before the rebellion was planned, it was believed the Ironborn fleet numbered around 150 ships. I suspected they had built at least another 100 longships in preparation. With roughly 100 men per vessel, they would bring 4 to 4,500 soldiers. Clearly, their goal was not invasion, but to keep us occupied. One captain asked, "What should we do, my lord? We cannot send reinforcements from here to Flint's Finger. We must shift our focus to other coastal villages. We cannot defeat the Ironborn at sea. Along the western coast, we have 20 longships and 40 fishing vessels, all discreetly anchored near the coastal town of Deepwood Mott, unnoticed by the Ironborn. At least he wasn't entirely incompetent. We must leave roughly 400 soldiers in Winterfell. Word has been sent to nearby settlements, and I expect another 500 men to arrive. Had the Ironborn attacked before the king's departure, I was granted permission to summon my bannermen. My forces alone would number around 5,000, and with other lords' men, the total would be substantial. But rallying them all would take nearly 2 weeks. In the meantime, we must find a way to defend the coast with 1,500 men. Then he turned to me. You foresaw this attack. What are your thoughts? Before I could answer, Osric Moss stepped forward, smirking. My lord, we all respect Ser Drahil's skill with a blade, but let us not forget, he has seen only 13 named days. How reliable can the counsel of one so young and inexperienced in war be? Lord Moss, I replied coolly, in the last 2 years since my birth, I have fought more battles than you have in your entire life. And Lord Stark did not ask for your opinion. He asked for mine. You insolent little. He shot up from his seat, seething. As Lord Stark prepared to approach me, he suddenly slammed his fist upon the table, drawing the attention of all present. Will you continue bickering like bitches, or shall we proceed with this war council? We all stepped back, offering apologies to Lord Stark, who then gestured for me to continue. We know the Ironborn are advancing with 4,000 to 5,000 men. Were I in their position, I would have 4 primary objectives: Flint Finger, Barrowton, Deepwood Mott, and Bear Island. Lord Stark nodded in agreement as I spoke. To achieve this, after rounding Cape Kraken, I would dispatch 15 to 20 longships to Blazewater Bay and Salt Spear. The remaining vessels would press northward, pillaging every village and town in their path. The main concern lies with those 4 key targets. Lord Stark frowned. Why? We cannot discern the Ironborn's true intent. If our assumptions hold, they seek to keep us occupied so we cannot aid the Westerlands. Should we be correct, they will scatter in all directions, launching raids upon entering Blazewater Bay. But if we are mistaken, they will move as one, seizing each castle in turn. Flint Finger, Deepwood Mott, and Bear Island cannot withstand them. It is well known that the walls of these castles are wooden, neither tall nor formidable. My proposal is to divide our 1,500 men into 3 forces. The first to Barrowton, the second to Deepwood Mott, and the third to Bear Island as reinforcements. Moores interjected, you would abandon the small folk to their fate? That is craven. If the lords ruling these lands possess even a shred of battle sense, they will have already ordered their people to retreat inland upon receiving word of the threat. Tell us, great warrior Moores, how would you defend the entire north with 1,500 men? We eagerly await your infallible strategy. Moores fell silent, his face flushing with embarrassment. After another hour of deliberation, Lord Stark resolved to enact my plan until further reinforcements could be gathered. The other captains departed to muster their men, leaving me in command of 50 soldiers. Yet I lingered, for I had matters to discuss privately with Lord Stark. My lord, you must have sensed it these past years, especially after our last conversation, that I am not entirely as I should be. Go on. I wish to act independently in this war. If granted the freedom to move as I please, I can intercept Ironborn raiding parties between Blazewater Bay and Deepwood Mott. By the time their main force reaches Deepwood Mott, I shall be there as well. How could you possibly move so swiftly? Unless you can fly, how would you overtake ships on land? I may not fly, but I will assuredly outpace them. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Are you a ward? Similar things, he exclaimed with widened eyes in astonishment. This implies there are no scouts at all. There were scouts, but they were not human. Can you truly safeguard the coastline? You are well aware that my talk of evacuation was merely bluster to silence the lords. Amidst this turmoil, no lord would risk life and limb to rescue coastal villages and towns. Should the Ironborn raid in bands of fewer than 100, I could defend the shores. But if they come in great numbers, I shall not recklessly throw my life away. Chapter 71. The Unbreakable Vow. Eddard Stark's perspective. My lord, if you can keep this secret, we shall remain steadfast allies. When I say I regard your sons as brothers, I speak the truth. He is no warg, yet akin to one. I always found his mastery over beasts peculiar, but never imagined it to be magic. Now, my lord, you begin to understand the source of my confidence. One matter has long puzzled me. When we employ smoke bombs, their radius never exceeds 5 meters. Yet yours easily surpass 10. Maester Lewin attributes this to imprecise measurements, but upon reflection, I suspect something else. You are correct. This is among my abilities. Did you also use magic to defeat my knights? Yes and no. Magic enhanced my strength, but the rest was owed to my unparalleled archery. You remain as modest as ever. What can I say? The gods bestowed upon me a gift, perfection in all I undertake. Then, could you defeat an army of 100? In open battle, no. But through ambush, it is possible. This revelation was astonishing indeed. Uncertain of my next course, yet aware of the impending war we must win. Forgive me, my lord, but I would not have disclosed this had I no means to ensure your silence. Was this a threat? If he possessed the strength he claimed, self-defense would be futile. Still, my hand drifted slowly to the hilt at my waist. Emir spoke with visible discomfort. I do not threaten you. Should you wish to witness my power, I shall demonstrate. By what means? I possess a skill known as the unbreakable vow. If we both swear it, neither may break our oath without the other's consent. If I cannot trust you, how can you expect my trust? You may cast me aside at any moment. This serves me ill. I have invested too much in the north. Harming you would force my exile. His reasoning was sound, and curiosity overcame me. At last I yielded. Show me this unbreakable vow, but first explain its workings. There are two forms, a unilateral oath and a mutual one. We shall swear the latter, choosing a penalty for betrayal. The vow is sealed within a magical circle. What penalty? And what is this circle? The spectrum of consequences ranges from the mildest reprimand to the ultimate penalty of death. Yet an oath holds validity only when sworn voluntarily and free from any external influence. As for the magical array, it serves to concentrate incantations in a singular locus, thereby enabling the fulfillment of the vow. Though his words strain credulity, we resolve to proceed regardless. My lord, I implore you to retreat a few paces. Do not be alarmed by the luminescence that shall manifest upon the ground. Emil murmured an invocation, whereupon the nail of his left index finger elongated into a claw, with which he delicately incised his right palm. Witnessing this metamorphosis, I tensed imperceptibly, my grip tightening around the sword hilt. Within moments, his hand resumed its ordinary form. Turning, he clenched his bleeding right fist, allowing crimson droplets to patter upon the earth. As the first fell, he intoned, Juramentio. A coruscating radiance erupted from beneath his feet, delineating a circle approximately 2 meters in diameter. Beyond its circumference, sanguine glyphs of unfathomable meaning began to coalesce. My lord, you may now enter the circle. Hesitant, I stepped within the enchanted boundary and addressed Emil. Eddard Starr shall neither directly nor indirectly disclose the nature of Emil Drawhill's power unto any soul. Should he attempt to violate this oath, he shall suffer temporary paralysis until such time as he abandons the transgression. Persistent efforts to contravene this vow shall result in his demise. In recompense for this covenant, Emil Drawhill shall provide truthful answers to 10 inquiries posed by Eddard Stark, reserving the right to abstain should the question touch upon matters he cannot divulge. He paused briefly before adding, should I refrain from specifying the penalty now? The oath's default retribution shall take immediate effect, instantaneous death upon the mere contemplation of betrayal. Extending his hand as if to clasp mine when our palms met, a surge of lightning coursed through my being. Argent and ruby tendrils of light danced between our joined hands before burrowing beneath our flesh. My gaze, wide with astonishment, beheld how these luminous veins ascended beneath Emil's skin, traversing his arm to vanish within his cranium. The selfsame phenomenon occurred within my own body. Gradually, the illuminated circle beneath our feet dissipated. My lord, would you attempt to transcribe these events upon parchment? Emil's voice roused me from my stupor of awe. Approaching the escritoire, I sought to record the occurrences upon vellum, yet found my hand obstinately immobile. Neither head nor eyes would obey my command. Petrified as a marble effigy, I was engulfed by sudden helplessness and dread. Perceiving my distress, Emil hastened to my side with reassurances. My lord, compose yourself. Should the impulse to betray my confidence wane, your faculties shall be restored momentarily. Ere he completed this admonition, my limbs were unshackled, and I collapsed into my chair like a sack of millet. Never again do I wish to endure such sensation. Each attempt to violate your oath shall incur this affliction. Should you persist against nature's warning, death shall claim you.